Ready, cool. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Based egghead? I have not seen yours yet, no.
You just call me an egghead?
No, I said based egghead. I did not see yours yet.
Oh, I'm a based egghead. Okay, I can live with that. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
I am fantastic. What can I do for you?
No cameras? VTubers? No VTubers?
Sorry?
Do you have a preference of cameras or no cameras?
I'm fine as is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, where do you want to start?
I don't particularly. So you called me a hypocrite for virtue in particular. I don't know what that means, but you posted my conversation with Destiny, called me a hypocrite, and when I asked you to elaborate, you said come on stream, so here I am.
Awesome. And
Cool.
so a bunch of people explained to you why, but it seems like those people did not give a sufficient explanation.
Evidently not. Maybe you can help me.
Okay. Do you mind if I start by reading a definition before we get going? Just so we have like the same language and stuff.
Sure.
Okay. So, bad faith is a sustained form of deception which consists of entertaining or pretending to entertain one set of feelings while acting as if influenced by another. It is associated with hypocrisy, breach of contract, affectation, and lip service. It may involve intentional deceit of others or self-deception.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. I believe that you have engaged in bad faith regularly with Destiny because you engage in hypocrisy.
Oh, horror of horrors. How shall I ever...
Well, maybe
Go on, please. Okay, you have a whole spiel. All right, go ahead.
What do you mean, oh, horrors?
Oh, horrors. Oh, horrors.
What do you mean by that?
I'm making an exaggerative exclamation of my despair at the depravity of the misdeeds you are laying out that I've committed.
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like some major misdeeds. People are hypocrites all the time.
Oh, well. Great. Continue.
Okay. So you want me to outline how you're a hypocrite?
Sure. That's why I'm here.
Sure. Okay. So it seems like, first of all, it seems like your original position that you outlined with Destiny, I believe you posted a comment underneath your video, which steelmans it. It does change a little bit what you were saying, but it was a pretty short conversation. So it's possible that you just didn't get to your full point of what you're saying. Do you want to maybe outline to me now your position about why Stephen is, I think in your words, betraying everything that he ever claimed to stand out for greed and hatred of other awful people?
Not particularly. I want you to tell me why I'm a hypocrite. That's why I'm here.
So you don't want to outline to me your...
I want you to tell me...
Your position is fundamental for
Madam,
hypocrisy.
Madam. Oh, is it? So you require me to assist you in explaining why I'm a hypocrite to myself?
No, I'm giving you a chance.
Brilliant! Brilliant. Then lay it on me. Let's hear it. The floor is yours.
I'll ask you again.
I'm not here to answer questions. You said you're going to explain how I'm a hypocrite.
You're not going to answer any questions.
Not until I get the explanation for your accusation, madam.
Well, I wanted to outline because it's possible that you've changed your position.
My heart
so far
bleeds, but you will have to do without. I want to know why I'm a hypocrite.
Okay, I see.
Good.
Can I ask you how come you're starting with like the most high level of like passive aggression possible?
Oh, I'm being aggressive, madam. You accused me of something. I would like an explanation. Madam, I really hate having my time wasted. So could you please get to the point?
Well, hold on. This isn't a time waste. Like if we're talking about time wasted, multiple people...
Maybe my time is more valuable than yours, but I'm not...
outlined to you why you're... Hold on. Please listen while I'm talking. Right? Multiple people outlined to you why you're being a hypocrite. Those didn't seem sufficient. You seemed very fixated on specifically coming on my stream and talking to me very specifically about it. And so if you're going to basically say, I'm not going to play ball in how I want to do this, that's fine.
I didn't. Hold on. Slow down, madam.
How can you claim that I am wasting your time?
Hang on.
When you pursued this conversation.
Hang on. I did not pursue this conversation.
High level of fixation. Actually.
I did not pursue this conversation with a high level of fixation.
Absolutely did.
I absolutely did not.
How not?
What do you mean how not? You said you would only... I asked you, madam, I asked you to give an elaboration on why I was a hypocrite, your words. You were coy about it and then said, come on stream, and I obliged. Here we are.
Well, I was coy after probably 5 to 6 different people explain to you why you were a hypocrite.
Oh,
You seemed
then it should be
unsatisfied with those people.
very easy for you. Why don't you repeat one to me?
Well, I would like to deal with this engagement now first, and then I'll move on. But
That's wonderful.
this is like my show.
That's
Then we can do
wonderful.
in the flow
This
that I
is
would
this
like
is
to
your
do.
show. We are on a Discord call, and you were on my show, man.
Okay,
That's how this
likewise.
works, right? You're not. We're not in a studio. We're in a call. So
Right, but you're basically saying, why don't you explain? So you're basically saying, why don't you take the lead? That's basically what you said, which kind of implies that it's like, my show isn't, I'm taking the lead. I'm outlining why you're a hypocrite. And I'm saying, before I take the lead on why you're being a hypocrite, I'd actually like to address the passive aggressive behavior and why you're being fixated with me, because you're basically
okay,
making the
listen.
claim
Let
that
me.
I'm wasting your time.
Good. So
and
let
I'm
me
wanting to
let me
outline
make this.
now first.
Let me save us a bunch of time and make this as abundantly clear as possible. I do not care what you want to do. I am on here because this is a condition of you explaining to me why you accuse me of being a hypocrite. I have yet to hear it. Hello?
Hi. Can I continue with my line of where I was going with things?
Where are you going with this?
Okay, so I just wanted to make it clear, right? I'm not really interested in wasting your time. I offered once for you to come on, and then other people explained it, so I mostly just left it, and then you continued to pursue the conversation as far as going DMing me and outlining anytime, anywhere, etc., etc.
Actually,
So to
if
act like
I
I'm
may,
wasting your
if I
time
may,
and all
if
your
I
time
may,
seems a little unfair.
actually, what I asked you was, can you elaborate? And you said, come on stream and I'll do so. You refused to elaborate. Here's my suspicion. I don't think you were paying close enough attention to actually say, and I think you're fishing.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because, again, we have been here for how long? About 5 minutes? You have yet to explain why I'm a hypocrite. This should be
You're
easy.
correct. I have
This should be
addressed
easy.
other behaviors.
Wonderful.
I'm just making
You have a-
statements, right?
Cool. They appear to be statements, yes. But I'm not interested in those
Just
statements.
like you, in your conversation with Destiny, made lots of statements. I'm just making some statements first before I get into the hypocrisy.
Are one of those statements going to be an explanation of why I'm a hypocrite? Because I'm
Yes,
really...
when I would like to get there, absolutely.
When are you going to get there?
When I've decided that I would like to get there, since you said that you're going to come on my thing, you want me to explain these things, and so
You
I'm
have 10
addressing
minutes.
Other behavior. What do you mean I have 10 minutes?
You have 10 minutes. Get there.
Okay. Okay. So you're giving me 10 minutes, or you're gonna like rage quit the call?
No, I'm going to excuse myself because you are wasting my time. 10 minutes. Let's go.
Okay. So what I want to do ideally is have some level of a normal conversation with you. So when you came in being immediately aggressively passive aggressive, I was trying
I don't
to
know
clear the air
what
so that we
I
could
did
get
to
the
give
level
you I don't know
ground
what I did to give
before
you
I outline why
excuse
you're a
me.
hypocrite.
I don't know what I did to give you the
Outlining
impression
that
that I
you're a
am
hypocrite.
I don't know
Hold on,
what
I'm not
I
done.
said
You can talk
to
as soon
give
as
you
I'm
the
done. Hold on, I'm
impression
not done.
that I am
I'll just mute you
interested in
alone.
a drawn out.
Okay, thank you so much. So what I was trying
Excuse
to
me.
say
Did
is
you just
that
mute me?
no, I didn't mute you.
You did not.
No, I waited for you to
Okay,
finish.
continue. Let's go.
Okay. So what I was outlining is that I was trying to get to some level of like rapport, because I'm going to outline why you're a hypocrite.
I have no
And
rapport with
came
you.
in
Get to the
really
point.
passive aggressive, and you also came in saying that I'm wasting your time. And so I'm trying to like work some level of compatibility so that we can outline it. But it seems that you don't want to, so I will get on to why you're being a hypocrite. Okay.
Thank you.
So you're super welcome. So you basically outlined that Destiny was betraying.
Mhm.
I'm assuming you mean the left, right?
No,
She's
I
betraying-
mean trans people and I mean racial minorities who are targeted by people like Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern.
Okay.
Specifically.
So you feel that he's betraying minorities and people being targeted by Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern.
Yes.
And you think that he's doing so out of greed and hatred for other people.
Verbatim quote. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So in your conversation, you basically outline this ethic that you seem to have, which is essentially that he is supporting Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern by having a level of engagement with them, correct?
No, incorrect. You don't pay attention very carefully. What I say very specifically is that he engages with Lauren Southern in casual gaming streams, and he advertises Nick
You didn't
Fuentes'
say that
Cozy
specifically.
platform.
You
I
didn't
actually
say that
specifically cite
specifically.
those in the initial conversation, and following interactions I absolutely did. Yes, I
So
did.
in your follow-up post under your video, you do outline that it's not actually the disagreement. It's just the positive conversation.
I
But
say
in your
so when I
conversation
speak.
with
I say
Destiny,
so
you didn't actually
explicitly.
get to that.
I say so
No.
explicitly. It's not about disagreement with my in my conversation with Destiny. I'm explicit
No,
on
it's
this
about
point.
exposure.
Exposure.
That is your issue. By him
Did I say the
exposing
word?
him,
Did I say the word exposure?
I'm now extrapolating because you don't seem
Okay,
to
well,
like what
you're
I'm
not very good at that,
stating.
so I would advise against it. What I say very
Extrapolating. No.
explicitly,
Hold
what
on.
I
Hold on.
say
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
very
Hold on. Hold on.
explicitly,
Hold on. I don't really
I
need the
will
like
hold
weird
on when I
ad
choose
homs.
to.
I don't need
Ad
the ad homs
homs.
about
Do you
how
know what
I'm
an
bad
ad
at
hom
things or
is?
who I'm dumb. Yeah, you're basically saying you're really
No, no, no,
bad
no,
at
no,
these
no, no.
things. It's
An ad
fine.
hom is if
The
that's the
argument that
essence of
I'm
an
making,
argument. I'm just insulting
I
you because you're
understand.
embarrassing.
You're insulting me by implying that I can't understand an implication, and therefore the argument about your implication is false, which is an ad hom.
No, no,
You're
no,
denigrating
no,
my
no, no, no,
argument
no, no. The
based on the
argument,
character
hang on,
sheet
hang
that I
on.
made about.
The argument about your implication is false, and I derive from the egregious manner of that falsity that you can't bear this out longer than about 5 words. So, how am I a hypocrite? Just get to it. Just come on.
So
You
I'm
must have
trying
a
to outline
sentence.
it, right?
Why are
But
you
I'm
trying
also
to
giving
outline
you
it? You've
space
had
to
days.
correct your position. Okay. So you outlined that specifically with Nick Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes that you were benefiting somebody whose goal is creating projects that drown refugees in your words. Destiny.
His words,
But
yes.
yes, I just said that.
Good.
I'm quoting you.
Cool.
But not only should you not interact with them, you're also looking buddy with them. So your concern was not just that he's interacting and fighting with them, it's that he's being friendly with them.
My concern is exclusively that he's being friendly with them.
Okay. So in your original video,
Yes.
you didn't make that clear at all.
Yes, I did.
Because no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes.
I watched your video verbatim.
Yes.
So
There's
what
a back and
happened
forth.
is by implication, you're saying that you're doing for the righties what you did for Demon Mama. You outlined your argument. You basically said, I'm going to try to be a little bit good faith here. So let's talk about Demon Mama. And you outlined the history between Demon Mama and Destiny, right? So
do you know why I did that?
Mama, yes, I'm getting there. So
you get there very
like
slow. Sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to establish the principle with his assent that interactions benefit, again, your language by exposure, to a large general audience. So that is a general principle. Every time you interact with somebody, you expose that person to your audience. In the event that somebody is out of grace and doing so exposes them to a large audience they don't have immediate access to, well, now you have to be a little bit careful. You do so when the goods outweigh the bads. In the case of having an extended gaming stream with Lauren Southern, or advertising that, hey, I'm going to start launching my channel on Cozy, Nick Fuentes' proprietary streaming service, all you are doing is exposing them without any benefit whatsoever to the communities they're attacking, and all the benefit to the people who are attacking them while they are already wildly embattled in law right now. There's no justification for this. Now, unless, and here's where you could get me really hard. You could argue that, no, actually, Destiny has never really been on the side of these communities. He just doesn't give a fuck about them. And you want to know what? You can have that. I'm perfectly fine with him being a morally dead piece of shit. I will fall on that sword gladly.
So then why did you leave the conversation after he pointed out the issue of degrees of separation? How he outlined that by you talking to him now, you're also supporting...
Because that's stupid. The issue has to do with gatekeeping large general audiences. A 5K sub theory channel is not barring access.
Size.
What?
It's about size of content creator?
Yes. Are you an idiot? Okay. Nobody,
no,
I do not I do not expose Destiny to a larger audience.
People are not particles in air that just diffuse along concentration gradients. The idea that size doesn't matter when it comes to exposure is the absolute most brain dead position that you could have.
I have no idea what you just said.
You can be small and talk to a bigger creator and only cause them to lose following. One viewer can watch multiple content.
Precisely. The only thing, madam, the only thing I can do as a smaller channel is make him lose following. I can't get him access to one.
False. What you can also do is be a giant moron and cause all of your followers to lose faith in you and also move to Destiny. And then maybe because he's normalizing them in your worldview, they might even move to Lauren Southern. And because you, in your righteous dignity, will never talk to these individuals, you're the one making the unilateral pipeline for people, not Destiny. You're the one who's acting unethical based on your own assertions.
So you're actually an idiot.
No, you're a coward.
No.
Yes.
You're an idiot.
No. All you do is when you get stuck now, you scoff, you laugh, and then you try to tell people that they're stupid. You are the precise example of a Dunning-Kruger moron on this platform.
Hey, where'd you get your degree in psychometry?
Really smart.
Where'd you get your degree in psychometry?
Line.
Oh, it's a very good line. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. So here's the problem. Again, Destiny gives access to an audience of roughly 600,000 if we're averaging between his Twitch channel, I think, and his YouTube.
To size, which is a dumb argument.
No, it's not a dumb argument. It's not a dumb argument.
Things are not unilateral in exposure. So while you may, for example, expose somebody to more viewers, we know that if the person isn't interesting enough, that their viewership is going to die down immediately. There's also the issue of donations, right? If you expose somebody, all that happens when you expose somebody in like collaboration is there is a potential for money making. That is it. That is all that's happening.
Wait. Hang on. All that happens is a potential for money making?
Yes.
Do you know what money making does?
Why don't you explain for me?
It resources their political projects off stream, you idiot.
Obviously.
Now
we need to get into degrees of separation, right? Is 1 degree of separation fine? Destiny isn't directly funding these people at all.
Yes, he fucking is. If he goes, if he says, shut up. If he says, Nick Fuentes is launching a YouTube alternative, hey, I'm going to give Nick Fuentes my exclusive content, then he is growing that platform and potentially making it financially viable by himself. You're an incurious lout.
The idea that viewership just equals dollars is actual brain-dead moronicy. Okay. You don't understand business.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat that?
Is the potential for
I'm sorry,
money.
hang on. You were boring me. Can you repeat that last thing? I didn't catch it.
You can't keep up. I understand.
Fuck. Okay.
Degrees of separation matter. If you're directly so if Destiny directly paid them, that would be him directly funding all of their stuff. There's a degree of separation where when he talks to them, this is your issue. I'm giving you your position. It's about degrees of separation. You're concerned that 1 degree of separation, giving them exposure, is unethical. But in that argument, and this is where you're a hypocrite, your exposure is also giving them a pipeline.
It's not.
Absolutely.
It's not. I grow by interacting with these people. They do not grow by interacting with me. That's not how that works.
That is not true. And
that is true.
Because you engage with
That's
them
how the fucking algorithm works.
You're adding to radicalization.
Fuck! I should be nice to them.
Problem.
Shoot, guys, we need to be really nice to Lauren Southern because we're radicalizing people by not making her seem really cool and hip to a general audience. Oh my god! Did you just agree to that? Did you just agree to that?
Radicalism.
Did you just agree to that?
Worse. You're making everything worse.
Did you just agree to that? I want to know. To be clear, hang on. No. Just slow down. This is important. I don't want you to careful. Did you just agree to that?
Deplatforming is causing radicalization. When you don't talk to these individuals, they become more insular. Yes. If you talked to Nick Fuentes... I
had no issue with him talking to them. None. I was very particular. The issue... Why... Do you think... Really? Does Destiny going... Does Destiny... Shut up. Does Destiny going onto Cozy... is that him talking to... Is that him talking to Fuentes?
Absolutely.
No, he wasn't even talking to Fuentes in that call. He just advertised, hey guys, I'm going on to Cozy.
I'm sorry, do you have an issue with him going into the social media that's so insular and creating more radicals?
If he is single-handedly moving...
This is so funny. Okay, if he goes in and he talks in this radical sphere, and he might get them a little bit more money. But if Destiny de-radicalizes, if he defangs the viewers of Nick Fuentes, he is doing more good for all of your groups than you ever have or you ever will. Literally.
Does Nick
because
Fuentes,
if he can talk to these
madam,
people, if
madam,
he can cause
excuse me,
Nick
madam,
Fuentes' viewers
madam,
to lose
madam,
faith in
Mrs.
stop mad at
Erudite,
me,
Mrs.
stop mad
Erudite,
at me, and
Mrs.
fucking
Erudite,
listen.
Mrs. Erudite,
If he continues to
Mrs.
talk to Nick
Erudite,
Fuentes, if he continues, I will mute you.
Mrs.
If he
Erudite,
continues to talk and prove why Nick Fuentes is dumb, if he causes Nick Fuentes' viewership to lose a level of faith in Nick Fuentes has less of a mobilization group. If he is successful in defanging Nick Fuentes, he will single-handedly have done more for reducing political violence and radicalization than you ever fucking
how
will.
is it? How is it?
Which is
hang on. Okay,
because
you've talked a lot.
stand
How
on
is
this
it?
paragon
How
of
is it?
virtue and
Okay,
morality,
madam,
but you're
madam,
actually
listen,
part of the
phony
problem.
psychologist. I want to get a word in quickly. So, how is it defanging Nick Fuentes to give him exclusive proprietary content to a platform that he owns? Are you that fucking dumb?
Do you not understand that money doesn't always, like, there's this idea that you can build fans or you can build soldiers, right? I'm sure you've heard Stormfront say it because I'm sure you've watched the show, right? The idea of just focusing purely on money is actually really stupid because mobilized groups like this, while monetary things
You
matter,
mobilize with money. Why do you think
matters
traditional media has had an edge
is
for so long? It's money. It's all
No,
money.
no, traditional media
Yes.
sucks, and they're constantly being funded by governments because they can't stay afloat. Because
Do
nobody
you think they're
gives a
being
fuck.
funded by governments because money doesn't matter?
No,
Are
they're
you
being
insane?
funded by. No, are you even listening? I'm going to reread to you Bad Faith. Okay, do you want
What?
me to do that?
No.
Engage with my arguments.
What
Engage with
argument?
them.
You have no argument.
I've made multiple, and the fact that you don't
I
see
think you've
them either
confused.
proves that
I
you're
think you've
lying,
confused
you're
speaking with
engaging
making
in
an argument.
self-deception, or you're actually stupid. There's only 3 options. I'd like to think you're not stupid, but that means you're doing something
Well,
else.
I would too,
What you're
Erudite, but this
doing
is as
being
disappointing as hell. I'm
dishonest
sorry.
about what I'm saying. You're actually trying to argue that money is all that matters, which is fucking stupid. You know that the radical groups are funded way less on money and a lot more
With
on
what? Spirit
passion
power?
and commit. Yes. If you're going to mobilize a group to engage in hate crimes, you're not going to be just
Then
paying
you
them to
need.
do it.
Then you need
People
to
are
be
going
able.
to do it,
Madam,
because
if you're
they
going to
care about
mobilize,
it.
madam, if you're going to make people at a mass scale care about something and you're going to mobilize them, you need resources and reach to do so. Destiny has given that to Fuentes on a silver platter.
No.
Yes.
You are stupid. No.
No.
You're really
You're
dumb.
stupid.
No,
Really
you don't
dumb.
understand. Okay,
Dumb like
what
a
do you
turnip.
think viewership is? What do you think viewership is? Answer this to me.
I think
Why
it's
does
a
viewership
spiritual
matter?
I think it's a spiritual power that hovers above our heads, and just based on who we talk to, it imbues people with a magical power to create Nazis. At least judging from what I've heard from you.
I'm asking you, what do you think is the value of viewership?
What do I think is the value of viewership?
Yes.
Uh,
Why do
what do you
matter?
mean by viewership specifically? Do you mean just like access to an audience, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, an audience. The thing that you're concerned about Destiny bringing in.
Because it allows you to an increasingly large amount of people, presuming we're talking about like an increase in viewership and not just viewership by itself, it allows you to then make yourself seem appealing on lines, on multifarious lines, other than increasingly narrow ones, because you have more avenues of access.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, are you actually taking a stand against the concept of advertisement?
No, we're not talking about advertising.
Yes, we are.
Booger eating more.
Yes,
No.
we are.
No.
God, I hope you're not like a practicing psychiatrist or anything of the sort, are you?
So I'm going to be really clear. You do not get to bring my career into this.
No. The reason why I'm asking.
No, hold on. I'm going to just mute you. The reason why this matters is because I have done nothing to bring in anything in your personal life to attack you over it.
You called me a
I am
hypocrite.
not going to go
Am I still
into
muted?
talking about my professional
Am I still muted?
career,
Am I
which
muted?
has nothing to
Am
do
I
with
muted?
this. You are muted to my viewers because I needed them to hear that.
Okay, cool. But they can still hear you on my end, so that's fine. Am I muted now? Hello, hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi. Can you?
Yes, I
Can
can
you?
hear you.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah. That's bullshit. You called me a hypocrite. So,
Good
yeah,
job. So
yeah.
why you're a hypocrite is by degrees of association. You are just as much adding to this pipeline. And here's the thing: if your policy was you don't
What
want
do
to
you
play
mean by
music
degrees
night,
of
you don't want to
association?
use
I'm
exposure.
not having extended league tournaments with, or what was it? It was league, right? I'm not having extended league games with Lauren Southern, allowing her to seem cool and hip to a general audience with no pushback at all. Even by the way,
Do you
one
believe?
of those
Wait, hold
people,
on,
one of
hold
those
on.
people, one
Do
of
you
those
think
people,
Wipers
one
are
of
on
those.
like this untenable? Like, do you literally think that if you expose people to grapers, it's like they're so tantalizing that people won't be able to resist against them? Like, what do you like? Literally, you think normalizing these people is going to just cause people to get sucked into the vortex? Are you serious? Do you actually think that viewers are basically retarded children? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, I'm a little bit on the fence about creators at this juncture, but uh I'm sorry, what does normalization mean to you precisely?
What does it mean to you? Why didn't you tell me?
I was asking you a question.
Yeah, that's fair. But remember, this is my show, so I'm going to ask you the questions.
Au contraire, madam, this is my show.
Good one.
Yes, very good one. Will that be all? Was there anything else?
Like
Did you want to take this anywhere, or are we just gonna circle the drain endlessly? Because I don't know. Like, where do you want to go with
I'm
this?
really disappointed that you've fully met bad faith because
Have I?
you haven't engaged with any of my points. You've just called me stupid over and
Yes.
over. You've made
Yes.
minimal points in
Yes.
return.
I think that's a very
This
apt
is
point,
really
actually.
shitty. So, what I want to point out to you is you are part of the problem. Attacking people with different views with pure levels of hatred and caustic action does nothing but increase the divide. That's all
Okay.
it does.
Let me respond to that
All it
quickly, okay?
does.
Listen
And
very
that is
carefully.
stupid.
Listen to me very carefully, okay? Okay?
It's also really brave of you to admit that you're being bad faith. That was very noble.
My heart bleeds purple porpoise pus. You are a worthless idiot. Good day. Oh. I think that went rather well.
Hello.
Oh, that was fast. How are you?
Bar became a member.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Quite well. I've been awake for all of 10 minutes. I did catch the tail end of, well, I guess a bit more than 10 minutes. I caught the tail end of your conversation. It seemed to go quite well.
Thank you. Yeah,
So I had,
I'm.
I've been having some power supply issues with my new computer. So if I suddenly go silent, message me here. I probably should. I think I solved it last night, but just in case, message me here. I won't know otherwise.
Yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's no love lost between you and NotSoErudite. Have you managed to, solve any of the issues you two have since you last spoke?
I don't think we really had any extensive issues. It was just a frustrating performance that I was dragged into, where it's like you're linking my thing and you're referring to me as a hypocrite, and then when I ask, can you elaborate? Like, oh, no, not really. Just variations on that until finally it's like, well, come on stream and I'll tell you there. Okay, and then I come on and she has this whole thing planned because she wants to now have this trapdoor debate about the conversation with Destiny, which I wasn't there for. It was just frustrating. I don't think about her all that much. I'm more concerned about the Dr. K stuff than anything related to that.
Yeah, you've been quite critical of Dr. K. What's your perspective on it?
I'm largely in agreement with you. If you're going to call yourself a doctor and you're going to lean on that to get attention in this space, and you're going to have even quasi therapeutic sessions with people on stream, that's incredibly dangerous for two reasons. One, you're potentially giving somebody the impression that they don't need additional therapy, or that this is all that therapy has to offer, or you're giving them false advice about how to deal with their problems. You're creating a confusing dynamic between you and your quote unquote therapist. And in addition, all the people who are watching, because it's the same reason why people watch, like, and we talked about this earlier, why people watch like diet channels and other kinds of mental health and general health channels. Um, they take this home and they think to themselves, I have heard what therapy has to offer in this case. I'm sorted and I can give advice to my friends, which is what people do. It's like, hey, I saw this thing. Or even if they do prefaces like that, it's, hey, a therapist will tell you, and it's just not good. So for myself, I think we're firmly in agreement. Like you treat this kind of thing with a very high degree of prejudice because the consequences of doing this badly, or of giving bad information, or of maintaining irresponsible relationships as a quote unquote doctor in this kind of medium, maybe especially in this medium, they can be very dire. Um, like we don't know if that had an instrumental role in, for example, the death of someone like Reckful, but we don't know that wasn't the case. We don't know that wasn't the case with other people who watched. Like we don't know what the off effects are. All we know is bad information was put out. Something really loose and irresponsible seemed to be on display by someone who uh, should know better and is expected to know better because of the MD before his name. I guess it's after his name. It's not good. I mean, I'm largely more or less completely in agreement with you on the Dr. K point.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
How did you think the
No.
conversation went?
Yeah, I mean, I think it went pretty well. My biggest goal, I went in with an open mind.
Yeah.
My biggest goal was I didn't want to, I didn't want to do a professor. Sorry, I didn't want to do a Present Sunday. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, you did. You absolutely did.
I didn't want to call her a bimbo.
That's fair. I didn't want to either. That was actually a slip of the tongue at the end. I meant to call her like a boob or something. I had just been watching, and I think I mentioned this before to you actually. Um, I had been watching a bunch of Harry Potter for a video, and I had this line in my head from Harry Potter 6, where Ron's in the hospital and his girlfriend's there, like, "Why are you here?" It's like, "He's in the hospital, you jack bimbo." It's, even afterwards, I was like, "Oh, that was the wrong word. I shouldn't have said that." Which is why I cut it using the YouTube editor, which is so sloppy it left it in afterwards because it's off target by a few seconds every single time. It's like, oh,
Um,
great, that's what I published. Brilliant.
I mean, you got a lot of criticism, but like, I think the Madam meme is probably going to go down in history. To be honest with
That's
you.
fine. I can live with that one.
Okay, good.
Madam is fine. Look, Madam is a term of respect. The irony is that I don't respect her, not because she can be called a madam because she's a woman. People refer to a madam president or use madame as a term of endearment out of genuine respect. I do so. Or as a it's like when you say sir sometimes. Like it can be tongue in cheek, but it's not I don't know. When I say it, I don't load it with anything. It's just yeah.
But yeah, no, I
Read too
think
much Dickens growing up.
I think it went pretty well. You know, I didn't want to get frustrated. There was times when I was a bit terse, but it never went overboard. I don't think to being like antagonistic. And you know, I guess that I got a few points of agreement that I kind of wanted. Although, you know, it's kind of like there were other points where I feel that she could have said, "Well, yeah, that's wrong as well." But it's almost, I don't know, it felt like a balancing act almost. Like, you know,
I caught the tail end of this. Any of them stand out?
yeah, there was one point at the start when we were talking about, you know, taking risks as a doctor, and that
Yeah.
sometimes a doctor may take a risk in order to benefit the patient, which, you know, it's going to happen sometimes. But it has to be to benefit the patient. You can't just take a risk for no good reason or for your own benefit, right?
It will also be with the patient's consent. You'll be informing the patient. And you certainly in that case wouldn't compound the risks by doing this in front of an audience.
So one example is, you know, you know, do you think what Dr. K did with Reckful was risky? Yes. you know, going in without any research, etc., etc. But then she tried to sort of position it as, well, I think that actually he was, he was concerned about the fact that if he said he had a mental health disorder and he said, I can't talk to you right now, we need to talk privately, he'd feel rejected. And so therefore he was doing it for his benefit for that reason, you know, and it's like, it's not very compelling for me.
No,
You
not
know?
at all. What you would do in that case, the responsible thing is, because there's conflict of interest for you, which is what sort of came out in the latter part of the conversation. We were talking about perverse incentives. Is you shoot him an email saying, "Hey, I think you should take this seriously. Here's a good therapist I know. Give them a call. I'll let them know I sent you," or whatever he can do to that end, and then he'd wash his hands of it and walk away. That's what he should have done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think to me, you know, from my layman's perspective, is that it seems silly. It seems like an unnecessary risk that isn't to the benefit to continue on, but he did. But
Oh,
and I guess
it's a completely necessary risk, if your primary goal is growing your media presence.
I mean that's what I thought. But the thing is I guess when she's saying like, well, I think he was putting the patient's best interests at heart, it's like, I guess it's like, how do I kind of like challenge that aside from just saying I don't think that's particularly compelling. You know, it's kind of like, well,
I
that's it.
don't
We just
I
disagree on
don't
that.
think I have trouble believing that someone like Dr. K is that stupid.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. Like he thinks it was it was in the patient's best heart to lay this all bare in front of an audience of how many millions of people who are, over the years after this goes up, going to harass him for this? Give me a break.
I mean, yeah, I said it a bit more nicely, I think. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like that is not a convincing argument to me,
No,
you know.
it's not.
Um,
That is the politest way you can say that. That is not a compelling argument at all.
yeah, so there were just kind of points like that,
Mm.
and I wasn't getting like, I wasn't looking for her to, I wasn't looking to demolish her on every point, you know. Just sometimes
No, and I think
recognizing.
I think that was smart. I don't think every single conversation calls for that kind of approach. I think this one certainly didn't. Um, the only reason why I was short with her in my conversation was because the conversation was held under false pretenses. I didn't sign up for a conversation. She, in fact, said, like, "You're going to go out for 6 minutes. No, I'm going to give you however long you need." And she, I came on and it's like, "Okay, why am I a hypocrite?" Well, let me lay out this narrative. And do you agree with this? No, no. Well, aren't you? I'm not doing that. I wasn't there for that. It's very simple. I didn't consent to that kind of conversation. I agreed to one of a very specific nature, and she was trying to draw content out of it. I think what you did here was entirely appropriate, and I think made you look very good and was good for your position. Kind of the opposite of what MrGirl did for it, unfortunately. I really wish he would just have stuck to the Dr. K stuff and not, muddied the waters with everything else. But this was a good performance, so well done.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's it. That's it, really. I think. Any thoughts your end on, other than that, on the conversation? Any points of critique that you'd levy?
I only caught the end of it. But it seemed like you were in control. You were confident. At no point did I catch a whiff of you being on the back foot or being flustered. Um, to be fair, I didn't catch that in the first one either. You were talking about like an optics disaster last time about the credentials, but she asked you something really off color last time, which, as an academic myself, I found really bizarre. She asked you, "Don't you understand what, or do you not understand what a hypothesis generation is?" You absolutely do. It's just that phrasing is unusual when you're outside of like a sort of elaborate study context, because hypothesis generation is just any process by which you fix upon data or things about which to form hypotheses. It can include drawing Venn diagrams of common features between two things. It can include observation of behaviors, interviews, stuff like that. But then the hypotheses that you generate from that or about that are going to be just, they're going to be hypotheses, and you understand how the scientific method works. So this was very strange for her to try to pull rank in that way, using something that amounts in some sense to academic corporate speak. Very, very strange. And I think when she tried to insinuate that you were somehow ignorant on that end, I think your outrage and your request for credentials, because that is what she's doing. She's flaunting her credentials or implying superior experience. I think it was entirely appropriate in that context. And you brought it down afterwards too. You allowed it to settle from that, and that was smart. I think here, it was this was an excellent, graceful performance. And I think you did very well. Just judging from what I've seen, like maybe it was a disaster early on, but at the end of this, it didn't seem like that. It seemed like a very, you seemed very strong by the conclusion.
Okay. Listen, chat is pestering me about this. So
Sure.
obviously you spoke to MrGirl.
Yeah.
What's your perspective now on MrGirl?
About the same as when I started. I was a little bit baffled because I was expecting him to be. I don't know why, now that I think about it, but I was expecting him to be more careful than he was. He conceded things readily that I can't fathom anyone with any sense of self-preservation doing so. I loaded my questions. I expected the questions to take literally 5 minutes at the start. Because I expected to be no, no, yes, yes, no, the end. Okay, now what do you want to talk about, Max? I was going to get ready for 2 hours of pain. But what ended up happening was he conceded all the ones that I really cared about and fought over the ones that I didn't. Which was sort of by design. That's why I put the really controversial ones first, namely the pedophile and the rape ones right from the beginning. But the ones I was really interested in, he just conceded without any fuss whatsoever. It's like, hey, you've got an extensive catalog now of videos of you abusing your partner. Are these like real and documentary? Is there any element of this that's fabricated? Nope. Certified, absolutely real. Okay. That's all I wanted. He's a lot less. What's the word for this? He's not as smart as I thought he was.
Okay.
He made like really bizarre, basic, logical mistakes, which I wasn't anticipating. Like he claimed at one point that all sex is rape, which some feminists take as a position, and there's like a way in which you can sort of spin that so it's plausible. Therefore, all rape is in some degree consensual, which is no, that doesn't follow at all. That's like saying, and this is the example I gave to him. It's like saying, all bald men are men, therefore all men are bald men, which is preposterous.
Okay.
It was weird. It was weird. I think his Dr. K stuff was good, and I agree with him wholeheartedly on that point. As far as I'm concerned, the rest of him ultimately makes him a liability to that cause more than a help. Maybe he was instrumental in drawing attention to it, and kudos for that. Give the devil his due, but at this juncture, it's like you don't want the anti-Dr. K stance to be also the Max stance for a lot of reasons. That's my take on that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let's wind it up there before my chat gets really angry with you.
That was good.
Thanks for coming on, mate. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, good job. Thank you
Thanks.
for chatting, and have a good day.
Catch you later. Bye bye.
Yeah, so you had some beef with me. I'm judging from the tenor of your comments towards me on Twitter. Now that I've lowered your guard with the pleasant FromSoft chat.
So beef, I guess you can call it beef. I don't necessarily think I have beef with you.
I don't have beef with you either.
have,
But it's Twitter, so we all hate each other. It's the rule.
exactly, 100%. I think specifically that tweet about Cherry and the one you made about Erudite calling her a fraud. I think those
Oh no,
two
I
were
didn't call Cherry a
probably-
fraud. I actually don't
No,
dislike. I don't
you're-
dislike
you're-
Cherry.
Erudite. You called Erudite a fraud.
I think Erudite is a fraud, but continue, please.
Right. So I think with Destiny's Orbiters especially, like, it seems like you're just really aggressive with them, and I can't figure out why.
It's going to be specific to every single person involved. When I make comments about Destiny Orbiters in general, this is after a very long history of engaging with the whole fucking lot of them. And I'm not actually that off on Stardust. I've got disagreements with her. She can be a piece of shit in her own right, but I don't dislike that one. I think she's genuine's probably a strong word. I don't know her that well, and I'm not sure I trust her, but I don't think badly of her. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to where you got that idea from. But with respect to, well, we can go down the list if you like, or you can bring up whatever you think is particularly illustrative. It's your call.
Yeah, sure.
If
I
I'm
mean, we
honest,
can-
I'm bored to tears by any discussion about them, but I'll definitely go over it with you.
I mean, I guess we can just start with the comment about why you think Erudite is a fraud. I guess we
Yeah.
can probably start there.
Sure.
Why do you think she is a fraud?
Well, my general engagement with Erudite, what was my initial engagement? She has been waffling in terms of how she describes her credentials for some time, which by itself would not be a big deal. I wouldn't particularly care about that, except that she has explicitly gone out of her way to defend actual frauds, very opportunistically, people like Dr. K, for instance, and pulling rank in order to disparage people who had very serious critiques against them. There is actually no psychometrician or psychometrics degree in Canada that you can get. Just so you know. So she is a Canadian-trained clinical assistant or something of that sort. Oh, that's cool. A Knight's Count. I can definitely not kill that. That's spooky looking. So where was I going with this? Right. Yeah. Sorry, hang on.
You're
So
good.
I'm multitasking, and I need like 8 arms for this. Right. So when she says she's a psychometrician / psychometrist, first of all, these are two very different things. Secondly, you actually cannot become a credentialed either one in Canada through any Canadian university. I actually found the program that she took, which she confirmed, and it's not that. She claims that's colloquial. That is not the case. A psychometrician creates tests. That's their profession. A psychometrist administers them. She apparently made some kind of questionnaire for the Canadian government. I have no idea what that is, but that was an individual project. That does not make her a psychometrician. And it doesn't qualify her to speak as an expert in defense of somebody who is selling quack science and very possibly engaging in some very severe malpractice that may or may not have contributed to somebody dying. She has no idea what she's talking about at almost any topic that she covers. She's just bad. She's a misinformation purveyor, and she has used the inscrutability of her academic history to portray herself as an expert so she can get undeserved deference in conversations in Destiny's sphere. So that's my issue with her, is it's not just a matter of her being bad at what she does, which she is. It's not a matter of her, being like a bad scholar. It's not a matter of me not knowing what her degree is and me requiring papers or something. It's a matter of her doing precisely what people criticize me of doing, which I don't do, and that is using her credentials as a bludgeon against other people to demean them, and to override actual criticism of things that she says that she has not thought through. She's just a very, very disingenuous and callous person. So I have no respect for that one whatsoever. With respect to Cherry, I haven't said anything about Cherry that's not a complete reflection of her interactions with me. I have a stream on my channel in which she literally says exactly that. It's like, it was bizarre, and I don't fault her for this. I think she was kind of like, I have a sense of what she was going for. She was kind of scrambling, but she tried to characterize me as obsessed with Destiny. I'm not. I have a very particular contention, or had a very particular contention with Destiny, over a right-wing talking point that he agreed to debate that me and some other people put a lot of work into, and that he just ghosted on and then continues to repeat.
Transgenocide, right?
No.
No. It was.
This
it
was
the,
this was progressive orthodoxy squeezing out professors in the university.
Yep.
Yeah.
people in like real life jobs getting fired because wokeness is going too far. Yep.
Yeah, well, it happens to left-wing professors, as it happens quite a bit. By the way, when we were discussing Rashida Love, who did lose her position at the university, Erudite's comment on that, without knowing anything about the situation, was good. This is a person with no soul, and no integrity whatsoever. Back to Cherry. Cherry was interrogating me about this, trying to cast me as obsessed with Destiny in a negative way. I am very negatively disposed to Destiny, but I'm not obsessed. I had a very strategic reason for doing what I did. What the hell are these things? There's like... Okay, guys, if your stools look like this, go see a doctor. So she tried to cast me that way, and then tried to explain why Destiny was actually not a bad guy. And her point of reference was, I'm not kidding here. You can go watch the stream yourself. It's got whale sperm on the thumbnail. He streamed himself going to workout sessions for a little bit. That's literally it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
remember
Cherry's I don't dislike Cherry. I think Cherry's a nice person at heart. She does some very silly things. And she takes sides with people who are not very good. And when she does so with respect to me, I'm going to respond as gently as I can in kind. So, yeah.
Gently is a word for it. It's an... I don't know if I would call telling her that she argued with you so she could make Destiny love her gently, though. Especially
That was a
considering
little
the
mean. I think it's
history
accurate, but it
there.
was a little mean.
I don't know if it's accurate. So
I think it's
I will
accurate.
say I follow Cherry probably a little bit more than some of the other orbiters. I follow Erudite a lot. I've not seen all of her stuff. I probably follow them two most out of all the orbiters. So I guess just to make this simple and for us not to like both of us go on for like 40 minutes each, maybe we start with Erudite. So I have not seen all of her content for sure. So there is a great chance that you have either seen things I haven't, or you may have even seen more of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the times that I've seen her bring up her credentials have been times, I think Conversations with MrGirl is probably the greatest example of these. Times when people that clearly did not know what they were talking about tried to use some sort of authority over her. And I'm not a big person on the appeal to authority thing.
She characterized herself as a psychometrician in her first appearance on Destiny. This is something she's done from Go. It is not retaliatory. I don't have any love for Chud these days, but when he was arguing with her about the Dr. K issue, and she was defending Dr. K, she was laughing at him, saying that it was insane that he doesn't know how hypothesis generation works. Now, hypothesis generation is not some particularly highfalutin idea. It's literally what it sounds like. It's like different methods for giving you the ingredients to form a hypothesis. This can include anything from like interviews, observational studies, etc. Literally just giving you the stuff to make hypotheses about. However, this term hypothesis generation, if you're somebody who's not in academia or not in the social sciences and you're not familiar with this lingo, you might think, oh, this sounds like a particular method. This is some specific thing. I need to be very gentle with how I handle this, or I'm going to look like a fool if I say something that somebody with expertise in this field can simply point to and say, no, that's wrong, this is what it actually is. And this is par for the course with her. She hides behind the inscrutability of her background and academic lingo that she herself barely understands. It's actually astonishing. In order to bully people. And that's about it. That's really it. And not just bully people. She's not even doing it for like anything that can be remotely stretched to be a good cause. It's literally just here's some notable person talking about a thing. I'm going to take a position that gets me attention. It's one of the most cynical displays I've ever seen. And she's just a very unsophisticated, very callous individual.
All right, so let's kind of break some of that apart, I guess. So the claim about she kind of started characterizing herself as this in
As
the
a
beginning, like-
psychometrician in her first video appearance on Destiny stream.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So if I started this conversation out like, "Hey, Sunday," just to give you some background on me, I'm a senior analyst at a Fortune 200 company.
Cool.
At that point, if I bring up that I'm an analyst again, am I like riding that wave of like, this is the authority I have on whatever we're talking about?
Well, you can do multiple things with it, right? So, for instance, in this case, the reason for calling herself a psychometrician, when really what she is a person with a basically clinical assistance certificate and a psychology undergraduate degree, which is basically what MrGirl has minus the certificate. Although maybe he even has that, I don't know. The purpose initially is to generate interest. Ooh, this is an expert, right? Okay, a little naughty, but that's one thing. When you then try to use the lack of, shall we say, practical familiarity with sort of like terms of art from your discipline, like hypothesis generation, which is not specifically a term of art from your discipline, but let's use that as an example. The average person knows what a hypothesis is. They understand how hypotheses are made. The term hypothesis generation is going to ring a little strange in their ears, right? It sounds very corporate. If she's using the unfamiliarity with that kind of terminology as a bludgeon after the fact, that's not cool. If she's using that to defend a cynical defense of an obvious huckster like Dr. K, that's actually an unforgivable sin for an academic as far as I'm concerned. Your job as an academic is to make things more scrutable for the general public, which doesn't have time to do what you are subsidized by the government to do. If you're using the failure of your profession to educate the public more generally so it can understand what you're saying, or if you're using terms of art that aren't meant for public consumption, to bully people in the general public in defense of dishonest actors who are doing something similar, that's unforgivable. That's the capital sin for an academic. You're doing precisely the reverse of what society funds intellectual pursuits to accomplish. Before we begin, I want to talk about the importance of credentials and the grave dangers of falsifying them. Professional and academic titles primarily exist to claim jurisdictional authority to laypersons with respect to a subject. For example, a woman makes a claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and when challenged, is able to refer to a professional title as a medical doctor to bolster her credibility. We should listen to her because she's a doctor. She knows what she's talking about. If this claim to authority is distrusted, that is, if it is questioned whether or not she indeed has a right to that professional title, she can produce a written credential proving that she has been granted that right by a legitimate organization. If she can't produce that written credential, however, then she cannot substantiate her claim to authority, justifying her claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and her claims may be rightfully downgraded to the status of mere opinion. In short, credentials exist to justify claims to authority. This does not mean that credentials justify all claims simply. Often, people with even the most prestigious credentials are wrong. Sometimes they may even lie. Sometimes, true claims or even great discoveries are made by people with no credentials against people with the strongest credentials. And sometimes, someone with no credentials pretends to have them in order to make themselves and the claims they make seem more credible than they really are. Meet Kyla, aka NotSoErudite as she calls herself on Twitch and YouTube, who I first became aware of as a result of her debate with Chudlogic concerning Dr. Alok Kanogia, better known as Dr. K. In the wake of the suicide of one of his guests, a gaming streamer going by the name Wreckful in 2020, Chudlogic and others took issue with what they took to be Dr. K's inappropriate live streaming of quasi-therapy sessions before a very large audience on his channel, Healthy Gamer, as well as what they took to be pseudoscientific claims concerning the existence or non-existence of specific mental illnesses like depression, as well as insinuations that Ayurvedic medicine, such as that offered by his institution, could cure serious illnesses such as cancer. This debate disturbed me not because Kyla misrepresented her own credentials in any explicit way here, but because she attempted to portray herself as having a superior grasp of subject-relevant technicalities by means of terminology unintuitive enough to a layperson like Chudlogic to cause them to second-guess themselves, to put them on the back foot, and assert dominance in the conversation without actually adding any new information or providing clarity. All, no less, while running interference for someone profiting from quite possible malpractice.
But if there's clinical experience, if there's even one case study, even if there's weak evidence for doshas, technically it's empirically backed.
No, I don't agree with this case. I don't agree with this case study thing at all. I don't think one case study.
Well, I'm not using case studies. I can just show you the image I have of multiple peer-review articles. Because what he talks about, so when you're referring to Dr. K, he's talking about basically more or less his experience of, not his experience. He's had, I think he was talking about, he had a bunch of Ayurvedic practitioners in India that predicted how COVID would influence those people, right?
Right, okay.
Okay, so that's why I'm talking about individual case studies, because in that case, that would be clinical experience. And if they documented it, that would then be labeled as a case study if it got peer-reviewed and published. That's what I'm talking about.
But case studies are considered to be the most useless part of like medical. Like,
okay,
you know,
wait.
You would never use a case
study. Can you
study.
walk me through? You need to prove to me. Can you walk me through the steps of hypothesis generation? Do you know them?
Well, no, I don't know the steps of hypothesis generation.
Then what? You don't?
No.
You need to know that if you're levying these critiques.
Why are you being so condescending?
You've been condescending to me almost this whole conversation.
No,
to be honest.
I haven't been condescending to you at all. You've insinuated that I'm fucking racist earlier, which I let slide.
No, I
didn't.
didn't.
Make a big
I
deal
didn't
out of
insinuate.
You absolutely
asked me specifically about it, and I clearly said I don't think you're racist. No, I'm not acting like anything. I'm not acting in any way.
Remind me, sorry, what are your qualifications again?
What does that matter? Did I ask you for any of your qualifications?
No, I'd just like to know, because if you want to take the expertise and act all pretentious with me, you can tell me what your qualifications are.
Okay, sure. Why don't I tell you the process of hypothesis generation, since apparently you didn't know it, and then we can be on the same page.
Tell me what, no, I'm not interested in that. Tell me what your qualifications are.
I'm not going down that road with you because it feels like bad faith argument. I can.
Well, no, I'm just
everyone knows
asking.
what my qualifications are in my channel. You're welcome to ask me.
You want to be super pretentious with me?
This isn't good faith argument. This isn't good faith. I'm not being pretentious with you.
I looked into her history, and I found a Destiny segment referring to her as a psychologist in the title. In this stream, she introduces herself as a psychometrician, and later refers to herself as a psychologist in that same stream.
Do you want to introduce yourself and why you wanted to chat, so that people know who you are?
Sure.
Name and address, but just like your qualifications.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going by NotSoErudite on social media. My name is Kyla, though. I am a psychometrician. That's my kind of highest level of professional training, and I am going to school for a master's in, I'm sure lots of people in your chat might feel weird about this one, but master's in clinical psychology, where I'm going to be specializing in forensics in teens specifically, but it's a child and youth clinical psych program. I'm also a licensed addictions counselor as well. So that's kind of my background at this time.
What is can you explain to me? I don't know, what is a psychometrician?
Yeah. Yeah, nobody knows. It's very obscure. So it's actually one of the few areas in the field that's not, it doesn't actually have a college body yet. So I can't like be a licensed psychometrician yet. It's basically like if you get the training or you have a job titled psychometrician, you're considered a psychometrician. So it's basically people specialized in administering psychological tests. So tests that you need specific training for is going to include things like IQ testing, neuropsychological testing, so testing for like brain injuries and stuff like that through cognitive testing rather than just MRIs alone. And I'm trained in specifically forensic assessment as well, so determining risk levels of offenders if they're going to what we call recidivate, which is just reoffend when they get released. So that's what a psychometrician does. We run a bunch of tests and diagnoses, and usually we work in conjunction with a psychologist who then typically they would be diagnosing. However, I'm going into clinical psych, so I kind of the reason I did psychometry was so that I was a well-informed psychologist and I could kind of do it myself. As a psychologist, I try to steer away from like trying to advocate strongly for major social changes because I recognize that I'm probably not the most informed. I can give you my opinion, but it's not my professional opinion, it's my personal opinion, right?
In a later stream entitled Confronting Controversy, in response to people on Reddit saying she had misrepresented her credentials, she explains that the title of the stream was a decision not of her but of Destiny's editor, August, and that she reached out and had the title corrected to A Psychometrician Reacts to Destiny's Tweets, not a psychologist. She then points to a comment under the video where she insists that she is not a psychologist, but a psychometrist, and to get it right.
Okay, so the issue is, so the first thing that she's concerned about is, this is not the actual link. So at some point when I'm talking to Destiny, I fuck up in the middle of it and I say that I'm a psychologist.
The difficult thing.
Yeah, I agree. I like that's the problem though, is like as a psychologist, I tried
Right there. So as a psychologist, So that's the first contention. Okay, so there it was. As a psychologist, So yeah, that was a slip up. Basically what I'd say to that is it's easy to swap words. I was jumping between talking about actual psychologists and then jumping back to myself and talking about psychology as a field. But if you guys remember, when this original video was released, it was listed as a psychologist suggests, and I reached out to August directly and asked that it be changed, and it has been changed here. So this original video, when it was released, said psychologist. I'm not going to release the DMs because I don't put DMs on screen unless I like absolutely must. But basically, this used to say psychologist. I messaged Destiny directly and was like, hey, just so you know, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a psychometrist. Don't want to be claiming anything that I don't have.
Before reverting again to saying,
there's another video where I have a top comment. It's not this one. It's another conversation. Where, okay, so psychometrician, so psychologist. So you can see it was originally labeled as a psychologist. And I went and said, hey, August, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a psychometrician. Get it right.
This struck me as odd. You see, a psychometrician, as opposed to a psychometrist, is a scientist authorized to create and validate psychometric tests, whereas a psychometrist merely administers them under the supervision of a trained psychologist. For Kyla to be either a psychometrician or a psychometrist, and these are significantly different, she would require some credential to the effect that she is a certified psychometrician or a psychometrist. This would take the form of a literal piece of paper on which the appropriate title would have been printed and referred to specifically, without room for ambiguity. To qualify for that credential, she would have spoken to supervisors, curated her course load in school, and filled out an application for it specifically. It is therefore unthinkable that she would simply forget what the title of her credential is. Moreover, psychometrician is a role with supervisory authority requiring a master's degree at least, and there is no category of registration for psychometrists in Canada, so it is impossible for her to be one of these as well. When pressed, Kyla has resorted to several strategies in her defense. First, she has claimed to be able to justify her self-description as a psychometrician by reference to a test she co-authored for use by the government. This does not grant her the credential of psychometrician or indeed even psychometrist. Let us refer to the Government of Canada's description of these two roles. Quote, Psychometricians develop psychological tests, scales, and measures, and may administer or apply and interpret such tests, scales, and measures. Psychometrists administer and score psychological tests, usually under the supervision of a registered psychologist, unquote. Now, Kyla may well have co-authored what she has called an in-house youth addictions measure, whatever that is. She has not, to my knowledge, made its name public, and I have been unable to find any reference to it, or to her for that matter, on any public record. But nonetheless, having done so does not authorize her to develop or validate tests for institutional use with the authority of a psychometrician. She has engaged in something that she has described, again without citation, as equivalent to the work of a psychometrician as a singular event that confers no ongoing authority or title to her. She can also not claim to have been temporarily operating in the functional capacity of a psychometrician for the very reason that this in-house youth addictions measure was co-authored in all likelihood by either a colleague of roughly equivalent authority or a supervisor. We may never know, but it's immaterial. Kyla, again, has no authority as a psychometrician, and when she has insisted that she is one, she is lying. Another strategy Kyla has deployed has been to argue that psychometrist and psychometrician are terms used colloquially in the field to refer to the same thing. This is incorrect, but moreover, she has demonstrated knowledge of the difference between these two, again to defend her dubious credentials. Her story has not stayed straight. The real problem, however, is that she is not authorized to self-describe even as a psychometrist. Why? Because, as stated earlier, the category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta where she obtained her degree doesn't exist. Which brings us to her third strategy, in which Kyla claims to have a graduate diploma in psychometry.
And then you have, I have never heard of it, a graduate certificate?
Graduate diploma in psychometry.
Now, psychometry, as defined by Wikipedia, is, quote, a form of extrasensory perception characterized by the claimed ability to make relevant associations from an object of unknown history by making physical contact with that object, unquote. What she means to say is that she has a graduate diploma in psychometrics, which is concerned with the measurement of psychological constructs, IQ tests, personality tests, etc. No diploma would have psychometry written on it, and the reason why Kyla frequently confuses the writing on her own credential, which she must have worked and applied for over a period of many months at least, is because no such diploma exists. Again, because there is no registry for psychometrists in Alberta. Which begs the question, what qualifications does Kyla have? On her Discord server, Kyla posted a link to a website called Mental Help. What is mental help? In the wake of the ongoing COVID pandemic, the Alberta government provided a one-time grant funding of up to $25 million in the years 2020 to 2021 for eligible projects and services to enhance community mental health and addiction recovery supports and services. Kyla won this grant to create Mental Help.
And so during COVID, we heard about this COVID grant that the government was giving out, kind of predicting that there would be a mental health crisis around COVID. And so just the CEO of Adira approached a couple of us staff and was like, anyone got ideas? We can maybe make a secondary program. And I put forward the idea of mental help. It wasn't named anything then. Wow. But I was just like, well, we could do this. It's a little bit based out of what I did actually my undergrad thesis on, which is like the research that I did. And we were lucky enough to be selected by the government to run the program for a year.
Which promised to deliver a series of 18 videos in which, quote, Counselor Kyla Turner covers topics across the gamut of mental health, from depression and anxiety to addiction and substance abuse. Each video covers a different topic and seeks to offer the viewer a rounded knowledge, therapeutic resources, and practical tools to maintain their own mental health. Through social media, video resources, and in-person seminars with Edmonton organizations, Mental Help aims to educate our community about the preconditions for addiction and arm individuals of all ages and genders with tools to identify and prevent a worsened mental health, unquote. Despite Kyla claiming herself in September 2021 that the full program will be available within that same month.
Our full program is going to be available September of 2021.
None of the aforementioned resources have materialized. In direct conversation between her and myself, Kyla has claimed to have completed her end of the work, and blamed her company for failing to deliver. An uncharitable observer might remark that this was right before she started seeing success on TikTok and received a massive boost in exposure by connecting with the very large channel Destiny on YouTube. In any case, the mental health website is, as of right now, defunct. Not a single in-person seminar has taken place, no booklets have been released, and despite creating video content for years for the NotSoErudite channels, quite possibly facilitated by equipment purchased with the grant money, Kyla has not released any video content for mental help to date. Incidentally, mental help has a YouTube channel. A few months ago it was privated. Its description now refers to itself in the past tense. Quote, Mental Help was a one-time project by a Dira Recovery Center breaking down mental health topics in 13 videos, unquote. Now, I'm not going to say that Kyla Turner defrauded the Canadian government in a time of crisis, possibly using resources intended for pandemic relief to pursue a glamorous online career as a Twitch streamer, and I'm sure the unnamed staff at this company, which Kyla claims to be the founder and the director of, is solely at fault for not a single one of the promised resources ever materializing, despite mental health being apparently so near completion that Kyla was personally promoting it as being ready to launch in the same month. And I am positive that it is a complete coincidence that mental health disappeared from the face of the earth at precisely the moment she found internet success on YouTube and Twitch. Because I am concerned here with her credentials, and as it happens, the website she posted to mental help in her Discord server provides some. Quote, all information provided by mental help is written and hosted by Kyla Turner, a licensed addictions counselor, psychometrist, and graduate diploma in psychological assessment, unquote. Now this is interesting for two reasons. First, note that here she is suddenly both a licensed psychometrist and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, as if these are separate things. But there's a second reason. Mental Help was supposed to launch in September of 2021. Well, I found the Mental Help Facebook page and through it Kyla's own Facebook page, and there I found precisely what credentials she has. An undergraduate degree in psychology, and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment from Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, which she studied for from September 2020 to September 2021, implying that she began calling herself a psychometrist prior to receiving her graduate diploma, and a psychometrician before convocating. Recall that according to the Canadian government, a psychometrician is authorized to, quote, develop psychological tests, scales, and measures, and may administer or apply and interpret such tests, scales, and measures, without any mention of a supervisor, whereas psychometrists merely administer and score psychological tests, usually under the supervision of a registered psychologist. This is the program description for the now discontinued Graduate Diploma in Psychological Assessment at Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta for post-BA students. Quote, for post-BA students, the program is intended to offer professional preparation to provide skilled assessment services under the supervision of a registered psychologist, e.g., as a psychological assistant, unquote. Kyla Turner is not a psychometrician, either by qualification or by special permission, and she doesn't have any piece of paper reading graduate diploma in psychometry or in psychometrics. She can't have one, again because there is no category for registration for psychometrists in Alberta. I know this because I personally emailed Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, and I asked if it would be appropriate, having achieved my graduate diploma in psychological assessment, if I put down either psychometrician or psychometrist in a job application in that field. And Professor Wendy Pullen director of the Applied Psychology program in the Faculty of Arts at Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, told me this. Quote, "No, it is not appropriate to use the term psychometrist, since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title, e.g. a master's degree." Unquote. Now, Kyla does not have a master's degree yet, and she certainly did not have one in 2022, and she certainly did not have one in 2021. So, if Kyla is not a psychometrician or even a psychometrist, why does she claim to be? It's very simple, actually. Remember that the purpose of a professional title is to claim jurisdictional authority when speaking to laypersons. So, when Kyla disparages skeptics of the validity of IQ testing, say, and compares them to anti-vaccine conspiracy mongers, despite this being a grossly unscientific and irresponsible comparison, her followers, who know her as a psychometrician, have it firmly planted in the back of their heads already that she is an authority in this area, a psychometrician, and that if anyone knows the truth of the matter, it will be her. Unfortunately, it appears as if she has no right to either of these titles, which means that not only is she using her platform to abuse people's trust and spread dangerous misinformation, she is also a textbook case of credential fraud. As always, thank you for listening, and take care. Hello everyone. This is a response to Kyla's, aka NotSoErudite's video, The Sunday Conspiracy, A Tale of Two Streamers, itself a response to accusations levied by me in two videos which I will link in the description. At 97 minutes long, Kyla's video is bloated with repetition and self-reference. It is also appallingly dishonest. Kyla structures her essay as a series of responses to claims she attributes to me. However, not only does she fail to accurately represent even half of my arguments, she even goes so far as to outright invent arguments I didn't make out of thin air. Some standout examples include Claim 1, that psychometry is witchcraft. I never claim that psychometry is witchcraft. Something I point out in both of my videos is that Kyla constantly confuses the name of the credential she uses to justify her self-description as a psychometrician or a psychometrist, depending on who she's talking to. At one point, she refers to her undergraduate diploma in psychological assessment as, quote, an undergraduate diploma in psychometry, unquote. When you input psychometry into Wikipedia, it gives you an article for psychometry, the pseudoscience. I point this out as a bit of a dig, because despite the fact that people in common parlance may and do confuse similar sounding terms, and I even make sure to note that what Kyla actually means by psychometry is in fact psychometrics, the word psychometry is not the technically correct term for psychometrics, and therefore would not appear on a written credential.
And then you have, I have never heard of it, a graduate certificate?
Graduate diploma in psychometry.
Now, psychometry, as defined by Wikipedia, is, quote, a form of extrasensory perception characterized by the claimed ability to make relevant associations from an object of unknown history by making physical contact with that object, unquote. What she means to say is that she has a graduate diploma in psychometrics, which is concerned with the measurement of psychological constructs, IQ tests, personality tests, etc. No diploma would have psychometry written on it, and the reason why Kyla frequently confuses the writing on her own credential, which she must have worked and applied for over a period of many months at least, is because no such diploma exists. This is Kyla once again failing to accurately reproduce the words on her diploma in order to justify giving herself an impressive sounding title. In Claim 5, I apparently say that you cannot call yourself a psychometrist in Alberta. I never say this. Kyla has made this up. In Claim 11, I apparently accuse Kyla of lying that she made what she calls an in-house measure. I simply never claim this. I do say that I have been unable to find any information about it, which is true, and this is confirmed by the fact that Kyla says she doesn't want to disseminate it because it is a quote-unquote in-house measure. Now, Kyla may well have co-authored what she has called an in-house youth addictions measure, whatever that is. She has not, to my knowledge, made its name public, and I have been unable to find any reference to it, or to her for that matter, on any public record.
My work, it speaks for itself. I already showed it. I'm not going to show you all the details. It is an in-house measure. I don't want to disseminate it.
But not only does the inaccessibility of this measure make her claim that her work speaks for itself absurd, when she ascribes the claim to me that she never worked on any such measure, she is, once again, making things up. A much more interesting example takes place in Claim 12 that, quote, Kyla is not and has never been in any capacity a psychometrist/psychometrician, unquote. In fact, once again, I never claimed this, but Kyla stitches together multiple clips from two different parts of my first video out of context and even out of chronological order to make it appear as though I do. Here are the clips as Kyla presents them. Kyla Turner is not a psychometrician, either by qualification or by special permission, and she doesn't have any piece of paper reading graduate diploma in psychometry or in psychometrics. She can't have one, again because there is no category for registration for psychometrists in Alberta. Unfortunately, it appears as if she has no right to either of these titles. This does not mean that credentials justify all claims simply. Often, people with even the most prestigious credentials are wrong. Sometimes they may even lie. Sometimes, true claims or even great discoveries are made by people with no credentials against people with the strongest credentials. And sometimes, someone with no credentials pretends to have them in order to make themselves and the claims they make seem more credible than they really are. Meet Kyla.
Do you still think that I am someone with no credentials, pretending to have them to make myself and the claims that I make more credible than they really are? I'm the real deal, Sunday. Your lack of understanding of my undergraduate degree, my graduate diploma, or my field is not an indictment on me. Stop weaponizing your ignorance.
And here is where that last clip actually appears in my video. Before we begin, I want to talk about the importance of credentials and the grave dangers of falsifying them. Professional and academic titles primarily exist to claim jurisdictional authority to laypersons with respect to a subject. For example, a woman makes a claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and when challenged, is able to refer to her professional title as a medical doctor to bolster her credibility. We should listen to her because she's a doctor. She knows what she's talking about. If this claim to authority is distrusted, that is, if it is questioned whether or not she indeed has a right to that professional title, she can produce a written credential proving that she has been granted that right by a legitimate organization. If she can't produce that written credential, however, then she cannot substantiate her claim to authority justifying her claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and her claims may be rightfully downgraded to the status of mere opinion. In short, credentials exist to justify claims to authority. This does not mean that credentials justify all claims simply. Often, people with even the most prestigious credentials are wrong. Sometimes they may even lie. Sometimes, true claims or even great discoveries are made by people with no credentials against people with the strongest credentials. And sometimes, someone with no credentials pretends to have them in order to make themselves and the claims they make seem more credible than they really are. Notice that by this point in my video, I am speaking purely hypothetically about the function and importance of titles and credentials. I am not even referencing Kyla. Nowhere do I claim that she doesn't have a bachelor's degree, or a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. I never claim that she never co-authored a measure that was used by the government, and nowhere do I claim that her graduate diploma in psychological assessment is a diploma in witchcraft. The examples I've given are not exhaustive, but they sufficiently demonstrate one of Kyla's favorite strategies for deflecting accusations, which is to make up different accusations that are more convenient and easy for her to rebut. And she is so confident that her viewers are too lazy and ignorant to notice it, that she will directly misrepresent the contents of documents and video clips even as she shows them on screen. Kyla front-loads her actual response with a bloated manifest of her credentials, putting her impulsive need to embellish them on full, obnoxious display. She makes several incorrect claims to puff up her qualifications, which I'll respond to briefly, but more importantly, she introduces several documents which undermine her rebuttal of my claims.
So I'm going to walk you through what precisely my qualifications are to be speaking on these things. That way any questions or qualms are answered right here. I have a Bachelor of Arts with a major in honors psychology as my undergraduate education. Many people don't know what an honors bachelor is, including many people who have taken standard bachelor programs. An honors is basically when you combine a major and a minor, credit-wise, into a single topic. So in an honors psychology, I didn't do a minor. The credits required for a minor, I had to commit to psychology as well. This basically creates a specialized bachelor's degree. And in the case of psychology, it's essentially the equivalent of like writing like the MCAT or the LSTAT to get into graduate school for like medical school or law school. We are now in psychology recognizing an honors degree as essentially an higher level of education that is required to get into programs that are as competitive as things like a PhD clinical psych program. A lot of people think that an honors psych just means good grades, but if you look at my diploma, it has the honors there and with distinction. The with distinction part is the part that communicates good grades. But that's not all. I also have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. Rather than telling you myself what that means, I'm going to let our old friend Sunday, Wendy, describe for you what that means. In this program, students acquire psychological assessment skills, specifically in personality and intellectual assessment. These skills are also titled psychometric skills. In some jurisdictions in North America, the term psychometrist is a regulated or protected job title. This is not the case in Alberta. So graduates who've received training in our psychological assessment diploma program, or individuals who have undergraduate degrees with further training from registered psychologists, may be employed in work where they use the job title psychometrist, psychometrician, or psychological assessment. Respectfully, Wendy, from the same university you contacted. Now that we've established what my degree and diploma are in, let's get into this even more. Here is my CV with my education listed. You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, the graduation date you already know, and I have a BA in honors psychology. And if you want to know, I was a pretty smart kid even into high school as well. Here are the academic awards that I won all throughout university. Most of these academic awards were sufficient to pay for most of my way through my undergraduate education. Here is my research experience. As you can see, I did a thesis on a theory of social anxiety. I did it from the ground up. This means I'm the one who drafted the RAB application for not one, but 2 studies. I am the one who developed the novel intervention protocol and did the research into the literature around this idea. I'm the one who created the intervention materials, both the video and the worksheets. I'm the one who converted the established measure to analyze social anxiety. I am the one who analyzed the results on a statistical software called SPSS. And I am the one who converted these findings into a formal thesis and presented them. You'll also notice on here the technology use and impact questionnaire. This is the questionnaire that I've openly talked about with Sunday that I created for my government to assess technology use in drug-addicted teens. This measure was both exploring technology use in Canadian teens, and it also was used to evaluate the correlation between substance abuse and technology use. The last two are just two studies that I was a research assistant on during my 3rd and 4th year of my university. Finally, I'm going to show you the Youth Parents Addiction measure that I first authored. This is it with all the relevant information removed. As you can see, up here is part of the application process, and usually at the front page of a lot of different assessments, there will be an outline of the literature review as to what the purpose of this measure is. This section that I'm showing you is the youth only section. There was also a very similar parent section because we compared the youth reported and parent reported technology use and their drug addiction use. What you'll note is that I am the first author on the measure. I did the bulk of the work. My supervisor is the second and co-author. I then worked for a 1.5 years as an addictions counselor. During my work there, addictions counselor became a licensed profession, and I registered as well. While working at the Addiction Recovery Center, I fully revamped their assessment protocols. I established an empirically studied suicide risk assessment by Chu et al., and I updated their mental health assessment forms for intake. I also helped the team create a quarterly evaluation measure to use with clients to track their improvement over time in treatment quantitatively.
She says being in the Honors BA program is equivalent to taking the MCAT or LSAT in medical or law school, respectively. This is false. She emphasizes that she did the bulk of the work on a co-authored paper during her undergraduate degree. This is irrelevant and confers no special title upon her. And imagine if it did. This would imply that she could call herself a psychometrician before even getting a bachelor's degree. She notes that she became a licensed addictions counselor midway through working as an unregulated addictions counselor. If you go to the Canadian Addiction Counselors Certification Federation website, www.caccf.ca, and look at the registration requirements to be a licensed addictions counselor in Canada, you will note that Kyla's qualifications for being a licensed addictions counselor amount to no more than her being an unlicensed one for some set of hours already. This is not an additional qualification that lends her credibility as an expert on psychology or mental health, but she includes this in order to point out that she updated their forms and helped, note that word, helped, with making a quarterly tool to track patient progress. If you're not paying attention, you might go, oh look, see, she was working as a psychometrician. No. She was working as an unlicensed addictions counselor with a bachelor's degree until registration suddenly became an option, at which point her unlicensed experience fulfilled the requirements for her license. No further credential or title is conferred. She was essentially just put to work in an unregulated position as a student with a bachelor's degree. This was an extremely long-winded way to say that she has a bachelor's degree in honors psychology, which she graduated from, with distinction, credit where it is due, and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. She might also have added, for the benefit of those who don't know, that this graduate diploma is a 6-course program focused on personality and intellectual tests, as evidenced by the letter of recommendation she supplies from her supervisor. Now, where Kyla does represent my claims with an acceptable degree of accuracy, her answers are themselves either extremely dishonest or incoherent. Recall that the central claim of my previous 2 videos, which Kyla has referenced, is that Kyla has been misleading about her credentials in order to appear more credible with respect to matter relevant to the areas of psychology and mental health, and that this is problematic, not to say seriously unethical, for several reasons. First, because it gives untrue statements she continues to make the appearance of being the product of professional wisdom. Second, because it misleads people about her expertise when she pontificates on matters within the realm of psychology and mental health. And third, because she sells a service navigating a publicly accessible therapist locator tool, vetting therapists for vulnerable members of her audience on the basis of highly specific psychiatric needs, who she explicitly acknowledges might be suffering from financial hardship, and these people may be parting with their money under the false pretense that she has qualifications and specialized knowledge that she in fact cannot rightfully claim.
So as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact. So what I'm going to do first is just vet against the psychologists. So probably what I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically somebody who's just like a licensed therapist. So I'm probably going to send her 2 psychologists and then a licensed therapist as a third option in case she needs a little bit of a lower price.
What credentials has Kyla claimed that I find problematic? First, she frequently claims the title psychometrician for herself. For those of you watching this who somehow still do not know what a psychometrician is a scientist who can independently develop assessment tests and has the authority to validate tests made by others. Second, she claims that psychometrician is her highest level of professional training. What this implies is that she has had formal training which specifically gives her the right to call herself a psychometrician on the basis of that training, or that she has worked professionally as a psychometrician and that is her training. Third, she has claimed that she has a graduate degree, not merely a graduate diploma. In my videos, I claim that 1. Kyla cannot call herself a psychometrician because she is neither employed nor credentialed as one. 2. That psychometrician is not her highest level of professional training, as this implies credentials and experience that she does not in fact have. And 3. That psychometrist is not a graduate degree as she claims, at least not where she graduated, and this last point is interesting for reasons I'll return to shortly. Kyla's strategies to counter the first 2 claims are threefold. First, she insists that psychometrician and psychometrist are interchangeable terms, and that she is therefore within her rights to call herself a psychometrician because she is within her rights to call herself a psychometrist.
There is no formal certification for psychometrists or psychometricians in Alberta, yet there are a plethora of positions labeled as psychometrician, psychometrist in Alberta, and people use that title for themselves. Here is that same Government of Alberta job posting for psychometrists that I outlined required only the completion of a bachelor's degree. Here is a different job posting, this time for a senior psychometrician. You'll see that even at a senior psychometrician level for the Government of Alberta, the qualifications required is a master's degree in a related field plus 5 years related experience or equivalent as described below. Equivalency, a bachelor's degree plus 7 years of related experience. Here's a job ad from Quebec for a psychometrician, and it only requires a post-secondary degree in arts, psychology, science, health, or a combination of education and training and experience deemed equivalent. Here's another job posting, this time from the Government of BC, for a psychometrician position. I'm going to outline here what's very interesting. The psychometrician position requires planning, implementing all sorts of psychometric properties. This is very high-level psychometric work where they're essentially assessing, developing, supporting, doing research with psychometric studies itself. And what does it require? A bachelor's degree or higher in educational measurement, psychometrics, statistics, computer science, data science, or a related field. My graduate diploma in psychological assessment would qualify me for this job.
Second, she insists that she is within her rights to call herself a psychometrician in the present tense because while completing her undergraduate degree, she co-authored what she calls an in-house measure. Third, Kyla insists that she may call herself a psychometrician because her graduate diploma in psychological assessment specifically permits her to, and because she has worked as a psychometrist professionally, once again presuming these titles are identical. The first strategy fails because her claim is not supported by the evidence. Psychometrist and psychometrician on almost all reputable sources insist on their distinction on the grounds of supervisory authority, i.e., whereas the psychometrist only administers tests, the psychometrician has the authority to create and validate tests without superior oversight. She claims that job postings don't make the distinction, but not only does the bare fact of imprecise terminology on a handful of job postings not determine what is appropriate for her to self-label as, especially when addressing a lay audience, her sole evidence consists of there being similar requirements for job postings labeled psychometrician and psychometrist online. This does not make the roles equivalent. Moreover, if you actually read the job postings she presents, the psychometrist postings explicitly state that successful applicants would be working under the supervision of a registered psychologist, whereas the postings for psychometrician do not. It is also immaterial, because Kyla has never been employed under the title psychometrician anyway. She cannot claim the title of psychometrician on the basis of a job title she has not acquired. Moreover, the job search site Indeed, which is one of the most reputable and commonly used in the world, and appears to have been where she pulled the listings from for her own video, differentiates firmly between psychometrists and psychometricians, and unambiguously states that these terms are not interchangeable. Kyla has found a department somewhere which she does not work for, which offers a professional title which she does not have, that may technically accept her on the basis of her current credentials. Perhaps she should apply. The second strategy fails because co-authoring a paper with a professor in the course of completing your undergraduate degree does not give you the right to take on the title of an advanced position in your field. Certainly not a title which requires credentials one has not yet achieved. And again, imagine if it did. Think about what this would imply. This would mean that both her bachelor's degree in psychology and her graduate diploma in psychological assessment are effectively meaningless, because all Kyla had to do to call herself a psychometrician was to technically work on a paper involving both psychology and measurement in some capacity, even when the paper in question was co-authored by a superior who does have validating authority. After all, the measure was not validated by her, and when the test itself appears to self-describe as not being psychometrically tested. Her third strategy fails, not only because she has implicitly already devalued her graduate diploma in psychological assessment to nothing by insisting that she is justified in self-describing as a psychometrician because of a single paper she did in her undergrad, she misrepresents the contents of the documents she supplies as evidence that it so licenses her to self-refer as a psychometrician. That being a letter of recommendation from her supervisor, which only says that, due to these being unregulated terms in Alberta in particular, recipients of this diploma may work in jobs with the titles psychometrist, psychometrician, or psychological assistant. Moreover, in my own video, I supply definitive proof in the form of another email from that same supervisor, by sheer dumb luck since I only emailed academic advising, that this graduate diploma does not license one to self-refer as a psychometrician or a psychometrist for the same reason that it licenses one to take on jobs with this title. It is unregulated. Ergo, it is not the name of a credential or a certification in the province in which Kyla was educated, and she is not thereby entitled to unqualifiedly call herself a psychometrician to mislead lay people into thinking she has stature in her field. Not only does Kyla brazenly misrepresent documents as she puts them on screen, even implicating her university supervisor in the deception, what her arguments amount to is an attempt to grasp for an excuse to play fast and loose with titles when presenting herself to a lay audience as an expert in matters of psychology and mental health, as well as to psychologically and financially vulnerable clients when selling her services as specially qualified to vet therapists and psychiatrists on the basis of her professional assessment of their complex needs. Worse than this, however, Kyla never responds to my accusation that she falsely claimed to have a graduate degree. Despite this being the most severe and obvious case of her telling an outright lie about her credentials, and despite her demonstrating knowledge of the video in which I present this screenshot, she doesn't acknowledge it at all. Perhaps she is afraid that if she lies here, the truthfulness of it will be confirmed by the person to whom she was responding. I just don't know. As it is, we know she was aware of this claim, we know she was aware of the evidence upon which it was made, and we know that she did not, in 97 minutes of rebuttal, in which she constantly misrepresents facts, data, and documents, about myself, about my claims, about her field, about her credentials, and about the positions of her supervisors, over and over again. She supplies no account whatsoever for her falsely claiming, in text, that she is, quote, a psychometrist, which is a graduate degree, unquote. Now, my initial video wasn't perfect either. I also made mistakes, and Kyla has been sure to capitalize on them, so in the interest of clarity, and because I care about accuracy, I'll own and correct these mistakes before we continue. First, I claim Kyla self-described as a psychometrist before convocating. I claimed this on the basis of my understanding of Concordia University's convocation schedule, and the fact that her graduation is registered in the Class of 2022 edition of the Edmonton Journal. She only supplies her word as a counter-argument to this, but I am not, on reflection, confident enough in the force of my own evidence to sustain this claim. Second, with respect to mental help, I incorrectly state, on the basis of all traces of the material produced for mental help being inexplicably inaccessible to the public, the almost total state of neglect of the Facebook page after September 2021, and the website being defunct, that none of the promised mental help resources ever materialized. As it turns out, roughly half of them materialized before being swiftly taken down within the year. We'll return to this in a moment, but that's basically it. Now, unable to defend her misrepresentation of her credentials, Kyla's final strategy has been to try and make it appear as though any scrutiny into her claimed credentials is inappropriate. In the latter half of her video, she claims I accuse her of embezzling government funds. Nowhere in either of my videos do I even imply any such thing. In fact, I explicitly deny in both that I claim she has committed any kind of fraud vis-a-vis the Canadian government. In fact, I only mention mental help in my first video as part of an explanation for how I first came to be aware of Kyla's specific credentials. I am therefore not going to bother addressing this section as it is actually meaningless to my argument, except to make a single observation. You see, despite acknowledging at the end of her video that I have not doxed her because all of the information I mentioned in my video was on public record.
To be clear, I'm not actually accusing him of doxing me.
Often because she herself specifically promoted that information. You've seen how Kyla redacts information as general as the province in which she obtained her credentials, which are part of the justification of her own claims. Not only is this appallingly disingenuous, it undermines the purpose of credentials categorically. If we can't tell where credentials are from, there is no way to confirm their validity or what titles they confer or where. This is what credentials are for. It is also completely immaterial as the fact of the matter that she has not only been deceptive and obscurantist about her credentials, she has outright lied about them, stands regardless. Now, Kyla front-loads the section on mental health with an extensive explanation of how she is not responsible legally for the project failing, for materials disappearing or never coming to light, or for the allocation of resources. She makes sure that we know that whatever went wrong with mental health, it was the fault of her social media manager, the staff of Adiera, the editing crew, anyone but her.
This project, at a recovery center with active clients, with no technical due date, has just been left on low priority. There's nothing I can do about it. I was contracted for a time, and now I am not. Some people, since the drop of Sunday's video, have tried to argue that since I was part of the leadership team as the head of the program, I am still personally responsible for the assets not being delivered. This is ridiculous for multiple reasons. Number one, I was an independent contractor. This is my contract agreement. In it, you will see that I am exclusively hired for service, which means everything else belongs to my mother company. The second reason this is ridiculous is because even if I was an employee and not a contractor, if my employment ends, I am not responsible for the assets after I leave. This is how every job works. If I hand it off to a new employee who is taking over the role, which in this case was the communications director at the company, I'm not responsible. I don't own the assets. There is nothing I can do. Even if I wanted to, I can't force this company to release the video. They are not my videos. They are the company's. When you terminate your work at a company, your responsibilities end and are typically transferred to your replacement. That's what's happened. I am not responsible for the videos not being released. Here is the official contract agreement and its agreed end date. Contractor, independent contractor agreement, Kyla. This contract will be valid from this date of agreement signed until May 7th, 2022. So what did happen to our program? Well, we did launch in September 28th, 2021. Here is the launch. Adult ADHD, September 28th, 2021. Here's our second video on October 12th, 2021. Here's our third video, Stages of Addiction. Here's our fourth video. Here is our fifth video. Here is our sixth video. Here are also photos where I was on scene filming these things. Here's what happened. Without getting into details or company names, the editing company that we originally hired had delayed the release by more than 7 months, mostly because their artist was really slow in some of the editing processes. After the release began, they agreed to a 2-week release schedule. However, they very quickly fell behind again and could not release swiftly. We decided to cut our losses in December and let that team go. That meant we had to spend the next couple of months finding a new editing team, sending them all of the raw data, collecting the raw data, and then beginning to re-release them again. The problem is that my contract was only for a year. So we talked to the government of Alberta and they agreed to allow my contract to be extended another 6 months, and I agreed to a massive salary cut to try to get the program out in the next 6 months. By March 7th, 2022, my company had hired a new team to re-edit our videos so that we could launch with a cohesive brand. Now, Sunday probably doesn't believe me as to why my team wouldn't communicate with me about the release, but they actually did. The problem is that the release took so long with the new editing team as well that my extra 6 months of work was up. So I agreed to be on volunteer to help them still edit the videos. And in September, they contacted me with a new release schedule that they had planned. Hey team, including Kyla, who's doing the final review of videos for us. September 8th, 2022. We are planning a September 26th launch of the new mental health videos. Our first will be What is Addiction, followed by a weekly release and each Monday until all 13 videos have been released, December 19th. The YouTube campaign will end by December 26th. Here is the schedule of videos released. Please let me know if you have any other comments on the schedule. Some might note, but you promised 18. Correct. But when you have to cut your losses and hire a new team, we didn't actually even get to film the last couple of videos. The last 5 videos, we just never got a chance to film, and we needed the money we would have paid them for those 5 videos to pay a new editing team. So we had to cut our losses and accept only 13. And in case you're wondering, my former company is still working on these. The issue is they've had a whole bunch of recent resignations. They've had some people retire, and the girl who was heading up the program after me went on mat leave.
I won't speculate as to why she is so obsessively defensive about her involvement with mental health, but I could not help but notice that despite rigorously censoring information to make it appear as though there was some impropriety in referencing information she has made public about her credentials and work history, she makes sure not to censor the identity of the specific Adiera employee and their place of work she claims is actually responsible for mental health failing to materialize, providing viewers with a clear path to identifying this individual and their workplace in particular. This makes Kyla appear, to me at least, not only as a compulsive liar, but as someone willing to throw others under the bus as rhetorical fodder for her audience, or as an alibi in the conceivable event that she actually does fear some kind of repercussion. So in conclusion, where Kyla doesn't misrepresent, she outright fabricates. The majority of her video is irrelevant to my actual claims, and exists solely to distract from them. Not only does she fail to adequately answer any of my claims against her, these being that she has misrepresented her credentials, that she has used the reputation cultivated by these misrepresentations to give her often anti-scientific and toxic opinions the appearance of coming from a place of credibility she has not earned, and that she has outright lied about what these credentials entail. By the blatantly dishonest way she has misrepresented information, lied about the nature of the claims I have made against her, and opened the door for other people to be targeted by claims which I did not make against her, but which she fabricated in order to portray herself as a victim, she has demonstrated that she is an astonishingly dishonest and disingenuous individual with absolutely no sense of responsibility to her audience, to her clients, to her field, to her colleagues, or to the truth, and that everything she says should be treated with extreme suspicion and prejudice. She should be utterly ashamed of herself. As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
Okay, when it comes to the topics, Dark Triad.
Guys.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
When it comes to the topics of Dark Triad, of sociopathy, of psychopathy, shut the fuck up, Ashley! Nobody gives a fuck! Shut the fuck up!
Oh
Chill, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got muted, guys. Everybody.
Unmute Kyla.
Nice to Ashley.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
For what it's worth, just if there's anything productive to be said here, obsessive compulsive disorder is like, or obsessive compulsive personality disorder, a variety of these different things, they're a big deal. I'm not gonna say that I was suicidal, but I do think that it is like worth knowing that just because a person is not going to kill themselves doesn't mean that they're not in an extremely bad place. If you ever have a person in your life that is like obsessed with suicide but never does it, doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing it for attention, doesn't necessarily mean that they're like just like fucking psycho crazy. You can have like an obsession with the idea of like suicide is retributive. It's like it's a fucked up thing, but it happens with PTSD a lot. So whatever, consider it in your own lives. That's all I would say about it.
The fellow you just heard speaking goes by the name Tuna Chip online. On May 18th, he appeared in the voice chat of Chudlogic's Discord server, arguing in favor of antinatalism, with a rather disturbing fixation on his sense that he had some moral duty to end his own life. I was present for some of the tail end of this conversation, and was pleasantly surprised to see that people were being remarkably generous and gentle in how they handled him. There were disagreements, but overall it represented an unusual degree of conscientiousness on the part of a usually not very conscientious community. Kyla, who goes by the name NotSoErudite Online, who I have engaged with in the past concerning related ethical violations, not the least relevant that she has a long history of fudging her qualifications to justify, among other things, charging a $40, now raised to $50 fee to recommend psychiatrists or therapists to vulnerable audience members, caught wind that someone was possibly engaging in suicidal ideation in Chudlogic server, and immediately jumped in to insert herself and her quote-unquote service. Once again, for those who are not familiar, NotSoErudite by this time has a fairly dense history of inflating her credentials, and then correcting the record weeks to months later when some savvy viewer calls her out. This would be relatively insignificant if she didn't happily allow misperceptions ranging from her having a graduate degree to being a full-fledged psychologist to having an actual therapeutic practice, to sell actual medical services and to make authoritative statements on psychology and mental health to an uninformed public. But she does do this, and this incident with Tuna Chip is an example of one of the more potentially dangerous instances of that. Here are NotSoErudite's actual credentials for the perplexed. Kyla has a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. This is a 6-course-long program that is not the equivalent of a graduate degree, and essentially prepares students to administer and read paper tests. She's essentially a lab assistant. She likes to self-describe as a psychometrist or a psychometrician, But she is actually neither, as these are vocational titles in Canada, which, according to her own professor, are inappropriate to use unless she is employed under either title. But she uses these labels anyway, because to a layperson they seem impressive and give her an air of authority. She is also a licensed addictions counselor. She likes to tout this one a lot, but this one is actually even less impressive. Canada has a very poor history of oversight when it comes to counseling and therapy. Kyla is a licensed addictions counselor because while working for Adiera, a faith-based, she's usually very quiet about this detail, addiction recovery center, she gained the hours of clinical experience necessary to satisfy the requirements for the addictions counselor license that only became available for the first time while she was working at that facility, a facility that treats church attendance and prayer as key elements, quote-unquote, of its program. So, when NotSoErudite says she is a licensed addictions counselor, she is dressing up the fact that she worked for a spell at a facility specializing in praying mental illness away. This is a person who bullshits her credentials to seem authoritative in the areas of mental health and psychology, and inserts herself into conversations involving individuals she has reason to believe are psychologically vulnerable in order to sell her brand and her quote-unquote services. The problem is that NotSoErudite has very little knowledge when it comes to the actual treatment of mental illness. She is qualified to administer tests, not to diagnose or to decide that this specialist is more appropriate than some other specialist for some particular patient's needs. And moreover, she is also brazenly taking money from patients which may impact which services they can actually afford in the end, effectively limiting their treatment options via her involvement.
As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact. So what I'm going to do first is just vet against the psychologists. So probably what I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically somebody who's just like a licensed therapist. So I'm probably going to send her 2 psychologists and then a licensed therapist as a third option in case she needs a little bit of a lower price.
Despite, as you can clearly see, that NotSoErudite's contribution, such as it is, to the process of finding a therapist for her clients, amounts to doing a quick input into a publicly accessible search engine, a task as technically complex as doing a quick Google search, she intimidates potential clients by citing the confusing process of, quote, navigating all the letters, profession, designations, and treatment modalities, unquote, to justify taking $50 from clients she acknowledges may be financially vulnerable as well. This is not only extremely unethical, this is extremely dangerous. And this is the context for the conversation you're about to see, in which Kyla jumps onto Chudlogic's stream to defend her conduct with respect to Tuna Chip, and I, on a whim, jump in right after. Enjoy.
Thanks. Have a good one, mate.
Okay. Make sure that you go ahead and give some gift subs to everybody that's soy nodding right there. See you later.
Okay.
How you doing? Hello?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you kicked me earlier. I just want to reiterate. I don't have a problem.
Oh,
with
because you were
spicy.
sorry, you were muted. That was all.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not annoyed about it. I like spicy chat. I like DK. I like Stylo. I just think some of the stuff was kind of bad, but I don't think that you should moderate it or get rid of it or anything. So, you can have places where people do some fucked up things sometimes. It's kind of fun sometimes. I just wanted to plug my Twitch channel.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Whoa. Go ahead quickly, but what's going on now?
Twitch.tv/YoYoKami. YoYoKami. I play Apex Legends sometimes. Peace out.
Okay, what is going on here? Is this comfortable? Is this normal? This is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Swell.
Us 3 in a voice chat.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify what DK said because it was a little bit of a misnarrative of what went on. So when I entered the chat,
I entered because I think Danny Tugo had messaged me saying, hey, there's somebody who's decently suicidal. Would you be willing to just come in and check on him? And I was like, you know what? I like Tuna Chip. So I popped in, saw there was 35. I said, hey, Tuna, heard you're not doing well. Look, if you would like to chat with me, we can. I'm not going to do it in a group of 35. It sounds like DK was frustrated because there was multiple people who had said this. I wasn't privy. I was driving around. I was doing groceries and errands in the city. DK made a comment about like how that's crappy.
Girl.
Sorry?
So you type while you're driving. That's interesting.
So I was getting groceries, which means that I was in the parking lot, right?
All right, fair enough.
Okay, good try. The sick dub that President Sunday has is because, of course, I didn't know anything about the situation because I wasn't part of it until I joined.
She charges
I
a service as a
to chat.
Okay, Sunday, come on, just look.
I do. You're
Let's
correct.
just.
I do.
Yeah, you do. You charge money for it for their complex needs. What are
So,
your
as a
qualifications to get to do
reminder,
that?
I, good faith, have let you know about your docs, but you are aware that I have your information, and I also have lawyers that work with me. So I'm going to encourage you really strongly to be smart about the conversation.
I haven't made a phone call yet, bitch, but I am.
I know it's not you, Chad. You're good. You're good.
And here's the difference. Here's the difference between you and me. You doxed yourself. If you dox me, you actually are crossing the line.
I don't dox people. I'm not going to dox you. In fact, I reached out to you privately, despite you trying to end my career and accuse me of federal crimes, to let you know about your dox, because at the end of the day, even if I think you're a bad person, I would want to know as well. That's why I let you know privately. But I'm also
no. You let me know privately to psych me out.
No, that's how you can read it.
No. Your husband let me know privately to let me know you know who I am.
So I understand that you see the world as like
which is why you preface that. Which is why you preface that.
That's not what's going on.
Which is why you preface that by saying, "I have lawyers and I know who you are."
Yes,
right?
That is correct, because you accuse me of falsifying my credentials,
which you did. Which you did. You said you have a graduate degree. You typed it out.
Just to be clear,
that's a fact.
Hold on.
You do not.
Hold on.
You do not.
I'm threatening you with legal action.
Bring it.
Doxing you.
Bring it.
I would prefer not to.
Make my day.
Okay,
please.
can we just? Okay.
I beg you.
Let's just
go back to the narrative of what's going on. I offered it to Tuna, and at this point, I knew that we had a suicidal person, and I did not know if they had a therapist. After talking to Tuna, he let me know that he's had a therapist for 10 years, which means he doesn't need one. But of course, if I think someone's suicidal, one of the most important things is trying to link them up with services. Of course. And that is completely.
And who sells a service? Do you know when she said, I won't charge him? After she was pressed about it, because I said in Spicy Chat, if she starts charging him for this service, somebody who's suicidal, she jumps in opportunistically and tries to get this person on her service, I will report her to a university.
Because
I haven't yet.
You're just assuming a bunch of stuff about my mental state, which is what you've done every single time.
No, I'm assuming you have no soul, which I think is accurate.
Okay, sure, no soul. We'll go with that instead.
None.
Okay, so you think that I'm a really awful person?
I think you are a pathological liar. I think you and your husband both, your entire shtick is to get the cheapest, lowest effort degree possible and to stretch it as far as humanly possible with rubes to make an easy buck.
Okay, so
that's what I think about you.
I understand that.
Yeah.
It's been clearly shown through me and through Pisco that you're lying.
But it hasn't been clearly shown by me to any of the places that currently employ you. That is an option. That is a card that I still have. So let me be abundantly clear. If I catch you trying to sell services you are not qualified to make to vulnerable people, I will make sure, and I will call under my name, the specific organizations that currently employ you, the ones that license you, and the ones that will be extremely angry when they find out what you're doing.
So I've talked to all of these individuals. They know who you are.
Yes, you talk to professors who liked you. You talk to the organization that probably taught you the whole grift. You work for what, like a faith healing place?
No, I don't work for Adira anymore.
Yeah, but that's what you did. When you say, hey, look, I'm a qualified counselor, and use that to justify saying you have a graduate degree, to refer to yourself in the general as like we psychologists and so on and so forth as a therapist. I can
assure you, I know my life better than you. You are just lying.
Yeah, I know. You really have to when you lie constantly, when that's the basis of your entire career.
In this conversation, you said that I work for Adira. I haven't worked for Adira for 3 years.
But you have worked for Adira. You
That's
have
true. I
worked
worked for them in the past, but you implied
Indeed.
in this
You
conversation that I
became
currently work with them.
you became a licensed counselor through them because you had been doing hours with a faith healing organization when it became the case that you were able to register as
So
a licensed
just because
counselor.
I don't want, so my workplace is actually like this former workplace is notified of you because they actually received multiple messages as a response of your thing. And just so it's clear, this faith healing center is fully accredited by the Canadian Accreditation
Yeah,
Services.
do you know how that came to be? Do you know what the conditions of being accredited were for those who are perplexed? Running for a certain number of hours, prior to the accreditation becoming viable.
Is absolutely not the requirement process. The accreditation process at the center typically takes about a week, where the accreditors come out, they interview multiple staff members, they interview multiple people. The idea that as long as some center's been open for 3 days, to assume that the Canadian Accreditation College,
I didn't say 3 days.
a certain number of hours,
Where'd you get 3 days from? Where'd you get 3 days from?
Nice try.
Where'd you get 3 days? Where did you get 3 days from? You pulled up a number.
I made it up. I did. I just pull up a number. Yes. You're implying.
But then what are you saying if you just made up a number?
Can I finish my sentence, please? You're
I don't care if you finish your sentence.
I know you don't. You'd like to just peddle your narrative.
I really don't.
You're implying.
I really don't.
Chud, do you mind if I just like...
Yeah, sorry. Come on, Sunday. Come on. Chill out. Let's go.
Thank you.
Erudite?
All right. I'm chilling.
You're implying
I'm chilling.
that a Canadian accredited service for addiction counseling that is accrediting multiple private institutions, some of the best institutions, by the way, across Canada, is so lackadaisical in their addiction counseling accreditation services that essentially...
Yeah, this is actually an infamous problem in Canada. We have a serious problem in Canada where we have almost no oversight over people in this area. It's a very serious problem. Kooks abound.
Sure. So now not only are you attacking me and lying about me, you're lying about a treatment center. No,
I'm not lying about you at all. Every claim I have made about you, I have produced documentation to establish.
So you have actively augmented. You cut.
What's your graduate degree in, Kyla? What's it in? What's your graduate degree?
I have a graduate diploma in psychology.
Yeah, whoa. You're very careful not to say degree, but you said degree then. You typed it out. Why did you say graduate degree? Why did you say you have a graduate degree?
Have you not checked that message? I made an edit and said, sorry guys, I shouldn't have typed graduate degree.
You didn't edit, actually. I have the message. You typed it out, a long paragraph. You edited it before you published it.
So I typed it out, and then I went back after you pointed out that I said graduate degree and edited it to clarify it.
After I did, really? After I did? Wow. Yeah. So once you were caught, you fixed it. So it wasn't a lie then. That's amazing.
You realize your evidence of all of me fabricating my credentials
is you fabricating your credentials.
One Discord message in Spicy Chat. That's what you have. That's what you're staking all of this on. Whereas I've shown you multiple bouts of evidence. I've showed you the psychological measure that I developed.
You are not qualified. You are not qualified to diagnose a patient's complex needs and to send them to a therapist out of state.
I do not do that, and you're assuming a lot of things about my services.
You said it with your own mouth. Yes, you did.
I've never said that I diagnose clients and send them to therapists. You realize that?
You send them to therapists on the basis of their complex needs. For you to assess their complex needs and to send them to a therapist on that basis, that requires something in the domain of the diagnostic. You are judging their conditions from a position of ignorance and being untrained in that area.
So you have to realize that just because you understand literally nothing about my field, it doesn't make you right. It just makes you look silly and wrong.
I'm not convinced that you understand anything about your field. It seems like it doesn't even matter if you do. It seems like you can just say whatever you like.
By which you do assessment and recommendations. If you look at most services.
No, I'm really not interested in your song and dance, Kyla. It's very old.
Recommendations.
It's very old.
Okay, well, we'll let her speak at least. Come
on. If you offer services where you recommend therapists, there are plenty of these services out there. They're wonderful. And you look at the average education required for this, and it's not very high. You don't need high level of services because typically when you make recommendations for therapy, you don't base it on diagnosis. You recommend them to professionals who do the proper assessment. For example, when I have people come to me who are looking for diagnosis, I immediately recommend them to neuropsychologists or clinical psychologists, or if necessary, medical doctors that I don't recommend, but I give them names of individuals in the space.
Neither of which are fields about which you have any training.
When you talk about
neither of which are fields about which you are any training. No, this is a very basic.
Specialists who work in areas like anxiety.
Okay, so this is
require diagnosis.
This is the shtick.
Okay,
this is the shtick. Okay,
wait. It sounds like Erudite is trying to get something out, and you're just cutting her off. So,
but she's just filling the air at this point.
I'm
Well, she's done
really
this whole
not.
thing. She
I'm
really
really not.
is.
So
Yes,
me
because
walking you through the process
she's
by which I know you
she's
would
walked
like.
over the actual point. She's walked over the actual point,
Right.
which is that in order to
Chud, you can't
distinguish,
forget that I
in
made
order
one
to
spicy chat where I said
distinguish,
language
in which you
incorrect.
lied about your credentials, and it wasn't just one. Now, here's the crucial point. You cannot distinguish between a neurologist, a psychologist, a therapist, unless you have training that actually allows you to judge between them, and you do
This is
not.
not true. This
You
is
do
not
not.
true.
You have a
This is
diploma. You
not
have a
true.
fast-track diploma, the
Okay.
short and easy one in
So,
assessment.
you're
That does not
making stuff
qualify
up.
you to judge
You are
between
making stuff
therapists
up.
and
You are making
psychologists and
stuff up.
psychiatrists and
You are making
neurologists
stuff
and
up.
so on and so forth.
So to explain, lay people can tell the difference between a neurologist, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist because the burden of outlining the specialty of an expert is
Well, I
on
mean,
the
you would
expert.
think that because
Having
you're a
good communication
layperson,
with
Kyla.
experts
Okay, just
is
right.
fully-
Let's stop the fucking. Just making the points. We don't need
My
to do the
partner just
posturing.
walked in. I can't pursue this any further, unfortunately.
Oh,
But
how
Godspeed to both of you.
Okay.
What's
When
up,
it comes to the
Kyla?
topics,
Oh, wait, I've been
Dark
waiting.
Triad.
Guys, quiet.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Well, good night,
When
everybody.
it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy,
Wait,
of
I think
psychopathy, shut the fuck up, Ashley. Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Oh
Chill,
my,
bro.
oh my
Can you
goodness.
chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got muted, guys, everybody.
Unmute Kyla.
Nice,
Let me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
No, you're absolutely fine. I'm doing exactly the same thing.
All right, and I'm going to turn, but I need that on. So I'm going to actually turn that on, turn that off. There we go. And now everybody can hear me, but they can't see me twice. Put that down there. There we go. Brilliant. You're just back in the UK, right?
I am. Well, Star was here. So
Oh, Star visited you. I see. Okay.
Yeah, she came to visit this time, which was nice. Yeah, she was here for about 4 weeks, which was pretty good.
Good.
So yeah, no, it's been nice. And I took a general break as well from streaming online things and everything else. So I've spent the evening catching up on everything that has happened in the last few weeks. So
It's been a busy
yeah,
few weeks.
It's been a busy few weeks. Yeah. Redzi did a flowchart for me, which was nice of him. But yeah, I thought it was worth talking to you.
Oh, and I see we very quickly. I see we have a raid from. Do you know who Tipster is?
Yeah, I know who Tipster is. Tipster's one of the commentary crowd. But yeah, nice guy.
Well, thank you, Tipster, and welcome, Tipstians. I hope that's not a slur somewhere.
Yeah, no, base Tipster. Cool. So yes, I watched some of your stream. We actually had some people on to discuss things as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I didn't see the later bulk and stuff
No, it's fine.
because obviously the erudite stuff has kicked off again. I've got some questions listed down, but I think where's a good place to start with this? So first off, let's start with the other thing. So you came back to Spicy Chat recently.
Yes.
And you left Spicy Chat yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, wherever that is timeline wise. Now I heard somebody sent me a copy of it. I might watch it on stream at some point later. But
Okay.
you had a conversation with Demon Mama, is that right?
A conversation with Demon Mama. I briefly went onto her stream. Was that yesterday? It was the day before yesterday. It's been crazy. My sense of time is gone. I went on briefly to correct the record on something because she had made an inference that was wrong based on the information. She believed that that Kyla's husband Nick had sent DK an unredacted version of the of our DMs. That is not to my knowledge the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've had some like conversations about like intent and everything else. Do you want to actually? Somebody in the chat suggested. Do you want to just give your own sort of like rundown timeline? I think that might be helpful.
I really don't, because I'm exhausted. We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I can give the principal issue with what Nick did do in that interaction.
Sure.
And that'll probably save us a lot of time. So I interpreted, I think reasonably. I have on record about 50 people from Chudlogic server who agree with this interpretation, that when you are in a hostile relationship with a person, informing them that you have their private information that you can do harm to them with, and then insisting that you will not tell them the source of that information so that you can do anything meaningful to address it, that comes across as threatening. I did not say anything about this because I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I still took it as threatening, but I just on principle, because I have nothing but his words and my inference about them, until Kyla specifically leveraged them to threaten me live in order to hold me to a certain level of docility in our conversation. She said, just remember, before you take the conversation a certain way, I have your info. Moving on from there, people were asking in Spicy Chat, hey, if you believe these messages are threatening, why don't you just show them? The explanation for why they're threatening is, of course, contextual, but I said, sure, it's an excellent idea. I'll just have to redact them first. Nick jumps into Spicy Chat. I assume he's been watching. He says, no, I'll post them. I'll post them right now. And in my brain, I go, oh, okay. He's not asking my permission to share the DMs. He hasn't indicated that he has, if he did, I didn't see. He hasn't indicated that he's going to protect my identity. He just posts them in. And as he's posting them in, I'm posting mine as well. Because at this point, as far as my thought process is concerned, the issue of my identity, that's a lost battle. Now it's about controlling the narrative. Whoever drops these first looks honest. Whoever doesn't drop them first looks like they're withholding information and they're hesitant to share the details. So I do. I hastily cut it off, so I remove the photographs of my employer, fellow employees, and my place of work, as well as parts of my name. But I miss parts in my haste, partially because I am in the messages themselves. I deny that that's my name. But also because like I just missed parts where my name was. I was doing it in a rush. He was dropping them really fast. Afterwards, people were saying my name in chat. Apparently, a little bit alarming. But I deny that that's my name. Here's the part that I have an issue with. That I really have an issue with. Besides the fact that Nick was, first of all, broadcasting that my docs was out there to a general audience, and then posting stuff there, and then, of course, obscuring the fact of who the doxer was, which is mind-boggling. He goes into a conversation with DK. Implies multiple times, in fact, this is the bulk of the argument that they have, that DK, or people associated with DK, and DK is not the only one on the call, are doxers, or engage in stuff in the domain of doxing, or whatever. At the very least, they have a reputation for doxing and doxing-like activities. He then says, yeah, by the way, when Sunday says this isn't his name, he's lying. This is definitely his name. I have verified this. Which is effectively, it's almost like if Chudlogic accidentally, while scrolling through some names on a website, accidentally came across his name. Doesn't have a photo next to it, doesn't have something that confirms it's him. It's just his name. We in the audience don't know it. But then I come along and I go, hey, that's Chudlogic there. Like, that's an act of doxing almost identical to if I had shared a photo with his place of work. I have identified him outside of his persona. I have identified him in the real world. That's how I interpret that. I have obvious reasons for wanting to muddy the waters on that in both directions. But the problem is, by Nick's lights, according to his own words, what he thought he was doing was confirming a dox, validating it, to somebody who he admitted multiple times and argued vigorously about this, he had strong reason to believe would use that information or would pursue that information with nefarious intent. That's my issue there. Of course, the use of a dox and the implicit threat of doxing that's associated with a threat of legal action in order to rein in a conversation. On Chudlogic's server, on Chudlogic's channel, no less, that breaches several things. That's more or less my take on that. What do you think, Beckett?
Okay, so I think part of it depends on the reader, on Nick himself, and Erudite. So it depends on how you're reading that, whether it's malicious or whether it's them just not thinking through the actions as well. Like, I think.
Well, the problem. Well, here's the thing. I would agree with you. I'm just going to stop you right there. I'd agree with you.
Sure.
I would agree. They can be stupid. Here's the problem. What he does in the process of telling DK my docs is to confirm that he actually went through this methodically. He went through. He verified the identity. He had assessed DK in his community. He had reports from other people if these are people not to be trusted.
Well, I mean, but he badly assessed DK in his community, right?
Doesn't matter. We're talking about intent. We're not talking about competence. So when we're talking about intent, we're talking about if they knew who they were giving information to and what kind of information they knew that was. And he proves both. See.
Okay, but in the past, previously, I mean, you've my understanding is that you've given, like, for instance, when Erudite's previous place of work came up, you gave that to Spicy before, though.
Did I give that to Spicy? I don't remember giving that to Spicy. No,
yeah,
not at all.
That
no, Kyla's previous Kyla's previous places of work, insofar as I'm aware of them, were published by her. I didn't find these by any means other than her putting them up online herself under her name, NotSoErudite. I've done no sleuthing beyond just looking at what she herself has published.
Well, I'm just going through what other people have said to me as well, but like,
yeah, that's fair.
But again, apparently that information was apparently fed from you to Spicy at some point. And
no,
you
not that I have any memory of this. It's distinctly possible that at some point.
I'm not gonna. I mean, it could be something you've forgotten. And I'm not.
Well, I fell out with Chud and left his Discord server before any of this took place. So that would be unlikely. It's distinctly possible at some point over the last few weeks I've mentioned it, but they would not have received that information directly from me in Spicy Chat because I talk about it in my videos 3 months ago.
Okay. I mean, I want to talk about some of the Erudite stuff because, you know, like, I think I differ with you on some of the
and answer to the other question you probably forgot. The reason why I left Spicy Chat. I actually meant to leave Tomfoolery, and I accidentally left that one instead. And then at that point, I was blocked by everybody else, so I couldn't, because I had no servers in common. Because I was like, oh shoot, I left Spicy Chat instead. I probably was going to leave it anyways, just because it's got toxic elements I don't want to be around. But as for why I left last night, that was accidental. I intended to leave Tom's server instead. I didn't. I left Spicy Chat. I then afterwards went, oh, I didn't leave Tom's channel, and then I left that one. And then
I mean, those DMs between you and Boots came out as well.
Which ones?
Through Chud streams. Just you talking to Boots about the nature of Spicy Chat and the people within it.
Yeah.
Which
that's kind of I kind of wish you would have just asked, because I probably would have just said okay. Were they like covering this on stream today? Was this like an event? Sunday left my Discord server. Ooh, this is how dry it is.
I don't know. I got sent the screenshots. I've got no fucking idea. I know Chud went over them. I haven't watched the stream, so I can't give too much because I don't know. I
quite like Boost. It's a bit frustrating. Continue, please.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't want to. I'm really not here to stir a pot. I'm just going over
That's okay.
things, I guess. So I think we'll come back to the Nick stuff, but like with Erudite particularly, like something that jumped out at me was, and actually something in chat mentioned, like when you were going through the video with the two people you had on, Pearl and I've forgotten the other woman's name.
Sam.
Sam mentioned actually, like, you know, this is on Therapy Today. Like people can find
Psychology
this information
Today.
Themselves. Psychology Today. There we go. And I mean, I spoke about the fact that when I've been referred through a GP for fairly high-end therapy and things. But isn't this like the fact that, like, the claim of, well, you can go on sites to find your local therapists and things. You can find ways to sift through yourself. Isn't that kind of an implicit claim that you don't need to be qualified to do what Erudite is doing?
No, because the issue isn't that she's not qualified to sift through a site designed for lay people. Obviously she can, it's for lay people. The issue is that given that it's for lay people and given that the inputs that they are giving are identical and in fact more poorly and less clearly crafted than the inputs that the site already offers for you in its drop-down menus and so on and so forth, what you used to actually like pin down a therapist to suit your needs. Her contribution is solely on the basis of her expertise, of her professional expertise, that her judgment is better than the average person going through. And the problem is twofold, actually. First of all, it's because her credentials don't actually justify that perception on behalf of her clients. But secondly, she goes out of her way to intimidate clients by emphasizing how complex and convoluted and difficult it is. But it's not. It's really not. So that in itself is an abuse of audience ignorance of the nature of the claims she is making about her credentials, as well as bluntly just manipulating the general fear of filling out forms and engaging with these organizations in order to justify her presence. And in the process of this, she's taking money from people who could have just gotten a free consultation with a lot of places for 15 minutes, had an actual call with somebody, and actually gotten some actual qualified direction. And that $50, for a lot of us, that's not a lot of money, but for some of us that is. For some of us, that's the difference between a $200 expense and a $250 expense. And your attitude, if you're somebody living from paycheck to paycheck, and a lot of people with severe like mental issues that they're dealing with and may need therapy for are, it may be a very daunting thing to have to pay a bill for a visit to a therapist with $50 less in your bank account than otherwise. So it becomes pretty dangerous. And she tacitly acknowledges this in her video when she talks about how she might need to give lower cost alternatives to the preferred specialist that she would otherwise pick, because a patient might not have the financial wherewithal to do so. We can get into a whole thing which we did in that video. I recommend you just watch it, where my suspicions were confirmed that the manner in which she actually selects the more qualified from the less qualified, or the more appropriate from the less appropriate, is very fraught by itself and betrays some substantial ignorance on her part about that process. But fundamentally, my issue is that she can't justify herself intervening in the process. She doesn't offer anything new. And in addition to that, the cost that she incurs, even though it may seem small to many people, may be such that it actually has the ultimate effect of limiting the treatment options that some clients actually can afford. So it actually becomes pretty serious pretty fast. Am I making sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see the sense of it, but I challenge on whether there's evidence of this happening, I suppose. So, like, if there are people who have been previously provided service by Erudite who are like, actually, like,
this is immaterial. The ethicality of what she's doing is actually immaterial, whether or not we have evidence of particular bad outcomes taking place or not. This would be unethical if she was simply proposing it in the abstract. You would tell her, no, you cannot do this. This is irresponsible and misleading.
But okay, let's go to
like suppose for example, like because somebody with a PhD avows like an anti-vax stance, and they do so on insufficient scientific evidence, but presented as otherwise. And maybe the case that they just happen to be so lucky that nobody listens to them and nothing bad happens. That doesn't make it less unethical. That makes them lucky.
Okay, but at the same time, from this perspective, like if you want to make the argument that like Erudite presents herself from a position of authority, I think that lots of people make that criticism of Erudite on certain topics, which is going to feed into how people see her and how people are going to respond to her.
Indeed.
But at the same time, would you deny that her qualifications like exist or have any input at all? Like, what would you say then? What would satisfy you to be areas that she can talk on or can say things about?
What would they would have to be within the domain of fields that she is actually trained in. So, for example, she has a 4-year psychology degree, right? That's her bachelor's. If she's having a conversation with somebody, she's perfectly entitled to say on the basis of the bachelor's degree, hey, I study a bit of this stuff. This is what I think about this, and I know from da-da-da-da-da, this is what this person says, and this is what this person says. That's perfectly kosher. What she's not allowed to do is start making grandiose statements about this field is invalid, this field is invalid. This is actually the degree that qualifies you or makes you like best appropriate to this particular type of patient's needs. This one, because she doesn't have that kind of particular training. She has a very general education. On the basis of her graduate diploma in psychological assessment, she's able to work as essentially a lab assistant. She can rate tests, work. She's basically a TA. Essentially is how I would describe her, if you're familiar at all with how that works.
Sure. I suppose part of the issue that people have with this from this side is, and again, I have generally this issue. I've been pretty open about the fact that I've stopped talking on politics panels much, unless it's for a friend who invites me, and I've stopped talking about counterterrorism with laymen, for example, because it's frustrating. And I feel like a lot of those conversations either end up with me getting frustrated or having to lean on qualifications, which I don't really want to do. It's not fun for me. I don't think it's particularly informative or useful to the people I'm arguing with. But there are plenty of people online who are going to lean on the fact that they have qualifications to talk about general areas.
Sure.
And we see this an awful lot with also things in the medical field, with psychology, actually a lot of the really useful stuff to do with people talking about like HRT and like trans activism comes from people who are not qualified in those fields.
The issue is not qualifications. I am not a fetishist for qualifications. As I indicated earlier, I don't think a PhD guarantees that somebody actually is like especially competent in any given area. However, what qualifications are is it's the statement by an accredited institution that's some kind of social validity, that in the best judgment of the people that they have assigned to make these decisions, this person is qualified to speak to, to perform, and so on and so forth. And so there are two issues at play here. There's whether or not somebody is accurately representing what they have been validated by an external body to do, by a valid external body to do, and whether or not somebody is, in addition to this, also competent at what they are doing under that title. So, for example, this admits of so many different variances. You can have somebody like Steven Pinker, very qualified to do what he does, very, very bad at it. Or by contrast, you can have there are a lot of really interesting people who maybe they lived in places where these accreditations simply were never available. Maybe they existed before these accreditations existed, but they are much more competent to speak to those areas. Or on the flip side, actually, there's not a whole lot of other flip sides, are there? You see what I mean, though? Like, my issue with Kyla is not that she has a degree I disrespect, or that she's incompetent. You're allowed to be incompetent. It's not good if you're incompetent, especially when it's with stuff like this, and you should be chewed out for it. But you're allowed to be. What you're not allowed to do is fudge your credentials so that people think you're more competent than you are on the basis of you're fudging those credentials. So when she says things like, I'm a psychometrist, I worked as a psychometrist, or I worked as a psychometrician, now I'm a psychometrist, to a lay audience who doesn't know what these things mean, that sounds really impressive. That sounds like, oh, this is an advanced, she must have an advanced degree or an advanced like technical training to be able to assume these titles. If she's using that to then make declarative statements about mental health, about therapy, about treatment, to sell a service vetting people who are in areas of expertise that she is not trained in, that's overstepping. That actually becomes pernicious very quickly.
Okay, so, I mean, there's a lot of criticisms that you've thrown at Erudite that seem to get wrapped up in other areas. Like, I'm not sure...
Such as?
I think part of the problem is when we talk about kind of like the harm that she could potentially be doing, or the ethics behind it. I mean, you and I may just disagree with these things. I think we're talking about very small kind of audience impacts.
That's not a basis for judging a thing as ethical or not. A person's
no, it's
person's
not.
con.
No,
it's not. Yes. So just to be clear, I am not basing anything of what I am saying on empirical data concerning the scope of the harm that she has caused. The reason why we actually have strict rules about what you can state as your credential and what you can't is precisely to offset future harms. The fact that this risks this makes this unethical. The fact that it's deceptive makes it unethical, and that's enough.
Okay, but when we're talking about okay, when we're talking about the way people leverage their qualifications and expertise, I think part of the issue is a lot of people online seem to do this for a start. Like, regardless of what their credentials are, a lot of people will lean on those in debates and discussions.
Well, they
The
should do so
amount
ethically.
of okay, but do you think that you would go as hard after somebody who's going after who's arguing on the political side, for example?
Yes.
There are plenty of people who
And I
leverage
do.
political
Yes,
qualifications.
and I do.
Okay.
By the way, Kyle is not the first person to threaten me with a lawsuit publicly. My first major beef was with the academic agent, and it was precisely on those grounds. So yes, in answer to your question.
Okay. What was the context of that?
The context of that was he was using misreadings of political theory in order to justify paleoconservative and largely racist and classist takes on things to an audience that was not very informed on these issues. Very serious at like a broader scale. Less immediate consequences than handling someone's complex mental needs.
Do you think that people should be more qualified in what they're talking about in all the political spheres? Because when we're looking at like conversations from people,
Oh, it
like,
couldn't hurt. That's always a
even
good
the
thing.
big ones, yeah. But when we're talking about like when we say, well, it couldn't hurt, but people like Vosh, like Destiny, Hassan have big fucking audiences, and in the case of like Vosh and Hassan,
I've taken them to task for this too. I've taken them to task for this too, pretty famously with the last two. Maybe not Hassan, actually. You got me there. I haven't gone after Hassan yet. It's on the list.
Yeah, and again, but there's but there's taking people to task, and then there is like a 3-video hit piece, right?
3 videos? Is that all? That's not too bad.
Well, with Erudite, what we're on now, like 4 and a couple of streams.
You should see how many I've got on Destiny. I've got about 5 on Vosh, I think.
Do you? But again,
I used to have some on Demon Mama. I had 7 on Keffels.
Did you actually have 7 on Keffels?
Oh yeah, I took them
But
down.
I mean,
she was having a hard enough time.
But you are nailing Erudite hard on qualifications that she has, and
Am I?
I think referring to her as trained as funny as it is for a meme, referring to her as trained by a faith healing organization is disingenuous. And if we did that with people's like universities degrees, like she was accredited for counseling, was it?
Addictions counseling. Yes, indeed.
While working for a particular organization, there is no evidence that the fact that just because it was there's no videos out there of Erudite saying, "Well, have you considered praying about it?"
Well, consider this.
Like,
may I read something for you?
Sure.
Would you indulge me?
Yeah,
this is from Adira's website. This is where she worked. Quote, this is their program. Our faith in God's transformative power provides hope, healing, and restoration. Fine, no issues there. It serves as the anchor for our program and our passion. Little iffy, but fine. Our programming is faith-based with a biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. What do you think of that? Unquote, sorry.
Well, I think from the perspective of what you're selling, especially as something that people who might be investing in you, especially as a charity, like when you're getting charity money in or like government money in, I think that those things can be put forward. I would need to see evidence.
This is for patients. This is for clients and patients and everybody. This is just on their general website.
I would need to see evidence that Erudite in some way provided care and treatment to people based around those principles to have criticism.
Our programming is faith-based with biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayers are key elements of our program.
Okay. Is there any evidence, though, that their one-on-one counseling sessions that Erudite provided do that? Because again, we say this like things are key all the time in kind of like fluff pieces, even if it's for like members of the public. I also don't know like whether you've got I don't know, I've just got just somebody DM me neuroscience of addiction. This class teaches residents how addiction affects the brain and how the brain can recover from the impacts of addiction. Like it sounds like, again, yes, there's like rational emotional behavioral therapy. This form of therapy focuses on resolving emotional and behavioral problems by addressing the belief system of change about the thought patterns. As a result, emotions and behaviors are also changed, affecting the whole self. It sounds like there's like a range of services that they provide, but also like it's kind of like when people criticize the Salvation Army and say, well, you have to pray to get food from the Salvation Army or something to that degree. And I don't know if that's in like, usually those are just very general criticisms, and then you work with the Salvation Army and you find out that their services are not like that. So again, it comes down to the actions Erudite has actually taken. And even that aside, that was her previous employer with which she was with post.
Oh no! You see, the principal issue here is not with the kind of organization that she was working with. The principal issue here, once again, is that she is citing her work as her clinical experience as an addictions counselor, in order to justify once again her interfering, as it turns out, for money, with the mental health of audience members, on the basis of her expertise in that field. She is not equipped to do so. The organization in which she worked, I can send you material if you want, but she is not upfront, certainly not without prying, about the highly religious nature of this. There is a vast literature on the abuses, or growing literature on the abuses of organizations like this, given the low levels of scrutiny and oversight across North America, not just here, but also in the United States. This is a endemic problem. It's distinctly possible that this is. It's distinctly possible that this is. It's distinctly possible this is a perfectly respectable, albeit faith-based organization that probably offers some like decent services on the side. However, by their words, once again, Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. You know what all of these things have in common? They take time. So at a certain point, all of these things are actually going to impinge upon the time that members of this organization are actually allocating to these more secular aspects, so to speak, of their work. So when we're talking about their clinical experience, there's going to be a ratio of stuff involving this and stuff involving the stuff that people really hope is actually being referred to when people call themselves a licensed addictions counselor.
But then yes. That sounds like it's a criticism of the organization.
It is also a criticism of the organization, but it's a criticism of the organization that she is citing as the basis of her expertise.
Okay, but then again, it's not solely her expertise.
It is not solely her expertise. My principal issue, once again, is not with her expertise. My principal issue is with her misrepresenting her expertise. She could have been the best damn addictions counselor in the world. It does not justify how she self-describes in terms of being a psychometrician, whether she has a graduate degree, whether she's a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, whether she's an expert in psychology, on personality disorders, whatever. Doesn't justify it.
Okay. Are you challenging whether she's a psychometrist or psychometrician?
Categorically.
Okay, but from going into things, because like I went through when I was watching your videos,
yes,
into whether her qualifications and the descriptions of them matched up to the descriptions of the work that she has previously done, both when she was at university.
They simply don't. I recommend you watch the video we just went through. We actually had a PhD psychometrician with extensive background in the field, as well as a social worker PhD candidate with 10 years of clinical experience. We combed through every little bit of her description of her qualifications. I recommend you go over that. We can chat again later about it. It's very late, though. Okay. Was there anything else you want to get off your chest that's not related to this? Not because I want to close this quickly, but because I'm fading fast and I want to say something stupid by accident.
That's fine. Okay, and that's fair enough. There's two things I want to say.
Yes, please.
So quickly, I want to say, like, from a professional side, because I think I've said this publicly, but I don't think I've said it to you. I can see Erudite's arguments for the way she describes her work and has described herself with multiple titles. Okay. The example I gave in my professional capacity is there is a descriptive title of what I do, which I've never said on stream. I may use it on a resume. Sure. There is a general title for what I do.
Indeed.
And there's sort of what other professionals would recognize and accept me saying as what I do.
Yeah.
But I might use any of those or none of those to describe myself, like in the environmental sector, to lay people.
Sure.
Because they may not know what they mean.
Indeed. Yes.
And I may use them in different conversations. I think that trying to catch her
Here's the
on...
rub. She distinguishes them particularly. She has made a point of specifying that she previously worked as a psychometrician. She has provided explicit receipts for why she justifies calling herself a psychometrician. They don't hold water. And she has provided justification for why she presently calls herself a psychometrist. I have received basically an official statement that it is inappropriate for her to do so, because the only way in which you can officially call yourself these titles in her province is by way of having a vocation that has that official label, because they're just not licensed. There's just a registry for them. So what she's doing here is she is actually justifying the title to a lay audience specifically. She's not using this out of hand. She's actually trying to bolster her credentials. She's very particular about this. She cites how smart she is, all of her scholarships and so on and so forth, the specific measure that she contributed to in order to justify calling herself a psychometrician. This is where she claims she acted as one. So on and so forth. Like it's that sort of thing. I would agree with you.
Well,
I would agree with you.
I'll
Look,
go...
hey, I call myself a political scientist, right? That I'm just making a general statement. I engage in the general activity of political science. It's an area of inquiry that goes back 2,000 years. If somebody were to ask me, really, what's your degree? Say, got a bachelor's degree. That's it. Oh, really? So you're not like a political scientist as would be registered, for example, with the government of Canada? No, I'm not licensed to teach. I have no qualifications whatsoever. I only mention my degree to just say, hey, I'm interested in political science. If somebody asked, if I had like a biology degree, oh, I've got a passing interest in biology. I probably wouldn't say biologist, because that actually does carry a more general overtone of specific types of vocational knowledge, but things of that sort. It's sort of like how, if I may, like, I think it's perfectly appropriate. I actually have no problem with this whatsoever. It is perfectly fine for Kyla to go onto Destiny's stream and say, we as psychologists, she's assuming a mindset, it's an area of interest to her. Totally fine. That's actually, by the way, like a higher rank than psychometrist or so on and so forth. If it's actually like the label of a degree. Yeah.
And look, don't get me wrong. Maybe I'm more careful because I've discussed this openly. I've got people in my audience who are in the very professional world. I'm in the very, I work in STEM, very professional. Like, there are things that I'm careful not to say. I actually don't refer to myself as an academic or even political scientist with a master's degree. But at the same time, I'm very careful never to refer to myself as an environmental scientist, because I'm just not that thing. And I think those matter. I'll tell you what, like, I'll have a watch back of that video in my own time, and we might pick this up. I do want to ask very quickly as the last thing, like, recently you've been on sort of like this anger management arc, which I think's been
very mistaken if that means a tolerance arc for stuff like this.
Well, I think there's a difference between a tolerance arc and there's a difference between a tolerance arc and a not burning bridges arc, So, when I know you've left Spicy now and everything else, and I know you've got criticisms of that.
Let me ask you a question.
Fine. No.
Did anybody ask if I actually retracted my positions on Kyla before people started playing nice all of a sudden because of the MrGirl talk?
I don't think that it's about retracting your positions on Kyla.
Well, it should matter. It should matter a little bit if anybody actually is sincere and actually cares about this. Seems to me.
Well, I think there's a difference there, because when you were on your real burning bridges arc, you burnt bridges with an awful lot of people. And this stuff where even when you were right with the James from the internet stuff, people were watching you react in a kind of way that was clear that you were prepared to burn things very quickly. The same thing happened with Loner Box. And people could read the Erudite situation as maybe Sunday was on that arc, he recognizes the issues with it, and you can still have those criticisms without going to the same extent. Because I think this is the thing. You can have a criticism of Erudite of, well, maybe you shouldn't be leveraging your credentials to say this particular thing, but you go further with some of your points where you go, you have used your credentials to leverage these things, and here is a whole host of fucking other shit that I'm going to throw at you. And I think one of the problems from the
I think it's all related. I don't think I go far afield. I think it really is just that and the implications of it.
I think that the problems with the way you put certain things that goes too far is, it sounds like when you write your criticisms of Erudite's commentary and the advice and opinion she gives, it reads like they're a direct criticism of her qualifications at all, which is an as you as
Well, her
somebody with
qualifications as given. Her qualifications as given. I'm not arguing with the existence of qualifications she may actually possess.
Okay, but so here's the simple one. Do you agree that her qualifications and the degrees that she's worked for and the diploma, because like I know people in the military who did diplomas in my subject, and
Case
just
in
because they
point,
didn't write
you're
a
misled.
dissertation.
How many degrees does she have?
She has a degree and a diploma.
She has one. So when you say degrees, you misspeak. She has a degree. Continue, please.
Okay, so her degree and her diploma then.
Yeah.
But those are still valid things that are
course they are.
certified. She's gone through the process to have them.
Yeah, of course they are. But they are valid for the domains to which they are allocated. They are not simply valid categorically as a justification for her making declarative statements about fields that are not her own, or to make interventions into the mental health or even into the therapy allocation or the therapy vetting for audience members. Doesn't follow at all. I've asserted her credentials actually multiple times in my critiques of her. I'm very particular about that. I need to say exactly what she has so I can say what she doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
I share something with you before you leave?
Sure.
I want your raw response to this, and I want to see what you think.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, it's that.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
You ready?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended.
Right here. I trust you've seen this already.
I've seen this already, but we can watch it again.
Let's watch it again.
Okay.
What's
When
up,
it comes to the
Kyla?
topics,
Oh, wait, I've been
Dark
waiting.
Triad.
Guys.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Well, good night,
When
everybody.
it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy,
Wait,
of
I think
psychopathy,
it's-
shut the fuck up, Ashley. Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Oh
Chill,
my!
bro.
Oh my
Can
goodness!
you chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got
She's
muted,
yelling.
guys,
Hold up,
everybody.
hold up.
Unmute Kyla.
Thanks,
let me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk...
When it comes to the topics of psychology in any way, I am your expert. I just fucking am. Anyway.
in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
This is a person who wants to recommend therapy for money. So my question to you is, are you in all seriousness going to tell me that my tone was too harsh?
I think that debating and the way people debate in those settings are often incredibly tense. But I would say this. There are plenty of clips out there of male streamers using and leveraging their qualifications. I think I brought up what's his name? PhD candidate, goes on Wix stuff every now and again. Anyway, but he turned to
But watch
Stardust.
out. Coming for you. Sorry, continue.
He turned to Stardust one day and said, "You're not qualified enough to have this conversation." It was a fucking outrageous thing to say.
What was this with respect to, just out of curiosity?
It was in respect to like feminism.
Would you be willing to share this? I am actually curious.
If I can find it, it was ages ago. It's right when I first came into the space. But yeah, me and Professor Meat both turned around and said, it was Corey. There we go. We're just like, you just shut the fuck up, because yes, leveraging your qualifications like that over people is bad form. I've said this. I don't think it's good form at all. But at the same time, I would say that there is times that Erudite has done this, and then I think that as time has gone on, I think she's got better from what I've seen of not doing that. She talks a lot with red pill people who, let's be honest, are not the most well informed.
Well, I would honestly,
anyway.
I would put that more at the feet of the people in her audience who held her to account for this and actually gave her reason to have to go back and revise and be careful. Once again, every single time she's made a correction, she's allowed very obvious, very basic, misleading statements to persist until somebody has gone out of their way to make the correction. This is something where if you are a person who is, especially in this field of all fields, or the field that you're pretending to speak to, if you're dealing with mental health, the stakes go way up, but in any field. As somebody who has a credential, it is actually your responsibility to make sure that when you represent your expertise, you do not misrepresent it. And if people you are associating with are misrepresenting your expertise in their presentations of you, you correct them immediately. That should not be the job of people in her audience to have to suss that out and have to get her attention and have to pressure her to do so. Case in point, she actually made the astonishing counter when I was talking to her last, that after I referred to her putting into a conversation in Discord that she has a graduate degree, which is called psychometrist, she went back and changed it after the fact. That doesn't matter. Her cleaning house after she has misled people, I mean, it's good that she did, but that doesn't make up for the fact that she did it in the first place. That's gross. That's grossly irresponsible, not to say outright deceptive. So, but in answer to your, like, obviously, like, even if somebody has valid credentials, like, let's say she had exactly the credentials that she claimed, this would still be inappropriate, what I just showed you. She would still be making incorrect statements about psychology and about the state of her field and things of that nature. Even if she had a PhD that made her a psychometrician. I had a PhD that was a psychometrician on just a couple minutes ago. She has more qualifications than Kyla. She is not justified to perform the activities that Kyla is doing right now with a graduate diploma. It's a 6-course fast-track diploma. She's just completely unjustified. There's no way around it. Winning a popularity contest with a couple of random streamers is neither here nor there.
Okay. Well, look, let me go back and watch the video. Maybe we'll pick this up again and we can dig into a few things.
Pleasure to talk to you again, by the way. I miss talking to you. It's been a little while.
Yeah, no, I actually, I mean, I'd like to talk to you about things that aren't this as well. I was going to ask, because some people gave me some questions. Did you actually enjoy the fanfic?
It was like, you wrote that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was funny. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I regret not being able to read it out. I was so exhausted.
No, it's fine.
I found out why I was so exhausted, actually. My energy levels and attention span has gone way up. I was massively protein deficient. I was basically starving for the last year.
Yeah, that's probably not good. You should probably...
It's definitely not good. I feel so much better now.
Good. That's nice. I mean, hopefully, like, you'll keep doing stuff with Wick and chilling out.
I think that's the plan. I think I'm doing something with Wick this week.
Nice. And like, yeah, we'll have another conversation because I think it's helpful to have, like, I don't know. I think you should clarify.
Personally,
I mean, I am clear that I think
I have concluded basically everything I need to say on this issue. I can't imagine what else I can squeeze from this rock. Like, it's done. I find this exhausting and tedious and unpleasant. I am eager to put this behind me. So, if you want to talk about it again, be my guest. But I gotta say, like, I am so fucking bored with this.
If you can just kill it, just.
Oh, I'm done. Well, like, I don't want to do this forever. This is exhausting. I don't want to do like a Kyla video every other day. This one was novel. Everything I've done has been either responding to a new development or has been saying something that hasn't been said before. So.
Okay.
Or making fun of her husband for fainting when he tried to lift. It's just funny.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, look. The next time then that we do a conversation, unless something else comes up of this, or I've got something really good, we'll actually have a conversation about religion or philosophy or something.
I would love that.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night, Beckett. Nice talking to you. Take care.
That's Sunday.
Well, that was nice. So, please, introduce yourselves. Pearl, why don't you go first? What you do, who you are, preferred pronouns, and so on and so forth. Welcome, by the way.
Sure. Thank you so much. It is delightful to be here. My name is Pearl, and my pronouns are she, her. I have my PhD in measurement and quantitative methods, otherwise known as psychometrics, from Michigan State University. And I have worked in professional licensure, so when you have to take an exam and get 70% on it to be able to get a professional license, I've built those. I've also worked extensively in K-12, and I was the chief psychometrician for the largest assessment consortium in the United States, which included 14 states and 6 million students. So really sorry if your kids had to take that, but I still think it's the best computer adaptive assessment. Anyway, I digress. So yeah, I've waited my entire career for psychometric drama, and when I saw it popping up, I gladly inserted myself.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for that. And Sam.
Hello, I'm Sam or Samantha. I go by Beyond Safe Words. Occasionally you will hear me rant on Xena and Poppy's channel. I am currently a registered social worker in Ontario. I got my MSW in 2011 from the University of Chicago, which I believe is one of the top social work programs in the US, if not the world. I am also an ASECT certified sex therapist, and I got my full clinical license in 2014. I have been working in the field doing mostly clinical work since roughly 2012. I was in community mental health from 2012 to 2016. And in private practice from 2016 to 2019. In 2019, I closed my practice to move to Canada for my PhD program. And I actually went back into practice part-time last week, so that's very exciting.
Oh, nice.
And I am currently writing, or in the process of starting, my PhD dissertation on coercive controlling violence as experienced by BDSM practitioners. So hopefully I can use this data to develop trainings to help other clinicians do culturally appropriate assessments for intimate partner violence without identifying like the wrong elements, if that makes sense.
That makes tremendous sense, or at least I must pretend that it does in front of my audience. But very quickly,
no, that's okay.
Lest we be accused of puffing up anyone's credentials here, none of you are trained in faith-based healing or anything of the sort.
No. Absolutely not.
Well,
no.
it's unfortunate. We wasted all our time. Nobody here is actually qualified to
In
wade
fact,
into this
I
topic.
am not even Christian. I am a secular Jew. So
Same. Samesies.
Hey, l'chaim or something. I don't know.
Mazel something. I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess for tonight, I think what we agreed is we'll just talk about more casually to start with, and then I thought it would be helpful because this far outstrips any of my expertise. I thought it would be helpful to actually go over Kyla, aka NotSoErudite's video on how to find a therapist. I think that a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight really comes to a head in that one in particular, because that really is the intersection of sort of YouTube as kind of an entertainment medium and actual interventions in people's mental health. So I suppose just to start us off, what made you two want to weigh in on this issue in particular? I know that's kind of a redundant question given how much we've talked already, but I would like to hear it afresh here for the audience's sake. Whoever wants to go first.
Can I go first, or Pearl, do you want to
Sure.
start?
Be my guest.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually talked about this on Xena and Poppy's channel a while back when you first brought up the issue with the service that she had been providing. And at the time, the issue that I had was during the video that we're about to watch, she talked about social workers in a way that made it very, very clear that she had absolutely no idea what she was talking about because she was relying on 20-year out-of-date stereotypes that are actually harmful to my profession because they are 100% inaccurate. And then when you released your video where you showed the Chudlogic debate clip.
Oh,
I was
on the Dr. K issue.
no, not the Dr. K issue, the her doxing you issue.
Oh God, yeah,
With
the recent
with
one.
The,
Okay,
the
yeah.
tuna thing. I was horrified with how she approached that situation. It was completely inappropriate and completely unethical. And even if she did not charge for that service, what she did was the exact wrong thing. And so I had also heard some folks talk to you about, well, how do you know you don't have the credentials? You're not a therapist. How can you tell the difference? Well, I can, and I have I have almost a decade at this point of clinical experience under my belt. So I felt I needed to A, rep my profession, and B, talk about the ethics of my profession because it's something that we take very seriously. And it does not seem that Not So Erudite had the same philosophy towards ethics, shall we say, in that moment.
Thank you very much. Pearl.
So I would second all of that. And I kind of fell into this because I was minding other people's business around the Illuminati topic. And Demon Mama had covered that topic and then went into the doxing video. And really, so then I was, again, my interest was piqued because who talks about psychometrics? And then when you had the points that I don't remember what video it's in, it might be the one that you're going to show. And she says to you, I don't think that, you can't talk to me like this. I'm paraphrasing because you don't know anything about my profession.
This is the one that Sam was just referencing where she makes the legal
okay.
the implicit doxing threat, yeah.
Okay, and so then you said, no, I don't think you do. I was done. That made my day, and you're absolutely correct. And all the points that you made were correct. So I just first wanted to make comments in the, just the comment section to say, hey, you are correct. She's incorrect. Just, hi, I don't know either of you, so I don't have any sort of
this was
bias.
a very fortuitous meeting. You just happened to be watching Demon Mama as she happened to be covering this after the Illuminati coverage, yeah.
Yes, I had no idea who either of you were. I had seen her make a video about doxing, ironically,
Really?
about Aunt Karen on TikTok from last year. And, talking about how it's illegal, how doxing is not a consequence. It is illegal. People get killed for such things. And I just was like, yeah, I thought I saw that name. And so, yes, she does have that TikTok. It's still up on her page.
Why don't we look at it very quickly? I'm a little bit curious. Can I just pause you right there?
Sure.
Okay, hang on.
Doxing isn't a consequence.
Here, I'll pop it on the screen just for 1 sec. You've already seen it, so I don't need to share it with you, I trust.
Right.
Good. Okay. So replying to Grim Reaper. I see.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't think I got the chance to watch it, even though it was in the chat.
Okay. Hang on 1 sec. I'm just going to pop this over us. Oh, did I click the wrong thing? I think I clicked the wrong thing. Where do you go? Oh, no. That's what I did. Okay. There we go. Ooh, that's horrifying. Okay. So this is Kyla replying to Grim Reaper 583. What creators like Aunt Karen, Savannah, and FarmD IBCLC do is beyond unethical. This is published last year.
Doxing isn't a consequence. It's a crime. Now, there are going to be people who quickly point out that doxing technically isn't illegal. It's not actually a crime. However, just because our federal police systems haven't caught up with technology and made certain things persecutable doesn't mean that they're okay. For example, in most states and most countries, revenge porn is technically not a crime. Are you going to try to tell me that revenge porn is just a consequence? Doesn't matter that it's not criminal. Here's what happens when you dox somebody. You have a bunch of people who are extremely vitriolic, who get access to that person's number, their name, and their address. There have been people killed from being doxed. Doxing is extremely serious. It's a massive invasion of privacy, and it's online harassment. The fact that TikTok lets major content creators get away with regularly doxing, in fact making their channel about doxing people, is insane.
Fascinating. Well, that's a thing. Yeah, okay. Great. Well done there. Well, she's also a little bit incorrect and slightly misinformed. Well, it is the case that doxing as such is not a crime, and I don't know which states. I don't know if any American states consider it a crime or not. The things that you do pursuant to doxing, well done there, can be in violation of the criminal code. Anyways, Pearl, I cut you off. You were in the middle of saying something.
I think that was pretty much it. I made the comment. I think on one of your videos, she's loud and wrong, and I stand by that. And so I'm here to back up those opinions. And I will do my best to speak in general, because I did look up her where she got the certificate, and I did look up the courses that you could take.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the program. What the problem is her claims of what she can do with the knowledge that she gained in that program are inaccurate.
Mm.
And to be fair, no one says psychometrist, okay? Even in Canada, I don't care. We don't use that term. You're either a psychometrician or you're a psychometric rater, which is what she is based on my understanding of the certificate program.
Now, in Canada, specifically in Alberta, and I'd have to review to refresh on Canada at large, but in Alberta, where she operates, while it is the case that there are no specific titles that you can acquire, psychometrician, psychometrist, etc., on the basis of your credential alone, at least not from in province, because of course you can come from out of province or out of country and you can have that PhD from somewhere else. You can acquire the title vocationally, but the catch is you have to have a job with that actual title. Her justification, right. Yeah, and her justification for calling herself a psychometrician is not based on having a job by that title, but on the basis of co-authoring a paper in which she posits that she crafted a measure, but she crafted a measure under the supervision of a professor. So that doesn't make her a psychometrician. She wasn't operating in the capacity of a psychometrician, and she wasn't labeled a psychometrician. So when she says she's a psychometrician, she does so, to my knowledge, apropos of nothing. When she calls herself a psychometrist, a bit more plausible. Once again, lacks, as far as I am aware, any job title with that title. And so is once again calling herself that on the basis of sort of a loose equivocation between her vocational training and that title, psychometrist. But the primary issue is not the sacrosanctness of the titles themselves. It really is what she's doing with them. If she was literally just going, hey, I happen to be a psychometrist or whatever, and then just went on her merry way and it never came up again, and she just did stuff, I don't think anybody would care. The problem, though, and Demon Mama did a good job of actually highlighting this one in her coverage, the major problem is that she allows the drama and the medicine to bleed into each other. So she is... Yeah, so she is simultaneously abusing people along lines of mental health, social awkwardness, anxiety, sexual insecurity, all sorts of things that people in the mental health field are supposed to be concerned with remedying. She victimizes people verbally with those things, and also uses these credentials that she puffs up as the basis for selling services or for privileging her advice in matters about which she actually has not received adequate training. And I'm deferring to your judgment here on where she is speaking out of line or whether she's in line as we go through this, because you are the expert.
Can I jump in for half a second?
Please.
I also, when we talk about mental health and the mental health profession, one thing that's really, really important is that we stay within our scope of practice. So basically, as soon as we don't stay in our lane from what it is that we are trained to do, we get into some very ethically dodgy territory. So for example, if I had a client who was looking for psychiatric medication, for me to give definitive advice about what kinds of pills to take, I would be out of my scope of practice because I am not a psychiatrist. I can speak a little bit more generally and say, like, here are things that I've seen clients deal with. Please talk to a psychiatrist who can help you. But if I were to speak definitively about that, I would be acting outside of my scope of practice. When Kyla speaks very definitively about psychology and psychological research and therapeutic intervention, she is speaking outside of her scope of practice. Also, in the how to find a therapist thing that we're about to watch, she talks about, like, you don't necessarily need a particularly high certification or whatever, or this is what she told you, in order to do that work. But that's not entirely true, because the work she was effectively doing is one of a case manager, which falls under the auspices of the social work umbrella, which is a fairly large and eclectic umbrella. And her training does not give her the credential to do the type of, like, psychosocial information gathering that she did, even if she's not necessarily assessing a client or assessing a diagnosis. So for example, in the state of Massachusetts, where I practiced for a number of years, the local social work chapter has a therapy matching program that is not dissimilar to the service that Kyla claims to offer. Although it's a little bit different because it is free for clients, but social workers have to pay to get on the list, and then you get referrals through there. But the people who actually do the matching for the service, when a potential client calls in, they do like a full interview, like, what are you looking for, et cetera, et cetera. The people who do those sort of pseudo intakes, they're not really an intake, but I don't know really what to call them. They are independently licensed clinical social workers themselves. So they have some clinical background and know what to look for. So they know how to refer clients out. I also think about how other therapist YouTubers deal with this sort of thing. One therapist who I've been watching, who is also a social worker, is Nikki Atkins. And she has like an 11-minute video on how to find a therapist. But if you look in the descriptions of all of her videos, she has a list of referral sources and like suicide prevention hotlines in the description for all of her videos. And in each video, she says, if you're looking for a therapist, you can read my description, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not a paid service. But she does explain like what the different referral sources are. And there are multiple, as opposed to NotSoErudite, who only looked at psychology today. And I can talk a little bit more in depth when we start reacting to the video, which hopefully I'll be able to hear when we get to it.
Oh, we will.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah. I didn't share it on the screen because I was figuring out how to do that specifically for this. It was just easier to pop it up that way.
So that's my sort of preliminary spiel, and I think the rest we can save for when we start watching the video.
Jenny P, thank you for the $5. Can you show the part of NotSoErudite's video where she describes the measure she claims qualifies her to use the term psychometrician? Curious on Pearl's take. We'll do that afterwards. Someone remind me, because that'll actually be interesting. I am curious about your take on that, Pearl. I'm very quickly going to set this thing up, and then we can be on our way. Share my screen. I want to share how to find a therapist. Okay. Boom. Let me know if you can see that. All right.
I can see it. Yeah.
You can see it. Can you? And let me know. Can you hear this?
Yep.
Oh dear God, that's loud. Okay, let's turn that down a little bit.
I can see and hear it. Yeah.
Perfect. Pearl, you good?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Let's roll.
And we'll just like shout when we need to pause.
So my role here, because once again, I am very much the non-expert in the room. I'm here to facilitate. I'm the one who pushes the buttons. So if you want me to pause, tell me to pause, and I'll do it. Okay. For however long you want.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, well, welcome. As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So,
okay, I am going to jump in very quickly here right before we begin. So, and this is another issue I have with Kyla. When she introduces this video, she makes it seem as if, ooh, people are just so excited to hear about how she handles her therapy, locating service. What Kyla has been doing since she started her YouTube channel, as far as I can ascertain, is she will sort of tiptoe quietly across the line. Some savvy viewer will call her out, and then afterwards she'll revise everything and pretend that everything was above level all along. And this actually, you saw an example of this in my conversation with her when she was threatening me, where she said, hey, look, I looked at the thing where I said that I had a graduate degree, which was called psychometrist. And I went back and I edited it afterwards. It's like, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it's like, great, you covered your tracks after I pointed it out. That's fantastic, Kyla. You're a saint. Well, same thing here. People were really weirded out by the fact that she was charging money to find a therapist. Given that her background, when you actually look into it at all, doesn't actually seem to equip her for the task or to make it appropriate for her to be charging a fee, especially when other people who are far better equipped are not charging a fee for what she is doing. So when she makes this video, this is an answer to those people. This is not her being transparent. This is damage control, monetized damage control.
I think I might have been part of the reason why she did the damage control at some point.
Oh, yeah?
I'm pretty sure I had a tangle on Twitter, but it's been a long time ago, and my brain is a sieve, so I can't pull up those tweets.
All right. Let me know, either of you, whenever you want me to stop. The show is yours.
as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact.
Yes.
I was sort of thinking about complex needs. I'm sure she'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But when I hear complex needs, I hear caseworker, right? That's what I was talking about in terms of that caseworker role. Anyway, that's it.
Well, this is yeah. Well, this is why this is factored into our conversation. It's factored into our argument as well, because when I hear complex needs as a non-specialist, what I hear is, this is an in-depth set of judgments about a person's condition and about the kinds of care that this particular individual needs, and I would not want someone making those judgments, especially for people who are exhibiting signs of things like ideation around self-harm and whatnot, on the basis of zero area-specific training.
Well,
yeah.
Even more concerning for me is how that information gets stored, because protected health information is protected health information. And I was thinking about this in terms of Tuna, what was his name? Tuna Chip?
Yeah.
If you're doing a therapy referral for somebody who has suicidal ideation of the type that he communicated, like, you better keep that stuff confidential. You need to know that that storage is protected. So for example, I just started at a new sex therapy practice, and there is like an electronic health record system that we have that's encrypted by PHIPAA guidelines. And we also have an email for this. But our email is specifically only for scheduling because we can't guarantee the confidentiality over email. If my clients want to talk to me about anything regarding any sort of therapeutic anything, it has to go through the EHR software, through their messaging program, because you really, you cannot mess around with client confidentiality, even if you're doing an assessment like this. So I'd also be worried about not only what kind of information is she collecting,
but how she's
how
storing it.
secure is that? How is she storing it? And who is she sharing it with? How can
And what's
I know
her
that
retention policy?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, sort of
there's
definitionally, who's she sharing it with? Whoever moderates a Discord. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, that's not appropriate. And additionally, does she have the means to send the information to people that would need it? Even with educational assessment, I can't email a student score to a state department. That has to go through an FTP server. It has to be encrypted. So this is, first of all, it is free to Google on Psychology Today, which is a great site. I recommend it. I found my therapist there.
Mm-hmm.
She's awesome. So that's free, just FYI. Also, even with the PhD in psychometrics, I don't have the skill set to give somebody that assessment and score it via a rubric, look at those results, and give a recommendation. That's not what we do as psychometricians. We are in charge of the statistical models that go into building an assessment or a survey or something that is akin to what she's talking about here, that has it's measuring a latent variable using other variables that we can measure. Is that a conversation? Is it a multiple choice? Whatever. That's what I do. That's what my job is. It is half statistics, half psychology. The psychology comes into understanding how the brain works and how to get that latent information out. When I do an assessment, when I build an assessment, let's say the WJ, just because it's my favorite, because it's the Woodcock-Johnson, that's given to students. It is, and it was actually created by a guy named Dick Woodcock, which is awesome. So the Woodcock-Johnson is given to students by a school psychologist. Those are the folks that are going to give that, score it, and then make those recommendations. A school psychologist, not me. I helped build that maybe somewhere down the way, or I helped with the scoring and the rubric, the validation of the data, but not any sort of clinical intervention. Just like I would not get a score from a student's math assessment and presume that I could give suggestions on how to improve that student's performance in math, even though I do have a math degree. But what if it's in social studies? I can tell you what that score means. I can tell you how it was computed, but I cannot tell you what to do about it.
That's a good analogy.
That's
actually.
where she breaks that down.
Yeah.
She fails at that really crucial point there.
Brooks wants you to know that he found Dick Woodcock-Johnson the funniest thing in the world because he's mentally 5 years old.
Same.
It's okay to be an inner child. Occasionally I am 40 going on 10. It's okay.
Shall we press on?
Yes.
Let's go.
So what
Otherwise,
this video is
we'll be here all
going to
day.
be is I'm actually going to walk you through the process that I use to find a good therapist, so that if you can't afford me, but you still want to find a solid therapist, you can hopefully use this video to help you out. So what I've done
hang
here
on.
is...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did she just say can't afford me?
Yep.
What does she mean by that?
Well, I would assume she means you don't have enough money to pay her the $40 fee. No, $50 fee. It's gone up.
Okay. Never mind. Crisis averted. Carry on.
What were you thinking?
I was like, can't afford me as in can't afford my services, or as like a clinician? That's where
Well,
I was worried.
her service is to find a therapist.
Okay.
This is
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
No,
It's all
no,
good.
it's fine. This is actually, this will come up later in the video as well, but this is actually like one of my major issues as a layperson with this, is that it's a pretty simple, like it's pretty easy to see the inherent problem with this, because she's not providing an essential service that actually contributes to the process directly. And because she acknowledges that even after paying for her services, somebody may be in a financial situation where an entire class of perhaps the best kind of care that the most appropriate kind of care for them might simply be just inaccessible financially. Like she'll offer, here, I'll give you a lower cost, slightly less effective alternative. But in the process of doing so, she's also taking money from the person. And this is the thought process that goes through my head, because I'm not a high-income person. I may be willing to drop $150 on like an hour or something. Maybe I'll drop like $300 on an hour or something, but sometimes I won't be willing to drop $350 on an hour or something. Maybe that's enough to deter me. And so as a consequence of paying that $50, I may have downgraded from the actually appropriate type of care that I actually need to one that's less appropriate and picked as basically a backup. And at that point, knowing it's a backup, I might decide simply not to pursue it at all, or not to pursue it very far, because she's basically just broadcast to me that this is the inferior of the two choices. And so I've basically just been out $50, and none of my issues have been actually addressed. And if you're low income, that $50, that might be significantly more difficult for you to acquire than somebody else. You might have a lot more difficulty working. You might have a lot, like all these sorts of things. So like, if her involvement actually contributes in any conceivable way to limiting the options of a potential patient, that strikes me as a very bad thing.
Yeah, well, also, a given degree doesn't necessarily indicate quality. There are social workers who are way more skilled than psychologists and vice versa. It's just the way that our training manifests is a little bit different. The one thing that I will say about social workers is that because we take a far more holistic approach and we look at like person and environment, we also tend to start out in the trenches. My first job out of my MSW program, I joke that I was hired to, well, I was told that I was hired to work with teens because I'm young and relatable, and ended up with a bunch of like traumatized 8 to 13-year-olds all in like child protective services. So like right out of the gate, I was seeing some of the most complex, worst of the worst cases you could possibly see. And I didn't realize it until I actually went, because I needed to get out of that field because I was burning out, and I went to do a Gottman training. And I was doing training with a number of psychologists, and we were talking about our caseloads. I was talking about a client, and they were like, wow, that sounds like a really difficult client. And I was like, what are you talking about? That's like my easy break client. And so when we were talking about more complex presentations, even though at that time I only had a year or two of clinical work under my belt, I was able to go toe to toe with some of the psychologists in the room who had 10 years on me, because I got my teeth in the trenches and I had to see clients that were far more acute than anything else that they had come across. So just because somebody has a psychology degree and a PhD and someone else has a master's degree, that doesn't necessarily tell you whether they are high quality or what kind of training. Also, to do sex therapy, I had to go through an entire other educational module and undergo, 50 to 100 hours of supervision in order to get that certification. So like, even though my base is a social work degree, I have an entire additional echelon of training that just looking at me as an RSW doesn't really capture. So she's implying that one is superior over the other, when in fact that's not actually true.
I see the I says I am also an MSW if you want to pull me in for this. I think we're a little bit crowded today, but I would love to talk to you some other time. So reach out to me on Discord, okay? I would absolutely love to have you on at some point. Pearl, did you want to say anything, or shall we press on?
No, again, I agree with everything.
Okay. And again, to your point, Sam, like this is going to come out very much when we get later in terms of like judging between. Yeah. I know you know. Okay. Let's go.
I know.
I have posted on Twitter, and I had 2 people who were kind enough to allow me to use some of their information. So we're going to do 2 cases. I'm going to find 2 different people's therapists in this video. I'm going to walk you through everything that I do to find it.
Hey, we figured out where their information is being stored, though. So there you go.
And based on a couple of things that I think these 2 cases are missing, I'm going to cover a little bit of extra information, particularly for my European viewers. So with that, let's get started.
Wait,
and thanks for
she's doing Europe too? Oh, I forgot.
No, go on.
I'm going to stop talking because we will never finish this video. I'm going to hold my tongue. Sorry.
We'll jump more. No, you were saying you were going to say something.
Here's the other thing that really annoys the heck out of me is that she's making a lot of assumptions because licensure is very different in different countries. Heck, in the United States, I initially got my license in Indiana, and then I moved to Massachusetts. And the requirements from state to state are different, and they're also called different things. So in Indiana, like the master's level license is the LSW, and the full clinical license is the LCSW. In Massachusetts, the master's level license is the LCSW, and the full license is LICSW. Canada doesn't have master's level and independent clinical licenses. So once you get your MSW, or at least in Ontario, you can register for the Ontario Social Work Board, and you're an RSW and you're good to go. So unless she has some expertise about what licensure looks like in Europe that I am not aware of, she is really going over her skis right now, because to differentiate between all of the different acronyms and letters, you really need to know your stuff. And you need to know what like each different state and each different province and each different country and how they each do their licensure, because each one is different.
So where do you start off first? So in finding a therapist, the first thing you need to do is identify.
Oh, what did I do? I pressed the button. Everyone stay calm. It's all good.
Kind of what your needs are and which therapists are going to be best matched to that. So let's start with step 1, which is what are your needs? So I've pulled up a document. This is actually the 9 questions that I send people who message me asking for the service of finding a therapist. So what I do is I say, absolutely, can you answer these 9 questions? So if you're doing this on your own at home, I am going to give, in the description, there will be these 9 questions.
Yes.
This is essentially the same path that Psychology Today would have you go through, just to help you narrow things down. They have like a little, at least they used to, but they have like a little thing that walks you through this. Also, you could probably just ask ChatGPT. This is nothing here is outstanding or anything that, again, you would not be able to figure out from just finding on Psychology Today your area and what you want them to focus on. They all write it very clearly, and if you don't know what one of the things is, you just look it up.
And I imagine they prompt you most of these as well.
Yes.
Something else that occurs to me: what insurance, if any, are you using? If you have insurance, you should actually be able to contact your insurance company and just find out which practices they cover, and then pick from those, or get a consultation somewhere.
Also, Psychology Today has those.
And Psychology
you can
Today,
search by the insurance provider, and it will tell you. It's not always accurate, but it's there. But also in the United States, even if your insurance does cover your therapy, it's probably not direct, and you're better off trying to argue for a sliding scale. But that's just my personal opinion.
Okay.
You know, not sure what she says about that. Go ahead.
Questions? Don't forget, Drake. In the description, there'll be these 9 questions. Fill them out for yourself so you can kind of follow along and do this. So online or in person. In general, I actually highly recommend in-person therapy. The only time that I would use online as an alternative is if there's lots of like agoraphobia or social anxiety to the point where like online is going to feel safer and more manageable. Or if you're somebody who's maybe rural or in kind of a country that tends to lack
Not
a lot
her
of,
making absolutes.
What's that?
Yeah, that's
not her making absolutes. Oh, I wouldn't recommend online unless you have those things. Where are you in your diagnosis of that? Is that one of the things you're trying to overcome? Is that true for everybody who might be suffering from agoraphobia? I'm just asking.
Well, here's my to go back again,
Yeah.
like to what was going on with the financial stuff. I should not talk as much. I was supposed to let you guys talk and only you guys talk. But like to go back, yeah, my final comment on this. Once again, like how you interact with a patient or somebody who's going through you, that's going to influence their judgment. And so if she says, I would not recommend online, that person is going to internalize online is inferior or bad or useless or something to some degree in that direction. That's going to be discouraging someone to make use of potentially the best care that they have access to, potentially. It's, yeah.
Almost always I prefer in-person therapy if it's accessible. Number 2 is for in-person, what's the city nearest you? This is for pretty obvious reasons. I'm going to walk through basically how to find psychologists in your area. What's really important to note in particularly Canada and the United States, or if you're in Europe between countries, is that most psychologists and licensed therapists are licensed per state or province, if you're talking about North America. And in Europe, typically people are licensed per country. So if you're in Germany, for example, most therapists in the UK are going to be hesitant about taking you, even for online therapy, because their licensure is in UK for British and for British citizenry, basically, right? Same with the states. If you're licensed in Kansas, that doesn't mean you're licensed or covered for a client from California. So most people tend to prefer to work within state. However, if they dominantly do online therapy, there's a couple of ways that people kind of surpass this and get past kind of this like essentially liability limit. So if they dominantly do online therapy, they might still be able to help you even if you're not in the same country or state. For number 3, what in general is your
Want to say something?
Yeah. First
Please.
of all, really bad psychometric form to have more than one question in a block. Yeah, just bad form. I was reading ahead. I'll wait till she gets to number 7 before I lose my mind on that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Presenting problem.
Oh God, yeah.
When I go through this and I'm doing a service, I allow them to be as vague as needed because I'm decently trained at this point in taking on clients. I've done a lot of one-on-one addiction therapy. So I'm pretty good at translating like generic language into like therapeutic terms for yourself. Obviously, if you're not submitting this to me, actually be as specific as possible. So even if if you're suspicious of like certain diagnoses, write those down, write down specifically the symptoms you're experiencing. So if you're like, I think I have depression, don't just write and look for depression, but also look at some of the symptom collections so you can bring all of that to your therapist. Because for example, you might go to your therapist and be like, I've got a low mood, I'm having a really hard time with attention and concentration, and I just can't seem to be able to like prioritize any of my tasks. They might do some tests and decide that actually, while depression is what you feel like you might have something like ADHD, and they'll treat you separately. So don't just write down like depression, write down your actual symptoms and send that to the therapist and talk to them about specifically what you are.
And now
You're sending
really
them to me,
out of
you can be more vague.
I know. Yep.
This is, getting into diagnostic stuff that there is nothing in her training that, even though she's not technically giving a diagnosis, she is doing the equivalent of me saying, well, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't prescribe anything, but, here's all of the information you need to know about Paxil, right? Even though I'm not technically prescribing, for me to give definitive statements about a psychiatric medication is outside of my scope of practice. She's doing the equivalent here. Anyway, continue.
tease apart what's going on. And in my service, I'm trying to let you be as private and confidential as possible. Are you personally religious? If so, what religion? It's really, really important. The next couple of questions, 4 and 5 especially, and then also 9.
Religious counseling is
I'm upping the
very
quality so
dodgy,
that
by the way.
people on
I
stream are
feel
saying
so uncomfortable.
people on stream are saying the visuals are a little bit hard to see. So I've what I'll
But
do what I'll do on the edit is if it's actually difficult to see, I'll put the slides up separately over top. It'll be clunky, but it'll be there. I'll blow them up so we can see them on screen.
I have faith in you, Sunday.
Oh, you're very misguided, but thank you.
All are about.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did one of you want to say something? You were uncomfortable.
Of more. Yes, this is so awkward. Is she asking people to provide this information to her? Because if yes, I feel so uncomfortable right now. This is
it's really bad.
highly unethical.
It's really bad.
And very problematic and dangerous. And the psychometrician and cybersecurity person in me I want to invert into my own rear end. It's a lot.
Yeah. Also, I'd point out, I know that you said that she got her counseling in faith-based programs. I am very, very, very wary of most religious counseling, with very few exceptions. It also probably doesn't help that I finished watching the Duggar documentary and seeing how some of the faith-based counseling can be very harmful. This is.
Well, let's clarify the issue there a little bit. So, for example, so Demon Mama talked about how there are cases where religious-based addictions counseling, just because of the way in which it's the way in which institutions are accredited to perform addictions counseling and things of the sort, that varies widely by place. In some places, it's not regulated at all. And so people in some institutions are able to actually exploit their patients through that. But let's assume that everything's on the up and up, and it really is just a purely well-intentioned addictions counseling center or an addictions recovery center that just happens because of the religious beliefs of the organizers, involve prayer, Bible study, attendance at a religious institution like a church or a mosque or whatever.
It's a different type of training.
Sure.
So I actually knew somebody who was a pastoral counselor back in the day. And the type of training that people who are in faith-based organizations get is very different than somebody going through, say, like a clinical social work program or a psychology program. There tends to be a lot less oversight. Also, they tend to kind of create their own accrediting bodies that can be dodgy. And the likelihood of them using like evidence-based practices or the types of theoretical frameworks that you would learn in a clinical program, whether or not you learn them is kind of a coin toss based on, you know, where you go and what type of training you get. There are some people who also do pastoral counseling with no training at all because it's not as regulated as a profession as some of the other mental health professions are. Like I said, that's also true for addictions.
Well, I think as well, when we're talking about clinical experience, we're talking ultimately about hours worked at an institution. And so if you're citing your clinical experience to a lay audience, which you are inevitably when you're doing this on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, it really becomes incumbent on you to emphasize that your clinical experience is not the same as somebody who has clinical experience in a secular organization. A large number of your hours will involve something to do with church, Bible study, whatever, not things that people generally put faith in when we're talking about experience with respect to treating mental health according to modern secular standards and things like that, if that makes sense. It's not that there's like something intrinsically wrong with these things being incorporated into a therapy or recovery program, although maybe there is, like, I mean, we don't really have time to talk about like the issues with things like 12-step programs, but they are myriad. They are not like people talk about them sort of off the top of their head as if like, oh, this is an example of like religious treatment working. It's a little bit more complicated than that, to say the least. But
And just
yeah, no,
oh,
please.
sorry.
No, go on.
And just because somebody doesn't have like religious training doesn't mean that you can't work with somebody's faith. So, for example, actually, there is a 3-day sex therapy workshop that I teach for an organization that I'm on the faculty of. And there's a case study that I use of a client I had who was Mormon, and that was a very big part of our work. And so part of my job was to educate myself on the aspects of Mormon faith that I thought was going to come up in our therapy. And I had a Mormon colleague who was a Mormon sex educator, long story. And I talked to them about the case, and I said, I didn't give any, identifying details, but I said, I'm working with a client who's having this issue. What would you recommend from a Mormon perspective? And he actually gave me a passage from the Book of Mormon to be like, tell this to your client, this is what it meant. And so I went to my Mormon client and said, I consulted with a Mormon colleague of mine, and they recommended that I show you this passage. So you said that you would know what it meant. And he was like, and that was very helpful and very impactful. So even those of us who don't have training in religious organization, that doesn't mean that, we don't bring people's belief systems into the room. Part of my job is to help understand somebody's holistic experience and strengths so that I can, give them the help and the care that they need. Does that make sense?
That makes tremendous sense. Thank you very much. Let's press on.
About tailoring the therapist to you. One robust finding in research on therapy is that therapy is most effective when you have a really solid therapeutic rapport with your therapist. What that means is basically, do you get along with them, right? Do you click? Do they seem to understand you? And so as you can see, sometimes having people match you on both cultural and sometimes major identifying pieces about yourself, religion, LGBTQ, certain cultural backgrounds can be really, really helpful in helping you feel clicked more, right? There's nothing more frustrating than going to a therapist and say you practice the Islamic faith, and you have to spend the first 2 sessions trying to explain family and gender and multiple dynamics that your faith impacts in your life because your therapist has no experience or understanding of that. That can be a really obnoxious thing to do. And so that's kind of how I try to pair things. So obviously, if somebody's highly religious, I obviously encourage, what religion are you? It's best to try to match these things. If you're distinctly not religious, obviously you want to avoid counselors with religious backgrounds or counselors who include religious practices within their therapy. If you're a specific type of minority, so in general, I try to do visible minorities and LGBTQ because they often have very specialized, unique kind of lived experiences that don't map on it super well.
Just the visible ones, though.
Just the visible ones.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
The stealth ones, they can,
Yeah, those latent ones. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're white passing and you're not white, sucks to be you.
Or if you're gay and you don't glow pink when you walk outdoors.
Yeah.
Also starting to include within that as well, autistic young men or highly lonely men, maybe would even go so far as to call them incels. I again try to look for these things to map them onto a therapist who's going to understand kind of their specific
Wait, I'm sorry.
cultural.
Incel is a minority now? Incel is considered a minority?
Didn't the DSM was just updated to include incel?
I believe that my soul just left my body. My soul just left my body. Okay. I'm going to need a minute after that. Wow.
Well, let's see. Psychology Today actually has an article on incels. How are incels
I'm sure
different
they
from
do.
others? Okay, yeah, go on. I'm just curious. I'm just curious if they have if they refer to them as a minority, and that might be where she got it.
This is why I'm a sex therapist. Anyway, continue.
Well, the article's from the Minority Report, so.
Of course it is.
Unique needs. Insurance is pretty obvious. You know your insurance. Some therapists take them, some therapists. So a pro tip with insurance, clarify with your insurance provider what type of licensed professional they will cover. So there's a lot of licensed professionals that can offer therapy, and not all insurances will cover them. So for example, in my insurance covers only licensed psychologists and clinical social workers. So I can only see therapists with these two professional registries, but there's therapists, for example, that are licensed therapists, family and marriage counselors, addiction counselors. None of those would be covered by my insurance, even though my insurance does cover therapy hours. So make sure that you really check with your insurance what designations actually matter. And if you're doing this service with me, try to send those to me, because I will prioritize the designations. A safe bet is psychologists are almost always covered, because that's basically the highest level of training, which is why typically when I do this service, I try to maximize sending.
Go on.
In New York, almost no psychologists take insurance.
Really?
Yeah, I'm from New York, and my mother keeps, Samantha, if you move back to New York, you're going to make so much money. Just, you can set up a shingle. I was like, thanks, Mom. But as a result, I had to talk to a lot of New York therapists, and none of them take insurance because it's the paperwork to compensation is not worth it for them.
People psychologists so that they're most likely going to be covered. If you're in a European country, there's a couple of different designations. There's psychotherapist and psychologist, is my understanding. Just do the same and check and make sure that your insurance covers one or both and what they are.
Also, we have those here too. It's not just Europe. But
Also,
she probably knows that.
Also, I imagine different countries have different licensures. I was doing ASEC supervision for a psychologist in Germany, and he was talking about how, like, Germany is very different from Vienna, which is different from the UK, which is, well, UK isn't, you get it.
Yeah.
So just to say Europe is also very weird.
She did pay lip service to the variance in licensure thing earlier, but
yeah, but
I'll take your point.
Not competently.
Yeah.
Number 7 is a bit strange. Do you prefer a more empirically focused problem-solving form of therapy, or are you more artistic and prefer a more exploratory process? You can even think about this really simply. Like, are you?
Okay.
This is the one you were waiting for.
Okay.
Take the stage. You got this.
So again, I'm going to say stop putting more than one question in per number, but also so she's making this list for people who don't know how to find a therapist, but then she's going to make the assumption that they're going to be able to wade through these 2 sentences and evaluate themselves based upon this, because I'm going to say no. Additionally, there might be in a person's mind, is there a better choice? Should I pick one over the other? Or what if I think / aspire to be one, but I'm actually the other? But also, what difference does that make with regard to therapy? I'm sure she's going to tell us, but I just feel like maybe there are better ways at assessing this. But she's also an expert from what I hear, so maybe I can learn from her.
Well, this one, what you're saying speaks to me here, because I grew up in a very conservative household that had sort of a very technocratic attitude towards education. And so, while they had like a bunch of respect for the arts, the humanities, and whatnot, those were the basket weaving courses, and the ones that actually got you into a place where you could get a job and be like a responsible member of your society, those were going to be in STEM. And those were associated with problem solving and not with the word like artistic or creative, which is basically, gay stuff, for lack of a better word. So for me, I may actually be better suited to somebody who is whatever she means by an artistic and exploratory process, but I will have a prejudice against that language, and I will not pick that out on that basis, even if that's actually maybe like the best one for me, whatever it is she's referring to there.
I think what she's trying to say is she's talking about the difference between directive, non-directive, and like artistic, because
of course
there
but that's not how you would assess that.
Yeah, there are a lot of non-directive interventions that do have some data behind them, but I think what she's talking about are things like cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy, which tend to be very structured. You get like worksheets and stuff, versus more psychodynamic, which is what a lot of people think about when they think about the stereotypical therapist with like
But
the
obviously,
couch and the how does that make you feel?
even that more particular phrasing though is not going to be any more clarifying on this. Like,
No.
yeah.
But what I would say, would you prefer something that's more guided and structured? Do you need a sounding board, or do you want something that, you know, is more like based in artistic expression? Because things like art therapy and sand tray therapy can be incredibly powerful tools, but they're definitely not for everybody. And not everybody wants to do homework when in the therapeutic process. So if somebody doesn't want to do homework, CBT or DBT are not going to be their jam, you know?
Right. And so that's why if she was actually going to assess this effectively, she would need to ask anywhere from 5 to 10 questions that would ask somebody to indicate things like you suggested, you know, more directive, more, you know, whatever the questions are. But there would be several of them so that you could average them, because if you just ask, it's like asking a true false question. There's nothing more worthless than a true false question, because I don't know if you know the answer or if I should take you to Vegas because you're good at guessing. So this is the same thing here. She is not gathering enough information to make a valid decision with it. And I do want to come back to consequential validity, because that is going to be my ultimate issue with her with all of this, but I'm not quite ready to make that point. But I can't do number 7 anymore, so I'm done. Thank you.
Another point that I would want to say is that we were talking about, like, can somebody be, you know, written up to a licensing board or whatever. For the purposes of this conversation, it kind of doesn't matter, because we're not necessarily talking about something that's going to get you disbarred or land you in prison or whatever. We're talking about efficacy and ethics. And what is effective and what is ethical may not necessarily align with what is strictly legal.
Mm-hmm.
So even if she can't necessarily get in trouble or be held accountable, this is still bad form.
Well, to put this into perspective for people in the audience, there is a very successful YouTube channel called Eric Berg, who calls himself Dr. Eric Berg, and gives extraordinarily bad dietary advice in an extremely, like, unprofessional manner. Like, for example, he'll refer to salad as if this is simply like a basic food group when he's advising people just to eat a salad during a certain thing, or to advise like tremendous amounts of like greasy, fatty meats and things like that. But he's able to call himself a doctor and thereby secure the confidence of a lot of viewers who aren't paying close enough attention or aren't suspicious enough of him for doing so, because he has a degree in chiropractic. And he's allowed to do this. He's allowed to mix these things. And it's like, is it illegal? No. Is it unethical? It's about as unethical as when I think it was called the Daikon Shield was found to cause birth defects and horrendous like vaginal diseases, and it was sent overseas to countries where it was not yet illegal to sell them to get rid of the remaining stock. People actually do die from these types of abuses or are severely harmed, regardless of whether or not at the end of the day the individual responsible for initiating the sequence of events did something so clear-cut and obvious and illegal as like pointing a gun at someone and pulling a trigger.
Yeah. And also, this is not so much the goal here is not so much to wag my finger at Kyla as much as it is to educate your audience so that they don't fall for this sort of thing, and they're able to look at this with a little bit more discernment. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Here's what I suggest, because we need to speed this up.
I know.
Let's go to the next. Let's
robust.
continue to the next chapter. No, I appreciate it. Let's go to the next chapter, and we'll assess once we get to the chapter. And
Also, Pearl, if I am talking too much and you want to claim the floor, I trust that you will kindly.
No, I will. I'll gladly talk over you. But I do think that there is so much of this that is on the practice side that needs to be spoken about by a practitioner. I'm here just as normal psychometricians are to set limits and say no, because that's generally what we do. And also, I just want to make this, because I know people are calling her a psychomagician. That's a word that we use internally, and we love that term for ourselves. So please do not use that for her. That we
Love
use
that for
that
you.
term
Oh, yeah.
because the states want one thing, the teachers want another. There's like what I can actually do with the test, and then how all the data will be misused. So I do refer to myself as a psychomagician, and she's not that fancy.
Well,
No,
obviously,
she doesn't get that term.
well, obviously, like there are a lot of people, and for more or less substantial reasons, that are critical of whole fields and things of that sort. The issue here is not the field in which Kyla works. The issue here is with what she does, with the well.
Oh, you mean the consequential validity of the whole thing?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Because
That you can talk to. Oh, you should talk about validity.
So validity is the most important thing when it comes to assessment from a psychometrician standpoint. And there are many types of it written about by Samuel Messick. A very difficult article. Find a summary. Don't try to read through his original 99 pages. But just to give you an idea of an example, so there's content validity, meaning, do I have evidence to suggest that the content that is on this assessment is actually going to be representative of the content I think I'm measuring? But consequential validity means, can I make a valid decision based on the data that I have collected from this instrument? She is not in any way establishing any sort of consequential validity, because first of all, if this is her instrument, she is not able to make an accurate recommendation, and I don't care what anyone says. If this is the instrument, she's going to have some issues establishing consequential validity. Every time she makes a claim, especially based upon data that she has, I can't wait to see this measure. That's really the most important part. What are you doing with these data? What are the decisions that you're making? And I question that, and she shows no evidence of it. And I don't care how many graduate courses she's taken. I don't care if I was talking to my advisor from graduate school. I would ask the same question. Can you show me what you've done to establish evidence of consequential validity? Because also a test can't be valid. The data give you evidence for valid decision making, right? You get evidence that there's content validity. There's also face validity, which is like, I'm going to look at this and it's like supposed to be a math test, and I look at it, I see a bunch of equations, I'm like, yep, that's a math test, right? She does not in any way establish evidence for consequential validity.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this section. It is approximately 2 more minutes. Excuse me. The other sections following are
We'll get
short.
to when she talks about social workers so that I can
Oh, we will. We will. We will.
try very hard not to swear.
Let's go. I've got somebody asking, do you think NSC will come on? I do not think NSC will come on, and I don't want
Please,
to
no.
subject her to my guests either.
I have no interest in debating her.
don't think there's any value in it. This is her clearest statement of what she's doing. I think this will actually be definitive. I don't think her under pressure here doing damage control is going to shed light on anything. I think it's just going to frustrate
I
everybody.
think it's even worse than that, because she is incredibly good from what I've seen from your interactions with her at obfuscating and minimizing and trying to muddy the waters and doing things that are gaslight adjacent, shall we say. And so I think that bringing her on would
Oh, I'm not
do
even
more to misinform your audience than inform it.
I'm not even entertaining it. Just somebody
I know.
asked.
I'm just explaining why not only is that the correct decision that it wouldn't do anything, but I think that it would harm the conversation.
Fair enough. All right, let's go.
Left-brained person or a right-brained person. Part of what I'm trying to do here is just match your style.
Same as 7. Same argument as 7.
It's not a thing. Okay, continue.
Right? So if you're a kind of a person who wants to go into therapy, you want to get a formula, fix everything, really like structured, focused, do homework, be in and out within like 8 to 16 weeks, and you're really big on like
That's not how it
science
works.
and empiricism and stuff, you're going to want a therapist who matches that style because that's going to appeal most to you. Whereas if you're a little bit more artistic, you tend to want to be more exploratory. Or for example, if you're kind of like, I feel like I am the exact syndrome of my life was fucked up, so now I kind of fucked up, but I don't know what kind of fucked up. That's often where I lean a little bit more into exploratory process styles. So then I'm going to be looking for therapists who do things like narrative therapy, stuff like that. Whereas if you know like a specific need you have, like I know I need emotional regulation skills, I'm actually going to lean more into a much more structured form of therapy like CBT or DBT, because those are very well vetted against emotional regulation. We know that they're highly efficacious in training and improving emotional regulation.
On
So
earth
that's
can
just kind of a
she
bit of a personal
gauge
preference.
all of this stuff just by looking at Psychology Today profiles? Does she like reach out to the therapists and talk to them? Does she check whether they even have availability on their schedule, or does she just scour Psychology Today and give names? Because
That is an excellent
if
question.
all she's doing is looking at Psychology Today profiles, how the hell is she able to gather this data?
Well, I suppose
that
we'll see.
Same question,
Yeah.
because that was what I was kind of talking about with gathering these data. And is she forwarding that to the therapist that is chosen? Is she interacting with this therapist, or is she just charging an amount to answer these ridiculous questions?
Well, you know what?
That are much better positive. No, I don't.
I come bearing gifts. We can skip ahead at 21 minutes in.
Ooh.
She has a chapter called Vetting Good Psychologists for Diagnosis.
And just for comparison, can I talk about a referral list, the NASW referral list that I was on, to give you an idea of just how different that experience is?
Sure.
So this was a list of clinicians. The clinicians had to pay to get on the list, and every single clinician that went on the list had to do a one-on-one 15-minute phone call with the intake coordinators to talk to them. We had to fill out an entire form of all of the different things that we did, our specialties, the insurance that we took, and how many available clients we had. And so we would pay, and then it would be free for the clients. And so what would happen is we would sort of put out our shingle and our information. We would do the interview, and then if there was somebody who matched our interests or our profile, they would, give us like 2 or 3 names, and then we would say yes, no, and they could reach out to us. The other thing that we had to do in order to stay on that list is every month we had to update our availability to say, are you still taking clients? So every clinician that was referred in that referral program are clinicians who the intake coordinators and the people doing the referrals knew. They knew our availability, and they had a sense of our cadence and our style, which is not something that you can do just by scouring Psychology Today. And again, that service was free for clients. So compare and contrast that was run through the social work chapter of Massachusetts to what we're seeing here.
Let's finish this section because there's very little of it left, and it seems like she actually goes through, I'm looking through this, finding a therapist, preferred website, limiting factors, etc. So this will be worth going through in order. So let's just press on.
So
yeah,
I just wanted to say that just in terms of contrast, in terms
no, I
of
appreciate
services
it.
being
Yeah,
offered.
it's fine. Yeah.
Preference and a little bit tailored to what your needs are. Have you had therapy in the past, and what did and didn't work for you? This is really helpful when you yourself are looking for a therapist. Actually think about it. If you've had therapy in the past, what made it not work? Or if it did work and you've had new stuff happen in your life that you're going back, what did work? That might be the interpersonal style. That might be the specific delivery modality. It might be like CBT just clicks with me. It might be more like What worked really well for me is a much more like high maximal empathy who just like kind of reflects my thoughts, but doesn't add like too much structure. Whereas for somebody else might be like, I really enjoyed having like a therapist who kind of like wrestled a little bit with me and like really like put a lot of structure into the therapy session. So just figure out what works for you and tailor your therapist to that. And then strong gender preference for your counselor. This is pretty self-evident. If you have, for example, high levels of trauma with men or women, I would obviously encourage you to work with the group that you don't have high trauma with. Another thing that might be helpful, a lot of people that message me are LGBTQ. And so they'll have a group that they're more comfortable with based on kind of their intersection of their trans identity and people that they're comfortable relating to. So just think about it, what works for you. I will give you a pro tip. There's not a ton of non-binary therapists. It is increasing. In Europe, I basically never find any. In the States, I'm starting to find them, but I will be honest, they're typically significantly less trained, and I tend not to click on them because they have like some of the least rigorous training. But obviously over time, we're probably going to see that improve as the trans population gets more and more into different spaces in the world. Okay,
there are entire
section 1
separate. There are entire separate referral and therapy lists specifically for queer clients or people who are looking for queer, non-binary, or trans clients. Anyway, continue.
Who are you and what do you need in therapy? Answer these questions. So now what do we do for finding a therapist? So I'm going to do this twice. You're going to see there's a bit of chopping that's going to be done in between because I really want to keep this video
just real
brief.
quick.
Yes.
So she does have people fill this information out. Does she sign an NDA? Does she sign any sort of confidentiality that she's not going to share this? I know that she said that she got permission. I'm not faulting her on that in any way, to be fair. But I'm just curious because I would hope, I mean, there's just so much here that is scary when it comes to data. That's all.
Yep.
And high utility. So make sure you kind of jump around as you need, but this is one example. So just so everyone's clear, some disclaimers. This is a real person's response to me to the 9 questions. All of the personalized information that I thought I could remove has been removed, obviously like their name. I've also gotten their consent to release precisely verbatim these words. So all of the consent is covered in case you're worried about it. All right, so this individual would prefer online. That's fine. They are in Oregon. Okay, so for Oregon, I'm going to go through some of the major cities. They prefer online, so I'll show you how to do that. So I'm going to undarken this screen. Sorry to blast your eyeballs. So Psychology Today is my go-to website. Most psychologists, therapists, anyone who offers individual therapy will be registered here. These are almost exclusively private therapists, though, just to be super clear. So typically what I'll do is I'm going to start with Portland. So I've just Googled Portland, Oregon therapists. BetterHelp, I almost always dismiss and disregard. It's not great. What I look for is the website psychologytoday.com. Okay, so you click this. It's great because basically every single therapist who is privately,
to be fair, points for Erudite dissing BetterHelp,
licensed in the city
it's
almost always is registered on Psychology Today. It's kind of the most common website. So if you look down, I'm going to get pages and pages of possible therapists, which is great. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read through and see any limiters. So not religious, Kaiser. So one thing I'm going to put in here is insurance. I'm going to see if Kaiser's here. A lot of my issues relate to being a woman around men in the workplace and my relationship with my mother. So I have a hard time feeling like a man could really understand where I'm coming from. Okay, so she also prefers women only as a therapist. There we go. So now we've got Kaiser and only women.
Just one more time, I'm going to harp on this. So this is in a Word document, not a secure web form. A Word document that most likely was emailed. Because I doubt that she has an FTP server. I am open to stand corrected, but a Word document. Okay.
And there are services like Hushmail that do have encrypted forms that she could use if she wanted.
She could also build one on SurveyMonkey if she had the skill set that she claims to have by being a psychometrician. Okay, go ahead.
That's also true.
Mm-hmm.
So what I then go through is I first emphasized by quality of training. So anyone who's a psychologist
And
with a
here's where I'm going to
PhD.
start to try very hard to not swear.
Here, let her say it first. Otherwise, you can't hear her. Hang on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just tell me to pause and then comment. It's the better way to go.
Sorry.
PhD is your golden standard. Actually, if they're a clinical psychologist, they're even higher. Now, depending on the complexity of the situations, I'm going to be more restrictive. She has a lot of transition of life, interpersonal issues, and unhealthy work-life balance. This is actually what in psychology we would categorize as kind of like general adjustment struggles, right? So there's not like a complex psychotic disorder. There's not a multitude of comorbid neurodivergences or anything like that. And so a clinical psychologist actually wouldn't be something you require. Whereas if you've got like a complex number of like OCD, autism, and like a bunch of kind of unique needs, I would be exclusively focusing on the highest trained. Because this is adjustment stuff, you can actually like pretty comfortably.
I need to stop now. So when she talks about quality of training, she's looking at the wrong thing. It's not just whether somebody has a psychology degree or a clinical psychologist or a social worker, but rather what types of specializations do they have and what additional trainings do they have. She's going to say some very misinformed stuff about social workers in a minute, so I'm going to save that rant for later. But the ways in which she is assessing quality of training is
well, how about this? Let me put this to you, okay? Like, as somebody who's in the humanities, where the stakes are significantly lower. Certainly not. You're not dealing with the life and death of individuals you're immediately dealing with, right? A person with a PhD in political science may have a PhD in political science specializing in the area studies of the politics of some part of China. They may have a specialty in political theory. They may have a specialty in political history. They may have a specialty in international relations. They may have a specialty in comparative politics, maybe in the study of religion and politics, intersections of gender and politics, and so on and so forth. And if you are asking them a question with respect to any one of these things that they do not have specific expertise in, and these are broad, they are going to be functionally as useless to you as somebody who has studied that but has a bachelor's. The degree itself, especially in like a field like this, where there's high degrees of specialization given whatever it is that they're particularly trained to address, that's telling you practically nothing. And to fetishize the higher level degree seems obvious to a layperson, but anybody who has any level of expertise in any field will know, first of all, like how limited they are, and then how frustrating it is to deal with other people with even higher degrees of training than you on paper, who just can't keep up because they're just not in your area.
I mean, for crying out loud, Jordan Peterson technically has a PhD and technically saw clients at one point. So I am a better therapist than he is.
Oh, I mean, she's an ex-Peterson fan, so there you go.
Of course. But like, so case in point, sort of looking at me, I do not have my PhD yet, give it a couple of years. But I have very specific and specialized training beyond sex therapy in trauma and complex trauma. My second year field placement, I was working at a rape crisis center. My first job out of graduate school, I was working with children and adolescents and some adults and families that were all in child protective services. I worked in community mental health for many years. I have done very specific trainings in dialectical behavioral therapy, and various trauma-focused modalities. So if somebody is dealing with complex trauma, especially sexual trauma, but not specifically sexual trauma, I am a subject matter expert to the point where I have given continuing education classes to other therapists, so I teach other therapists how to do my job. So I have it on good authority. I am good at my job. But if I were one of the clinicians that she was looking through, she would look at a psychologist who has half of my training because I have a social work license and not a psychology license. And so that person would miss out on my wealth of expertise because I don't have the right initials after my name.
Pearl, do you want to comment, or shall we wait till the end of this section?
No, we can't. She took the words out of my mouth. We're good, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Use most
I got a
therapists
little
with most
heated
level
there.
of training. I still try to go for the best of the best. And I'll be fully honest, I never, ever, ever recommend clinical social workers. I pretty much
There it
never
is.
click them. Some people listening who are clinically trained
Hang
social
on. Let her speak and then we'll respond.
workers might be upset by that. I apologize. I do not find that social workers are actually really well trained in individual efficacious treatment, and I tend to find their therapy styles underwhelming.
Question for you. Hang on. I have a question for the psychometrist. Very quickly. Given your level of training, can you remind us what that is exactly again?
A PhD in measurement and quantitative methods.
Thank you very much. And would you consider yourself to be in a position, given your credentials, to make this judgment about social workers?
No.
Okay. Sorry. Beyond safe words, you were going to say something.
Thank you. I literally yelled about this on Poppy and Zena's stream not too long ago. First of all, that have you ever seen the TV series Poker Face?
No. Is it good?
It's very good. It's Rian Johnson's take on Columbo, basically. But
Okay.
Natasha Lyonne.
You knew exactly where to hit me. Continue, please.
I know. But basically, she's kind of a human bullshit detector, and whenever anybody lies, she'll sort of reflexively say bullshit. And so every time I hear this, my inner Charlie is just like, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Sorry. I know that that's bad for the algorithm. But this is a 20-year, 30-year out of date, and even then it wasn't accurate stereotype about social workers, and it is one that does real damage to my field. The clinical training that we get if you are on a clinical path. So the MSW program that I did had two paths. You could do the clinical path or the administrative macro level path. I was clinical. We learned that I had to specialize in two modalities. I did psychodynamic theory and dialectical behavioral therapy. The types of training that we get in terms of clinical interventions are exactly the same as those that you would learn in a psychology program. The difference in the social work education is we take a more holistic element to it, and elements of social justice are baked in. So part of my job is as much to do advocacy and to try to kind of remove barriers to access, as well as the clinical work. We also have to take courses in human development, psychosocial development, and other kind of macro level stuff so that we're able to contextualize our clients' experiences, not just as a checklist of symptoms, but as a whole person that is impacted by all of these other life circumstances. And not all social workers end up going the clinical route, and some do other types of client services. Does that make sense? So for her to say that we don't have the same amount of training is simply not true. I also heard her say somewhere that we don't get the same types of supervision or training or something like that, which is also not true. I had to do I did case recordings that my supervisor would have to listen to. And actually at the University of Toronto social work program and their MSW program, they do something that's very, very cool, where they have something that's called the OSCE, which is a simulation. I was actually a grader for it this last year, where they have actors come in to play clients, and there are like two different vignettes. And each person goes in and sits with an actor, and they simulate like the first 5 minutes of a therapy session. And there's a grader in the room who sits and like assesses their use of the clinical skills. And then at the end, the grader will give the student feedback. And then the actor who played the client will give feedback of what it was like to be their client. And that's a part of the requirements to graduate the program is to go through the simulation. So I didn't have this in my program, but I was doing clinical work, you know, almost out of the gate in my first year of field placement. So for her to say that we don't have the same type of training or that we don't have effective or sufficient training is simply a lie, or grossly misinformed. Sorry, I had to cape for my profession there.
No,
when she said that, she was absolutely right. I stopped taking her seriously. She was correct.
The only thing that I would add to that, and it's kind of in relation to the question that you asked me, do I have the ability to make that call? So no, again, the answer is no. But also, let me just read directly from her program and her certificate.
Do we want to put this on the screen? Can you send that to me?
I think I did in the chat.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay, give me one moment. Let me pull it up on the screen, okay? So I think I should be able to just...
And by the way, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who's worked both in the United States and Canada, so I'm speaking from both perspectives. Anyway, carry on.
All right, sorry, Pearl.
So the program is intended to offer professional preparation to provide skilled assessment services under the supervision of a registered psychologist. For example, as a psychological assistant, not psychometrician, not therapist, not professional recommender of things that you could have Googled for free, none of those things. Assistant. I just want to make that really clear.
Okay, and to speak to some people in the audience, because I see Firechild and I see Reebok who are saying that they've had bad experiences with social workers. The issue here is not to say that social workers are categorically good at this kind of thing. The issue here is that she is categorically dismissing an entire type of therapist outside of her area of expertise. So it may indeed be the case. It's distinctly possible. Maybe there are more social workers who people have a negative experience with going through these types of services to find help with than with other types of practitioners. The issue here is that she's making a very cut and dry categorical statement. This entire type of person, don't bother. And she's not in a place to do so. That's actually sabotaging a whole lot of people's work, because there are people who've had a good experience with social workers, and not a slim enough minority of which where this is simply the case, that social workers are officially bad for this. That's inappropriate.
And unfortunately, a lot of social workers who do bad therapy do so as a result of vicarious trauma and burnout. Because the systems in which we come up, the systems in which we work are designed to burn us out. And especially in community mental health, we tend to get treated like cogs in a machine, and we get ground into a pulp. And so it is not uncommon for social workers to have an experience like I've had, where you
just to bring us back in. Sorry to cut you off very quickly, but just to bring us back in, that would stand as an explanation for why some of them are in a bad position to render that type of service after a certain point, just from the experience of doing certain kinds of social work that itself very traumatic. The issue here, the issue here is not that she's referencing potentially an actual problem. The issue here is that she's essentially anecdotally saying these are bad, apropos of nothing, with no evidence, on the basis of literally just her diploma in assessment and her brief stint doing addictions counseling for a faith-based organization. That's reaching. That's the issue here. So I take your point. We can talk about that another time.
I've had there are some amazing social workers who are clinicians, and there are some horrific psychologists. Like, one of the worst therapists that I ever had was a clinical psychologist. And I ended up having to go to therapy to undo the therapy.
Well,
that I
actually,
did with that psychologist.
Case in point, and this will come to the fore later. I'm going to insist we jump ahead after this. But once again, like, this works in both ways. Just as
Yeah.
it's inappropriate to say a practitioner is undesirable or bad because they're in social work, simultaneously, just because someone has a psychologist PhD doesn't mean that they're going to be a good fit either. In fact, they may be very, very bad. You can't make that judgment
Yeah.
based on that. So your point earlier about she's looking in the wrong place, completely accurate.
Yeah.
So that's my preference. Obviously, I'm making the video. If you disagree with me, disregard that. But then probably stop watching the
do
video because
disagree.
you probably won't
Hang
respect
on,
the rest
hang
of
on.
my opinions.
Okay, tell me to pause. I can't hear you speak if you don't tell me to pause.
Agree with me?
Sorry.
Disregard
It's
that.
okay.
But then probably stop watching the video because you probably won't respect the rest of my opinions. So I tend to focus on psychologists first. Because so there's a lot of marriage family therapists. The reason I would not click this for this individual is because she's looking for workplace stuff. And this is going to be focused on really
Pause.
family dynamic relationship stuff.
If she's looking for workplace stuff, why doesn't she go through, like, don't most employees have like IEPs or going through people who have specific training in like workplace issues? I know that I was licensed out for like an EAP to help people with job performance. Also, just like with social workers, marriage and family therapists can also run the gamut. And they can also see a wide range of presentations. Again, it's not the base licensure you should be looking at, but the additional types of training, a number of years in practice in the area of expertise.
But I would agree. I mean, I would at least tend to agree a little bit here that if someone's fronting marriage and family therapist, unless the issues specifically in some way pertain to familial or marital issues, I mean, like, once again, I'm a layperson, so I don't know. But I wouldn't click on those ones either for somebody who's not citing those things in particular as like relevant things that they need to address, you know?
Yeah.
Would that be a fair assessment on my part, or do you think that's incorrect?
Kind of, but then you also have people who have the training in MFT or who have that designation, but then do other therapy and then move on to do different types of clinical work or individual work. So even if somebody, and the marriage and family therapist, not all provinces, not all states have that designation. They're called different things in other places. So the base licensure can be very muddy because a lot
Okay,
of
no,
us...
that's a good point. So here, for example, so if I read appropriately Destiny Vega down here at the bottom, her description says, "My passion is to work with BIPOC women and families surrounding issues involving disabilities, trauma, relationship struggles, blended families, and the military. Only 2 of these actually require you to be in an active relationship or to be dealing with familial issues for her to be dealing with this." Now, obviously, she might have like a specialization that relates family and marital issues to the aforementioned, but these are also going to be things that she is trained to address nonetheless. So that's, I take your point there, yeah.
Stuff. Anytime there's a family dynamic stuff, I will say I almost click marriage and family therapists over like psychologists, because marriage and family therapists get all of their training on family unit problems. They're really quite good at what they do. However, obviously, they don't appeal to what the person in
It's
helping
okay.
needs. So I'm going to kind of look
We know
through.
who the problem child
I'm gonna
is.
look
It's
at
all
how
right.
many pages I've got. Licensed professional counselors.
The psychometrician said she was undisclosed age going on 12, whereas the social worker is undisclosed age going on 4, unless I've mixed them up. So that's explaining everything.
No, you got it right.
They're going to be, for these needs, these are going to be kind of my alternative if I can't find people with PhDs or PsyDs. I would probably emphasize probably more of a master
In all seriousness, though, you've been wonderful tonight. You're very helpful.
of arts. She seems to want a more exploratory style and a bit of a softer style. You're going to get a lot more of that from somebody who trained in a Master of Arts than a Master's of Science necessarily.
Okay, pause. That isn't necessarily true. Again, you have no way of knowing this unless you're actually having a conversation or an introductory exchange of some sort with the therapist. Just because somebody has a specific designation doesn't necessarily mean they have any specific or given style.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty good. Then I go right back to 1. And now I'm going to start being open to counselors. So what I'm going to do first is just vet against the psychologists. So probably what I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically somebody who's just like a licensed therapist. So I'm probably going to send her 2 psychologists and then a licensed therapist as a third option in case she needs a little bit of a lower price. So we'll go through what the
Wait, stop.
psychologist.
That's also not how you designate whether or not somebody has a lower price. What you should be looking for is whether there are therapists that offer sliding scale fees. That's how you find a therapist with a lower price, not necessarily through their designation.
Yeah, she's picking out pricing based on designation alone. I think in addition to there's something
which is not a
I don't know
which
how
isn't accurate.
Yeah, I don't know how far I want to press her on this one because this is arguably ambiguous, but there seems to be kind of a shotgun approach to this where it's like she might need like a lower price, so I'm going to give her a lower price option based on their designation in addition to these other higher price ones. So even if the way in which she's determining the relative pricing of these different therapists is accurate, she seems to be giving them a selection that's very limited and fairly arbitrary, and also like it necessarily giving fewer options to somebody with less money, even if more options at that level are available. She insists on 2 psychologists, 1 therapist. That strikes me as odd.
Well, here's the thing: is what she could do instead is say, "What is your budget for therapy?" and then filter therapists by that rubric. Because in psychology today, you can see the range of how much each therapist charges. So that would make more sense than trying to base this on a credential. I know some clinical social workers that charge as much as some psychologists because of their expertise and because of their years in the field. So this is a very misguided way of giving somebody a lower priced option. The way you give somebody a lower priced option is you filter by price range. And you give somebody who charges X amount of money, and then you give somebody who charges lower or offers a sliding scale fee. So this way of filtering is utterly nonsensical.
Thank you, Firechild, for the US $20. Sad I missed most of the stream. Just got home about 30 minutes ago. You were really amazing for this. Thank you very much. You're referring to my guests, of course. I am contributing very little to this conversation.
We have. So what you really want to focus on is their specialties. Depending on
here we go.
the psychologist, there's this tricky thing where a lot of therapists will list basically every problem under the sun because they're looking for tags and to just be found in psychology today, right? They're kind of algorithm playing. But that can be really confusing because some people might look at issues, and if it's like 2 bullet lists that are just like down to the bottom of the earth, that can be really, really confusing, right? So luckily, actually, the psychologist is not doing that. That means that everything she's listing here as her specialty is probably actually like things that she works on. So what do we have? Relationship, mood disorder, anxiety. Okay, so anxiety is good. We have social anxiety that we're looking for. And then I start basically reading what they say. And then obviously if there's special needs, so for example, if this was an LGBTQ person, I'm always looking for this. However, this isn't enough because almost every therapist has these communities listed. I also look for some sort of write-up in here that might specifically list LGBTQ or again, different kind of visible or invisible minority groups that have kind of special.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off right there. So here's my immediate problem with this. Okay, so for instance, one of the things that and this is where the issue with her blending her online drama materials and her political stuff and her mental health involvement, this is where this starts to come to the fore. So what looks very conscientious here is that, oh look, she's looking for specifically who is LGBTQ friendly, etc., etc. Is Kyla LGBTQ friendly? So on her Twitter, she will say things to the effect of like neopronouns, stuff like that. This is silly, unimportant. She will mock people who treat these things as important, people who are passionately advocating in favor of people with complex arguments about them, things of that sort, is that going to inflect how she reads these things? And you can go on down the list. This is a person who refers to people that she has arguments with online as retarded children. Is that going to inflect how she selects things on, like when she's viewing these kinds of things? Like, once again, I actually like what she's doing here because it's reflective of what you both were talking about, of where we're actually honing down a little bit on the things that this person specializes in. However, what she's selling us here then is her specific judgment, picking out these different things. And I don't see anything to commend her specific judgment, which once again is the major problem here. Nobody doubts that Kyla can read. That's not the problem. The problem is that what she's selling, given that this is a system that is specifically designed for laypersons to be able to locate a therapist, is her specialized training. And her specialized training is not of a kind that allows her, that gives her any special authority when it comes to picking out this therapist versus this therapist, or this therapist versus this psychologist, or what have you. And more to the point, she herself has attitudes towards a lot of these things that if someone might want those to be disclosed to them, but they aren't disclosed to them because these only manifest in her activities on things like Red Pill podcasts, arguing with people like Doe, or people with minority gender identities and things like that. And that's a problem. It's a problem in a similar sense as when she says, my clinical experience is a citation for her being able to judge between these things as well. She is mum about the fact that, well, a lot of that clinical experience was sending people to church. Right? So,
Yeah. Well, her lack of understanding also means that she is missing out or not seeing the number of referral lists and referral networks that are specific to LGBTQ people. If you scroll up in the chat, do you remember the Mickey Atkins video that I had linked to you on how to find a therapist? So Mickey Atkins is, I think, one of the more ethical therapists on YouTube, who's also a therapist. So these things are pause the video, but if you go in her video description and look under finding a therapist in suicide prevention, notice all of those different resources and notice all of the different referral lists, some of which are specific to LGBTQ folks. There's even one that's specific to BIPOC folks. And this is not something that she charges for. This is just something that she puts in the description of all of her videos. And to me, that shows a better demonstration of expertise, because it shows that this is somebody who has their ear to the ground of, what these, what referral sources work best for any given community or any given specific need beyond just psychology today. So if I were paying $50 for this service, I would expect somebody to go farther than just psychology today to find a clinician. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I would expect somebody to know what some of these specialized referral lists are and look at them too.
Yeah.
Cultural needs. So what's interesting about her is that she's got specifically lesbian allied. I almost never see that. Usually it's just LGBTQ allied. So probably she's actually a little bit more specialized into LGBTQ populations.
Or, you know what I don't see here? LGBTQ anywhere. So maybe this is somebody like lesbian allied, gay allied, bisexual allied, maybe not trans allied, right? That's a possibility. Things
and
like
also,
that. Yeah.
there's a difference between allied and informed.
That's true.
Just because somebody is an ally doesn't mean they're informed. So, for example, somebody may be like, I am cool with LGBTQ people, versus somebody like me, not to toot my own horn, but for 2 years, I worked at an LGBTQ community health center where I wrote letters for gender confirmation surgeries. So, and I have taken training specifically to working with LGBTQ and particularly trans and non-binary clients as part of continuing education. So that's very different than somebody who is just cool with working with gay, lesbian, and bi people. You know what I mean?
Very quickly, before we press on, and does anybody need to go to the washroom? Because we can take a 2-minute break. And then this will go much more rapidly once we're finished the video, and we're already at the last 10 minutes. So it won't be that long.
Thank you for indulging my occasional tangents.
No, not at all. It's very helpful. So very quickly, I see a chat that I would like to respond to very quickly. Y'all are enabling Sunday psychosis. Shame on all of you.
What?
Well, actually, we are joined today, Brian, by a PhD psychometrician, an actual psychometrician, not somebody calling herself one because she had a special project at the end of high school, at the end of her bachelor's degree, and a social worker PhD candidate with how much clinical experience? Remind me again.
Almost a decade.
Right. So, their psychosis, just to be clear, is who you're indulging. Let's take a couple minutes, and I will be right back. How are we all doing? It's been about 2 hours. Pearl, you still with us?
Oh yeah,
Fantastic.
I'm just staying in my lane because
no, it's totally fine. So
Yeah.
Pearl is the psychometrician here, and she is basically the law because she is telling us from the vantage point of someone in Kyla's field, but who vastly outranks her, what Kyla can and can't say from perspective. And it's been tremendously helpful. All right. We ready to press on?
All right, let's do this.
All right. Excelsior. On we go.
All right. So then I read it. Therapy is the most important gift to give yourself, and I encourage you to choose a therapist who is a good match for your needs based. Okay. Already educating, not selling a treatment. Already, I like Karen. Especially in the treatment of anxiety, depression, relationship problems, and work-related stress. Perfect. Okay, work-related stress is also ideal for what we're looking for. I'm in the network for a blah, blah, blah. So my approach to treatment is primarily present-focused. So present focus is going to be very here and now. It's going to be focused on the dynamic between you two and the feelings you're having.
Hey, present focused is here and now. Do we agree with her interpretation? Specialist, this is what you're here for.
So that sort of is one of those fluff languages. Like, I think she meant person-focused and misspelled it.
Well, no, she mentions temporal stuff. So it says here, my approach to treatment is primarily present focused because I believe that unresolved issues from our past end up repeating themselves in our current relationship. So she means temporal. That's fine.
Okay. So
I'm just making fun of the fact that it's like, okay, present means here and now.
Honestly, you can't make those judgments unless you actually like talk to the therapist or like have an introductory call or email with them.
Yeah.
You know, the same. It's like these are kind of like dating profiles in a way, but you know, it's sort of the same thing that it's trying to get a hook to give a sense of who you are and what you do, but until you actually reach out, you're not really going to know about their style. Also, and I learned this from experience, that there are group practices that will all, where individual therapists will post shingles there. Yeah. And there is some, editorial, not entirely editorial control, but like,
yeah. I see what you mean.
A group practice may kind of inform what kind of language they will want their therapists to put on Psychology Today.
Well, one of the things that she brought up, which is good, and I actually appreciated this, is she drew attention to the fact that a lot of therapists or a lot of people on this will just pile on specialties and issues in order to attract as many customers as possible. Yes. Has it not occurred to her that this might also affect their blurb on their about page and other things like that? And this is one of the reasons why like, while you can use a resource like psychology today, and it could be helpful, once again, what she's selling is not the service on psychology today, which is free. It's not inputting stuff that they already have prompts for. It really is her expertise. And
Yeah.
we're seeing the gaps already. Just very quickly, Insomnoir, thank you so much for the US $5. Just throwing a coin to my streamer for bringing in the experts, and because I'm an MSW student. Oh, I didn't know about you. Cool. And then
MSW per gang. We need more good clinicians.
and very quickly again before we continue, I have seen some people in the chat referencing Kyle's association with DGG. I do want to make this very clear. The bare fact that somebody associates with Destiny or with DGG does not have any bearing on whether or not they are responsible as a clinician, or whether or not they are responsible even as a content creator or things like that. The issue here primarily, once again, is the blending of these two things, the fudging of credentials, and the misleading statements about her field, about other fields, not hers, and as well as the attempt to commodify an expertise that she hasn't justified by means of these things. It's the blending of these together that is really at issue here.
Yeah, and for clinicians, having these types of messy relationships or dual relationships or dual roles are things that we take very, very seriously. Like, again, knowing what your scope of practice is and staying in your scope of practice is very important for any kind of ethical psychological work. Even if you're never going to get written up on a licensing board, the reason why I practice ethically isn't for fear of losing my license, although I do like my license and my job and want to keep it. It's because when these boundaries blur, because of the power that I have,
Well, presumably
and the authority,
you care about the people you're working for. You don't want them to
I
get
don't
hurt.
want to
You want
cause
them
harm.
to be, yeah.
Exactly. So these ethical considerations are still important, regardless of whether it's a sanctionable offense. It's more I worry when I see somebody use their perceived authority unethically, because I worry that people could be harmed or people could be turned away from a professional who has the type of experience they need to do the work that is necessary for wherever they are in their therapeutic journey.
Having in that moment. I believe that unresolved issues from her past end up repeating themselves in her current relationships. So she probably does a fair bit of what we call emotional rational behavior therapy, or some sort of emotional cognitive type therapy based on her language. How do I know that? I'm just really, really familiar with the models of therapy, except for I'm not as familiar with some of the posts.
Again, this is very clear that this is outside of her scope of practice.
Yeah.
She has not established how familiar she is with this. So again, I have been in the field since, actually no, it's been 10 years, since 2012. And I would not have gleaned that based on this bio, and I have done trainings in all of these modalities. This is somebody who is talking about her philosophy and how she works with clients, not necessarily what types of theoretical frameworks are underpinning it. I think there's actually research done, it's been many years since I've read this study, but that experienced therapists, no matter where they start from, even those who start from like a very structured cognitive behavioral approach to a more psychodynamic kind of sounding board kind of approach, master therapists all tend on the surface to sort of look the same, or sort of not so much look the same, but there are certain types of relationship building and cadence that a lot of master therapists will share, regardless of where they started. And that's because over time you sort of learn how to hone these interpersonal connections and interpersonal skills and the theory and the structure is still sort of running in the background, but the front facing will still all look very similar because there are just certain ways of establishing a rapport with a client that, you know, is sort of
It's going to be in common.
baseline to all of these different
Yeah.
modalities. Does that make sense?
That made a lot of sense. I think a shorter way of putting this is basically that at a surface level, Kyla is going to be approaching this with the level of expertise of, bluntly, a 4-year bachelor's degree student in psychology. She doesn't have the practical experience to be able to distinguish between these different modes of therapy. She has not administered them. She is not a therapist. She is not a psychologist. She has a BA in psychology or a BSc. I actually can't remember which one. I think it might be a BA. But she has a bachelor's in psychology, and she has a graduate diploma, a 6-course certificate in assessment. She does not have experience dealing with these things. That is simply untrue. So
yeah,
so for her to make these judgments is beyond her level. We need to press on because we're running out of time. But what were you going to say?
ASDSS says that therapists are varied in their rapport building. That's true. What I mean is that
never read chat. That's always a mistake.
It's more that, like, you're not going to see the technique as a clinician. You're going to sort of see the rapport building.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that clarifies.
Yes.
A couple of the newer postmodern therapy models. Together, we will explore the ways that your thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood and the way you experience the feelings. So this here, thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood, tells me that she probably uses a bit of a cognitive behavioral lens as well. So she's present focused and cognitive behavioral. And she specializes in work-related stress.
I'm gonna pause for a quick second. That's a leap to me. Together, we will explore the ways that your thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood. That
can be any number of clinical modalities. That could be CBT. That could be DBT. Heck, that can be internal family system.
That could be Scientology. Let's press on.
And anxiety. Because she's got these two specialties, and she's present focused, which means she's going to do a lot of listening to the words you're saying and kind of basically trying to turn like the chaos of what you're saying into.
Yes.
That's just therapy. We all do that. Sorry, continue.
Okay. No more pausing until we get to complex needs. All right.
To things that make sense and then
I'm muting myself.
That, I think that she'd actually be a really good fit for the person I'm finding for. So I'm going to copy her and I'm going to pop her. She's a little bit less expensive right here. Okay. All right. Client 1 done. So you're probably wondering, what would we do now? Let me explain that to you. I'm going to do a second example. This second example, I'm going to move through much more quickly. I'm going to skip a number of steps that you've already seen from example 1. The reason I'm using this is because they're a much more complex case with more complex needs and more severe mental health problems.
Okay, here we go.
So I want to include this in case you're somebody where you're like, mine's a little bit more than life transitions. So this one's for you. All right, so I've got both of the cities already pulled up. As you can see, I got two specific cities, so I've pulled up both of them here, and I've already inputted the insurance information. So here's basically what I'm going to be focusing on for this. Because there are pretty severe things like suicidal ideations, right? We've got things like binge eating, might be neurodivergence going on. I'm going to be looking for somebody who's going to be a lot more specialized in training. I'm probably going to send them 4 recommendations. The first one is going to be somebody who can help them do a diagnosis process if that's what they want, to help them figure out like if there is neurodivergence going on. And then the other 3 are going to be focused on the binge eating and the suicidal ideation and kind of the depression that it seems like is going on.
Okay, so here's an immediate problem that I'm seeing as a layperson. She has identified complex issues that this person has, but she's also identified that some of these people may be financially limited. They may be vulnerable. They may be highly limited in terms of the kinds of people they can see, the distances they're willing to go, etc., etc. But she's partitioned all of these as if, well, I'm going to send them one for this problem, one for this problem, one for this problem, and one for this problem. If you're paying $50 for Kyla in particular to do this search for you, you don't have the money for multiple specialists. That's kind of the bizarre thing about Kyla's fee. It's low enough that that should be a red flag right off the bat, that she is not providing you a specialized service. This is a number she pulled out of a hat. On the flip side, well, I don't need to explain the flip side. Like that's basically it.
Yeah.
On the flip side, it's enough money that it's like it's
Yeah, I
tailored
got a
specifically
comment
to.
here.
Yeah, please.
Go for it. Take the floor.
So again, she has assessed these complex needs in her Word document when she claims that she has the ability to make assessments. So she's charging, again, why isn't she administering one of these assessments that she claims to be capable of making and using a battery of items rather than using a Word document that, had she been paying attention in any of the courses, my favorite one that's required that she had to take is the ethics and practice, which I don't think that she, I don't know, I'm not going to assume about anything about that, but I digress. I am just wondering why you claim that you have the ability to make assessments. If this is the example of one of your assessments, then I don't really even want to be involved in this argument by calling her anything close to what my degree is, because this is ridiculous and insulting. But why isn't she doing the assessments that she claims she can do? Why is she doing this? It's interesting to me.
The other thing is, again, the reason why most referral services give 2 or 3 names is because of availability. The one thing that she doesn't check is whether these people are taking clients, what their schedule is, what their availability
I don't want
or
to
any of
I don't
that.
want to assume that yet, because maybe she does and she hasn't shown
But
it yet.
she already did one, and that wasn't
That's
listed
true.
as part
That's
of the
true.
process.
No, you're right, and she's actually doing this again, but minimizing it.
She
That's
already
fair.
said we're done with one, which means that's not part of
All
the
right. So
part
in
of
the
the
interest,
deal.
all right. So let's, in the interest of absolute fairness, so that we are unimpeachable in our analysis here. Let's assume that it's possible for her to bring it up in the future, and she left that part out of the video editing here. Let's see. If it comes up, great. If it doesn't,
anxiety, depression stuff. I'm going to be looking for a psychologist and above. They had better experiences with women than men, but they haven't said exclusively not men. And because I'm looking for higher level of training, I want to keep it a little bit more open to all genders. So I'm not going to limit it by genders. I'm going to jump forward to when I've actually found some psychologists and throw them up, and then we'll go through them. Okay. So I found this website. This is from, this is a company that was listed on Psychology Today. They do specialize in psychological testing. They use a pretty big battery. I don't know exactly what it is. So for this individual, I would ask if they have any specialized training in diagnosis of neurodivergence like ADHD or autism.
I would ask the same of her. That's all. Thank you.
you said it again. Just a heads up, Pearl, your mic is getting a little bit fuzzy. I don't know if you've like leaned back a little bit.
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay.
What would you ask? What would you ask the same of Kyla?
Now I already. What is her? So she's talking about this battery, and then she said, "I would ask this person what their background is in assessment and diagnosing these things." And my comment was, "I would ask the same of her."
This is what's frustrating me a lot. Like, and there's a lot of fast and loose playing with the fact that she hasn't said the word diagnosis with respect to the activities that she's engaging in. But when you are assessing a patient's needs and you are making determinations about what kind of specialist is appropriate to them, you are engaging in the domain of the diagnostic. You are not providing a diagnosis, but you are diagnosing them yourself. You're deciding at some point of the process what kind of specialist is most appropriate to them, as opposed to some other one, and then given a plethora of specialists within the same domain, which one is better than which one. And the problem is that because these are public services that anybody can access, that already rank them according to the same criteria that she is using to differentiate them, the only thing that she is actually selling is her expertise. And the problem is that her expertise is not actually in any of these activities that she's engaging in to identify the
Exactly.
better from the worst practitioner for a specific patient.
Correct. 100%.
But it would still be helpful to go in potentially to get tested by them for figuring out mood disorder stuff at least. And probably if they're offering this, they probably do neurodivergence as well. Most people who do psychological evaluation do kind of all of it. All right, so this is going to be the first option I use for this person.
Okay, so here we go. So here's a question for you, for both of you. So ASD assesses, no, you're not absolutely correct, Sunday. Level of care can be different than diagnosis.
That's true.
I would agree with that. I think that's true. Well, I mean, my answer to that would be that obviously determining the appropriate level of care can be separate from diagnosis. However, when you diagnose somebody, a part of that is also determining what type of interventions are specifically necessary, and that will typically be referring to some specialized practitioner. And this is in all sorts of different fields that will have a different specialization than yourself. Obviously, that's the defense being given of Kyla here. However, you would still be expected to have a certain level of specialization in identifying these from each other. And I see nothing in Kyla's background to suggest that she can do so. And what we've seen here is really sloppy so far.
Yeah.
She's not as unsophisticated as like if some ADHD denying like religious fundamentalists were trying to do this service. But she's not as good as she needs to be either. And once again, the title she is ascribing to herself, she is using to generate confidence in the people who are using her service. That's a problem.
Yeah. Like I said, this would be the equivalent of me talking with a client who wants to find a psychiatrist for antidepressants to to help them figure out what medication might work best for them so they could tell their psychiatrist. I am not a psychiatrist, so even though I am not physically writing a prescription, I am still behaving unethically because I am speaking to something that sounds that's adjacent to my field, but still not something I'm technically qualified to do. And so this would be the equivalent of me saying, like, it seems like for your needs, Paxil is probably better than Celexa, so make sure that you tell that when you're going to a psychiatrist, or this psychiatrist is likely to prescribe you that. And I'd say, but, technically I'm not prescribing anything, so it's fine, right? Like, no, it's not.
I want to pull up something very quickly. Yeah, I want to pull up something very quickly before we press on. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Actually, perfect. I didn't realize I just had this to hand. So this is what I mean. So when she's earlier on, she was talking about how she would pick out between like LGBTQ friendly people, what have you, and she was using once again her judgment to assess these. This is her simultaneous to this on Twitter. The time has risen again, where the left argues for xenogenders and every grass toucher that exists rolls their eyes and changes the channel. Or, how about this one? Xenogenders distract from more important trans advocacy talking points. Start your own movement, stolen valor.
What the actual hell?
So here's the thing. Even if, and it's perfectly reasonable for a psychologist with a PhD, the top ranked one possible, it is perfectly reasonable for them to be of the opinion that there is something absurd or wanting in a justification for using neopronouns or things like that. I would have issues with them, but there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. There is, however, something pretty wrong about trying to sell your judgment with respect to advocacy or friendliness to different minority groups on the part of therapists with which you have no immediate contact, on the basis of expertise which you have puffed up to a lay audience that you have not disclosed this to, when you are also publicly contemptful of groups of people or groups of people associated with groups of people that may actually make up some of your clientele. That becomes a very serious problem. What I was actually looking for, though, very quickly, in fact, I think I have it in my stills for the video I did recently. Bear with me one second, friends. I think it's here. Yes, I think it's here. Okay. Yes, this is it. So once again, let me zoom this in a little bit.
Oh, this is the thing that made me want to throw things the first time I saw it.
Yeah. So she's charging $50. That part's the part that doesn't offend me, okay? That's like, okay, well, I mean, it does offend me for different reasons, but this is the part that really bugs me. So what we've seen her do is we've seen her input a bunch of information, basically word for word, that a patient was already, or client was already capable of producing themselves, was already capable of inputting themselves into an identical, actually a less clear, as our psychometrician friend has pointed out, into a less clear set of articles. She then says this: navigating all the letters, profession designations, and treatment modalities is confusing. Let me help you. And she's using very specific language. Profession designations, treatment modalities. A layperson is not going to reflexively know what these mean. That's going to be intimidating. So she's taking a system that is designed specifically to make finding a therapist as legible as possible for a layperson. Maybe it's flawed, maybe it's problematic, but that's what it's for. And she is deliberately trying to intimidate people from using it themselves in order to extract a $50 fee from them. That is unforgivable.
Yeah, because she very clearly doesn't understand any of this. Remind me at some point, that's not now because it's a very different conversation,
yes,
to give you my philosophy on xenogenders and hermeneutical injustice. Again, it's completely tangential to this, but
we are joined. Imps, welcome.
Hello, Imps.
Welcome to Aurelia. Where?
Hi, welcome to the fun party.
Dead Cthulhu
Psycho
sleep
party.
streaming, indeed.
We are We are doing the psychology professional equivalent of professionally trying not to foam at the mouth over.
We are joined by a professional PhD candidate sociopath and a PhD psychopomp.
What? Excuse me?
Just playing on it. I can't think of anything else that begins with socio. You're not a sociologist. God, we could bring in Vosh and say we had a sociologist.
Or not.
Or not.
The conversation would turn to horses. It would be very bad.
You got a problem with horses?
Never mind.
This bias might be inflecting your analysis here, I think. Okay, let's go. We're getting dumb. Or I'm getting dumb, rather.
Yeah. You should probably let the imps know who we are.
Yes,
than just
imps.
What our designation is.
Welcome. So, we are going over NotSoErudite's video, How to Find a Therapist. And we are joined by a social worker who's a PhD candidate.
Sam, aka Beyond Safe Words. You've probably seen me and Demon Mama's chat on occasion.
Who is that one? I was pointing at that one. This one is Pearl, who is a PhD psychometrician.
Yes, that's correct.
And also an imp.
And an imp. And I newly into the cybersecurity world. Good times. Don't mess with me. I'm just kidding.
All right.
I'm harmless.
We have 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes of this. Let's press on. Ready?
All right.
All right.
Jennifer Sharples is one that I'm going to select as well. It's a woman, so that's the preferred gender. She does a mixture. So the mixture of depression with addiction with the binge eating. Binge eating isn't technically an addiction. It's considered an eating disorder. However, it has a lot of addictive patterns. And so this might actually be a good combination. And she does a mixture of both kind of practical
binge eating is a symptom. An addiction would be a diagnosis.
Short-term stuff with also a bit more.
Am I off base there? I'm pretty confident about that. Am I correct?
Yeah. There are the addictions model in the clinical world is there be discourse with a capital D about evidence-based addictions models and whether eating disorders fall into the addiction model. It's a discourse. It's a lot of discourse.
There's debate. Like that. Okay.
More of like a guided narrative approach as well. She's psychodynamic and cognitive approach. So she does a little bit of both. She also does psych testing as well, which would
Sometimes when people put psychodynamic down, it just means that they're a little bit less directive in their approach. It's not always what it means, but sometimes people will just default to psychodynamic when they don't know how else to put the and how does that make you feel form of therapy.
Right. So once again, like the issue here is that she is demonstrating once again her expertise in parsing this out, but she's not parsing this out. She's essentially reading this as a layperson and taking them at their word, which is
yes.
Yeah. So once
Without
again,
reaching out to them or anything.
yes. Which again, like the fact that she's specifically emphasizing this as the determining factor, it's like look at the bottom here. Call or email Jennifer Sharples for a free 15-minute consultation now. If she has patients that are actually like worried or like find this thing stressful, she could do that. But at no point in this video has she actually like done that. Has she actually called them? Hey, I'd like to have a quick chat about what you do. Are you good at this? Da, 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 da. Moreover, once again, she is not in a position, by dint of any of her training, to have that phone call and have better judgment than just any client categorically. Maybe more so than some. Maybe there are some who would have like a severe amount of difficulty like just parsing out the sentences here. But once again, like her role in this is completely superfluous, and the only reason why the only thing that I can see that justifies her being here is, again, the intimidation factor of this is so confusing. Treatment modalities are confusing. Let me help you for $50
She doesn't even know what they are, and she has demonstrated an ignorance of modalities and licensure.
would be really valuable because there's a lot of complex comorbid issues that the client doesn't really know what's going on. So this is going to be the next choice. Okay,
See what I
give this
mean,
website
Sunday, in terms of, oh, sorry, stop. See what I mean in terms of just like putting a choice. Yeah. I get there eventually. I put the fun in executive dysfunction. But you see what I mean in terms of here is a choice without checking availability, whether they're taking clients.
She's not checked. You're right. She hasn't yet. I'm being agnostic. Maybe at the very last end she goes, oh shoot, and I check availability. Okay.
Like
maybe.
I'm not holding my breath.
Maybe there is a God. Let's see.
Specifically, Joanne.
Side note, in terms of CBT, as a somebody who is kinky and works with kinky clients and is researching a BDSM related topic, it took me many, many years to not be able to hear CBT as the acronym in therapy and not chuckle, except now I hear CBT in a kinky context and I'm like, why do you fetishize cognitive behavioral therapy? Anyway, tangent is funny.
I just wanted to do that. That did not mean anything. That was not a joke. I'm sorry. I just pressed a button.
No, it was appropriate.
She does psych testing as well. I don't love her style as much, but there's a lot of fluff. So I'm not even totally sure precisely her style. Her training's pretty good. I typically prefer a PhD always over a PsyD. But she is trained in psychological assessment, so that's good. So I've got 3. With this client, I'm actually going to message them and let them know. I would actually look outside of these 2 cities. There's a pretty limited number of professionals. I'd like to get a 4th to this individual. I won't include that in the video, but basically, with the complex mixture of binge eating, substance abuse, suicidal ideation, and possible neurodivergence, you really shouldn't be considering anyone who's less than a psychologist, like somebody with a PsyD or a PhD, because they're just going to have a little bit more rigor in training, and they're also more likely going to have access to other experts, so that even if they can't help you, they might be able to recommend you to somebody who's highly trained. Whereas if you're trained in more like general masters of counseling or general like a master's in like a PsyD type program, you might not have all of those like kind of highest level professional connections to recommend to. So typically with this individual, I'd say contact these people and then also let them know what's going on and see if they would have any recommendations of people who might have more of this niche mixture of addiction, binge eating, and neurodivergent.
Okay, so here's my immediate question. Sorry to cut you off there. If that's an option that's available to them, and indeed it is, all of those people, or a lot of them, offer free 15-minute consultations. For what do they need her? What role is she playing here? They can get the same referral from somebody else.
I would expect if she's getting paid that she should be doing that legwork for them. Otherwise, what are they doing?
And here's the thing, like
that's
yeah. Once again, and this is like where the fee in particular, the $50 fee, formerly $40 fee, really like stands out as odd, because it's low enough that it's clearly not $50 for actual specialized training. She would be charging more and she would be doing legwork. But by the same token, it is enough that if you have a patient who is dealing with issues affecting work, affecting relationships, affecting energy levels, list goes on. Maybe they're suicidal, whatever. That $50, that may actually have a serious impact on their quality of life or the kinds of treatment that they are willing to spend money on, because that $50 may actually be the threshold point. Now that person who is charging $300 an hour, well, that $300 an hour for that 1 hour that you were willing to get, that's now $350. And maybe somebody else for a free 15-minute consultation, they would have just sent you there. All right.
Together.
I cut you off. You were about to speak. Sorry.
no, that's it. Keep going.
Okay.
Because they're going to have good
Everything that everything that I have to say is just a repeat of the complaints that I had earlier in the video, because she's just kind of making the same mistakes over and over again.
Well, we're in the last section, so let's let this wrap up, and then I want to actually have our psychometrician friend Pearl assess her justification for calling herself a psychometrician. Alice Payne, thank you for the $2. Heads up, I don't think the Discord link works. Yeah, I know. I'll update it later.
Okay, so next I'm going to show you basically what you need to do to be writing your email and contacting the 3 people that either I pick out for you or that you find for yourself. Obviously, if you're doing it for yourself, you can find as many as you would like. So what you're going to do is you're going to email me. I'm not going to click it because I don't want to send this person an email, but you're going to click that. If they don't have an email me, go to their website and find the contact section. There should be some way to contact this individual. They do want to get hired, so presumably they make contacting them semi-easy. Pro tip, always ask to chat with them on the phone first. Almost every therapist will do this. They'll usually give you 5 to 10 minutes. Sometimes they'll give you 15. The whole goal of that conversation, ask them questions, a little bit about their style, tell them a little bit more about like your needs and what you're struggling with. And the goal is to actually don't just blab, don't just trauma dump for 10 minutes. Try to listen to what they're saying and see if your guys' social style clicks, right? You can often tell a lot about somebody and how well you're going to connect by just a phone call. You're going to hear their voice. You're going to see if the conversation...
What she's identified here, just to stop it again, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't be doing this, but what she's identified right here is precisely why, even if she is actually engaging in these phone calls for somebody else, she's actually not competent to do so. She cannot make those judgments for a client. That's not something she can do. And since a client will be interfacing with the therapist or with the psychologist or whoever at some point anyways, you can't do that vicariously. At a certain point, they will nonetheless be speaking. And so for her to step in and do this anyways is providing them with no help whatsoever. It's literally doing absolutely nothing, because again, all she's going to be able to do, because she's communicating with these people over text, maybe even over the phone, but she's going to be basing this on recollection, on her own interpretation, a very layperson's interpretation, by the sounds of it, of sentences of inputs that they made that Psychology Today already requests in their menu system. So
yeah.
Pearl, just so I hear your voice again, very, very quickly. And I'm going to do this just a couple more times, I promise, but remind us again of your credentials.
I have a PhD in measurement and quantitative methods, aka I'm a psychometrician.
Okay.
From the third-ranked college in the country. It's fine.
Do you
In my
is
field.
this something that you are specially qualified to do?
Nope.
Okay. Just making sure. Let's press on.
Flows really smoothly, if you feel kind of seen and supported, or if it's really awkward, it feels like they're not really getting you and just your communication styles don't work. That's the whole goal of it. I highly recommend doing this. Not everyone does, but I highly, highly recommend doing it. Some might respond to you and say that they won't do this. So you can either opt to not work with that person because you want to vet. And remember, this is free. So now you can freely vet, or you can just go in for your first session. Just know that if you don't click that first session, you will be paying like the full amount. And so it can be really annoying to have to try like 3 to 4 different therapists paid before you find somebody that you socially click with. This is why I really recommend the phone calls, is it's a free way to vet. Okay. Send this email, a version of this email, to every single therapist that I've sent you. You don't need to change that much. You don't need to personalize it. You can, but just fire this off. You got 3 people done and you're done. That's all you do. And then you wait. It often will take up to a week for people to get back to you. If they don't get back to you, kind of just move on with your life. Either look for more therapists if nobody's gotten back to you. If you're using my service, if all 3 never get back to you, you can let me know and I'll just find you 3 new therapists.
So here's what she has done. This is her contribution to the process of allocating a therapist for a client. She recreates the drop-down menu from Psychology Today, has you answer it, she inputs it herself, and then just makes a layperson's reading of it. Oh, this corresponds to this thing that was written down, this corresponds to this thing that was written down, and this corresponds to this thing that was written down. Oh, frabjous day, Kalu Kalay, I'm going to put this person on the list and recommend them. And that's basically it.
Yep.
Yes, I do. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Like I said, everything that I've had to say, I feel like I've already said like 20 times over the course of this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, Blackbean Burger here makes a good point. She's not actually advocating for the client. She's instructing them what to do. She's invalidating them. And more to the point, she's not actually instructing them in a way that clarifies the process. She is literally just putting their inputs into a publicly accessible search engine for laypersons for them. And she is reading this as a layperson and presenting it as she has expertise. But she really doesn't, and she's demonstrated it multiple times here. She doesn't know how to parse out different things. She has
And she's
herself
doing it wrong.
She has herself, like, demonstratedly has prejudicial attitudes towards potential clients, or at the very least is willing to express those in connection with the persona offering the service, which should like make you immediately highly suspicious of her judgment when it comes to picking out these things. Because that's like a basic lack of professionalism and a basic aloofness to what it means to attempt to advocate for a patient for money who you have a potential prejudice against, or a prejudice against categories in which they slot, right? Because we're dealing, like, we're talking about xenogenders. A lot of people find xenogenders funny. Sometimes they are. Snail-gendered people, it's a funny word. But this is in the ballpark of, for example, people with penises and testes who identify as women. These are people who want pronouns that are distinct from the norm as allocated by society according to their physical designations at birth, and so on and so forth. It is the exact same move that she is making. You don't want somebody with that reflexive attitude who doesn't understand the connection between these things, advocating for somebody who is dealing with issues of, for example, dysphoria or things like that.
Yeah. And when you see something like that, the ethical clinical approach is to get curious and to be non-judgmental about things and understand how the client makes meaning of gender, because in my experience, xenogenders are a way of people trying to find language to describe some aspect of themselves or their inner world. And if you take the approach that NotSoErudite did, you are cutting off the ability to gather that information. And so if that's her approach, I
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
it's
Yeah, it's bad.
it's not good. It's not
very,
good.
very quickly, I want to address this before we continue, because we're basically at the end of this, and then we can move on to what may be the most interesting part of this for some people. Contrast Editing in the chat has been requesting multiple times, would any of these lovely ladies be willing to talk to NSC themselves?
No.
I will. So I've got 3 answers to that. The first is, I will not entertain that on my channel. Kyla will also refuse to entertain that on my channel. These are both wise and good decisions on both our parts. And moreover, it would actually not help to have her yelling against other specialists in a medium before non-specialists, where the metric for who wins and who loses is who manages to sound more convincing to a lay audience. That's preposterous. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you're basically saying have them arm wrestle. That's silly.
It would be about as informative as a flat Earth debate.
Yeah.
I also don't believe that the conversation would be had in good faith, and so I just wouldn't entertain it for that reason alone.
That's a more eloquent way of saying it.
All right. Final stretch, wrapping up.
But it's happened, so I'm not going to leave you hanging. Okay.
Here, hang on. Let's be nice. What you're not going to leave us hanging with?
Therapist contact. That would be very strange, but it's happened, so.
Here, let's go back a little bit. Let's go to 26 minutes. Let's see what happens.
You got 3 people done, and you're done. That's all you do, and then you wait. And often will take up to a week for people to get back to you. If they don't get back to you, kind of just move on with your life. Either look for more therapists if nobody's gotten back to you. If you're using my service, if all 3 never get back to you, you can let me know, and I'll just find you 3 new therapists to contact.
Brian, you're dumb. I'm sorry. So Brian here says, true, just do a smear stream and that's it. That's one way for the public to determine what the fuck is going on. Cowards, all of you. Well, that's preposterous. That's absolutely preposterous. The issue here is precisely because the reason why we have specializations, Brian, is because it takes years and years of training to understand the differences between a lot of these things, to make judgments of this sort. If you have someone whose entire shtick is trying to mislead the public about that, well, that's not a conversation in which the merits of the arguments is what's being fielded to justify one position over the other. That's pageantry. Once again, this becomes the outcome of that conversation becomes subject to a skill set that is not related to the qualifications of the people involved. It would be akin to asking them to arm wrestle each other and then to pick a winner based on who won the arm wrestling contest. The skill set that would cause you to win the conversation or to prevail in the conversation before a lay audience in particular, as opposed to, for example, before an ethics board, and that is a possibility, is not related to the skill set that makes what she's doing here appropriate.
That would be very strange.
Yes, please.
I'm not really going to engage this much further than this, but just 2 statements. One, me asking questions openly to say, like, why would you put this in a Word document? Why wouldn't you do it that way? That, not defamation. Also, me or Sam stating facts about this situation, or you stating facts, not defamation. So I disagree with the fact that it's a smear campaign, but everybody is, you can have your own opinions on that. So that's all I have to say. Facts ain't defamation.
I agree. Thank you very much.
But it's happened, so I'm not going to leave you hanging. Okay, so everything that I used today for documentation, as far as the questions and the sample letter that I wrote, are going to be available. The sample letter, though, I am going to delete all of the individual's information. I am instead going to replace.
Okay, here we go. This is actually a good question by Professor Meat, which is a good way to recapitulate what we've gone through, because she's just going to recapitulate the video so far. We can basically cut off here. So Professor Meat asks you, or says, you say you can't make these distinctions, but earlier you said that a layperson doesn't need NotSoErudite's help because they can just Google the distinctions. Thoughts? That's actually a very good question. It's something we've talked about sort of extensively. I'll give my thoughts, and I'm going to let you two give your thoughts, and then we're going to move on to the latter part of the stream, okay? So very quickly, The issue here is not that a layperson is better equipped than NotSoErudite to make the distinctions that NotSoErudite is making when she's going through Psychology Today and picking out recommendations for clients. The issue is that she is no more qualified than they are to do exactly the same thing. So one of the problems here is that when she gives you a questionnaire, what she's effectively doing is telling you, here, give these things that I will then input into the drop-down selection menu of Psychology Today. She then just takes those, puts those in, and identifies candidate, therapists, psychologists, etc., based on what Psychology Today provides. She then reads through very naively the blurbs and the lists that they put onto their page, which she acknowledges to her credit. Sometimes they feed into these information that just boosts them in the algorithm, that isn't actually accurately representative of their specialization or whatever. But then she goes on to just read the blurb naively and just sort of take that at face value. So what's actually going on is she is inserting herself as an unnecessary middleman to collect $50 from clients in order to literally just be the person who inputs values into a search engine that was already made for a lay audience to do, and which they've already demonstrated competency in navigating, because the inputs that they give her, that she uses, are identical to the ones that they take. And in fact, the questions that she asks in her questionnaire, way back here, are extremely fraught. They are overly complicated. They have vague terminology that will trigger different emotional and mimetic responses in different clients based on their backgrounds, their culture, etc. And in addition to all of this, she demonstrates historically prejudice against members of her potential clientele. So it becomes very, very, very dark, actually, because you have somebody who has puffed up their credentials. They have claimed they have specializations or have implied they have special knowledge outside of the domain in which they are actually officially trained, in order to sell a service to people who have no training in these areas. And the service they provide is justified entirely by fear-mongering about the complexity of the system that she is using to actually find the therapist's recommendations. The problem, once again, though, to go back to what I was saying at the beginning, is that what she is doing on Psychology Today is exactly what she's requiring her clients to do to feed her the information that she feeds into Psychology Today to find their therapists or their psychologists. You see the problem. So the only thing that justifies her being involved in this is her specialization. The problem is her specialization isn't in therapy. Her specialization is in psychological assessment, and she's not even very high ranked with respect to this. Psychometrist who has a PhD why don't you restate it for us?
Measurement and quantitative methods.
Yes.
Right.
And you are a PhD, you are a psychometrician.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Would you be qualified to do what Kyla has been doing in this video?
No, that's not what we do. And if I did design, now I could design the questionnaire if I worked with subject matter experts to say, what are the things that you want to measure? Then there's like a whole process to developing this. So I know how to help write questions for certain things and work with subject matter experts, whether it's in professional licensure or if it's in a content for a student assessment, whatever. I'm going to work with those people to build the assessment. And then I'm going to have a scoring guide that says this is how we scored it. If it's a straight score, if it's norm referenced, criterion referenced, if it's on a scale, if it's, an average, whatever, performance categories, all of those things. And then that's where it ends for me. And then I make sure that the person who I'm giving those results to knows how to, read them in the way that I've put them there. And then I'm out of it. I don't do it. It's just like the analogy I gave earlier. If I'm writing an assessment for somebody for a math test, I can give them the score. I can assure them of the quality of the assessment. I can't tell them how to help the students do better in math.
So, can I
Please,
give my issues?
Yeah, of course.
So my issue is actually, it's even worse than just she is no better than a layperson, but I think she is focusing on the wrong things, and she's needlessly mystifying the process. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to finding a good therapist, the specific credential doesn't matter as much as you think, as much as it is area of expertise and whether or not you vibe with a given person. So the fact that she's filtering by the way that she is and creating a hierarchy of credentials that doesn't actually exist in the real world, she's actively misinforming and providing incorrect information to anybody who buys her service. The fact of the matter is, when you go on Psychology Today, or if you go on any other referral website, you could do better for free. Or you could, find a service like the one that I described earlier, where you do have somebody who is like vetting and picking specific people.
Yes.
But it's not, they scour a public database. It's there's a list of clinicians who they have spoken to personally and vetted personally.
Yeah, and
that
moreover,
they're
and they're
choosing
also
from.
they're also in a professional position to vet them with a high degree
Exactly.
with a high degree
So-
of scrutiny. Very quickly, for both of you, we have another question that I think is also important to answer. With respect to that particular question, her qualifications. ASD Assess says, hold on, Sunday, she also has a licensed addictions, she is also a licensed addictions counselor. Not just a psychometrician, actually she's not even a psychometrician, but she's not just somebody in psychometrics. So the answer is not 100% answered here. How do you respond?
Me?
Either of you. Whoever wants to go first, I'll go last.
So, from what I have seen, and with the addictions professionals that I have interacted with and that I have worked with, the addictions counseling model is very, very different than other psychology modalities, and it's not nearly as rigorous a training curriculum, and it's a model that's based on a lot of these models, although this is changing, tends to be based on like an AA or an NA model, because that's just how addictions were patterned in the United States for myriad reasons. And that is not a model that actually has a lot of data behind it or efficacy behind it.
So here's something of interest here. So when this is the organization
That also
she
gives me hives.
Yes, this is the organization that she received her clinical experience
Come
at.
in? Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, sorry, one sec, my roommate.
Okay. So this is the organization that Kyla got her clinical experience as a licensed addictions counselor at. In fact, working here without a license, you're still on air, just a heads up. Working as an unlicensed practitioner, because the license wasn't available yet, for Adiera, this was how she got the hours required to satisfy the conditions of her applying for her license. This is how they describe their program. Our faith in God's transformative power provides hope, healing, and restoration. It serves as the anchor for our program and our passion. Our programming is faith-based with biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. So when you say licensed addictions counselor, you need to be very clear. First of all, there is a huge problem with oversight in Canada for a lot of these areas. But secondly, not just a lack of oversight, but the conditions of actually applying don't actually entail what you tend to think of when you think of secular medicine. This is a person who spent a good portion of her clinical experience involved in things related to Bible study, devotions, church attendance, and prayer. Not mainstream therapeutic or psychiatric treatment. And moreover, this is highly specified to addictions in any case. This is an addictions recovery center. This does not give her the background necessary to make judgments about complex needs outside of this area. Even if there were not reasons to be suspicious of this type of organization already.
Yeah, that's not good. That is very concerning. And I love that somebody with that level of training thinks that they have the understanding of clinical modalities to pass judgment on other mental health professions. That's special.
Do we want to see this last section? It's like 2 minutes long. It's just the wrapping up. I kind of want to, just for the sake of completeness, and then we'll go to the last end. This last part will not take long.
You.
I say let's do it, and then we'll move to the end, because we're at the 3-hour mark. Let's finish.
So everything that I used today for documentation, as far as the questions and the sample letter that I wrote, are going to be available. The sample letter, though, I am going to delete all of the individual's information. I am instead going to replace it with insert symptoms and issues here. So the sample letter is going to be super bare bones, but I will give you access to the questions. Feel free to post questions underneath. We'll probably try to answer some in the near future, like maybe a part 2 series to this, to just answer direct questions. And of course, I don't want to peddle, but if you go through this and you feel like you need help, or you want just somebody else to do all of the heavy lifting here, because it's a lot of work, you can always message me at NotSoErudite2022@gmail.com, or come to my Discord and just find me in the admin section. You can DM me.
This process, okay, so we're basically concluded. It's just a crummy commercial. So this video was under 30 minutes long. She did two clients very, 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 very slowly. In fact, a solid third of the video was just going over these incredibly fraught questions very, very, very slowly, one by one. All of these, you have the option to simply input into the drop-down boxes on Psychology Today. So this is not a lot of work. She is once again puffing up the complexity and the difficulty of doing this in order to justify this. Navigating all the letters, profession designations, and treatment modalities is confusing. Let me help you. It is confusing, but it's not less confusing for her. So, we have one last thing I want to look at. Does anybody have any final thoughts on this before we move on to that?
No, let's go to the next one.
All right. I have a feeling that our social worker friend has forgotten that she is muted, because she absolutely did have something to say.
I am in fact muted. I'm sorry.
It's like, I don't.
Move rooms
you have nothing to say? I don't believe you. Okay, go on.
I had to move rooms. Sorry, my housemate was asleep.
Totally fine. Don't worry about it.
So, I don't want to say anything about this, but I do want to talk about the tuna chip thing, because it goes back to her getting over her skis. When somebody is in crisis, that is not the time that you do a referral service like this, whether it's paid or whether it's freed. If somebody is in crisis or experiencing suicidal ideation or needs something now, that's not when you're like, let's go see if you can call a therapist. That's when you recommend them to a crisis hotline or like an emergency service. That's it. That's my spiel.
Thank you, No Truce. Thank you very much. Thank you, No Truce, for the 55 NZ. Great convo. Hey, Sunday, I've recently been plotting a fascist coup in my country. Would you mind recommending me a good demagogue rabble-rouser to recruit to my cause? I would, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry, but thank you for the money. Cheers. Also, go over Kyla's measure. I'm so glad you asked that. That is exactly what we are about to do. Bear with me one moment.
It's personal.
Let's find this. Oh, of course. Here's me. Here's me. Hey, that's me. Look at that. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to show the transcript. And we are going to want... What's it down here? Get up there. Okay. We are going to want to find the measure. Okay. So here is the question of whether or not she is a psychometrician. Explaining degrees again. Go to a psychometrician. So this is what I want Pearl's opinion on. This is where Kyla explains why she's justified in referring to herself as a psychometrician / psychometrist. Are we ready?
Can't wait. Can't wait.
All right, let's go. Sam, this is her show this time. No pauses.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm here for the show.
Brilliant.
Here is my CV with my education listed. You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. The graduation date you already
This
know.
is very quiet. Let me boost the volume a little bit. Oh boy. I guess I can only do it at the, okay. This will have to do. All right. Start again.
Here is my CV with my education listed. You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. The graduation date you already know. And I have a BA in honor psychology. And if you want to know, I was a pretty smart kid even into high school as well. Here are the academic awards that I won.
Here, let's stop here. Let's go back. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, it just jumps there. Okay, hang on.
Here is my CV with my education listed.
Okay, Pearl, very quickly. Is any of this justification for calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No. With that graduate degree, she is essentially a psychometric rater, R-A-T-E-R, where she has the skill to give, proctor an assessment and score it, and then give it to a psychologist or whoever the clinical person is. Not one of us, but also this, no.
Okay, so that graduate
She has
diploma...
a bachelor's in psychology.
Yes.
That's what she has.
Yeah, that's her degree, and then she has a certificate in psychological assessment. Does the certificate in psychological assessment give her any conditions under which she can call herself a psychometrist?
If she's using it to indicate that she has the ability to score assessments and that's it, then sure. But is she like a psychometrician? No, that requires a terminal degree. It requires a PhD. This is true in Canada and in the United States.
Well,
and yeah. Now I know that she's made arguments about jobs, and that's a whole other thing. But it requires a terminal degree. Does she have some knowledge around some psychometric things? Yes.
I'm actually going to push back on. I'm actually going to push back against you a little bit there. So when I reached out to who I didn't realize at the time was her professor, I reached out to Concordia University, and I asked, given these credentials, can I call myself on a job application a psychometrist or a psychometrician? Stands to reason that's the gold standard. If you can call yourself it without committing fraud, you're allowed to call yourself a psychometrist or a psychometrician. And the answer that I received, I can pull that up actually, if that would be helpful. Let's see here. Letter redacted. Perfect. So here's the letter. It's been slightly redacted. Let me zoom it in a little bit. So this is what I ask. Greetings. I achieved a graduate diploma in psychological assessment in 2022. On the basis of this, is it appropriate for me to call myself a psychometrician or a psychometrist when I apply for jobs in this field? And the information desk, who ended up being, by sheer dumb luck, her supervisor, says, hi. No, it is not appropriate to use the term psychometrist, since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. Now, here's where I push back against you a little bit, Pearl. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title, e.g. a master's degree. Where I push back is that the argument that Kyla gives, which seems to be accurate, is that there are job positions on offer in Canada that have the names psychometrist or psychometrician, and their contents bleed into each other, like they're highly non-specific in terms of how they're used. But the titles are there. And obviously, if you are employed as a psychometrician, it doesn't matter if you have a degree called psychometrician, you are employed as a psychometrician. You may be a bad psychometrician, you may be an excellent but underqualified psychometrician, but a psychometrician you remain. That is perfectly reasonable by my lights. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the problem. She has not produced evidence that she's ever worked under either of these titles. And we know that she has no evidence that she's worked under either of these titles for precisely what we're going to look at here. Because she gives a justification for why she calls herself a psychometrician. And it's not by reference to her work history, but she elsewhere gives a justification for working as a psychometrist by specific reference to her work history.
So
yes,
let me just even be a little bit more concrete and less academic about this. I have, so in my last formal position, when I was the chief psychometrician for the assessment consortium, I had a staff of 6 PhD psychometricians that were under me, okay? So I know what those job postings look like because I've written them. I know what I'm looking for at different levels because I've written those posts and I've hired those people and I've mentored those staff. I'm not hiring somebody that does not have a degree in psychometrics to be my psychometrician, okay? I don't want a data scientist because they can do all of the computer programming, but they probably don't know the background of the modeling, the specific types of analysis that we do, all those types of things. Can they learn? Yes, but that's a data scientist, that's an analyst, that's not a psychometrician. That's not going to be the person who's helping write items, who is working on the paper forms or the computer adaptive algorithm. I'm not hiring that person. That is not to say, though, that you have to have a PhD to fill one of these positions. There are going to be times when you've had experience, which you argue she does not have. Great. There are times where you've been grandfathered in, you were in a program, they offered a master's, they stopped doing that. Michigan State did the same thing. Or that you've just been in the field. Psychometrics is not that old of a field. It's not like economics. It didn't really get big until the 70s. So I'm essentially like a 3rd generation psychometrician, okay? Like my professors learned from the people that wrote the books on it. It's not that old of a profession. There's just not that many of us compared to the amount of jobs. So are they going to prefer somebody with a PhD? Yes. Are they always going to get it? No.
Yeah, fair enough.
So with respect to the jobs.
Yeah. So fundamentally, and maybe there is somebody with lower standards, like some business or whatever, that will hire somebody and call them with the label psychometrist or psychometrician. Yeah. So under those conditions, this is what she would have to do if she wants to call herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician publicly, especially while rendering services for fees to a vulnerable clientele. She needs to produce evidence that she has worked under that title to justify the title in the first place. Or if she can't, she needs to not mention it at all. Or if she does, and she's working for an organization that has relatively low standards for what qualifies you for the position. So for example, we looked over some of these job postings. Some of them for psychometrician required a graduate degree. Some of them didn't even require a graduate diploma. Some of them you could get in with a bachelor's degree. Some of them required like dubious levels of clinical experience or whatever for whatever positions they had if that involved that. Like there was it was total anarchy with respect to what are the conditions of people fulfilling the requirements for jobs under this label in different provinces. She actually has an ethical obligation to disconceal that, to actually tell people like, hey, you're paying me on the basis of my expertise as a psychometrician, just so you know, that's my job title, but I don't have, for example, like a master's or a PhD level of education. But that's not what she does. She actually does the opposite. She tries to spin her graduate diploma as being most of the way to a master's degree, and then tries to spin other parts of her experience as effectively qualifying her as basically being a full-on master's. She's basically the same thing. There's no difference. Your actual duty, especially in care like this, like for me, I always downgrade my education. The only time I even mention it is just to justify why am I so obsessively interested in relating Carl Schmitt to Dead Space. Okay, that's an interesting question. But, like, I will never say, hey, I'm a political scientist, listen to me. I'm a political scientist, I can recommend this stuff to you. What I will say is, hey, I've read X, Y, and Z. Here's some stuff that I found that's useful with respect to X, Y, and Z. That's not what she's doing. She's actually leveraging the vagueness with which the average person understands her field and related fields. That part's crucial, too. A lot of people don't know the difference, the actual educational distinctions between a psychometrician and a psychologist. Or different types of clinicians or things like that, in order to sell herself as her brand on social media, so YouTube, Twitch, etc., her presence in the debate sphere, things like that, as well as, nonsensically, as Demon Mama pointed out, because she's clearly making more money from this, or maybe she's not, maybe she has a lot of clients, I hope not, in order to profit as well from being an unnecessary middleman for a online layperson-oriented search engine, where all she's doing is taking inputs that she has solicited with basically the exact same questions, but more confusingly worded, from her clients, and just inputting them into the search engine herself. Something that they could already do, which they proved they could do by giving her the information in the first place. She doesn't follow up with phone calls or emails to the actual therapist. She already demonstrated that she knows that she couldn't actually adequately do that in the first place, because you can't judge as a third party whether or not somebody else internally meshes socially with that particular therapist. I think I've rambled on enough. You get the idea. I want to get to the measure. Let's go.
You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, the graduation date you already know, and I have a BA in honors psychology. And if you want to know, I was a pretty smart kid even into high school as well.
Oh, and ASD Assess says, Sunday, I don't know why you don't focus more on her LAC and the lack of competency. I saw a stream when she was explaining a time she was high, and it was jarring how little she knows about addiction. Well, once again, given the fact that her clinical experience dealing with addiction recovery is at a faith-healing organization, I'm not surprised.
Here are the academic awards that I won all throughout university. Most of these academic awards were sufficient to pay for most of my way through my undergraduate education.
Any of this contribute towards justifying her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No.
Okay.
Here is my research experience. You will note that I have removed my current workplace. That is because nobody to this date has leaked where I work, and I don't want people to know. So there is one piece of information missing, which is the current lab that I am doing research in right now.
Any of this justify calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician? Now, this is a tricky one, so let's read through this very carefully. So she did a project, or a study, I'm not entirely sure which one, called Theories of Social Anxiety, under supervisor Dr. blah, 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 blah. The thesis project, 2-part study. Study 1, an online correlational research of constructs related to social anxiety, provided experience in building Qualtrics surveys.
Okay, so she does know how to use a survey. Then why is she using a Word document? Continue.
Study 2, an in-person study where incremental mindsets were cultivated to aim to reduce participants' social anxiety. She drafted an REB application, developed novel intervention protocol via literature analysis, created intervention materials, a video and a worksheet, converted established measure to analyze social anxiety, analyze results on SPSS, presented findings in a formal thesis. Does any of that justify her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No, and she's also, she's trying real hard here. Developed a novel intervention protocol via literature review.
Analysis.
She's
literature analysis.
Okay. Well, so then my question is: was it a meta-analysis or was it a literature review? And did you really develop a protocol from that, or did you cut and paste other protocols together and make yourself one? Because it's not clear, and I haven't read it, so I'm just asking.
Well, that's an excellent question, and the threshold for somebody doing a graduating, like from their undergraduate project, is going to be much lower than, for example, somebody defending a master's thesis. Or the equivalent.
Yeah, because I had to invent my own algorithm that one time.
I mean, I had to put an assessment together for my quantitative research class, and it wasn't validated, but I could put that on my resume by these standards. Anyway, continue.
All right, so we've got another thing on the research experience dossier here. Technology use and impact questionnaire. Supervisor, Dr. blah, 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 blah. Much more eminent than Dr. blah, 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 blah. Created a screener tool for assessing technology use in drug-addicted teens. Meant to explore amount of technology use in Canadian teens and the impact on healthy functioning this use has. Does any of this justify her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No.
Okay. Evaluation of heterosexual sexual changes. It's completely unrelated to the previous ones. That's interesting. Supervisor, not Dr. blah, 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 was a research assistant helping in data collection for the thesis project, ran in-person studies evaluating how people perceive consent in sexual exchanges. Psychometrist, psychometrician, justification.
No.
Implicit theories of well-being by supervisor, Dr. blah, 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 ran in-person experiment aimed at cultivating an incremental mindset of well-being, and the resulting correlates of this mindset. No, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's press on.
I mean, also, she's using SPSS, so I'm judging on that as well, but that's just personal.
Before that, this is my pre-established
SPSS and I are not
research
friends.
experience.
Yeah, nor should you be. It's terrible.
You can see I did a thesis on a theory of social anxiety. I did it from the ground up. This means I'm the one who drafted the RAB application for not one, but 2 studies. I am the one who developed the novel intervention protocol and did the research into the literature around this idea. I'm the one who created the intervention materials, both the video and the worksheets. I'm the one who converted the established measure to analyze social anxiety. I am the one who analyzed the results on a statistical software called SPSS. And I am the one who converted these findings into a formal thesis and presented them.
All right, so riddle me this, Miss Psychometrician. That's really who you are. If I did all of these things, could I call myself a psychometrician?
No, I would call you a grad student, maybe.
I wish.
I would call you a research assistant. That's what this is. This is research assistant work. I've done all of these things too. But
So
like
have I.
years ago, and they're not on my resume because I'm a professional and I have like a CV. This is
well,
evidence of work that you've done. I will not take that away from her, and I'm not evaluating the quality of that work, right, by these statements that I'm making.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that this in total does not a psychometrician make.
Also notice on here the technology use and impact questionnaire. This is the questionnaire that I've openly talked about with Sunday that I created for my government to assess technology use in drug-addicted teens. This measure was both exploring technology use in Canadian teens, and it also was used to evaluate the correlation between substance abuse and technology use.
Cool. Here's
Wow,
something...
for one measure, that does a lot.
Here's you're right, yeah. But here's something else too. So you'll notice she's not listing where she did any of these projects. She's not listing the names of the professors who supervise them, which means that as justifications, even if these actually were of such a kind that they justified her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician, they are functionally worthless because we have no way to verify them. I have tried very, very hard. Apparently this is something that was used by the government, the Technology Use and Impact Questionnaire. I can't find hide or hair of it anywhere. There is no evidence of it even existing. I believe it exists. I have no reason to think she would lie about it. But if she's not going to give me anything to actually find like where it's indexed, she could just be making literally every single thing on this page up, and I would be lost. I'd have nothing to go off of. The entire reason why you cite your work history and your credentials is to prove where you have been and what you have done. If you haven't fulfilled those basic criteria, you may as well just be speaking without a piece of paper here. It doesn't do anything.
Did she publish about this?
Not that I don't know. I can't find
because
anything.
Because the government is not going to just take your measure, as novel as it may be, without you having it published in a peer-reviewed journal. I mean, that I can say with confidence.
Well,
I believe that she said it was an in-house measure that she created, but I don't think it was ever.
Well, I mean, that sounds
memory.
like a phenomenal metric if it's real. Also, like incredibly multidimensional. I want to know what this like. Is it a questionnaire? Is it a data point that she is creating based on data from a questionnaire? Like, I need more information. Is it a mixed method study? What is this metric?
I have requested it. She once said that she would send it to me. She never did.
Well, she sure shit isn't going to send it to you now. You talking to me.
Apparently. Although, Kyla, people here have asked you to come on and talk. I think we both agree it's a bad idea, but I'd love to see the measure. I'd love to see it. And I'm sure everybody here would be willing to come back to judge it. Let's go on.
I mean, here, I'll make this. She can send me her work, and I'll send her mine. She can even read my dissertation, because I wrote one, because I have a PhD. Just saying.
Let's press on.
Exploring technology use
spicy
in
o'clock.
Canadian teens And it also was used to evaluate the correlation
We're allowed to be going for 3 hours.
between substance abuse and technology use. The
It's a witching
last two
hour.
are just two studies that I was a research assistant on during my 3rd and 4th year of my university. Finally, I'm going to show you the Youth Parents Addiction measure that I first authored. This is it with all the relevant information removed. As you can see up here,
Let's read this. What do we have here? Therefore, this assessment tool allows a full exploration of both the amount of technology use as well as the impact of different amounts of usage. It is important to note, however, that though this measure is theoretically derived, and therefore the constructs behind it are empirically supported, this measure is not psychometrically tested, and therefore should not be used as a diagnostic assessment tool. Rather, it provides clinicians with an understanding of their clients' technology use and the impact of that use upon intake. Beyond this, the measure presents an epidemiological research opportunity for to explore, analyzing the normative usage of technology and the impact technology overuse may have on their clients.
Has not been psychometrically tested. I mean, I don't really know. I don't even feel like you need me here for this one.
I really think I do. Unfortunately. Because when I, with my political science degree, say not psychometrically tested, there is a class of person out there who thinks, wow, so you mean she can read minds? Let's go to the next page.
Fair.
is part of the application process, and usually at the front page of a lot of different assessments, there will be an outline of the literature review as to what the purpose of this measure is. This section that I'm showing you is the youth only section. There was also a very similar parent section because we compared the youth reported and parent reported technology use and their drug addiction use.
Part 1, Level of Use, Client Instructions. This questionnaire will ask you about your time on different forms of electronics, such as phones, computers, tablets, and gaming consoles. Please read each question carefully and answer honestly and accurately. Answering honestly will allow staff to understand your experiences with different technology systems. Clinician Instructions. This measure allows insight into We get it. So here's my immediate question. Given the fact that this has a supervisor who is probably qualified to actually create the measure, and given the fact that this was not psychometrically tested, at any point in this process, was she occupying the position, formal or de facto, of a psychometrician? It's trickier, right?
No, she was adjacent.
Mm.
This is still just like research. Maybe I'll give her ed psych research, right? Because that's what this is. This is a research project. It could lead to something valuable, but you do not need to be a psychometrician to do this. And the fact that it says it's not psychometrically been tested is strange. But also, this is something about technology use, and all of her sources that I see, I know that this is not exhaustive, look a little older. Not to say that that's bad, but I also am familiar with at least 2 other surveys that are called the same thing. And so my suspicion is that this is not novel or unique. And I also want to say that it is not unusual to borrow portions of known and tested surveys or assessments to build into yours so that you can compare them to a known population to know how well those items are performing for you. And also, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you do need to give credit where credit is due. So my suspicion is that there's probably some borrowing, which again, very common, not problematic as long as it is cited, right? But this is still graduate research.
It's a synthetic graduate student's research project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a synthesis of other work, which is perfectly fair. That's 99% of what I did. You don't do novel work as an undergraduate.
No.
Yeah.
Measure is. This section that I'm showing you is the youth only section. There was also a very similar parent section because we compared the youth reported and parent reported technology use.
So you don't
no, hang on. Dank, I have not seen this document. When this was published, this was the first I had seen of it at all. And it's one of the reasons why I was kind of appalled that she actually posted it, because until she did, I was ambiguous as to what this measure was. Like, maybe it was something much more impressive. But here we are.
So I actually think that I think I know where part of this is from.
Okay.
So that's why I'm dying to see her references on this. Dying.
I've been dying to see this for months. I have not
Like
received any information.
Don't even send me the measure. Send me just the references, and I'll be able to figure it out. Come
on. However,
man,
Dank Prohl has made an excellent observation. Perhaps consider this. This is a novel measure precisely because it hasn't been tested. The no testing is the novelty. Which is clearly not true. Lots of measures are not tested, so there.
I have created measures that weren't tested, and I am not a psychometrician.
I'm
my graduate program, so it's not that novel.
I am.
Yeah, untested is not equal to novel.
I am wedded to impartiality. I had to try. Okay, let's press on.
I mean, A for effort.
Yes. What you'll note is that I am the first author.
That's a psychometrician who gave me the A for effort, so it counts.
On the measure. I did the bulk of the work. My supervisor is the second and co-author. Here's a screen grab from the proposal PowerPoint I made when I presented in front of the managerial lead of the Youth Addictions and Mental Health portfolio of my provincial quadrant. I will get more into the years of work I did in developing the measure in Claim 11. However,
I guess we gotta go to Claim 11.
Last edit of this proposal.
I mean, at least the slides are pretty.
They are nice slides. Very tasteful slides. Let's okay, Claim 11. Do we have... They're not numbered. What do you mean claim... Oh, hang on. Let's see. That's Claim 6. Claim 7. Okay, very quickly, just while we're doing this. She has a PowerPoint. Does the PowerPoint let her call herself a psychometrician?
Absolutely not.
You should have said yes.
We make our presentations in latex. Excuse me.
Okay, hang on. There's a...
Handy for me.
That's Claim 9. All right, a little bit further ahead. Oh, we skipped one. Here we go. Kyla's lying about creating a measure. I never said she was lying about creating a measure. But let's see. I just never saw evidence of the measure. Which, again, if you're citing a measure as justification for a credential, the entire purpose of credentials is to prove that you have the title that you're ascribing to yourself by right. Now, Kyla may well have co-authored what she has called an in-house youth addictions measure, whatever that is. She has not, to my knowledge, made its name public, and I have been unable to find any reference to it, or to her for that matter, on any public record.
My work, it speaks for itself.
Does it? What's the professional opinion here?
Yeah, it's not saying anything good. It's not saying anything bad either, and that's the problem that I have to keep catching myself here. None of this work could be awesome. It could be. I don't know. She hasn't shared it. I don't know. The problem is that she's like, hey, I'm this psychometrician. Let me take this money and give you these services that I don't have the skill set to do and that are not related to being a psychometrician. And that even if I did have this skill set, I'm still giving you this busted Word document, hee-haw show of an assessment. Like that, that's where I have to draw the line.
So your response is, it doesn't speak for itself. Am I correct in assuming that you agree with me that the principal issue here is not that the work is good or bad, it's that it actually doesn't speak, because she's censored out all of the identifying information and she hasn't actually shown the thing.
Right.
I already showed it. I'm not going to show you all the details. It is an in-house measure. I don't want to disseminate it. But as you can see here, I am the first author.
Yes.
Pause. Can I chip
in? Yes, of course. Please.
So, I totally understand the need to not want to dox yourself. That makes sense. However, I think, as Pearl had mentioned, if I wrote a measure like this, I would want to show it off. I would
tell everyone.
I would have it in I would send it to get peer reviewed.
How about this? if you didn't want to show your measure, you wouldn't reference it to justify a title. You would either find some other
Also true.
justification for the title,
Mhm.
or you would not adopt the title under your persona, right? That's the responsible thing to do. I wouldn't call myself, if I had a PhD, I wouldn't call myself a PhD by reference to, or a de facto PhD, or a de facto political consultant on the basis of, I talked to somebody once and they asked for recommendations on how to structure a course on Machiavelli, which I did, by the way. Like, I just wouldn't talk about it. I certainly wouldn't use it as a justification for any title. If I talked about it, it would be casually, and I would be clear to say, doesn't mean anything. Maybe just because doesn't mean anything because I'm not willing to cite it, so just take that for what you will. But she's specifically using it to justify your title, Pearl.
Yeah, this is just not how it's done. We, in our field, it is so small. It is so small. We know, like, I looked through her list of faculty. I know some of them in a professional sense. First of all, so that's not great for her. But the point of academia and this type of a field is to continuously add to the base of knowledge. And so if you've invented something awesome, we would like to know. We're going to cite you forever. Like, do you know how awesome it is when somebody is just like, can I cite your dissertation? And I'm just kind of like, I'm so sorry you read that, but of course, thank you for continuing the stuff that I'm doing. That's how science works. I do a thing and somebody else is like, hey, that's cool, but I think I should do it this way. That's how we learn stuff. You don't do it by making something, bragging about it, and then hiding it.
Well,
what is she going to get a patent for it?
If she says it's an in-house measure, maybe somebody else has a patent for it. Once again,
then it would still need to be peer reviewed first.
Right.
This stuff is not necessarily proprietary. I've worked for one place that had a proprietary anything, and it was our computer adaptive testing algorithm. That's the type of stuff in this field that is proprietary. How to measure something is never. That's the whole point of what we share. So it's just giving me more questions.
Moreover, referencing the organization you worked for, especially if you don't work for it presently, there's literally no reason to obscure that. That's your resume.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like you're either going to reference it or you're not. You can't pretend to reference it and then use that as a justification for calling yourself an advanced title.
Me.
And furthermore,
co-author.
Please.
From my perspective, she's also using this both implicitly and explicitly to claim the skill sets from my field, which
yes.
And what she's showing here, there's little to no relationship to the skill set for the clinical work. Now, if again, as a, in my PhD program, I'm taking research methods, and everything that she's showing here is, stuff that I did with the MSW students I was TAing for. But even in an academic setting, this is all good and fine. But I don't know if it if this evidence sort of supports any of the claims that she's making to any area of expertise.
Jacobus asks a very interesting question. What if you needed to respond to someone who's serially harassing you? First of all, you serial harass multiple people. That's what a serial is. You don't serially harass one person, but just clear. How in that scenario would you respond? Well, how I respond to you is that it is not harassing someone to scrutinize claims of credentials that are unjustified, especially when they are engaging in ethically dubious work, or when they are making claims that extend far past even their claimed expertise, but they're claiming it doesn't. That's completely reasonable.
I'd also point out that at no point have we attacked Kyla's character or any immutable characteristics. We are simply judging her output
statements
as a public figure that she is using to claim expertise in our respective fields, and we are coming in as subject matter experts to explain why the output that she is providing is incorrect, misleading, and quite frankly harmful. You know, again, I am a clinician who also teaches other therapists how to do my job in addition to the research that I am doing. You know, I want to see other good people in this field. It's a hard field and it's not for everybody, but we need everyone we can get. There's a mental health shortage in both the United States and Canada. I have every reason to want to promote somebody who has the credentials that Kyla claims. But everything that she's shown me, I don't know her personally. I don't have any personal stake in her success or failure. But she is doing things that I think are misleading and potentially harmful or, you know, disingenuous.
Let's finish this section. It's 2 minutes long. Let's not comment on it. Let's just let it run. We'll make our final comments, and then I have one last thing to put on the screen, and then we'll call it for tonight. Does that sound good? We agree with this plan?
You bet.
All right.
Was my supervisor. As I've said before, this is the PowerPoint that I used to present in front of the Alberta Health Youth Managerial Team to suggest the implementation of this screener. As you can see, the last edit was on January 8th, 2018. If you're wondering, to put that in scope, I was proposing this screener to the team while I was still in school. I was immediately hired after convocating from my undergrad because they were so impressed with the screener and the work I had done up until that point developing it. They hired me then to work on site as an addiction support worker while also part-time completing the screener work. You can't find public record of it because, as I've said, it's an in-house measure used to collect data for Alberta Health Services. And also, I'm married.
Actually, if it's used to collect data by the government health services, that would actually be a specific reason why there would be a public record of it, no?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's funded by taxpayer dollars, you can't keep it a secret.
Well,
if it's an actually good metric, you have to publish about it first because you have to field test it.
Well, that's how
and
it's
you have to
determined.
show that
Yeah.
it
That's how it's
works
determined
and
to
is-
be a good metric.
Yeah. Yes.
And I got married after this.
Okay. Here's the problem. I know her name before she got married. Unfortunately. That came up when I was searching for the measure. Doesn't come up under that either. Sorry.
Which means I have a different last name in my past. Sunday goes on to suggest that it would have been simply impossible for me to have developed the measure myself. He kind of dismisses it and hand waves it like I'm some RA just working in a lab where the measure was developed. Because,
To put it more simply, there is no Kyla who is on public record as an author of what she's describing. I have no way of finding this. If it is on public record, it is somewhere impossible for a layperson to find, and there's something wrong. But once again, there's absolutely no reason for her to obscure it, especially if her name's changed, because that would actually create more distance between her and it. There's literally no reason. There is no conceivable
That's just not
reason.
how academic publishing works. That's just not how academic research and publishing works. This is not, the math is not mathing.
I do not possess a master's degree. I cannot, quote, develop psychological test scales and measures or apply and interpret such test scales and measures. But I have. I've done exactly this. Let me walk you through.
But I could do this right now. I could make a test right now with a pen and paper. I'm not going to do it. I thought for a second that'd be funny, but I'm not going to because I'm too tired. But I could do that right now. What I would not be is authorized to do it. You can do anything. It's like that Seinfeld sketch about like car reservations. It's like, hey, I'm here to pick up my car. It was reserved. Oh, I'm sorry, we gave it away. Do you understand how a reservation works? Yes, of course we do. No, I'm not sure that you do. Because the whole point is the reservation is you hold it. Anybody can take a reservation and say, hey, you want to reserve? But if you can't hold it, that's really the whole point. If she is not authorized to validate a test, she's not a psychometrician. if she is not authorized to rate or administer a test, she's not a psychometrist. It doesn't matter if she's done it in the past. That's like saying, hey, I've cut into people's stomachs before when I was robbing a bank. I am a surgeon.
Right. The math
Sorry
is
for
not
the
math.
sorry for the colorful example.
What Sunday does not know about my involvement with the measure. Now, Sunday couldn't know this because he doesn't know much about my work, but instead he presumed.
Okay, but you say your work speaks for itself, which begs the question. If your work speaks for itself, why do I, who have searched for your work probably more than anyone alive, not know what your work is?
What Sunday doesn't know.
She must have done it in invisible ink.
Apparently. She did that lemon juice
It
thing.
was in Australia. Probably haven't heard of it.
Checks out.
Yes, that was a Seinfeld reference, Win.
Developed a psychological measure, which was administered to clients and to their parents. I then took the data, analyzed it, and used it to test the validity and the reliability of the measure.
Ooh.
Wait, that's
nope,
circular.
See, nope.
That doesn't make any sense.
Not only that, but a measure cannot be valid. Data cannot be valid. It's the usage of the data based on the measure used in valid ways. So she doesn't even know the terminology. That's like one of those like weird things that all of us psychometricians are really, really picky about for some stupid reason. But the way she talks about validity and reliability, no.
Look, I'm the one person here with no psychology background except for like a couple of electives. Did I take electives in psychology? I know I took one in high school. Hang on. I'm actually gonna. I actually don't remember off the top of my head. But I'm the lay person here, like the complete lay person. I have my BA is in the useless program of political science. I caught that. Okay. If I caught that, and you don't catch that, Kyla, you don't get to call yourself a psycho anything. Somniostatic, thank you for the US $10. Why would you need to cut into anyone's stomach during a bank robbery? Don't ask questions you don't know the answer to.
For internal consistency using a split half correlation, followed by determining the Cronbach's
Those are
alpha
psychometric things. I'll give her that. A split half correlation is a psychometric thing. All right, good job.
We got one. Yay.
parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion.
The what
As
now?
one would expect.
Let's rehear that.
The convergent validity? That's a new one. I don't think Sam Messick wrote about that one.
Okay, here, I'm going to boost the volume a little bit because she's very quiet for some reason.
Half correlation.
She's lying.
Followed by determining the Cronbach's alpha of both the youth and the parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion.
What does that mean, convergent validity?
I don't know.
I'm going to Google
because
that quickly.
validity is not a number, it's an argument.
Yeah.
Reliability, when she said Cronbach's alpha, that's a number.
Okay, here we go.
That's a
so
number.
this is on Science Direct. Convergent validity refers to how closely the new scale is related to other variables and other measures of the same construct. Not only should the construct correlate with related variables, but it should not correlate with dissimilar, unrelated ones. Wait a minute. But you wouldn't compare that then. That would simply be the conclusion.
Used it to
that would be the however that's represented. That would simply be that would be the conclusion of an analysis. Like that's the answer to how closely the new scales relate to other variables. You wouldn't compare that with respect to a single...
Well, and again, validity is never a number; it's an idea.
Yeah,
it's an ideal.
Well, that's why like it would
yeah.
The validity and the reliability of the measure for internal consistency using a split half correlation, followed by determining the Cronbach's alpha of both the youth and the parent portions of the measure.
It's also Cronbach. Can't even say it right.
What did you say? Cronbach's? Cranbox?
Yeah, it's Cronbach's alpha.
By determining the Cronbach's alpha of
the Cronbach's alpha. What did you say it was?
Kronbachs. Yeah, we don't know Kronbachs. We don't know him. Who's he?
Well, some psychometrician you are. What?
Yeah, right.
Not sending their best, clearly.
Of both the youth and the parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion, as one would expect that if technology use was...
Okay, so two convergent validities is what you compared. The convergent validity of the adult portion and the convergent validity of the youth portion. So that seems fair, but...
That I can understand, and that again then suggests to me that she's taken measures from an existing instrument and is using that, and that's also called equating and scaling. I don't know why she's calling it. I've not heard it referred to as what did she call it, convergent validity, but it's essentially I understand what's happening. No qualms with her methodology so far.
No, but I mean the lingo is
the
lingo is meaningless to a lay audience. So she's not speaking to psychometricians or psychometrists here. She's speaking to people with substantially less.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Right. If I was explaining this to a crowd, these are not the words I would be using.
This is like the How It's Made episode of Rick and Morty where they're talking about how they make a plumbus. Like this language has no meaning to people.
Correct.
Was high in the child's day-to-day, both the child and the parent would report as such. I then tested for criterion validity under the premise that addiction patterns emerged together, comparing my measure scores against validated gambling and substance use scales. Now, since it is possibly evaluating a separate possible addiction, we would expect to have a positive correlation, but presumably it would not likely have a correlation coefficient higher than 0.6. The work was done internally, and all the data is housed internally. Therefore, I cannot...
It's worthless because you can't prove anything with it. Why are you even citing it?
Also, of course, the data is internally held. It's in a server somewhere. We want a summary, ma'am. Like, what is she talking about?
Well, what she's talking about is that if this wasn't an in-house measure, it would be printed on stone tablets and put in public on City Hall.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Maybe it was on that third one from History of the World, Part 1, that Mel Brooks drops. Must have been on that one.
Yes. 15's crash. 10.
10 commanders.
It almost sounds like she's sort of trying to throw as many intellectual sounding buzzwords to sort of make her sound
she's trying to demonstrate
than she actually is.
She's trying to demonstrate that when somebody says she's not an expert, they're being ridiculous. Of course she's an expert. Look at this highly particular technical language she knows how to use. The problem is that we aren't talking about whether or not she knows how to use this language. The question is authority outside of her domain and the use of titles to command authority outside of her domain to a lay audience that doesn't fully understand what those titles mean.
Yeah. It's a lot. It feels like a smokescreen almost.
That's exactly what it is.
Provide any receipts of the data, and even if I could, it would be a massive breach of ethics to do so.
It's actually not a regression, though. It's factor analysis, but close.
Would it be a massive breach of... Hang on. So again, I guess, so by the data, I assume she means the questionnaire results.
Right.
But that can be rendered anonymous because you would still report on the findings regardless. And that would not necessarily contain the names of everybody involved. So there'd be no breach of ethics with respect to patients or with respect to like questionnaire
Can I be
answers.
snarky for half a second?
Be my guest.
So now we care about ethics. Awesome. Okay, carry on.
Okay, but like so hang on. So she is seriously making the claim that it is unethical to report your findings in a scientific venture that is being used by the government. That's insane.
Not that you would understand it anyway.
That's true. I am notoriously dense when it comes to such things. All right, final. This is just a treat. We've seen this before. You all know what I'm pulling up.
Is this the classic?
This is the classic.
This pause though is amazing.
It is pretty
Her
good.
face
Oh,
on
this
pause,
is thumbnail
10 out of
material.
10.
This is thumbnail material. I'm so going to use
It's
this.
so good.
It is so good.
Excellent screen pause game. We approve.
Ausgezeichnet for the German speakers in the crowd.
Husband, let me know. Shh. No, your husband didn't let me know
Yes.
anything. Be quiet. Okay.
I love this part. I know I've seen this part.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I watch this, I am reminded that God loves me more than Kyla. All right, ready? Here we go.
Kyla.
Okay,
What's
when
up,
it comes to
Kyla?
the topics,
Oh, wait, I've been
Dark
waiting.
Triad.
Guys, quiet.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Good night,
When it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy, of psychopathy, shut the fuck up, Ashley! Nobody gives a fuck! Shut up!
Oh
Chill, bro.
Oh my
Can you
goodness.
chill? Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got
Keep
muted,
yelling.
guys,
Hold up, hold
everybody.
up. Unmute Kyla.
Nice
Let me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch! That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you
Yeah.
feel condescended to. You
Yeah,
should.
take the
You should be
lemons.
embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in
Dark
public with
Triad,
some
a thing
so
that's
fucking
totally
stupid.
real and not at all pseudoscience or made up. I promise.
I am the Dark Triad. Okay, but serious question for you. Is she your expert? Is she just fucking is? I guess is how that would go.
I mean, for rage.
You there!
And
Social
bad-
worker! Social worker! Do you see your expert on the screen when it comes to the topics of Dark
Um,
Triad and sociopathy and psychology?
Considering that the Dark Triad isn't actually a recognized thing and is very pseudoscientific and not actually helpful, sure, why not?
And you! Psychometrician! Do you see your expert on the screen?
Yeah, I see my face.
We're done. Have a good night, everyone. First of all, thanks to my guests. This is my show.
Thank
my
you.
Guests. Thank you to my guests for assisting me in this.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna answer this question here.
Oh.
Direct question to Pearl. What were my contributions to the Woodcock Johnson? And how has considering consequential validity influenced these? So I worked at Riverside Publishing briefly, who is the owner of the Woodcock Johnson. And I only worked on getting the sample for a field test of the WJ4. I did not do the psychometric work on that. My work at Riverside was on the Iowa test of basic skills and the COGAT, which is the cognitive assessment, basically for gifted and talented kids. Those were the two that I worked on there. So unfortunately, I did work for Dr. Doolittle there, but I did not get to work on the Woodcock Johnson.
That's a
And best
shame.
software, SAS and R are the best softwares probably to do factor analysis. SAS has one built in, but R is open source and you can just look it up on Stack Overflow.
Before I send you off,
Yep.
very quickly, Sam, I'm gonna let you go first. Can you describe who you are, what your expertise is in, your credentials, etc., where you can be found, if anywhere, and so forth?
All right. I am Sam. You can find me on Twitter at Beyond Safe Words, not to be confused with Beyonce Words, which is what everybody hears. I am an occasional guest on Xena and Poppy's stream when something makes me mad that I want to rant about.
Very good channel, by the way. Continue. Sorry.
Yes, Credentials. So I am a registered social worker in Ontario, but I was initially licensed in the United States. I am also an ASECT certified sex therapist in training to become an ASECT sex therapy supervisor. I have given all kinds of presentations and continuing ed courses. I am also a PhD candidate and a social work PhD program. where I am researching coercive controlling violence in BDSM from the perspective of BDSM practitioners. And yeah, I like to think I'm good at what I do.
Thank you very much. And Pearl, please.
So you can find me. I'm Pearl Snappy on all of the things: Instagram, TikTok, Discord. And I run my own consulting business right now. But previously I've worked for lots of places. So Smarter Balance, just for full transparency, was where I worked before, the largest assessment consortium in the country. And now I am transitioning out of K-12 assessment into cybersecurity, because data governance and remote testing are problematic as far as data concerns. And it's just more fun and less political. I also may or may not have blown the whistle, and so I'm just really not interested in that field right now. So.
Fair enough. And very quickly, just again, what was your educational background and so on and so forth?
So my undergrad, since Kayla seems to think it's important, I have a double major in math and economics with minors in German and philosophy, a master's in economics, and a PhD in measurement and quantitative methods.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. You are both welcome on again anytime. Have a good night.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. And
Yeah,
Pearl,
thank you.
It was fantastic being a co-guest with you.
The same. This has been delightful.
Likewise. Take care, you two.
Yes. I'm going to go pass out now.
Have a good night.
Same. Thanks.
Good night.
So Candace wanted to win here. She would bring up Destiny basically only hooking up with people more than 10 years younger than him. I would add in addition people with known emotional and other mental issues, and also then litigating his sexual drama in front of his stream so that the women he's associated with have the constant coercive pressure of his audience's disapproval if they say anything against him. Remember when Melina left him, he immediately went to stream and started vaguely talking about how, like, yeah, if Melina wanted to like go DEFCON 1 or whatever, I've got so much shit on her I could bring up, like you wouldn't believe, stuff like that. Like, that's a threat, right? Like, and all this stuff could very well come out as a consequence of this digging in. This is stupid. This is such a stupid decision. Like, by all means, like, fight with people like Candace Owens, but you play it careful. You fight them in ways where there's like this remains an intellectual duel or something like that. Don't get into the nitty-gritty of digging up her past, because your past is always going to be worse. Because here's what she can do at the end of the day. She can go, it was a long time ago. I didn't really understand finances back then. You know what? I forgot. Happens. You can't do that with your stuff.
They don't need the cool guy at the party to be like, yeah, man, it's whatever. Like, it's like, no, you actually, like, structure. You need somebody to say to you, you don't have to do this. There's so much better potential within you. You are young. You have your entire life ahead of you. Let's figure out what it is that you're great at. I understand the economic concerns. It's a really tough economy and it's easy money, but there's other things that you can do to make money that will give you better self-value. And so that's why I say that I think that what you're doing as a 35-year-old man is you're lying. You're just lying to
Do you think
people.
I'm telling women on average that fucking 20 guys
when
tonight
you
is a
make
good idea?
videos and you're replying to conservatives who are rightfully saying
Well, actually, here's a toxic thing that Steven is doing. We are publicly aware of the fact that he keeps a spreadsheet of people he's fucking while he's traveling, okay? One of the things that happened when the whole canvassing thing went down is they had complaints, apparently, from women at the thing. They were constantly being hit on by men at the canvassing house. Let's actually find this. Canvassing house, sexual harassment. I think I probably saved a screenshot of it anyways. DGG. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom. There's a conversation between Jacob Lonerbox, NotSoErudite, and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys participating in it, and, quote, not being able to just exist, unquote, without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events. Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space will inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what's done to make it accessible. If it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it might never grow past that 1%. Yet the conversation was continued, bouncing the idea of quote-unquote Bumble law, where guys would be prohibited from asking women out unless they ask them first, and consider telling participants to, quote, keep it professional like in a work setting, unquote, which were both shut down. Destiny seemed completely unconvinced and unengaged in the conversation, as him and NotSoErudite still continued straying the conversation away from the complaints to conversations around masculinity and femininity, with the conclusion after 2 hours being, quote, try to remind people that finding a partner isn't the priority of the event, unquote, as stated by Lonerbox. I doubt it was rehearsed or some conspiratorial shit. It did feel like none of the participants were really convinced that there's a solution to those complaints, causing them to bounce ideas at each other that none of them actually believed in. Like, here's what I think went on. It's kind of obvious. Destiny makes a very loud display of fucking his fan base, and even engaging in like low level sexual harassment at times. And I mean, like, we actually have him, like, physically groping someone on stream. And we have him getting away with it without any consequence. And I think if you're, like, a young guy who's probably coming to Destiny out of, like, red pill spheres, and you're seeing this, you're like, ooh, I need to... This is the kind of guy I need to act like in order to get access to sexual partners. Right? Like, that seems like... It seems like a pretty lousy example. And then NotSoErudite actually responded here. It says, I'm sad to hear you felt like I was just doing optical HR. It's the complete opposite. I have wanted to bring this up for some time and decided to do it now with one tangible impact I could cite. There isn't going to be an obvious and immediate answer because it's a deeply complex problem. The worst possible reaction to have is, we should just do this, and assume the gender dynamics issues that workplaces have been aiming to solve for years is simple in their fixed. They haven't been trying to solve that for years. They've been trying to bury them in most cases, but leaving that aside. I wanted to talk to Stephen in the exact way I chose because I think framing this issue as nefarious and problematic, while it would be good for clicks and bait, would be most directly harmful to finding tangible solutions. I disagree with Stephen that there isn't really a solution. I want to find one. I just don't want to act with hubris and presume that my Bumble idea was obviously correct. Oh, it was her Bumble idea. Okay. In fact, since this convo, I have had over 20 people reach out, and I was thinking about making a Reddit post asking for more people's opinions. I think the only solution will be found by making sure we understand the community, the neutral and the unchangeable elements at play, as well as the dynamic, changeable factors we can use to address this. Already the feedback I have received has my gears grinding. So many interesting ideas have been sent in, so many perspectives that I think flesh out my own thoughts. I've had several women and LGBT plus people reach out, citing their experiences as well as their thoughts on the problem, knowing that the conversation is opened again and going to be explored is good. I essentially am asking, how do we get a community to at least value 6-foot-tall women and LGBT plus people who climb differently than a cis man? What does that climbing look like in intellectual debate? Are there actual faults or flaws that contribute to this within the community? If so, what are the solutions to those flaws? I don't want a fast answer. I want to wrestle with this, and perhaps the process of wrestling itself will help address some of the zeitgeist obstacles I feel genuinely contributes to femme folks being left as an outlier, even when they meet the necessary personality predilection of disagreeable/politically keen. I was going to actually make a Reddit post, but perhaps I will just jump on yours. If you have thoughts about today's conversations, both disagreements and agreements, and you're willing to talk about it, please send me a DM. If you're nasty or bad faith in understanding my position, you can get fucked and I won't respond. I am even contemplating running an informal focus group to see how people feel. I can't emphasize enough. I want to hear from people who disagree with me vehemently, all the way who are standing my position fully. What? We can do it. What the fuck is she talking about? Did she have a stroke mid-sentence? Mid-paragraph? Is this a fake account? Like, where the hell did was there something in the... Wait. Was there something up here that I missed? Edit, I was banned for this thread, so I can't engage with people responding. Jesus Christ. These people are insane. So, hang on. Let me see here. So, this is NotSoErudite, right? This is the actual NotSoErudite. That's her. I want what she's smoking. Alright, we're almost there, gang. Oh god, I said it. No, I'm not turning into Wick. My teeth are falling out! I love when people like this just feed me free info. It's fantastic. And by the way, there is no doubt Sunday's outrageous credential fraud defamation of NotSoErudite is utterly spurious and without merit. The titles at issue are not protected, and when the professor admin was given full context instead of lies, this was cleared up. So the initial letter was this. Alright? This is concerning NotSoErudite, for those of you who are not in the loop. Dear God, that is too big. So this is the letter I got from, the email I got from Concordia University, which is where Kyla said she went to school and got her associates, or not associates, her graduate diploma in psychological assessment. So for those of you who are in the dark, NotSoErudite is a weird, bad streamer who sucks up to and imitates Destiny, and she's been going around calling herself a psychometrician or a psychometrist in order to sound like she has really like a high degree of psychological education when she goes onto podcasts like whatever, or when she's talking to people online, and that's bullshit. And so, just to confirm this, I emailed the department from which she graduated, not knowing at the time, by the way, that this was actually her graduate advisor. But I said, hey, I achieved a graduate diploma in psychological assessment in 2022. On the basis of this, is it appropriate for me to call myself a psychometrician or a psychometrist when I apply for jobs in this field? Kind regards. And Concordia Information replied, no, it is not appropriate to use the term psychometrist, since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. This is where Concordia University is. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title, for example, a master's degree. Best regards. So that's that. Pisco, of course, continues. He has no shame. This is true. I have no shame, because my heart is pure and my cause is just. He has no shame and continues to lie about communicating to university personnel under false pretenses. No, I don't lie about that at all. I absolutely communicate to university personnel under false pretenses. And these are the false pretenses. I pretended to be someone with Erudite's credentials. Those are the false pretenses. And they told me, no, I can't do the thing that Erudite's been doing with her credentials. And down here we have, and by the way, there is no doubt Sunday's outrageous credential fraud defamation of NotSoErudite is utterly spurious and without merit. The titles at issue are not protected, and when the professor admin was given full context instead of lies, this was cleared up. Here's the problem. This is what the letter actually says. To whom it may concern. Kyla is a graduate of our psychological assessment diploma program at the University of... In this program, students acquire psychological assessment skills, specifically in personality and intellectual assessment. These skills are also titled psychometric skills. In some jurisdictions in North America, the term psychometrist is a regulated or protected job title. This is not the case in... So graduates who have received training in our psychological assessment diploma program, or individuals who have undergraduate degrees with further training from registered psychologists, may be employed in work where they use the job title psychometrist, psychometrician, or psychological assistant. Now, Pisco is not a smart man. I conjecture that she is also a very bad lawyer. He is a very bad lawyer. I'm so tired, guys. I am so goddamn tired. Did he retweet his own post? Dear Lord. So, this Jessica Pizzle person, I have no idea who this is, but she's been alright so far, apparently was replied to with that initial post that we just read by Pisco. And she says, do you have an answer to my question, which was, the email Sunday shows says you should not use the term when applying for jobs. The email Pisco shows says you can be employed where you can use the title. And then she replies, do you have an answer to my question that you quote tweeted? Because your quote tweet doesn't seem to have anything to do with my comment. And this is his reply. Happy to explain. Sorry if that wasn't clear by reading the letter. Oh, you know what? This is actually perfectly framed, that I can be big again! Ha-ha! Oh, frabjous day, Kalukale. Happy to explain. Sorry if that wasn't clear by reading the letter. Actually, she just said the letter contradicted you, Pisco, but okay. The professor is clarifying that individuals who have, quote, received training in our psychological assessment diploma program, unquote, or individuals who have undergraduate degrees with further training from registered psychologists, unquote, may be employed in work where they use the job title psychometrist, psychometrician, or psychological assistant. Yes. Kyla has claimed without refutation that she, 1, has completed training in the psychological assessment diploma program, 2, has an undergraduate degree with further training from a registered psychologist. This means that, according to this professor's standards, Erudite had achieved the minimum academic credentials via 2 methods: completed assessment program and undergraduate degree with specific training. These 3 titles are unprotected. There are more than just psychometrician, which you referenced in your comment. That's true. Also psychometrist, which you also used falsely. They're not like lawyer or doctor or police officer. According to sources Sunday himself uses, they are often used interchangeably, and the differences confound the literature. Erudite has shown that she was involved in the development of a psychological measure under the supervision of a trained psychologist. Actually, incidentally, Erudite has shown that in her capstone project for her undergraduate degree, she worked under a trained psychologist on a proposed measure. This is different. This is why this matters. A psychometrician is able to validate the test. They're able to say, yes, this is an appropriate test to deploy in our studies. A psychometrist, who is someone who merely administers, or an undergraduate student, which Kyla was, cannot. So Kyla is not a psychometrician by dint of doing that project. Kyla worked with somebody who is qualified to be a psychometrician. That's different. That's sort of like if I did a capstone project under a lawyer, and I did a paper on something to do with law, and I started referring to myself as a legal expert afterwards. No, I can't call myself that. Even if, by the way, there isn't a rule that says I can't call myself an expert in some field, that would still be massively misleading. Now, if you're also using a title that is specifically credentialed elsewhere, like psychometrician, for instance, possibly in the state Kyla currently is in, because she is no longer in Canada, is she? Then you would actually be telegraphing to people by calling yourself a psychometrician that you have degrees that you don't have. You have expertise that you don't have. That's a big problem. For example, if someone from the United States who has a master's degree that actually is called psychometrician, right? Because you can actually get the title psychometrician by a degree in different states. Erudite, by calling herself a psychometrician, would be claiming identical credentials to that person. And we've already seen her own supervisor, and I didn't know was her supervisor, she told us that, to draw up sympathy, because apparently it's a horrible, horrible thing when you confirm someone's stated credentials which they use to gain authority in arguments. Even though that's literally what credentials are for. Terrible, terrible thing to do that. Pisco is a goddamn moron. It's actually it's incredible just how incompetent this man is. Like this is a basic failure of reading comprehension. So see here, Kyla has claimed without refutation that she has completed the psychological assessment diploma program and has an undergraduate degree with further training from a registered psychologist. The problem is that those are specifically the conditions that her supervisor says are insufficient to call yourself a psychometrician. And there's a simple reason for this. It's completely misleading. It's not a title you have any particular claim to. Like, by this logic, like, I want you to imagine for a second that I had an argument with Kyla, okay? And she said, I'm a psychometrist, I know what I'm talking about. And I said, well, so am I, and you don't know what you're talking about. What do you suppose the response to that would be? Do you think she'd go, oh, well, okay then, I guess we'll have to settle this with rock, paper, scissors? No. She'd go, no, you're not. No, you're not a psychometrist. What are you talking about? But this is the sole argument. Well, technically, it's not illegal for her to call herself this. It's just deeply unethical and misleading, And she's been directly told by professionals in her field that it is inappropriate to claim that title unless you're actively working as one. I'm just flabbergasted by this. Like, you're putting your reputation, you're attaching your face to this, Pisco. Dear God. Like, I don't know what you think Kyla's able to give you, but it ain't that much. She can barely put a show together. Anyways, why is this coming up? Well, this is coming up because in their infinite wisdom, this is coming up because in their infinite wisdom, NotSoErudite Pisco and her current husband, Nick, are jumping in to defend Doomer Media because they're stupid. There's no reason to defend Doomer Media, as we shall see. Sirius says, President Sunday, it's betrayed in how NSA uses her credential. She has falsely stated, oh, you know what? I almost forgot to mention that. Here's the additional problem. Kyla hasn't just stated that she's a psychometrist and a psychometrician. She said it's a graduate degree. She doesn't have a graduate degree. It's actually really dangerous. This is somebody who is selling psychological services to people. She still is. She charges $50 to make referrals to therapists and psychiatrists who she is not qualified to vet, using a publicly a medium, a website that is specifically meant for people who are not experts, which raises an important question. So if I go to NotSoErudite's website here, I'm going to make myself small again. And I'm going to put myself up here. Boom. This is NotSoErudite's website. Hey guys. So, services. We have fitness consultations because her husband still hasn't found a real job. And where did it go? Is it still? Is it gone? Therapist finding. Haha. Finding a therapist. $50. Let's join. What do we see? So, about navigating all the letters, profession designations, and treatment modalities is confusing. Let me help you. And I can be big again. Haha. The service must be paid for before I send the 3 therapists. Sorry, information regarding my service. The service must be paid for before I send the 3 therapists. I will provide 3 options of psychologists/therapists whom I believe seem best suited to help you out. If you try all 3 and they do not work for you, I guarantee your money back as long as you provide evidence of attempting to go or try. Jesus. I hate this person. She sucks so bad. If you try all 3 and they do not work for you, I guarantee your money back. Provide evidence of attempting to go or try. Another option is I can send you another 3 therapists I recommend. I am also happy to help you write an introductory email if you need, but you can also access all these resources free on attachments to my video. And if we go to the elaborations of service...
A lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service.
$50 now.
With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact.
Okay, so this becomes a problem for the following reason. Yes, I'm also a trained psychometrist, which is a graduate degree. Not, I have training in psychological assessment, and I work as a psychometrist. No, I am a trained psychometrist, which is a graduate degree. So she's claiming to have a master's, essentially. I have completed a full 2-study thesis that was published and went on to receive a gold at a nationwide conference for research. I also completed research for the government of Alberta, specifically with the province's health provider, AHS, and created an internal assessment for technology addiction that is still used by health providers. I've also worked on several other research projects, and I'm a 3rd author on a project on consent. But please, continue to explain to me how I'm a fake academic. Well, for one, your degree doesn't exist in Canada, which means you're lying out of hand. 2, you're not actually allowed to call yourself a psychometrist on the basis of the your own supervisor who supervised you while you were getting your graduate diploma, which is a completely different thing and much shorter and much less rounded. And then here we have at the bottom, but edit, as of 2/17, 2023, almost a year later, solely because I called this out. I meant to and should have said graduate diploma, not degree. These are easy words to swap, and I have a history of word swapping due to my TBI. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. First of all, she has said this in multiple places. Secondly, you know what you get when you get a degree or a diploma? You get a diploma. And you know what it says on it? It says what your credential is. That's what it's for. So she's not a fake academic. She's a fraud. And the reason why she is claiming to have a degree which she doesn't have, and the reason why she's claiming to have all this expertise, is so that she can sell herself on the basis of that expertise. Which is why when we look at this program here, How to Find a Therapist, where does she go? She goes to Psychology Today. This is a website for people who are non-specialists to find psychologists, psychiatrists, and therapists in their area. Which is a problem, because if this is already a website intended for lay people to find those things without outside help, without expert help, then what is Kyla bringing to the table, if not her claimed expertise? And it gets a little bit worse than that, and I'll show you in a second, because of this. This is why this gets really, like, heinous. So remember, she charges $50 for this service to navigate for you a free website. Alright? A free website that is meant specifically for people who are not experts to be able to find a therapist or a psychiatrist without professional help. So look at this.
What I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically.
Listen to that language. This is what I'm going to do for this person since I'm offering a service as well. What she is saying is that because she's taking money from a client, that client will therefore be less able to afford whoever she recommends. So she is actually consciously limiting the options of her clients on the basis of puffed up, phony credentials that she does not possess. It's actually as unethical as it gets. Like, this isn't something minor. This is actually really serious. The only saving grace is that she's so unsuccessful at selling herself on a personal level that I'd be very surprised if many people fell for this. But, like, this is gross. This is extremely gross. It's just a scam. It is a scam. It's 100% a scam. So this is who's defending Doomer Media right now. They recognize their own kind. Alright, remember friends, if you enjoy my outrage content, consider donating to the stream. Keeps my editor from having to sit out in the cold. Alright, I have no idea when this starts, so we're going to kind of fish through this. Good call in at 9 minutes and 30 seconds, what?
Okay. I don't know why you would think that.
Who is this?
I don't actually think this is you because you're still typing in my chat.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about?
She's just dodging BG.
That was like 20 seconds ago.
You sound like a fan that's getting really excited because you're talking to your favorite streamer.
Do you really think that?
Yeah, you're like on bated breath. You're like, you can like
on
hear that you're
bated
like
breath.
tight-chested. Yeah, it sounds like you're like tight-chested. You know, you're a little nervous.
Have you ever heard me talk before?
Yes.
You have. Where?
Yeah. What do you mean where? We've talked before.
When did we talk besides now? I don't get it.
I think we talked like a year ago, didn't we?
No. Are you
Yeah,
confused?
we did. Yeah. We had this
No,
super
we
long
didn't.
conversation while I was balls deep in your mom, fucking her hard, okay? While I was railing your entire family and you're in the corner
Okay,
crying.
can I ask the
last time we
question now
chatted.
before you cry?
Before I cry?
Yeah, my one question that you would refuse to answer in the chat was...
Look, I don't necessarily buy into this dark triad bullshit, but like, dear God, that flat delivery is something else. Cold cruelty is weird to see. Kind of like bleh.
Oh, hold on. Just so chat knows, this is not
denomination
Tyler.
of,
This isn't Tyler. This is Nick Too Bad For You.
I don't know what this is. Is this the religion thing?
Okay, so what denomination of Christianity do you follow that allows
Oh, it is. There you go.
flirting outside your marriage?
Oh,
Please
wow.
answer.
So do you think...
The Moonies allow you flirting outside your marriage. You could be one of those.
I think that the only power and like
I'm
authority
asking
comes
you
from
for
denomination.
what denomination? Well, you specifically said that most Christians would agree with you, so I'm just wondering.
About flirting, I think I explicitly said most Christians would not agree with me on that. I think I literally say that I call myself, that most Christians would call me a heretic. Are you retarded?
So, if most Christians wouldn't agree with you, would you think that that's not a very
Are you retarded? Aspiring child therapist, by the way.
Christianly thing that you're doing?
No, because I don't appeal to consensus for what's like mortal and ethical according to God.
So what you're saying
Thank
is,
fuck,
what
because
the
neither did Jesus, by the
Christianity
way.
in the Bible.
Nah, actually, slow down, cowboy. Jesus is the one who said if you even have lustful thoughts about a person, you're guilty of adultery. I don't know why she bothers with this, like being nominally Christian gives her any kind of like political advantage. She clearly doesn't give a shit. Like it doesn't. That runs directly contrary. Like this is one of the most explicit, incontroversial things about Christian teaching, is that you're not even supposed to think. You're not even supposed forget like flirting, forget like extramarital relationships. You're not even supposed to think lustful thoughts. You can't even go like, ooh, you can't even do that at a subconscious level. You have to like only see facial features and have no sexual attraction whatsoever. That's basically it.
Well, actually says doesn't matter what you feel like you need to make up, and that's
Are you a
Christianity to you.
fundamentalist? I mean, I don't make stuff up necessarily.
I mean, even the most liberal Christians would have an issue with this. Like the most liberal ones. Like I don't know what this is. So the Moonies, I'll show you what I mean when I'm talking about that. So there's a church called the Unification Church by Sung Myung Moon. I think it comes out of South Korea. And basically they had a different approach to sex and relationships than most of Christian cults did. Most Christian sects did, rather. And it was not entirely uncommon for people to, for members to use sexual access as a part of proselytization. So they had a different attitude, obviously, towards like marital exclusivity than virtually every other Christian group out there. But I don't think NotSoErudite is a Moonie. I think NotSoErudite is just kind of a lying shithead.
Right?
Didn't
Where
you just
exactly
say
in the
that?
Bible does it talk about flirting?
Can I finish the sentence before you cut me off?
Sorry, I forgot.
And
I'm
the
nervous
Bible
here.
doesn't talk
I
about
apologize.
flirting.
Okay.
It is so restrictive it doesn't even get to flirting. You know what? I'll just Google it. That'll be faster. Matthew 5:28. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lustful intent has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Colossians 3:5. Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. 2 Timothy. So flee youthful passions and pursue righteousness. There's no Proverbs 6:25, Old Testament now. Do not desire her beauty in your heart, and do not let her capture you with her eyelashes. God, the pollen is just murdering me tonight. Look, point is, there is no talk of flirting whatsoever in the Bible, because to flirt, you need to actually have sexual attraction in the first place. And it's pretty unequivocal to an almost actually to a pretty absurd degree. I don't know why you would even defend this. This is such a weird hill to die on.
I know you're a little excited, but anyways, my question is, if
Lustful thoughts for men are fine. Oh, we that's like, we can't even cognize that. Just okay. Men who lie with mankind as with womankind are an abomination. Remember?
most people that are Christians wouldn't agree with flirting outside the marriage, and 99.99% of priests and so on and so forth. What makes your belief that Christianity would allow flirting outside your marriage?
Because I think like flirting is like a necessary and like fundamental part of human life.
No,
I
no,
just mostly
that's
lie
not the
about it.
question. The question is what makes.
Yeah, but that's one of the contradictions between Christianity and like the human condition. That's not an argument in favor of Christianity condoning this. One of the major problems with Christianity is that it is directly hostile to essential elements of the human condition. This is not an argument.
You believe that would be approved by the church if you specifically said a majority of the people in the church wouldn't approve it.
So again, I don't need.
You don't need sexual attraction to flirt. Ace people flirt sometimes. Okay, well, in that case, you're provoking other people to sin then. I don't think that particularly matters. Also, flirting is a sexual activity, right? So you're using asexual in a very particular way this way. You're not talking about asexuality as in completely devoid of sexual attraction or sexual characteristics, etc. Your sexual psychological characteristics. You're literally just saying someone who doesn't have sex is flirting. Because that's not asexual. Flirting is not an asexual act. Asexual people can flirt. There isn't a contradiction there, but like that's weird.
To be approved by the church, I only need to make sure that I'm like right in my walk with God. Right?
So are you saying that anybody can make up a rule and then attribute it to Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Try again.
So you're saying the flirting is not Christianity? It's a thing that you do that you believe that's a part of Christianity, even though a majority of Christians would not believe it.
A majority of Christians rejected Jesus. Are you kidding?
Serious, what is flirting? Who says that flirting is sexual? What is flirting? What distinguishes flirting from any other kind of banter?
Me? What the fuck are you talking about? It's
You
okay
can-
to flirt
let's
wouldn't
say-
be a rule. Where exactly would you expect that law to be like thrown? Would it be like Leviticus like 21? That
Matthew, actually. Gospel of Matthew by Jesus. If you even look at a woman with lustful intent, you are committing adultery in your heart.
thou shalt flirt some of the times
no,
as long
it's-
as it's no
in one-
touchy. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
Have you heard of the 10 Commandments in adultery? Do you know what adultery is? It's not just touching somebody.
Yeah, okay, why don't you tell me what adultery
Alright, serious, call in and yell at me about this.
was?
$2
when the
from
times it was
Tyler.
written.
Do
Your
you-
God
I haven't picked on you in a while.
doesn't
you really
like
need
your
me to
camera.
define
I'm
it for you?
just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's look it up. So yeah, I'll give you the right.
I missed the best line. Where was the best line? Brooks, don't just tell me I missed the best line. God. I swear to God, all my friends hate me.
Definition. Ready?
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Alright, serious, come on stream and correct my retrograde attitudes towards flirting. Dude, go back, Go back where? Just to the beginning of the conversation? I don't know what to do with just go back? What the hell is this content? This is Sunday is underslept content.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Have you heard of the 10 Commandments
Robert, we're doing management of savagery on Sunday, by the way.
in adultery? Do you know what adultery is? It's not just touching somebody.
Yeah, okay, why don't you tell me what adultery was?
$2
when the
from
times it was
Tyler.
written?
Your God
do you
doesn't
really
like
need
your
me to
camera.
define
I'm
it for you?
just saying.
I cannot call in right now. I'm cooking. I'm also not Ace. It doesn't matter if you're not Ace. It doesn't matter if you're Ace or not. I'm not Ace. Like, you're still giving a take on it. I'm sorry, we're not doing any of this standpoint epistemology BS. It's not how we do here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's look it up. So yeah, I'll give you the right
You can flirt without intent. No, you can flirt without intent, but the definition of flirting involves something to do with romance and sexuality.
definition. Ready?
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sexual contact between a married person and a person who is or not his spouse.
What do you think sexual contact is? Do you think flirting is sexual contact? I don't know what flirting you do.
Do you
It's sexual engagement, absolutely.
do you flirt with your friends that you're not trying to get with?
Yes. Wait, what?
Oh,
Look at Wikipedia, okay? The universally valid source. Boop. Boom, 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 boom. Flirting, or coquetry, is a social and sexual behavior involving body language, or spoken or written communication between humans. It is used to suggest interest in a deeper relationship with another person, and for amusement. Purpose, according to social anthropologist Kate Fox. which doesn't mean anything because this is one person. I don't know why you'd bother with this. There are two main types of flirting: flirting for fun and flirting with further intent. In a 2014 review, sociologist David Henningsen identified 6 main motivations for flirting. 6. Relational development, exploration, fun, self-esteem, and as a means to an end. So the point I would say here is that while an asexual person can absolutely flirt, the act of flirting intrinsically intrudes upon the sexual in some way. Insofar as it intrudes upon the romantic, insofar as the romantic involves the sexual, etc., etc. There isn't like a direct sexualization of the person by it, but the activity is intrinsically sexual. Makes sense? Well, my sole opposition on this point is unwilling to come on stream because they are cooking apparently, so I am allowed to cook unimpeded. That is how it works. I feel so weird as like a thoroughly secular person having a better grasp on this than the person who is religious for clout has.
You do?
Yes. You're
Okay.
flirting with me right now half the time. What are you talking about?
What? Are you delusional?
Yes, she is. She's quite delusional.
No.
Yeah.
Anytime we like tease back and forth, even though you genuinely don't like me, we've also been a little bit teasy back and forth, which is fucking flirting. It's fine.
No, teasing isn't flirting. Otherwise, all teasing would be flirting.
It's not
No,
that big of a deal.
All I've done is ask you about your hypocrisy, and then you just change the subject.
Are they cooking poop? Are they cooking poop in preparation for eating it? Eudaimonia and Sirius have a little feud going on right now.
About something else.
No, I've like mostly engaged. I've like trolled on you a little bit.
The one
and then I
question-
said I don't appeal to the consensus. So you asked me specifically about a denomination. I didn't give you.
You don't appeal to the Bible either. I'm not entirely sure what benefit she gets from identifying as Christian. I really don't. I don't know if it's like if she thinks it gets her points with the religious crowd, which it absolutely doesn't. Like if you think like your affiliation with Destiny is getting you any points whatsoever with Christians, you're very, very mistaken. If you think it's getting you any points with if you think like your open relationship is getting any points with Christians of any stripe, you're very mistaken. Like I just don't get it. Like it's obvious she places literally no value on this. So I don't know. It's weird.
You one because I said most people would think it's heretical. Then you asked me if I disagree with the majority of the church, and I said yes. And then you said, so you just
Okay.
reject the church, and I said no.
So
I
if we
just
can go
don't
back to
appeal
that
to
for
the
a second.
church for authority, for moral authority, because I'm not like Catholic, right? Are you
So
Catholic?
you're saying that a person that's Christian doesn't need authority from the church to actually add or change things that the Bible would mean or say through its stories. You can add and change things. So if I was to say between me and God, killing somebody is part of my religion and it's Christianity, would that work?
Okay.
Answer the question.
Know. I don't know how to. I don't know how to start you. Nobody's changing the Bible.
Yes, you are.
Where exactly have I said it's actually right here?
Have you
this
actually
verse,
read
"Thou
the
shalt-"
Bible?
Okay, but if you're ignoring the Bible, then by implication you're changing its priority, like with respect to what qualifies as like an appropriately Christian belief or whatnot. No.
Yes, I suspect
Have you heard
haven't.
the term coveting thy neighbor? I'm actually Orthodox Jewish, but I've studied Christianity. But regardless, you've heard of the term coveting thy neighbor.
Yes, I've heard of the term coveting thy neighbor.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
That means, I mean, it means mostly it's talking about jealousy. So typically in Old Testament, it was specifically talking about like material goods.
What does it mean? It doesn't mean jealousy. Try again.
It's like a form of greed where you're wanting people's like items and
And why is it bad to want somebody? Because you're married. Especially when they covet thy neighbor. So the question is,
there's a very easy case in point for this. King David coveted one of his soldiers' wives, sent him to war, he got killed, and then slept with his wife while he was gone. And as a consequence of this, he was not able to build the temple because he had too much blood on his hands, among other things. Right? Like this is a very, very old principle.
flirting is if you say sexual, you will flirt with your neighbor, but that's
You realize
directly
you can
against
flirt.
what the Bible says.
So
So
you
how
realize
do you reconcile those two things?
you realize that you can flirt without coveting your neighbor's wife, right? Like, for example, you and I have flirted a little bit. Do you think that I actually want to jump your bones?
I don't know where you're thinking anyone's flirting with you. It's really strange you keep saying that.
It's not that strange. It's just super normal.
I mean, is every
Flirting-
conversation you have with the guy flirting?
No, but a lot of conversations that turn like super, super light and playful tends to become flirty. Yeah.
Okay, so regardless, can we stop getting
Do you
off
think
track?
all
I just want
flirting
to
just
know-
has to end in sex? Like, do you think flirting is sexual?
No, but if you're flirting, you're inviting sexual attraction and sexual engagement, right? So Exodus 20:17, you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey. That's probably what covers erudite here, or anything that is your neighbor's, etc., etc. If you're flirting with someone, you're enticing them to covet, right? You're actually doing one of the absolute worst things you can do in light of New Testament ethics, which is you are provoking other people to sin.
Contact, because I would agree, if I was going around and fucking a lot of men, that would probably be a problem between Nick and I. But that's not what's happening.
Let's be real, that would not be a problem between Nick and you. That'd be a problem for Nick, and he'd have to decide as to how far he'd be willing to stick around, because he is absolutely not successfully telling you to stop.
Right?
Well, I'll give you an example. Do you think
Ex-husband? No, current husband.
a person that's straight flirts with guys?
Not typically, because there's typically no sexual tension.
Ooh, see, that's a problem, because now you've just directly sexualized flirting, right? Incidentally, some straight guys do flirt with guys for reasons that are not based on intent to pursue a sexual relationship. Sometimes, for example, to play along with a gay friend or a bisexual friend who is himself flirting. It'll be a part of banter or something. The activity is still sexual, but there's a wall there, right? Something like that.
Oh, so it is partially sexual when you flirt.
Boom! Boom! She's dead. It's over.
It can be.
No, it is. You said that the condition of it being flirting was that there is sexual tension. That's a direct implication of what you just said.
You see how your hypocrisy winds itself into a loop, and then you have to
You the tangled webs we weave.
What is this
either
hypocrisy?
change or whatever.
Yeah, you got
Because
me,
you
bro.
said-
Also,
you
make
said,
sure you
"I
announce
can
that you've
flirt."
won a bunch. I think that'll really convince people.
I don't understand why you keep going to like these weird things that I'm not doing. But
Well, the issue is that
regardless,
your definition of flirting seems to have moved around a fair bit. Your definition of
No, my
adultery has
definition
moved
of flirting
around.
at the
Your
beginning was
definition of
that
adultery
flirting
was
is-
sexual contact, and then I was like, "Well, is flirting sexual
me when you're
contact?"
done.
And you're
Is communication contact, by the way, editor?
like, "Oh, you're not gonna listen."
I'm listening. You keep cutting me off every 2 seconds.
Yeah. So, like in a heated conversation, we can cut each other off. some of the time. That's obviously fine.
But you're yelling at me. Your definition of flirting keeps changing. I've said from the beginning it's inherently sexual. You just admitted that a guy that's not gay wouldn't flirt with men, and you admitted there's some sexual tension in flirting. And then you also say that,
Do you think
This pimento and cheese sandwich on whole wheat is fairly essential. I've been looking for pimento cheese in Canada, and you can't fucking find it anywhere. And I'm mad. Because I watched Breaking Bad, and I wanted to try that. Can't find it anywhere. Can't find pimentos either. Like, I'm tempted to resort to pulling out the pimento stuffings from olives.
sexual tension is sexual touching?
God.
I'm going
I
to start
finished my
working on
thought,
being less
please.
white.
Do you? I'm just super curious.
I love... She has the sparsest bookshelf for someone who's trying to pretend to be an academic. Like, dear God.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, so then what? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding how you personally
I'm
care
gonna
about
start
flirting at
working
all.
on being less
If
white.
adultery in your mind is sexual touching.
Because we were talking about converting like neighbor, which has nothing to do with adultery.
I'm going to
even
start
though
working
both
on being
apply.
less white.
Do you agree with me that they're two different things?
Actually, I'm so
Diverting
sorry.
your
Say it
neighbor?
again because I actually had an alert.
I'm going to start working on being less
Turn your
white.
alerts off. Jesus.
Do you agree that adultery and converting thy neighbor is two different things?
Probably.
I'm going to start working on being less white.
Okay.
Pimento cheese, you mean spicy cheese? Not exactly. So pimento cheese is like it's like a cream cheese mixed with cheddar shreds mixed with shredded cheddar mixed with pimento peppers in like a food processor or something. I think there's other stuff to it as well. but you like use this like a thick sandwich filling, sort of like the way you'd have like an egg salad sandwich. You just have like that layer, and it looks fantastic. I really want to try it.
And then I'll give you a hint: adultery is an action, and the other one's not. But the Bible says there's no throne.
Working on being less white.
Is that a ninja octopus up in the corner there? She has one of my people captive. Look, you can see this. This will not stand. Right up here. That, I believe, is a ninja octopus. She holds one of our own as a prisoner. Surrender the squid, Kyla.
Okay, so you're talking about sin. Are you just trying to like stretch? So now you're taking adultery, which you got from the Bible,
No.
and now you're stretching it yourself.
No, the point I'm making.
12:30 from the Twitch live stream. Okay, where are we at now? We're at 19:10. All right, this better be good.
Right in my walk with God.
Okay, apparently this is the best line.
Right?
So are you saying that anybody can make up a rule and then attribute it to Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Try again.
So you're saying the flirting is not Christianity? It's a thing that you do that you believe.
This is a download of the Twitch live stream, so it is here.
That's a part of Christianity, even though a majority of Christians would not believe it.
A majority of
believe it.
Christians rejected Jesus. Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh! It just hit. Let's hear that one more time. Let's hear that one more time.
Majority of the people in the church wouldn't approve it.
So again, I don't need to be approved by the church. I only
Dude,
right.
so
Where in
just
exactly
say
in the
that-
Bible does it talk about flirting?
Okay, hang on. We gotta get this again, right? This is worth it.
Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Try again.
So you're saying the flirting is not Christianity? It's a thing that you do that you believe that's a part of Christianity, even though a majority of Christians would not believe it.
A majority of
believe it.
Christians rejected Jesus. Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you talking about?
A majority of Christians rejected Jesus. She meant Jews, but she also didn't, because she was asked specifically about the opinions of Christians about this. So, she didn't mean Jews either. What we can derive from this is that NotSoErudite's brain is made of cottage cheese.
No, the point I'm making is that the Bible directly says through not just those two things about adultery and thy neighbor, but through the many stories in the Bible that going outside of your marriage to do anything that's even remotely sexual, even if it's sexual tension, is wrong. It says it directly in the thing, but you say
It just
that
doesn't.
you're.
It just doesn't.
It
It
just
literally
do not.
doesn't. And most importantly, I'm not a fundamentalist. Are you a fundamentalist?
But if you let me finish, the point I'm making
I
is
don't
that
need to let you
you have made
I don't
up
need,
a
so there has to be a
thing and then
conversational back and
attributed it
forth,
to
and I need you to
Christianity.
stop crying every single time that I like jump in to have a back and forth. You say
Well, you
something.
won't-
Look, the majority of Hindus reject Hindu.
I
Well,
think is,
address
like,
what I'm
decently
actually saying. You just keep jumping in and changing it.
What do you
without letting
feel
me
I
finish.
haven't addressed?
The point you haven't addressed is that you have decided to make up this rule in your
When Musli died on the cross, the majority of Muslims rejected his teachings.
head that
I've
you
not made up a
were
rule.
outside-
I've
Hey, can I
literally
finish my
never made up a
sentence?
rule.
Holy shit.
I'm not going to let you finish a sentence when part of your question that you're asking is throwing in a bunch of extra stuff that hasn't occurred, right?
Okay.
Like I
I'm not
haven't
gonna- I
said
won't
the
say
Bible
you made up a
explicitly
rule.
says that flirting's okay. It's right there in Matthew. Flirting
But
is
you-
evil. You're making up a
Evil.
rule. Just to be
But
clear.
the point I
That's
have-
your made up rule. Flirting is evil. Flirting is the same thing as coveting. That's what you're trying to say.
No, flirting isn't the same thing as coveting, but flirting absolutely entices people into a behavior in which they are coveting. It entices people to covet. Yes, it's directly sending it, like flirting is an inherently sexual act, even if the participants themselves are asexual. That's literally what distinguishes flirting from other kinds of banter. Sunday, did you know that the majority of Zoroastrians reject Zoroaster? Got a better one for you. The majority of Scientologists reject the teachings of Scientologatha.
To covet means to want something, right?
And all reject the teachings of the one true God, be a McCoytek.
I can
That's what you said.
speak. That'd be great.
Okay, I need you to stop crying. Yes, you can.
The thing is that
I need you to stop crying.
I am upset with you about is
I want to be a therapist. I need you to stop crying, you pathetic worm. You pathetic, retarded worm. I need you to stop crying and be a man.
not to do with the flirting and all that. It's to do with you attributing that is a thing that's
I'm imitating her. I disavow this language, of course.
allowed by Christianity when you know it's not. That's the issue I have. You can have your own spin on Christianity, but you have to admit that 100.
A
What is
priest,
brother's motive? Priest in the world would agree.
God, look at her finger. She's trembling. Look.
You can say that you can.
She's fucking. She's so
You can
stressed
have
right
your
now.
own spin on Christianity, but $1.99 you have to admit that
100.
She's toasted and she knows it.
no priest in the world
Oh God.
would agree with you.
Here, let me zoom that in so you can see what I'm talking about here. Okay. This is panic. This is sheer bloody panic.
Okay, I need you to stop crying. Yes, you can.
The thing is that I am upset with you about is not to do with the flirting and all that. It's to do with you attributing that is a thing that's allowed by Christianity when you know it's not. That's the issue I have. You can have your own spin on Christianity, but you have to admit that
100.
a
What is
priest,
brother's
no
motive?
priest in the world would
God,
agree
look
with
at
you
that.
and say that you can work
It's
out
like-
your marriage.
I don't know how I convey that more than when I say I'm a Christian, but a lot of Christians would think that I'm heretical, and most Christians wouldn't agree with me. I literally don't even know how I convey this to you more clearly.
But
Did you
you
just forget
can't
about that?
also at the
Were you
same
not
time-
there
Why
for
is she
it?
trembling? Because she's on the spot and she has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Because she doesn't care about any of this. There's only one reason why she's even nominally a Christian. Because she thinks it adds depth to her character, to her online persona. She doesn't give a shit about any of this. Like, she's a pathological liar and a fraud and just a callous, manipulative piece of human garbage. She's not a partisan of the love your neighbor crowd. Not that most avowed Christians are, but like,
say that it's part of your Christian values. You have to say that it's part of your non-Christian values.
Have I ever said flirting is part of my Christian values?
Yes, you did. in
No
the original
shot.
debate a long time ago. You did. You said you were Christian and your denomination and church was behind you with all.
is that true? Can somebody, if this exists, can somebody confirm this for me?
All this.
No. Are you talking
That's
about
why-
the Andrew? Are you talking? Wait. Are you talking about the Andrew Wilson debate? I'm assuming.
The one where you basically went into this the first time and said that your church was behind you and they were all for it.
Okay. So
That's why I keep asking what denomination you are, because you specifically said that not only was
I've
it you, but it was your
explicitly
church
said
as well.
I don't care. I'm not denominational. I don't care because I don't
Okay,
care
then-
about consensus. The Jews
then we
rejected
have
and
no
killed
argument.
Jesus. The consensus of a religious body doesn't mean anything to me as far as spirituality and religiousness. I don't
And-
give a fuck what the consensus is of a religious institution because they're so
Hey, that's
fucked
what
up that
I
they
wanted to
killed
hear.
Jesus. Why the fuck would I care?
But those weren't Christians who killed Jesus. Those were actually Romans who killed Jesus, and the people who condemned him, having been given the decision by the Romans, were what? They would have been the Pharisees, right?
That's all I wanted to hear, is that you know it's not Christianly. That's all I wanted you to admit, and you finally did.
What
said
do
it
you
has
think that
nothing
I'm
to do
saying
with
with
it.
that? Because it sounds like what you're trying to
Just
say
say
is that
it
I'm sinning.
Just say what you say again.
No, you're bullshitting. You know, if there is a God, it's probably sinning, but you're bullshitting.
You just said it. You say that you don't care what any of the religious.
Shitty anti-Semitism. Yeah, all the Jews conspired together. Yeah, exactly. Not like a specific group, not a specific leadership. Just all of them. They hated Jesus because he told the truth.
Census thinks. You think.
Does
what you
that
think,
mean that
and
I
that's
don't
it.
care about my faith?
I didn't say you didn't. I just said.
Pharisees and Sadducees, yeah. Believe it or not, like, Jews are not just one thing. There's a lot of Jews. A lot of groups of Jews. A lot of disagreement. They wrote whole books about it. You should take a look. They're actually pretty interesting sometimes.
I said Christianity isn't decided by consensus.
Except it literally is. That's where you get your fucking canon from, dude. Why do you think some books are included in the Bible and some aren't? Why do you think there are apocryphal texts and some not? Why do you think some people are qualified to be priests and some people aren't? It's because of an ordered consensus decision. Yes? Now, you have to like be of a particular stature to be like a meaningful part of that consensus. Like, it's not just everybody's decision. It's not just like atheists or Jews or Muslims or etc. It's specifically like people who are ratified by church bodies to make these decisions. But like, absolutely it's based on consensus. Absolutely. This is why, for example, like major parts of the development of Christian doctrine are like councils of blah and blah and blah and blah. Because the councils reach consensus over issues as like, what is the church's stance on the divinity of Christ? What is the church's stance on the humanity of Christ, etc., etc.? What is the church's stance on, okay, this book, you know, historically important, but is this God-breathed? God, you're going to show up for the meeting? No? All right, I guess we got to vote.
Never has been, and it never should be. That's
No,
a
you
terrible
said
way
that
for
you
the faith to
don't care
run.
about consensus.
No, I said that. Okay, I said I don't care about it because the Jews rejected and killed Jesus. There has never
And
been a
what does
point
that
in
have to do with
time
anything
where
right now?
consensus of religiosity is what determines whether or not something is valid in the faith.
Yeah, that's actually completely wrong. Well, it's absolutely not the case that a simple broad consensus of the entire body of the church was involved in those decisions. Absolutely, every single time such a decision was made, it was the result of a consensus somewhere by doctors of the church or by priests or whatever, people who were in a position of elected authority to do so.
Or moral or immoral. That's not how this shit has ever worked in Christianity. Ever.
The whole point of Protestantism is for people to decide and read for themselves without a church. That is not true. That is very not true. The point of Protestantism, among very many other things, is that... Oh god, here I'm going to pull up the theses. The major point is that salvation is by way of faith alone, and your relationship with God is personal, not specifically mediated by the church structure itself. But it was not at all against church authority. There are like canons of scripture that are established by church fathers under Protestantism. Yeah, exactly. The point of Protestantism is that Christian sects be separated from the Catholic Church. It's a protest. It's a unified protest initially.
Okay, so you admit
What is
that this
Christian
something
is
that only
decided
you
by
would do.
God. Just to be clear. Probably not.
Actually, literally, it's decided by Romans, just to be clear. The name Christian was not applied to Christians by Christians. It's originally an appellation given by Romans. It's literally in the Bible, by the way. Look at this. Oh, hi, Mark. Acts 11:26. So Barnabas went to Tarsus to look for Saul, wait, it's 25. And when he had found him, he brought him to Antioch. For a whole year they met with the church and taught a large company of people. And in Antioch the disciples were for the first time called Christians. So that's the first use of Christian in the Bible. I thought there was a specific one. Oh, weird. Well, point is, it was not a Christian appellation initially. It was by an external party.
Not. That's probably not true. There are probably multiple other Christians that actually don't think flirting is that big of a deal because they recognize flirting by and large as like a pretty standard part of life.
But would they say their denomination is behind them?
I've never said that my denomination is behind them.
You did originally.
No,
Now
I
you're
did
saying
not.
that it's
No,
not
hold
part of
on.
your Christian
You're so
values at
fucking
all.
wrong. I
You're
know
kind of
exactly
going
what
off
happened.
To this. I never
What
actually
happened
said that.
in the
I said it was
conversation?
actually anti-Christian, blah, 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 blah.
What happened in the conversation is that I said that this
What a vile creature.
is like my view, and I don't think flirting is inherently a sin. And Andrew Wilson said,
Okay.
what denomination would agree with you? And then I said, I don't really care about denominations. And he said, well, come up with one. So I just came up with an example of a denomination that probably actually wouldn't care, which would be United, right? The United Church, probably there are multiple sects within it that are, I think there's a number that are open to poly and open relationships. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're open to flirting.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being in a poly and open relation. Well, being a poly and open relationship and being, let's say, lascivious or something. United Church on flirting. Oh, that's unfortunate. I look up the United Church, and the one of the first things that pops up is oh, how poetic. Fate, it seems, is not without a sense of irony. From the Bloor Street United Church. Flirting with destiny. See? There is a God. Alright, let's get the show on the road.
Final question. Okay.
Oh,
Final
now you have
question,
a final
Joe.
question. Now that I've completely
Well, I
redone
have to
everything
go,
that
but
you said, you
this will prove my
fucking
whole
lying
point.
piece of shit. Okay, go ahead.
This will prove my point. You have to answer yes or no, okay?
No, I don't. Actually, I'm not here to
flirting
participate
outside
in
your
any of your stuff.
marriage a
I'm not here to
Christianly thing
participate.
to do?
I'm not here to participate in any of your stuff, madam.
I'm not participating with you anymore. God, you're such a piece of shit.
Did she block him? Or she exit him from the call? Yeah, she got fucking wrecked. What an absolute lying... Can't think of a PC word right now, I'm too tired. What a dumb bitch. Alright. Let's move on. She kicks him and oh, does he return? When does he return? When does he return?
Okay, we'll bring him back now. Okay, are you done?
Wow, really? What an actual weasel.
Are you ready to engage in good faith?
Totally, I only had one more question. Is that
If it's
is flirting
if it's
outside your
again a
marriage
begging the
Christianly,
question.
yes or no?
All right, we're back. Okay, we'll bring him back in.
God, what a weak person. I have to drop you from the call, bring you back in.
If you want to engage in good faith, I'm willing to talk to you. Because if you're not willing to engage in any level of good faith, but trying to like pin
You can't
me into
answer
a
a
question,
simple question, then
yeah, for some
It's a
Christians,
yes
it
or no.
probably is. Well, first of all, hold on. What do you mean by Christianly? That's loading a lot. What's Christianly mean to you?
let's break.
I think he probably means, like, are the Christians who would agree with you such a cosmic scale minority that it is unfeasable that you actually have any common ideological ground with any Christian that you've actually ever met? And isn't it more likely that you're just making stuff up as you go because none of this actually means anything to you and you're wearing it as a kind of window dressing because you lack a personality? That's what my read is. I don't think she gives a shit about any of this. I think this is because she lacks depth as a person. This is like, she's Christian the way like a goth is the metal cross they wear on their jackets.
Would 99% of Christians or more agree with you? Or
No.
would disagree with you?
99% probably. I don't know if it's 99, but probably.
It's 99. Just flat out 99.
Yeah, sure. I'll just grant you a
Like flirting outside of your marriage. Most non-Christians would have an issue with that, actually.
majority of Christians would disagree with me.
Now, if 99 out of 100 Christians wouldn't do something, would it be Christianly?
So again,
The answer is no. Just say no and bite
no,
the bullet.
hold on. You're such a fucking moron. It
Okay,
depends
I
on
have
what
to
you
go, but
mean.
say
If you
no
mean
and
by
bite the bullet.
Orthodox tradition, then sure, it wouldn't be
changing
Christianly.
the
But
subject.
just to be
You said you
clear,
don't care about
I
denomination.
am more fixated on trying to be like Christ and do good in this world than to be
Why do you
fucking
keep bringing up
Christianly.
denomination when you don't
Because
care about
that's what
Because that's what Christ does. He lies about his credentials. That's a heretical statement. He lies about his credentials, and he calls people fucking retards, right? And fucking morons. And he flirts with other people's wives, etc., etc. Like here would be the relevant verse. Matthew 18:5 to 7, I think. Whoever receives once his child in my name receives me, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world for temptations to sin, for it is necessary that temptations come, but woe to the man by whom the temptation comes. And if your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it from you. It is better for you to enter life maimed or lame than with 2 hands or 2 feet to be thrown into the eternal fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out and throw it from you. It is better for you to enter life with 1 eye than with 2 eyes to be thrown into the hell of fire. So, like, the issue there would be, and this is where it gets weird, because we're talking specifically in the context of this erudite conversation with Christian attitudes towards flirting within a marriage, which is pretty obviously not kosher. In virtually every Christian sect that exists, barring very, very small exceptions. But like, suppose you applied this now to flirting outside of marriage. Well, now it's very weird, because now it's like, well, how do you even, it's sort of baked into that is this idea that any sort of like courtship or even getting involved with people prior to marriage is kind of impossible without sin at that point. So it only really makes sense in terms of like, this is where you get these weird attitudes of like, well, sex and sexuality are only for procreation and so on and so forth.
You're asking for. You're asking
No,
if
I'm
the
not.
consensus. You said, would
If
it be
you have a
Christianly
denomination
if
that
most
supports
Christians would
it, then
disagree
tell
with
me.
me? And just to be clear, I don't give a fuck what is Christianly, because Christianly sometimes means treating your children like shit. Apparently, according to Andrew Wilson, it means getting involved in politics and using your faith to justify your bigotry. To a lot of Christianly things, it's being a bag of shit. So just to be clear, I don't give a fuck what's Christianly. And if it's not Christianly, that doesn't
Okay,
mean
this
it's
proves my
sinful or
point.
not. No, this doesn't prove your
This
point
proves
about
my point.
anything.
You don't care, is what my point is.
No, it doesn't prove that
It
at all.
does.
What this
Anyway, I have to
proves...
go make dinner, but
I have to
if you want
go.
to have another
My mommy's
conversation,
calling me. It was so nerve-wracking talking to your erudite, but I'm sure
if
I'm
you wanna
glad
have
that I
a
got...
Okay, she is the one who was literally just shaking because she couldn't handle being... Oh, it's weird. Like, she's shaking after being asked like really basic questions about sexual ethics. She could have just denied the conversation. That's the thing she could have done.
a conversation
I
with
would love
evidence
to
and all that. I
have
would love
a
to set
real
something up.
conversation where you're
$2
not
for
just
memory.
Spicy
constantly
chat
bad
owns
faith.
you.
You just have no
mean-
background in theology. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You just have no background in theology. You have no background in theology. The vast majority of Christians rejected Christ.
The fact that you have to rely on religious litmus tests just begs the immaturity of like your understanding of
Religious litmus, my dude. That's what Christianity is. You shall know them by their fruits.
I mean, I don't understand how any of that applies to me and doesn't apply to you 100
because you're
times
asking
more.
me litmus tests. You're asking me if I'm Christianly, and you're
So a
asking me
litmus
if
test
Christians would agree with me.
is what?
The litmus test about whether or not I'm being a good Christian in and of itself
You're not even a good person, let alone a good Christian.
begets the fact
It
that you have
wasn't a
no
litmus test.
understanding of
It's a litmus
exegesis,
test for
eisegesis,
flirting
or
outside
divine
the
revelation.
marriage.
Which,
It's a
by the
litmus
way,
test for
you've
flirting
changed
outside the marriage,
the
not
definition
your
of
entire faith.
multiple times. No, it was a litmus test as far as denominations. It was a litmus test about
The-
consensus,
the
and then you
reason
kept
you're
on
exploding right
trying
now-
to pin me with specific words by only like selecting one word and then fixating on it. Which, to be clear, is super bad faith. I know that you came in to be bad faith, which is you belied some suggestion of like maybe I'd be willing to have a good conversation, but obviously you had no intention in doing that, right? That's clear from this
No,
conversation.
the whole
And
point is that you can't answer a simple question.
you
without
can't answer a
blowing
simple
up.
question about faith. You don't even know how to understand theology.
The
Define
reason is that
exegesis for
if
me.
you
Go ahead.
don't bite the
What's
bullet,
Exegesis? Exegesis is when Jesus enters into a second form and grows an adamantium skeleton with which he destroys the sinful with giant armored mechanical hydraulic claws. That's exegesis. Exegesis has to do with the interpretation of a text. We do exegesis in all sorts of fields besides theology.
Exegesis.
right
What's
now,
exegesis?
then you look either descendant.
What's exegesis? Do you know what that is?
What's exegesis?
Can you bite the
then you
bullet
basically look like
that
an
being
idiot.
according to consensus isn't what faith is? Would you agree
That's
with that?
my whole point.
Do you think appealing to consensus is what faith and being a Christian is?
Religious consensus has nothing to do with appealing to
I don't know why she's saying the word exegesis. She's not deriving any of this from a scriptural text, clearly. She hasn't cited it once.
consensus.
But she's not doing exegesis.
I don't know if you understand that, but I don't think you do, and that's why you're having such a hard time understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why. Again, can you define exegesis for me?
You define, but it doesn't matter what I can define or not. It matters
Oh, okay.
if
Notice she hasn't defined exegesis herself here. I'm wondering if we're actually going to get an answer to that.
I mean, if you really
It
want me to
doesn't
go into
matter.
a
It doesn't
theology
matter to
debate with you,
understand
we
these
can.
things. I would,
But
yeah.
but the real problem is that
I don't know if she understands what that word means. I haven't actually seen evidence that she does. She hasn't actually explained it yet. Maybe she will. We'll see.
Can't tell me
real
with
problem.
a yes or no answer.
But I feel like this is when she was asking Chud, are you not familiar with the, well, what was the language used? It was weird. Are you not familiar with the steps of hypothesis generation or something? It's like hypothesis generation. You can generate hypotheses by many different methods, by many different steps. He absolutely is familiar with hypothesis generation. He probably isn't familiar with it in this weird, highly specific, I am pretty sure made up on the fly corporate speak version of it. But like okay, so here's a little pro tip. Kyla, pro tip for you, okay? So you're not laughed at by professionals, because just so you know, the ones that are aware of you, that are aware of your performance on here, they laugh at you. If you, as someone who is more learned, say, do you know what this word means? It is now on you immediately following that. If they say, I don't know, you say, well, it means this. And the reason why I'm highlighting this is to demonstrate a lack of familiarity with this domain of thinking, which would yield you this pertinent information to this conversation. And this is why you're wrong, and or this is why this conversation as it is being had cannot proceed. Just going, oh, you're bad faith. Do you know what exegesis is? Do you know what ecumenicism is? Do you know what viral colloquial Protestant thesioideism is? Are you aware of the teachings of Cathedral? Who are Sealy? Bet you don't even know.
If flirting outside your marriage is a Christianly thing to do, and it's a yes or no answer, and the answer is no, but you can never actually admit that, because once you do, every other thing you say
I've
about this
literally answered that question twice now for you. You're just upsetty spaghetti
No,
because you were looking
you
for it to
won't
be the
answer
sick
it. You
clip
keep
bite down.
screaming about
God, what's every time she does those, like, you're just upsetty spaghetti. Every time she does things like that, I just think of the woman from Misery. You're a dirty bird.
Absolutely. I've said already that if by Christianly you mean just consensus of Christians would or would not think this way, I've already bit all of those bullets. I've said from the very beginning,
so good.
and I've
We
said
agree then.
before we had this conversation, but we don't agree, because what you're doing is a bad faith thing where you take the word
No, we do
Christianly,
agree.
which
We
in
just
our
agreed. You just
dynamic
said.
means what the bulk of Christians do, and you're turning it a little bit into what is moral within the faith itself. That's what you're.
That's specifically not moral within the faith itself. It's inconceivable that flirting within a marriage is moral within the faith itself. I don't know what doctrine you could possibly refer to say that that's not the case. If you're eschewing all doctrine and you're just saying like, oh, well, in 2023 or 2024, I guess, it's just cool to self-identify as Christian regardless of what you actually believe. I mean, that's a position, but that's not what she's doing.
Trying to do. You're trying to
You're going
use this
so
word
far
for
off these random paths that don't
These
mean
are not a
anything to try
random
to get
paths.
out of it.
Okay, I don't know how to slow down more for you to understand. Do you
You physically can't slow down more for anybody to understand. Like, you can't. You can't. You're as slow as they come.
know what I mean when I say
You
Christian?
don't need to start.
What does
screaming about all
Christianly
this
mean?
stuff.
I'm not screaming.
It's basically
What's
you
Christianly mean?
You just told me that it's not Christianly, so you can't attribute it to
What's
the
Christianly
Christian
mean?
faith. That's
Define
all
it
I
for
came in
me.
here to prove to you, and you admitted
Define
it.
it for me.
Like that which is characteristic of Christian belief. That's what he means.
Hold on. Anyway, I really do have to go, but
Oh,
I'll
you
be
have to go
back.
now?
Oh, you have to go
Sean's-
now. I booted you from the call 3-4 times, but you have to go now. Fly, 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 little starling. Fly, fly, fly. Chris Knoxel, thank you for the 50 RON, whatever that means. Thank you for the content, Mr. President. Erudite is a cringe show. May should be a warning to all pop psychology idiots. Most pop psychology idiots haven't lied about the credentials.
If you want, we can have a better conversation.
Sure,
No,
if you could
actually
define
not, but,
any of
if
your
you want
words
to.
and actually come with a willing.
She has not actually defined exegesis yet. I would be very surprised if she actually knows what that word means. I really would be.
Willingness to engage, then we can
What
definitely talk
word?
again.
Christianly? You don't know what Christianly
You
means?
still haven't engaged with what Christianly is. What do you think it means?
Well, I would normally take the general definition that most people use would be Christianity, you know, the belief and teachings of Jesus of Nazareth.
So you are using it in a
Christianly,
dual way. Do you understand what I mean when I say you're using
No,
Christianly in a dual way? Okay, that's fine.
You didn't
So-
even let me finish describing
Okay,
it. I told
maybe
you what
you can answer
Christianity
that.
was.
No,
Christianly
Christianly.
is a quality characteristic of Christianity. And
It actually occurs in, it's actually noted in the dictionary, oddly enough. Christianly in American English, like a Christian, Christian-like. As an adverb in a Christian manner. You could just say Christian. I think though it's probably redundant on that word.
Where do those qualities come from? The Bible. And that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Would you say that somebody who's being Christianly is doing right by their faith? Would you say that somebody who's being Christianly is doing right by their faith, in your opinion, when you say the word Christianly?
I don't know what right by your faith means.
Majority of the time. I mean, by their faith, they could be bad in other ways.
Sure, they could be bad in other ways, but obviously, if we're saying somebody's Christianly, we probably mean like they're uprightly in their faith, right?
I'm just waiting for when Destiny and Erudite have a falling out. I don't think Erudite has the I think Erudite knows who butters her bread. I don't think Erudite's ever going to fall out with Destiny. I could see Destiny being tired of her though.
Not necessarily, but I could see where you're coming from with that.
Well, obviously, like if I say somebody's Christianly and I'm pointing to somebody like actively raping a child, you'd be like, I don't know if that's the most Christianly moment, right?
I would say that, yeah, obviously.
Okay, right. So obviously, Christianly, in the way most people use the word, has some level of moral implication towards the faith. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, so the issue is that when you asked me your litmus test of, do you think flirting outside your relationship is Christianly? I said, well, what exactly do you mean by Christianly? And your answer to that was, the majority of Christians wouldn't do it or wouldn't think it's a good thing to do. And then I said, no, of course they wouldn't agree with that. Of course they would not think it's Christianly.
So there's no disagreement.
But the issue is that what you did is you took Christianly in our little litmus test, which meant would Christians themselves agree to do it, and you turned it into Christianly abiding by good moral conduct within the faith. This is what's bad faith about this question, is you're swapping out the same word for two different meanings. In one case, when I'm answering it, it's amoral, and in the other case, when you're weaponizing against me, it becomes moral.
She'd sooner fall out with her husband than Destiny if we're being real. Yeah, I'd be nervous if I were Nick. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be very, very nervous.
This is what I'm saying is bad faith. Maybe you're not doing it on purpose. It's possible that you're...
Okay. Here, hot take, guys. Flirting with other people while you're in a marriage, unless this is part of an explicit agreement, even outside of Christianity, probably a bad thing. Probably not something you should do. You're encouraging... You're encouraging disloyalty on your part from a relationship that you haven't formally ended. Unless you're actually in a specific situation where you're in agreement, like, yeah, you're going to go and flirt with other people and da-da-da-da, and you're cool with this. That's more specific, but that's like iffy by secular standards. Because just because you're secular doesn't mean suddenly like all of these things like marriage and relationships have no weight or value. You get into like Christian territory, it's like all bets are off. Like, here's a question. If you're behaving to a standard that's beneath the average pagan or secularist or atheist, what the fuck is your Christianity for? Why are you identifying that way? You're an embarrassment to them.
You're not meaning to do this on purpose, but to be clear, it is...
Oh, and there you go. Yeah, Brooks is not entirely untrue.
It's inherently bad faith to do this, and I can't engage with it because then it means that I'm answering a question that you're not even talking about. Because if Christianly is the moral term, then you have to ask your litmus test according to moral terms. Do I think it is Christianly, or more importantly, do I think it's sinful to flirt outside your marriage? Absolutely.
Actually, that is the definition of an ethical term. Namely, is this representative of the customs and standards of this group? Right? It's literally what the ethical means. It's what the moral means, refers to custom. Is this customary of these people? If it's not, then you're not Christianly. You have unchristianly characteristics and attitudes and behaviors. That's what that means.
Absolutely not. 100%, I do not believe it is a sin. Unless that person themselves thinks it's a sin. Then it kind of would be a sin. But
okay, so you're saying that it is Christianly then?
Nope.
That's what you just said. You just said it wouldn't be a sin.
No. Again, what does Christianly mean when you're now saying it is Christianly? Because if you're going to just keep
earlier in this
equivocating and
conversation,
swapping
you
words,
said,
it doesn't work.
Earlier, like 10 minutes ago, you said that no Christian would agree with you, and now you're saying that's Christian. You keep going back and forth. Anyway,
I'm not going back and forth. You're using
regardless,
multiple
the last thing I'll
definitions for the
say-
same word. So when you use the definition of moral weight, right, that's different than when you're saying consensus amongst the group. And so when you're talking about consensus, I would bite that bullet and agree that most Christians would not agree with me. There is no
Well,
consensus.
then where are
for
you
that.
getting it
when
from?
you're talking about
Where are you getting it from then? Like, we've had no reference to any doctrine or scriptural passage whatsoever this entire conversation. It sounds like she's just making it up.
things like whether it's morally impugning, well, now I don't have to bite
Oh
the
my
bullet,
God.
and
Okay,
I don't
anyway,
think it's
my
a problem.
last statement is going to be that you admit in this conversation it wouldn't be a Christian
And also, we
thing
should
to
just
do.
use the
Most
word
Christian
sinful
people
in the
wouldn't do
beginning
it.
place, because it's
And
so
you
much
can't
easier.
attribute flirting outside your marriage to Christianity.
Do you think that
That's
flirting
all I
outside
came here
your
to
marriage
prove,
is a
which is
sin?
what you agree.
Do you
Anyway, I
think?
have to go.
Do you
Goodbye.
think? Do you think
All right,
flirting
talk to you
outside
later.
marriage outside your? Oh, you got to run away now.
Yes! Yes, it is. According to your Bible, it is. You can't even get to the point because you're doing two things. You're either lusting after somebody else yourself, and that's the motivation for flirting, or you're tempting somebody else to do that, in which case you're doing something way worse even. Like, unequivocally.
No,
Good one.
I can come
Do you
back
want to
in a
answer the
little bit.
question?
I do
Well, you have to
go.
run. The moment that we're like getting you out of being bad faith,
You cut him from the call multiple times when he was pressing you because you couldn't take the heat, bitch. You do not get to accuse this person of running.
you're trying to
What is
like
the question?
again.
Quick, hurry up.
Okay. Do you think flirting outside your marriage is inherently a sin?
Yes. Okay, I have to
Okay,
go.
I
Bye.
disagree with you.
Yeah, but you have to disagree with him because you'll do it anyways, right? Because your husband is just a pathetic piece of property that you own. Don't call her a bitch? No. I will. I'm sorry.
You still call.
I'm going to call Destiny a bitch. I'm absolutely going to call her a bitch.
All right. I know you guys might have big feelings, but let's not be like too savage towards him in the chat. Just ignore him for the most part.
You were just calling him a retard. Her husband is on Titter. Her husband is on Tinder. Pardon me. Good for him. Good for him. Who was the caller? I wouldn't mind chatting with him at some point. This is an admittedly bizarre defense from NSC, but I think she's just a vibes cultural Christian, but has a thing about looking smart, so is just BSing her way through this as if she knows anything. You want to know what I think? I think that her earliest work was at a company called Adiera, or a group called Adiera, which was a faith-based addictions counseling center. And I think this is where she learned part of her grift. And I think I think pretending to be Christian was an important part of getting that job. And I think she's carried with it. I don't think she believes any of this shit. I'd be very surprised if she even comes from a religious household. I think she's just a charlatan through and through at every single level. What a goon, what a buffoon even, what a clown, what a troglodyte. What a boob. Somebody posted a clip from a Destiny stream. I'm kind of curious about this because apparently there was some awkwardness with NotSoErudite demonstrating a little bit of jealousy at not being in the studio, which is currently being occupied by Loaderbox and Dan, who are the favorite children as of late. That's like 6 minutes, so why the hell not? I like being unpleasant at the expense of NotSoErudite. It is a guilty little pleasure of mine. I'm only human, okay? Go easy on me. So, Loaderbox and Destiny are going to Israel soon. They've spent the last few months carrying water for the genocidal murder state, and now they want to go tour the plantation. I hate these people. Hummus.
Honestly.
Honestly.
That was a problem anyway.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by. All right, big things are happening now.
It's the honest ones you want to watch out for.
Fuck
Hi,
off,
Loner.
move the
Hi,
light back.
Loner.
Who's Loner? Is that me or Dan? Probably
No.
Dan.
All right.
You. Dan, I would
Goodbye,
have
Charlie.
played with you, just so you know.
Um,
There's few bonding opportunities I've enjoyed more than getting to roleplay.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's good. That's good.
Does that make you uncomfortable? That was a really weird reaction.
No, I was just,
Why'd you act that way?
because I was reading something in chat that made me a little bit upset at the same time.
Uh-oh.
So,
Was it
anyways, that's
Dan
fine.
hate?
What's that?
Was it Dan hate or was it like uncomfortable?
No, it was. I was turning into this guy who was just in here. I read something so fucking stupid that it actually hurt my head trying to understand it.
To bring it higher up. Tall guy.
Okay. Oh wait, did you? Help him?
You know, I'm gonna. Not that I know anything, but I got a suspicion. I don't think Dan likes Kyla very much. Is Kyla on something? People are asking this legitimately. She seems... I don't think she's on something. Here's what I think's going on. I think Kyla banked a lot on her friendship with these people. And the people she's banking... the people she's investing in a friendship with are deeply cynical. And she's just not very likable, and she doesn't deliver. I don't think Dan likes her. I don't think Steven really likes her all that much. I think Steven keeps her around because she's a simp, bluntly. And I think she's feeling a little insecure. And I feel bad for her. Tiny bit. I'll still laugh, but I feel a bit bad for her.
We run his life, Dan?
I think he's probably just too picky, if I had to guess. He thinks he's like super cool.
Okay. Well.
So what are we talking about today?
Yeah, say hi.
I don't have like a good. I need like a better audio splitter. I don't think anybody can hear. I don't think I have any way to pull
I
audio
feel
out
like
of my computer.
this
Oh
is
wait,
like
actually,
the-
you know what? I do. Hold on. Actually, I remember now.
Actually, he remembers now. It's
This is
okay.
like the Star
Everybody
Wars
calm down.
games Where there says now there's
He's
two
got
of them,
this.
except like now there's two Zionist shills instead of one.
I do need it on me. Why? Do you want to be in the light?
Yeah.
You don't get
I
to
feel
be
like
in
I
the
look
light.
like a dark, tall, dark stranger.
You
Like
are a
Jafar
tall, dark
in the
stranger.
Oh,
background.
that's the wrong window.
Hang on. Let's see.
Wait, so did Loner come to Miami first? Or are you in Miami already, or are you in Miami for a while? And if you can't answer any of these questions, just...
Is she talking to me?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
You
yes,
talking
of
to
course
me?
you. Am I
Yeah, I
talking to
came
the
to
two
visit
people that
Miami
live in
before-
Miami? No, fucking retard.
Going to Israel, yeah. I can only hear you through headphones over there. This isn't the most professional setup. I'm just making the most of it.
He's gonna trigger the fuck.
You know, audio problems are a consistent issue in Miami. Must be the water or something.
Okay.
Did you notice that the more Steven and Lonerbox became friends, the more sold out to Israel Lonerbox became? Ever notice that trend?
Well, that's where the money is. So that's right.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Was this
Stream
just
cannot
open about
hear.
you, Dan?
You absolutely can hear. You fucking morons. Fuck you.
Weird she'd be so upfront about that, but kind of true, right? Yeah? Okay, good. Good take. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Talk. Say talk.
Hello, hello?
They can hear you. Yeah. There you
I
go.
can hear now.
Wow. Nice.
Loner, what are you doing in Miami?
Just visiting, you know?
Yeah? Yeah? Visiting?
For how long?
Visiting who? Visiting what?
Until we go to Israel, 30th.
Oh, well, that date's out now. All right.
Oh.
I mean, it's kind of obvious to piece it together. Like, wow, guys, taking a break. Like, I'll be back in.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't realize
Wait.
I was going to come into the fucking Inquisition. Right
Okay, now that you've been open about it, why the fuck did you fly to Miami first and then go to Israel? Aren't you literally close?
You didn't realize he was here for the Inquisition. This fella's got a little bit of a guilty conscience. And I'm not surprised, because Lonerbox hasn't cultivated the same kind of stupid, self-destructive reputation that Destiny has. He's just a deeply insecure person because he has cultivated a reputation of being fairly well-learned historically, but he's actually not. He's actually very unsophisticated. His game is, we're going to spend a lot of time looking up factoids, but we're not going to bother to understand things. We're going to fill in the gaps with stuff we've made up. So in the History Speaks debate, we had him just spouting off for no reason. Yes, well, I wouldn't consider it a massacre. Wait, I guess it's a Scottish accent, wouldn't it be? Yes, well, I can't do it. I'm not Egon Spengler. We wouldn't consider it a massacre unless everybody had surrendered first. Because that's the definition of a massacre, is you have militants who surrender and then you kill them all. So it's like, who has said this? there have been many massacres that have been labeled massacres throughout history that have been of armed individuals. A massacre is not defined by the victims having laid down their arms. A massacre is not defined by surrender. And this is important for a number of reasons. Namely, a civilian population can't surrender. They're not combatants. They're not a military. The Boston Massacre, there you go. I mentioned Wounded Knee. Like you can go down the list. And there's a very simple reason why he's doing this. It's because he's picked out his position in advance of actually justifying it. And now he's constructing this ad hoc apparatus around everything, just making up definitions as he goes, so that he doesn't have to attach the no words to his position when they're apt. And so now he's in a really awkward position, because Israel's not looking very good right now. Israel has killed a lot of people. It has been condemned more or less globally. Hardline Israel supporters are now criticizing Netanyahu, but these clowns are cheerleading them almost across the board. Even things they didn't do that have been conjectured by other people, like the cookie thing. Destiny didn't know about the cookie ban, and neither did Amar, because Amar kind of goofed that a little bit. But Destiny didn't know that, so Destiny immediately went to defending the ban of cookies in the Gaza blockade by saying, "Oh well, Hamas is obviously extracting sugar from the cookies for their rockets. There's a rationale for this." This is all on record forever. And Destiny's a psycho, and he's kind of spiraling out. And he has no investment whatsoever in not being seen as a psycho. But I don't think that describes Lonerbox. And I think Lonerbox is in kind of a weird position where he didn't really want to be that person, but he's insecure, so he needs the validation by Destiny's community. That's his personality. That's all he's got. So he's gonna be touchy about someone like NotSoErudite bring this up, even as banter, which it is. Yeah, stuck. Exactly, they're stuck now.
Sorry, I didn't realize. I come in here and there's fucking 2 people with the Inquisition already.
It's just retarded. It's just a bad use of money. Why are you doing that?
I'm sure it is retarded. It would be retarded if you didn't know.
Give a little kissy.
Listen,
Why?
I just thought I'd take in the scenery, see what everyone was talking about, because everyone lives here.
I'm gonna look this up.
You know,
because I know where you live now.
Normally when you, that's a Miami thing to say. You go to Lincoln Road and you sit back and you look at the scenery. Okay, but that means something different than what you just said.
Miami to Israel. Flights. These are way longer. Oh, but they're cheap. What the fuck? Oh, it makes sense. Damn. Round trip. He's like, fucking cheap. Yeah, these are like way, way, way longer. You've added almost like 10 hours to your flying time.
Are you still talking about me coming to Miami?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Have you been drinking a little bit, Erudite?
No.
You sure?
This is just my personality when I'm after my new haircut. I got a new haircut, you know. Girls change when they change their hair. New me.
Took a little too much Tylenol with the whiskey tonight. Too much Tylenol, too much acetaminophen in the sauce.
Do you have any other questions?
You still haven't answered the first
Am I
question.
under arrest?
No.
What?
No, you're not under arrest.
Okay.
Doing a bad job at answering questions, though.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had to fucking explain my travels to the Bedwetters Negging Brigade.
Jesus.
Wow. Who's the bedwetter? Is that Dan?
Why are you
Doesn't
throwing
like-
me into this?
Doesn't like that secret being tossed out there.
I'm glad he's in Miami. It means we can hang out and, you know, the alumni and whatnot.
That's
Are
a
you
much
guys
better
planned?
attitude.
Are you guys gonna go get tacos?
Or something.
Yeah. You guys have already planned it?
Jesus, Erudite.
Dan's being a lot more hospitable. I would take it. I would take the example.
Okay.
Okay.
Erudite, you've gone and you've made this very awkward now. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay?
How did I make it awkward?
I don't know, but you did.
What did I do?
Okay, well, do you two have anything else for me, or?
There you go. Thanks a lot, Erudite. You fucked
I
everything
did
up.
nothing. You guys made it awkward by being quiet.
It was all fine
Lonerbox
until...
being evasive. He's just being evasive, which is why it's awkward. If anything, Lonerbox is the problem.
It's not evasive if I say I'm just not going to answer your questions.
I feel like it's fundamentally evasive, but yeah.
Okay, well. What do you want to talk about today? What are you doing up here? You came up here.
Yeah.
This is you're imposing on me right
Yeah,
now.
apparently I'm imposing on you.
Yeah, an imposition indeed. What do you want? What's up? How you doing? How's life?
I just came to see what was going on.
Oh.
You're learning about the Great March of Return.
That was incredibly awkward. Imagine going to the DNC to gang stalk Hassan and still not know anything more than what everyone else can see from his stream.
Some of them made really good content. Some of them did not. And also, we're not going to think about the fact that if we're live streaming, there's a good chance that some sort of internal White House person is watching your stream at any given time, which means that if you say stupid shit, they're going to ask you to leave. Hassan, you moron. They just kicked out Hassan tonight. He was on the floor. They stripped his floor pass. And they're like,
They actually didn't kick out Hassan. My understanding is what happened is they had another VIP, and they gave his seat to him, but also gave him another seat as well. He wasn't kicked out.
sorry, there's just not enough room. Which, God, the most annoying thing about Democrats is that they can't just be aggressive, okay? They can't just be like, look, you.
Well, that's because they're smart, Kyla, and you're not. You don't know how to play the game. I mean, to be fair, it's not in my temperament either, dear God.
Okay? You and your stupid, stupid chat. So they kicked Hassan out, and he was getting like super pissy. He was on the ground floor. I was watching him. I found him. And then he was like bitching on stream because AOC's team stopped responding to him and a bunch of other like really big names. It is so hot. Can we have AC?
Oops, sorry, what was that?
Yeah, there's just a bunch of big names that basically like iced him out all of a sudden. There's a number of things I can't share with you guys, but yeah, basically Hassan got like fully iced out because he was just like every delegate that he got to talk to.
He was kicked out. I know they even took his clearance pass. My understanding was he had sort of privileged seating, and that was switched out. In fact, they supposedly kicked out Hassan, but Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh were free to walk around and hang out as a wild thought. Yeah, he just got moved to a different area. That was my understanding. I don't think he was actually removed.
Dude, his chat was so nasty too. Like the most progressive politician. They were like, lib, dirty lib, capitalism brained.
Well, because she's supporting the murder of thousands of children, Kyla. Now, I mean, you're a literal witch, so you would probably be on board with this, but...
He's melted, he's bad, they're evil, evil, evil. And it's just like...
Go eat your goo more. Isn't she the genocide enjoyer? No, she is the person who is going to murder Destiny when she realizes that he doesn't love anyone.
Okay, so I am just leaving the DNC. And I am hoping I'm talking loud enough that you can hear me. It's my press credentials. Okay, it's the last day. I haven't saved for any of the speeches. Because I don't
Every year she looks more and more like Brianna Wu.
care. Personally, it's just like not my thing. I don't like concerts. Why am I gonna watch speeches? That's even more boring. It is been a very interesting week. Yeah. I guess feedback. Being at the DNC reminds me of why I'm not partisan. Honestly, most people have been pretty nice. But there's a lot of like pretty stereotypical what you would assume, like politicking and power grabbing and posturing that goes on.
Really?
Everyone's kind of like looking for the more
They posturing at the DNC, Kyla? Really? No. Surely not, no.
powerful person to talk to. There's very few people that are like interested in just kind of chatting with anyone who's interested. Yeah, it's just, I don't like it. I'm gonna try going to a party tonight because I haven't gone to any of the DNC parties. So I'm gonna see how they kind of compare.
No, bring the music back.
To the cosplay parties that I went to all weekend. But they like sing and dance to like Donald Trump songs, which is just like really lame to me. But there's been some like good moments. There's been like 2 congressmen that I've like.
Okay. It's a convention. This ain't like a meeting for a think tank. This isn't an academic conference. This is for dumb people to get hyped about the Democratic Party. It is as Imran pointed out in the chat, it is a convention. It's like Comic-Con for liberals, okay? Oh.
Gotten to speak to and listen to that I've been genuinely like impressed by, and quite like. Joe Connor and Jared Moskowitz from Florida are like the only 2 that I've met that I've been like, they seem really solid.
I think they're the only 2 that you've met.
Yeah, but the streamers had a ton of fun. IRI and Guy and Matt Beat had a ton of fun, which is great. I'm so tired. And I'm so tired of being in business clothes. I hate this.
Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I'm Brianna. God, she's so boring.
Those clothes. They're so gross. They're not very attractive. And I'm going to meet some community members that live in Chicago for Korean barbecue. And then afterwards, I'm going to go out and party with the Dems, with the young Dems. So we'll see what that's like. I had to turn this off though, so I'm about to go through security to get out. And my ride is calling me. So yeah. It's just the last few thoughts. The security like steadily got better. Monday and Tuesday morning were like kind of cracked how bad the security was. Like I feel like people were just not checking. I think there is a lot of bad communication. It seems like the DNC staff were not ready. They didn't even have like the list of speakers ready for the first and second night until like last minute. And they had like communicated almost nothing to press. They did a really bad job of communicating to press like what they would and wouldn't have access to.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all very thrilled that they brought you on, Kyla. I'm sure everybody in the DNC who gave a leg up to Destiny and you are very thrilled that you're constantly bad-mouthing them after... Oh, who fucking cares? Who cares? This is a farce. This is all a joke. It's all a joke. This is all insanity. You know what? I understand George. I do. I understand George. Bad empanada. I know where he's coming from. Okay? He's looked into the abyss, and the abyss swallowed him. So he's filled with nothing but just earned hatred for the absolute psychopathic, narcissistic freak show that is American liberalism just generally. I get it. But here's the thing. If you let that consume you to the point where it determines everything that you do, so that you're no longer capable of pragmatic action, just reflexive reactions to what they do, then you are just them. Their nervous system extends into your flesh. And I, for one, do not want Kyla's nervous system extending into my flesh. Ugh. Just had a shudder go down my spine. So this is Psychology with Dr. Anna. You will see very swiftly why this caught my attention, okay? Listen to the intro. Tell me if it rings any bells.
Recently, I kept seeing this person on my feed on TikTok who gave me serious doubts as to this person's credibility. This person was positioning herself as an authority on psychology, and there were a number of red flags that I got. I took a little bit of a deeper look, and it turns out this person has been accused of misrepresenting her qualifications to seem like more of an authority on psychology. But rather than making a video,
How intriguing. Like, I wonder who that... A female someone, evidently, who, was on TikTok, representing herself as an authority on psychology, and was accused of misrepresenting her credentials. Who could that be? A certain psychometrician, perhaps? What are the odds?
tearing down a person, I figured I would try to make this more constructive by talking about how we can more broadly...
Is it Kylo or are there two of them? I hope not. Oh god, can you imagine two of them?
recognize the signs of a pseudo-intellectual or a shady intellectual. Because pseudo-intellectualism is definitely on the rise. We're just seeing the beginning of it. Especially with the rise of podcasts that heavily feature certain types of intellectuals. If viewers start to realize that a lot of these intellectuals are shady, my concern is that they're going to assume this selection bias means all intellectuals are bad. So I think it's really important for us to be able to practice discernment, to identify between someone truly having...
See that? Look at that behind her. That is a shelf. That is a busy, varied shelf. I want to look at that shelf.
Intellectual qualifications on something and someone kind of cosplaying the aesthetic of it. If you don't know me, I'm Dr. Anna Uden. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology and also a fiction author. And let's get started. We need to talk about pseudo-intellectuals.
Ooh, what's that book? What's that book? Oh, Season of Life. Oh, that's a book she wrote. I see. Daily journaling practice for emotional wellness. This channel is for informational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing on this channel is intended as therapy, nor as a substitute for healthcare services of any kind. The thoughts expressed here are my own personal opinion, do not reflect the opinion of any institution I am involved with. My videos are general, not specific to your unique case. I do not provide personalized advice here. Good! I like that she does that. Or doesn't do that. If you are having a mental health crisis, call your national emergency number such as 911 or a crisis hotline. If you are a past client, I cannot engage with you on this platform due to confidentiality privacy. Now contrast that with Kyla. Hey, for $50, I'll vet therapists for you on Therapy Finder. Yeah, I'll use a free version of BetterHelp. And I'll take $50, and if you can't afford someone, possibly because I took $50 from you, I'll send you to somebody worse. By the way, I've got a bachelor's.
I feel like the crux of this issue is really just the appeal to authority fallacy, which is when a person relies on some source of authority, like a degree, a qualification, and so forth, as their argument instead of actually making an argument. For example, let's say that John goes to the doctor and John's doctor tells him not to eat apples because they're dangerous. And when John dares to question the statement or asks what is the evidence for this, John's doctor says, "Are you seriously questioning a doctor right now?" That would be an example of an appeal to authority. Or when a person with a doctorate in, say, counselor supervision and education uses that doctorate to mislead people into thinking he's some sort of authority on, say, true crime. We live in a culture where certain types of authority are so valued to the point where they're considered a logical argument. And we put more stock in the opinions of people who are authorities on matters rather than people who don't have authority on it. And look, the truth is, there's a reason for that. When somebody has gone to school for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years for something, there's a good chance that they probably learned certain information and skills that the average layperson might not have access to in a specific field. However, just because somebody is likely to have more information than the average layperson doesn't mean...
I like her. She covered Abigail Schreier's book, new book too, and it was good criticism. Really nice. Between her and Cass Eris, got two good psych people on here now.
they necessarily are going to have a good take. People in positions of authority or people with specialized qualifications.
Oh, I can't communicate with Cass Harris anymore. I'm banned on Twitter. Damn. That's unfortunate.
Can sometimes make mistakes, have bad takes, even make unscientific claims. On the other hand, someone with very little qualifications in a specific field can raise good points, independently learn about the field, or even just have a fresh perspective by nature of not being in the field. I think sometimes when you're in a field really deep, you can kind of lose the forest for the trees. For example, I remember years ago at a former workplace, there was a new employee, and this employee was telling me that he wanted to shake things up at the workplace. He was suggesting how people do things a little bit more efficiently. The workplace was very resistant to that and kind of had this attitude of like, no, this is how we've always done things, so this is how we're going to continue to do things. I think sometimes when you have an outsider or someone with less experience coming in, looking at things with a fresh perspective, that can have a lot of value. So a person having authority is not a logical argument as to why they're automatically right about something. Just as a person not having authority on something doesn't automatically mean they don't have a right to speak up. We need to judge whether people are right and wrong based on the content of what they're saying, not based on their background or the amount of letters behind their name. And because we've so idealized authority as a society, we also sometimes see the shadow of this effect, how sometimes people devalue authority. Some people literally think that all
What was that?
as a society, we also sometimes see the shadow of this effect, how sometimes people devalue authority.
Anti-psychiatry, anti-therapy, doctors are the absolute worst. Oh yeah, yeah.
Some people literally think that all doctors, all therapists, and so forth are crooks. They have almost like a kind of paranoia towards people in positions of authority.
DM theme music jump scare. Yeah, it randomly occurred to me, like, has Demon Mama streamed since the last video? And she hasn't, so.
That if you really look at it deep down is born of insecurity. Let me explain. We live in a society where authority is idealized, like I was saying. So when somebody insecure brushes up against someone in one of those positions, they're automatically going to feel inferior. They're automatically going to feel bad about themselves. And in order to compensate for that and to make themselves feel better psychologically, they go ahead and just devalue all authority and employ kind of this black and white attitude of everybody in this group is bad. Everybody in this group are crooks. And you know, I worry that the more of these pseudo-intellectuals that we see, the more people are going to shift into that kind of splitting where they think that all doctors are bad or all intellectuals are bad or all therapists or psychiatrists, whatever. Everybody in this group is bad and mistrusting entire fields because of it. They're going to assume that a few bad apples, a few people masquerading as intellectuals.
It's worse than that because they also, because of like the way YouTube works, they've also banded together. So you've had your not-so-erudites and petty people like that defending Dr. K. You've had Destiny defending Dr. K. You've had a whole bunch of people who are using their clout on social media, where you can get tremendous amounts of exposure without having any credibility whatsoever, to defend people who are fudging their credentials and scratching each other's backs. It's really gross. Like it's really disturbing.
Intellectuals are representative of the entire field. Now, before I go into the characteristics,
Well, also, by the way, attacking actual scholars. We're in hell.
of a pseudo-intellectual, we have to differentiate between pseudo-intellectuals and just plain old shady intellectuals. Pseudo-intellectuals are people who cosplay almost like the aesthetic of an intellectual in order to utilize the appeal to authority fallacy. They have little training or background or qualifications in the field in which they're trying to portray themselves as an expert. Or maybe they do have some
Hey, look, pay no attention to these books behind me, okay? They're not for decoration. I actually read these. I just don't have a place to put them.
Qualifications, but not in the fields that they want you to think they do. And look, some of them do have insightful things to say, but the fact that they feel the need to misrepresent their qualifications signals to me that they're lying. They're willing to lie about this. They're probably willing to lie about other things too. They want to write off the coattails of an appeal to authority fallacy, probably because they want to manipulate. What qualifications somebody has is just a fact. It's just information. It's just a way for you to know where that person's likely getting their information. True intellectuals, when they state their qualifications, it's just matter of fact. It's not used as an argument.
Yes.
These kinds of pseudo-intellectuals are...
Because it's actually the opposite. Credentials should not give weight to an argument you've already made. They shouldn't. Credentials serve two purposes, okay? To qualify you for a teaching position or for a position of authority within an institution, or to explain why you are taking an interest in a subject. That's it. There's no other reason for it. Why? Because a person with a PhD in philosophy can be a shit philosopher, or can lie as a person with a PhD in philosophy. a person across the board. You can do that in medicine, you can do that in the arts, you can do it in sciences, just whatever you like. And a credential does not bolster your argument, or it shouldn't bolster your argument. It actually, to the extent that your credential is known, it should actually increase the threshold for the quality of argument you have to present. It's now not enough for you to provide vague speculation, unless you are couching it as speculation. You have to actually provide a Doctor of Philosophy's degree of defense for the thing that you are claiming. And so this is the thing that always confuses me about people like NotSoErudite. Like, sure, you'll get some early ins with some people when you introduce yourself as someone who's a psychologist, or someone who's a psychometrician, or whatever, something fancy sounding that makes you sound like you know what you're talking about. But if you don't, that title's not going to protect you. It's actually going to be the opposite. That's going to be used to condemn you. And this is effectively what's happened. Kyla's actually been, I'm given to understand from a few of my little birds here and there, I'm given to understand that Kyla's actually been barred access from a few things on the basis of critiques about her that are floating around. I don't know if this person is referring to Kyla, but it sounds like she's talking about NotSoErudite.
Or what we get when we value the appearance of intellectualism over actual intellectual values. For example, I get a ton of comments still to this day, even though I've shown my diploma, even though I've made a video about this, of people who just straight up don't believe I have a doctorate, straight up think I'm lying. Not because of anything I've said, but just because I don't look like how they imagine a doctor of psychology to look. There, is that better? Do I look like more of a doctor now? And I don't expect any special treatment for being a doctor. When I interact with people, I ask them to please call me Anna rather than Dr. Anna. In my personal life, I never bring up
I thought you said honor for a second. Don't call me doctor, call me your honor.
The fact that I'm a doctor. Frankly, I sometimes forget that I have a doctorate, but it fucking sucks.
This, by the way, this is a real academic. This is how they actually talk. They do not go, oh, well, actually, I've done X, Y, and Z, and this is why you should listen to me, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you brain-dead moron. That's not how academics talk. That's how people who are really insecure talk. But having gone through the ringer, the kind of arrogance that a PhD has is like this, with respect to other academics. Well, this is why I went to Oxford and you didn't. Something like that, okay? It's like that. It's subtler. It's bitchier. This, when you're looking at someone like NotSoErudite going, I am your expert, okay? Nobody in academia, like who has any actual stature, talks like that. For two reasons. First of all, you'll get laughed out of the room. Secondly, because they recognize that it's actually really hard to do it. And you know very little actually. And in fact, one of the things you learn as an expert in virtually any field, as someone who's seasoned at all, is how little you know and how to carefully and responsibly operate given your ignorance, which is the biggest thing. Because let's say, for argument's sake, let's say aliens came down to Earth and all of a sudden we're all studying something that's completely unlike us. The advantage of an academic is not going to be that they know more about that thing, because they don't. It's going to be that they know how to operate given ignorance more so than someone who doesn't. This is one of the reasons why the least educated people frequently tend to be the most insufferably certain of everything that they say.
Sucks to know that when I move through the world, people not only automatically assume that I'm not a doctor, but genuinely disbelieve it when they learn that information simply because of the way
She sounds like a doctor to me. This sounds like what I would expect based on my experience a doctor to sound like.
I look. Contrast the way people disbelieve my qualifications with the way, for instance, they talk about Robert Greene. Now look, I don't have any problem with Robert Greene. I don't think that he pretends to be an intellectual, and I actually find his books to be quite insightful. But simply because he has more of the appearance of an intellectual,
Robert Greene's okay. He's okay.
People tend to assume that he has a lot more qualifications than he does. The other day I heard somebody describing him as a psychologist and an expert researcher in his field. This is someone with a bachelor's in the classics, by the way. That's his background. But all because he speaks about psychology with confidence, people tend to assume that he's like a leading expert in psychology. Robert Greene is a leading researcher of psychology, the same way that my three-legged cat is an expert in cat surgery. He might have some valuable insights to say on the matter, but I wouldn't necessarily trust him anywhere near a scalpel. So those are pseudo-intellectuals, people who kind of masquerade as being intellectuals. But there are also shady intellectuals that kind of factor similarly into this discussion. These are people who do have actual training or authority in the field, but chronically abuse it.
Yeah, true, Adrian. This is the first person I've seen use the term pseudo-intellectual who's not themselves a pseudo-intellectual. I think that's actually true. I think it's actually the first time I've seen someone, certainly someone who's a psychologist on YouTube, saying this. That's... yeah. There's
to make
hope.
Unscientific claims, or to get very wealthy, or to pretend to be authorities in fields other than what they're actually an authority in. But at what point does somebody veer into the territory of shady intellectual? Because I think it's important for us to remember that intellectuals are not infallible. Like I said, intellectuals are human beings who sometimes make mistakes. So just because an intellectual has a bad take, that doesn't mean that they're not an intellectual. If we act like it does, then we're, again, idealizing intellectualism. I don't really know the answer to this, so I'd love to hear your input down below. At what point do you think somebody veers into chronically making so many scientific or intellectual mistakes or shortcuts that they're really not an intellectual anymore, that they're actually kind of a shady person? But let's talk about the characteristics of pseudo-intellectuals, and then we'll talk about the characteristics of shady intellectuals. How to identify a pseudo-intellectual. One way is that they're very secretive about their qualifications. You have to go digging as to what their background is, and even then, it kind of seems like they're trying to evade the matter. For example, when I first read a Joe Dispenza book, I was very interested in how somebody is writing a book that contains neuroscience, quantum mechanics, biology, medicine, all in one. I wanted to know, hold up, what is this person's background? Because it kind of seems like he's trying to portray himself as an expert in everything. And if that's the case, I'm not sure this is somebody I really trust. So I looked at the back cover. Dr. Joe Dispenza is an international lecturer, researcher, corporate consultant, author, and educator who has been invited to speak in more than 33 countries on 5 continents. Okay, still doesn't tell me what his doctorate is in. Still doesn't tell me what his background is. At that point, I started to get a little suspicious. So I Googled him, I looked him.
General rule of thumb, and you'll notice this, when you look at, like, it'll be stuff on aliens, stuff on near-death experiences or whatever, anything that is sort of in the purview of, I want to sell you something that is very exciting for people who are very, very easily convinced of stuff, they will have PhD on their title. If you look, for example, though, at, let's say, I'll give an example. Okay. This is a book published by Verso Press. Or Verso Books, not Verso Press, sorry. Published by Verso. Late Fascism by Alberto Toscano. Been reading this very slowly. Mostly because it meanders a little bit. But it's good. It's worth reading. This is by Alberto Toscano. What does it say about him on the back? It doesn't. It says nothing about him. Praise for the book, as you see on books. Nothing about his credentials. This guy is a PhD. On Wikipedia. Alberto Toscano was born in Moscow, USSR on January 1977, studied philosophy at the Eugene Lang College. He received his MA in Continental Philosophy at the University of College Dublin in 1909. He then went on to pursue a PhD in philosophy at the University of Warwick, which he completed in 2003. This guy's been a doctor for 21 years. So, why doesn't it say PhD on here? He's a doctor, right? Well, the reason why is because it is expected. It is expected when you are writing something in philosophy or something serious for an audience of informed people that you know what you're talking about. Having a PhD should not be a novelty. It should actually be a surprise when they find out that you don't have one. Putting your PhD on the cover signals to people who don't know this, who don't typically read things like this, that you know more than the person who didn't put their PhD on the cover. It's a red flag, actually, that you are specifically trying to wow people without expertise. Because if they had expertise, it's very likely a lot of them have PhDs or are aware of PhDs who disagree with you.
up on Wikipedia, and you know what? At the time when I did, there was interestingly again no information about his qualifications. Side note, I actually went to go look at his Wikipedia page again, and I couldn't find one. I don't know if I'm misremembering whether I was looking at Wikipedia.
Did the video just freeze there, or am I crazy?
No information about his qualifications. Side note,
Oh, it did freeze. Oh, it's a side note. I see. Okay, so she paused it. You gotta put a different screen there. I thought the video died. President Sunday, a good example of somebody who probably fits a shady intellectual is Grover Fur. Grover's fur is blue.
actually went to go look at his Wikipedia page again, and I couldn't find one. I don't know if I'm misremembering whether I was looking at Wikipedia, maybe I was looking at his website instead. Either, yes, I was just looking at his website, or somebody took down his Wikipedia page. And then I got a little bit more suspicious, and I said, it certainly seems like somebody may have scrubbed the internet of what this person's qualifications actually are. Allegedly, that's what it seems like to me. There was only one article that I managed to find that told me that Dr. Joe Dispenza is a chiropractor, and he got his chiropractor degree from a school that had its accreditation revoked 3 years after he graduated. Not a neuroscientist, not an epigeneticist, not a doctor of medicine, not a biologist, not a physicist. That is a really simple way of figuring out if somebody is not actually an intellectual, if they are intentionally being vague about what their qualifications are. Because the more vague a person is about their qualifications, the more they're trying
Exactly, Brooks. 2,500 years later, and we're still doing the philosopher versus sophist shit. It'll never end, not till the end of time.
mislead you about how far their qualifications go. Typically, when somebody has a certain degree or a certain licensure, they make it very clear. You do not have to go very hard trying to find it. Within 1 to 2 clicks, you can usually figure out exactly what their background is. Another way that you can spot a pseudo-intellectual is these tiny little subtle ways of cosplaying the appearance of an intellectual. For example, a huge one is you'll notice there are certain accounts of people who have TikToks, for instance, of them talking to what seems to be a podcast or talking to someone who seems to be asking them questions as if they're an authority in the field. But when you really take a closer look, you realize this was never a real podcast. This person is just hiring somebody to ask them questions for the camera so that they can then seem like more of an authority when they actually upload that video. Another pet peeve of mine is when people call something a masterclass, but they are not an established master in that field. Why do you think I named it the Connection course and not Masterclass and Connection? Because I'm just a doctor of psychology. I'm not a renowned expert in the field.
I love this person. This person is awesome. I like this person so much. That gets so much. Okay. This is a real one. Sub to this one. This is Psychology with Dr. Anna. This person rules.
In this conversation with my husband, he was saying like, yeah, I feel like in order to call something a masterclass, somebody else needs to come to you and say, hey, I perceive you as a master. Like how Esther Perel had a masterclass with actual masterclass. You don't get to be the one to decide I'm a master in this. And there are way too many people out there who perceive themselves to be masters in a field where nobody knows about them. Another one that really annoys me is you'll see these TikToks often of usually real doctors. Again, they'll have somebody with a camera coming up to them and asking them, hey doc, what do you think about XYZ? Or what do you recommend for ABC? And it's like, bro, like, we know that you just hired like your husband or your wife or whoever to come.
Now that you've recommended to her, we're going to find out her horrible secrets. Here's the thing. People who have this attitude have a nice habit of avoiding horrible secrets because there's no immediate advantage in it. There's no advantage in it. You're not tricking people. You're not making yourself seem smarter than you are or more qualified than you are. You're telling people, here are my limitations. I only know X, Y, and Z. I'll tell you what I know, and I know some things. But I don't have the final word on this. I'm not some super authority. I think that's, like, people who do that because they give a shit about something else beyond their own immediate gain. And so as a consequence, that translates into other areas of their life as well. Just like if someone's willing to lie in one place, they're willing to lie in another one. If you're willing to tell the truth to your disadvantage here, you might be more likely to tell the truth to your disadvantage here. And this is extremely important because it means when this person speculates or when this person makes an argument, for example, on the basis of memory or experience, you now have a very special reason to trust what they're saying. You can take it seriously. Even if it's not definitive, you can take their judgments and their opinions with a degree of faith that you don't take someone else who doesn't. You have so many issues here. Why? Name one. What's the issue?
Come up to you and ask this question. You're trying to portray yourself as like being accosted by paparazzi so that you can give this insightful seeming answer.
Hey, Dr. Anna, I'm so glad I found you. What fiction books do you recommend for this fall?
Oh man, that's a hard one. I'd have to say I recommend The Curse in Their Veins by Dr. Anna Udick.
What's the difference of someone hiring a podcaster to ask questions versus going on Joe Rogan? The difference is that in the one case, you've been asked by Joe Rogan based on your preeminence in a field or your fame to talk to him because you're already known. And the other one is you're trying to feign being known so that other people will talk to you afterwards. That's the difference, Brooks. It's an important difference.
This is a really wonderful book for exploring intergenerational trauma, witchcraft, female empowerment. Yeah, check it out. Link below.
Thank you, thank you.
It's so manipulative. Another variation of this is when people start a video by saying, today's question asks me to analyze XYZ, that nobody asked them to analyze that. The news broke half an hour ago. How did you even make this video so
Oh, so someone has faked it all the way the Joe Rogan thing is real? No, the Joe Rogan thing is not intrinsically unreal, whereas the first one is intrinsically unreal. Joe Rogan brings on kooks all the time, but he brings on kooks based on them already being established. The other person is a kook who is trying to make themselves appear established so they can get onto Joe Rogan as well. That's why. There's a possibility of Joe Rogan talking to a real person. Somebody who pays somebody else to make them appear established is already fake out the gate. That's the difference.
quickly? Did you just look on Wikipedia? Also, pseudo-intellectuals take part in behavior that's at odds with what intellectuals are taught to do, whether it be being unprofessional, being unethical, being unscientific. All of these are things that you're kind of taught when you do higher education or when you do grad school or get extended degrees that you're not supposed to do because they're not good ways of preserving the integrity of truth. For example, calling somebody a tramp who can't afford your coaching services would be unprofessional behavior, and I seriously doubt that person would ever last in a grad school program. A person with proper qualifications would know not to do something like that. Also, pseudo-intellectuals tend to copy the work of others without giving credit. Intellectuals typically cite their sources because
real people do the paid podcast thing. Okay, possibly, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't. I think that's like inherently sketchy. I wouldn't do that. But sure, let's run with that. Okay. So a real person can pay a podcaster to ask them questions and to sort of sell themselves to a lay audience, to a general audience. Okay. Somebody can do that and they can actually know what they're talking about. Fair enough. However, this is also going to be something that somebody will do if they're lying. So as somebody who cares about the truth and cares about not misleading people, that's going to be the last thing I'm going to do personally. Or at the very least, this now begins to be like, okay, a reminder to be wary. Just because you see somebody being interviewed as if they're an expert doesn't mean they're an expert. I don't know. This doesn't seem that contentious to me. This seems like pretty obvious common sense, actually.
it's drilled into us. And also because we love to hype up our role models. It's not about grandiosity for us. Well, some of us. Now, of course, when we're talking about general information, like something that somebody has learned over the course of, say, 7 years in grad school, I think that's different. I think you can sometimes...
Common sense should be a red flag. Oh my God. Common sense should be a red flag if you're deferring to it in an argument. If I'm saying I think it is basic prudence to pay attention to measures somebody takes to promote themselves to people who do not know how to distinguish expertise from fake expertise, that's not the same thing. Come on, like...
Speak from your experience as somebody who's trained in that field without citing every single source. What I'm talking about here is people who basically plagiarize, who take other people's ideas as their own. For example...
Richard Dawkins is an authority on social issues then. Brooks, get on stream. Get on stream. We're fighting now.
A few months ago, I made a video about a technique that I learned about from Martin Seligman's book Flourish. Later that same day, a TikToker posted a video discussing that technique with no reference to Martin Seligman or my video that he apparently learned this from. Because yes, he did admit to learning about this technique that day from my video. But pseudo-intellectuals don't want you to know where they're getting their information, because if you did, you would realize that the source of their knowledge is one YouTube video. But occasionally pseudo-intellectuals slip up and they reveal how little they know about the topic at hand. If you can pay attention to those moments, it's very important. This is hard because you do have to be somewhat of an expert in that field to know when a confident person is just talking out of their ass. But sometimes you might catch a whiff that somebody is just not quite as much of an...
You're in the waiting room? Yes.
How are you doing?
Oh.
You having a fun time?
Oh, I'm having such a fun time.
Hey, I'm doing the best I can in like the small amount of text that's allowed me inside of YouTube comments.
I'm sorry. I don't need excuses. I need results. Hang on, give me a second. Let me see.
All right, I'll give it to you. It's easy. All the stuff that she's talking about. Hey, careful when they do this, but really when they do this. The reason they're doing this is because that used to be this. This is the treadmill of expertise. It's how it always goes. You know how you used to be able to tell someone was an expert? They'd have a lot of published books. Go on Amazon. A lot of people have published books now, so that's not really the way to tell, but it was. It was good. Well, the reason someone's an expert is because they'll be on the talk shows. That's how you know. You have clips of someone on talk shows or podcasts. Well, now, cynically, we can get around that and fake it. There are people who, I've been written this. I almost did it because I wanted to see the process. I can be in a top 100 businessmen. Have you gotten the message on LinkedIn? Most people have, where it's like $500. We'll put you in our book of business people of the year. They'll do a spread, a photo shoot, all that fun shit. And then I'll have a book that says I'm one of the top 100, because that used to be how we'd be able to tell. Now, all the stuff that you're mentioning is all things that are ultimately a handful of structures that not only can be entirely faked, but in themselves have no value whatsoever in any capacity. So the idea that here's how you can tell a pseudo-intellectual from a real intellectual is itself fraught with these problems.
Oh, so,
and
hang on, slow down. What do you mean?
Let me put it this way. Every example she's brought up, I can show you a pseudo-intellectual who's followed it. And so we get into, and the reason I made the comment about the sophist versus philosopher is there's this platonic bullshit happening of, well, no, it's not a true intellectual because vibes. And I'd love to know how they're not.
I don't think the point is that they're not. I think the point is that there are...
Then they're all true intellectuals.
What's that?
Then they're all true intellectuals.
No, I think the point is that you as a viewer, you plumb don't know. You don't know these people. However, there are certain strategies that people will take specifically to appeal to a lay audience that doesn't know the difference, even up close. And so pay attention. If they take these measures, this is not a reason to discount them out of hand. This is a reason to maybe be a little bit skeptical and start to look a bit further into it. I think that's all she's saying.
Here are my ways. Poor production value. That's how I found you.
Because I'm a real leftist?
Yeah. Poor production value tends to mean someone cares more about the content than the delivery vehicle. Tends to be.
Or that they're poor.
Well, it can. It can. You're making my point.
I mean, look. If I could do higher production value, okay, go on.
None of these things signify anything.
I agree.
Every example she's using is like a strategy, but it's not really a strategy. Here's what it is it's a strategy that's cynical in response to cynicism. It's trying to fight fire with fire instead of actually trying to skirt around it and go, hey, let's actually talk about what it means to be a true intellectual versus a pseudo-intellectual. She mentions like chiropractor nutcases who say that they can cure cancer. That's a good example of nutcase. Let's talk about what's the difference between that and, for example, Susan Oyama, who's not a nutcase, but probably wouldn't have anything nearly as exciting to say. How do you know one intellectual?
I think Susan Oyama does personally, but how you would know, first of all, is that they aren't specific. Here's how I would. How am I
not a pseudo-intellectual? How am I not? I am. Let's just say I am. I'll go with it. I like
You're a pseudo-intellectual, Brooks. I win.
Good. Now argue that I'm not. Well, I argue that I am. Because I can defeat you and make you think I'm a fraud no matter what, by the way. I will win that argument. I'm much better at it than you are. Because I know all the reasons I probably am a fraud. Now, why would I...
He's just burning through my entire reservoir of the stuff I was going to use to destroy him down the line. And just, fucking hell. God damn it.
I'm a pseudo-intellectual.
Crafty son of a bitch.
1,700 people. But I'll tell you right now.
Ooh, big shot.
I pay people. I have paid you. And
true.
I've come on here and now I've paid you and I'm acting like I have a talking head opposing me. And I can put this later on my YouTube channel and show how fucking smart I am. I've done that. So I've got that checked the fuck off. I have a book. You can go find my book. I have a Wikipedia page.
Okay.
I have people who say that I'm an expert. I am a fraud across the board though. So please tell me how I'm not a fraud.
I'm not going to. I'm going to let that sit. But I am going to respond. Okay, but I am going to say, as a not layperson with asterisk, asterisk, asterisk next to it, I've read a lot of people who are very serious, and I've read a lot of people who misrepresent them, who I've encountered misrepresenting them, who are not very serious. And so I recognize the behaviors that they engage in at that level that are sort of tells that this person is not being ingenuous insofar as they have allowed the impression to be given that they have actually gone through what this guy has said and are engaging it seriously and carefully and know what they're talking about.
So your argument is game knows game? Is that really what we're going to reduce all of intellectual honesty to?
No, because we're not talking here about people who are in it. We're talking about audiences that are not. So the reason why, for example, like this guy, or like Deleuze, right? Deleuze, how many doctorates does Deleuze have? He probably has more than one.
I actually don't think so.
No? Okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, he probably has honorary and shit like that, but I don't...
Sure, but like the point is, when you pick up anti-Oedipus or difference in repetition or whatever, it does not say Gilles Deleuze, PhD. It just says Deleuze. Deleuze and Guattari, right? If you pick up this guy's got a PhD. I had to Wikipedia him to see that he had a PhD. It doesn't say that.
What a great book is that. How good is Toscana? It's a good book.
It's good. It's good. It's a little... You know what? I was annoyed by this because I was trying to read it quickly, which I shouldn't be, for a stream. But he spends a lot of time talking about, and this person is very incisive, da-da-da-da. It's like, please, just get to the point, say the thing. But he's very good.
For example, by the way, you'll know this soon enough.
Your resolution is too low. I can't see the author of that. Oh, is that the new translation of Capital?
This is the new Capital. Also PhD. Doesn't have
Wait. Put that back on the screen. Wait. Let's see that spine. No. The inside. The part that matters. Is that sewn?
It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. I'm ordering that right now.
But my point, again.
Continue.
How would you know? So, Deleuze, let's talk about him. You wander into a salon one day in Paris, and there are these two guys in the corner, Guattari and Deleuze, and they're talking about desiring machines and fuck energy and stratum and plateau.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Everyone laughs.
I will tell you though.
Because it's fucking stupid.
But I will tell you though. If Deleuze and Guattari go on to Twitch and go, hey, I'm Gilles Deleuze, PhD. I am an expert in fuck energy. Join my 5-week fuck energy course and get fucked. If that's the case, and they're talking to lay people like that, then I'm like, okay, you're saying PhD. Why are you saying PhD? Well, this is like really contentious stuff. Why are you selling this immediately to at like a retail level to?
If I may, then.
Yeah.
Let's say he does it slightly differently. Let's say he goes, hello, I'm Gilles Deleuze. I've been teaching philosophy at the Parisian Philosophy School for a number of years. And if you join our college and pay a silly amount of money for multiple semesters, I will teach you exactly how to think like I do and how to be a better philosopher.
Well, you'd actually have a really but you'd have a really good case there for them being a pseudo-intellectual in that case, or the very least trying to shill. Because at that level, it's like, okay, why are you not, for example, providing alternative resources that are cheaper or more easily or publicly accessible to people in the course of this? Clearly, your goal is not actually to spread learning. Your goal is to get the person's money. And there are general behaviors that people do when they put that above everything. And it doesn't tell you definitively if the person's a fake. And I don't think she's saying it does. I think the only thing she's saying it does. I think the only thing she's saying.
I am very much watching a different video than you.
I think
because it is very much saying here are the signifiers for fraud.
No. I disagree.
Signifiers for expertise.
I disagree. I don't think she's saying here are the signifiers for fraud. She's saying here are the red flags that you need to pay extra careful attention and not take them on faith and look into it. That's what I'm reading here. I don't take her as saying when people do X, Y, and Z.
With this comes the opposition to that, which is here are the things where you don't need to do that.
Well, let's give an example. Yeah, but if you don't...
What's going on goddamn Joe Rogan?
Sure.
That's a fucking huge... Anyone who goes on Joe Rogan...
I agree.
who's asked to be there because of their expertise should immediately be sequestered from humanity and presumed to be completely useless.
Well, slow down. Unless for whatever reason, as occasionally, very rarely happens, somebody serious does actually get some kind of momentum, and then therefore on that basis they get asked. And like for example, Henri Bergson.
You're saying rare. You're saying rare.
Rare, yes.
Which means that it's a better look. It's rare that someone who's brilliant is going to pay for it.
I agree with you. If you go on Joe Rogan, odds are you've been selected on the basis of being a fellow kook. We're on the same page. However, if you are going onto Joe Rogan or onto something large like that, the reason is not because they looked at your work and liked it. The reason is because you're already famous. So what she's pointing to is there are measures people take to get famous that skip the track that those rare, exceptional, real deals have to go down. They still have to do. So, for example, Henri Bergson starts the first traffic jam in Paris, right? Because he's so popular. Henri Bergson in present day would probably be on Joe Rogan. I'd hope he'd refused, but he might be invited, right? You don't think Henri Bergson would be invited on Joe Rogan?
I think it's difficult to even compare the times and the way that it works.
Okay, well, let's translate it over. Let's pretend
through written versus spoken video.
Okay, well, let's pretend it's 100 years ago, and Joe Rogan is his 1920s counterpart, and he has enough IQ points to boil water. Okay, let's run with that. Okay, so under those circumstances, Henri Bergson, on the basis of his fame alone, might be invited to talk about consciousness or something, right? He was basically his generation's, which apparently is a much smarter generation's Jordan Peterson. I think it's fair, actually. In fact, when you read him, it's like he's got a bit of that in him. Less so than a lot of people, but he's a little bit. He's got that kind of vibe. Like he's a feel-good philosopher. There's not a lot of those.
Sure.
That would not be an argument for him being a phony. Him being on 1920s Joe Rogan might be an argument for, ooh, is he being co-opted by da-da-da-da-da, or is this someone who is being... Because game recognizes game in different games. And I wonder if, like, Jordan Peterson on Joe Rogan is a red flag. Probably more for Joe Rogan, actually, but that's a red flag. Henri Bergson on Joe Rogan is a red flag, but they don't tell you definitively the person's a phony.
Well, again,
yeah.
All of this is my point.
Okay.
And as the chat's saying, there is no definitive answer. My point is...
But I agree with you.
But no. This is where I also think that the proper discussion needs to be subverting and going around this and a critique. Because the criticism of saying, oh, these people do this, it's like basically letting us know, hey, here are some things that are happening. If someone asks you this, be ready. And it's like, that's not, one, it's not a rule. It's not a good rule or a useful thing. It's more like in these specific occasions where we're able to see that there's a network of signification in these one specific ways, useless. Instead, talking about what ways we ingest information or how information operates that we can't make and we shouldn't make leaps of logic in certain ways. Having discussions around what that means or how these things work, I think would be much better to giving an informed people a chance to actually battle this. Because in the world of mainstream media or the world of Trumpian psychotic bullshit, the actual understanding of how logic operates doesn't change, and it gives us places to have foundational understandings of things that can be communicated.
I agree with you, but the problem that I think she is pointing to specifically are people who are not going to be embarking on any of those tracks. She's talking to people specifically who are self-identifying as experts in their field as a way to monopolize over their understanding of that thing. It's essentially to give people what they really want, which is a license to not think about these things. And what she's saying is, like, when people do X, Y, and Z, these are things that somebody will do. Not necessarily only people like this will do, but these are things that somebody will do if they're trying to pull one over you, right?
Or they're trying to make a few bucks because it would be nice to be able to make a few bucks doing these things.
Yeah. And
so there's...
And
we
people,
all are
people
fucked by capitalism, so
like
yay.
even if actually it's one of the funnest things about reading the Cambridge introductions to All Too Human is he actually goes into that. It's like maybe he was like trying to sell a few more books because All Too Human didn't sell very well. I didn't realize that Nietzsche was so unsuccessful in his life, actually, until I was reading that.
Most of them are.
Most of them are, too. It's weird. Bergson is an exception there. He was actually very successful. I am curious about that.
Success is an interesting thing. He was successful very specifically in like the popular speaking route, and his more complex works less so. He was lauded by intellectuals of the time, which does happen on occasion. But success is one of those things for philosophers that tends to be in the same place, and it's why Deleuze likens it to artists or scientists and what is philosophy. The nature of how one engages with the problematic, with the unknown and the creation of the new necessitates the inability to actually communicate it to a broad audience until it becomes that sort of second half, that the axiomatized, factual, concretized thing. And that within someone's lifetime, these things don't happen. It doesn't even happen with scientific principles very often, especially anymore. So it's sort of the nature of the process.
Okay.
I'll let you finish it up. I'm just saying.
No. I get what you're saying. I don't think she's making as like rigid a statement as I think you're sort of taking from it. I agree with you. If she was saying like these are like if you're taking a red flag as like a certain sign of this person's a pseudo, I'd agree with you. This is going too far, but I really don't think that's what she's saying. I think what she's saying is like, especially because she's operating in psychology, this stuff is like rampant, more so than in any other field. If somebody's saying like they're an expert on the basis of a PhD, therefore take what I'm saying as gospel, by the way, sign up for my course, and here's an interview with a person who I happened to pay to pretend that I was like somebody who people wanted to talk to as like a guest interviewee or something like that. Under those circumstances, like, okay, use that to reflect upon the basis of you're taking this person as an authority because they have taken measures to make sure that you interpret them as such. I think that when I say common sense is like that's a good piece of advice, I think you would agree.
The answer is yes for now. Like the challenge.
The fact that just so you know, guys, the fact that he said even for now is the biggest victory I've ever had in a debate with Brooks ever. Sorry, go on.
Because the challenge is that what you're actually saying is that the intellectual is putting capital as the primary goal rather than the intellectual pursuit. Not
even.
That is 100% what you're saying.
No, it's not. The only thing that I'm saying is that
it's cynical in comparison.
No, not even, because it's perfectly possible, as you say, he's or she's or whoever it is responding to cynicism in the scenario in which they're operating, in which we all do. This is why I'm doing this on a fucking YouTube live stream. Because I don't want to be here. This is exhausting. But
you'd be here anyway. This is the fun stuff.
This one is actually. But leading up to this, oh my god, I was watching what's his face do Tyler content. I can't. I digress.
I just did 3.5 hours on the axiomatic and the nature of labor or intellectual labor inside of Marx and Deleuze.
So. Oh well, look at you, Mr. Overachiever. Your hair is purple. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. God damn it.
There's two issues I have. The first is that the reference here, and it's been said in the chat, it's something you used, and it's something she also said at one point, is the idea of these things being common sense. The challenge is that common sense by default doesn't actually exist. It's a thing that we gesture at to say that we're taking something and making it fit the shape of something else. The reality of the situation is that people absolutely how do I say this without being
okay? Look. I agree.
You know, my dad wrote me and my brother a big thing about how Kamala is going to ruin the country, blah, blah, blah. And my brother responded very nicely, and I responded a little more harshly, just some specific things. And he wrote back and said that we're hateful and that if we really want to be informed, we need to watch Russell Brand and Joe Rogan. My father told me this.
Oh, I know, I saw.
Years old. And so when we talk about how someone is able to discern whether or not it's an intellectual or a pseudo-intellectual, videos like this serve no purpose.
I think they do, though. I think they do, and here's why.
Because at the end of the day, when it is ultimately vibes-driven and non-specific, we're talking about things that people will go, well, look, hey, I know a guy, and one of the smarter Deleuze theorist I know, actually,
Look.
who doesn't have any books, who's written a shit ton of papers. You would find him to be deeply unassuming, really bright, really good dude. Because he's caring about capital.
Can I give you an
because of this and
example?
that?
Could we talk about
Please.
common sense for a second? Okay, just the rhetoric of common sense. So it's like, you know the bell curve, right? Or like people who do. Okay, so like the whole idea of like minority populations, whatever, suffering economic disadvantage years after slavery or whatever active deprivation you want to, you could basically dealer's choice depending on what ethnicity you're talking about.
Sure.
And it's like, oh, they just need to work hard and not divorce their partners and etc. Like whatever you want, something like that. That is one of those things where that is deeply inappropriate for an outsider who is not in the afflicted group to say. But for example, a black parent telling their kid, hey, you need to stick it out in school, get a job and not like sleep around and be reckless sexually, that's good advice. And I think in this particular case, I think what this person is trying to do is she's trying to inform her audience of something very narrow and very specific, which is there are a lot of people in my field who use these specific tactics in order to give themselves unnamed authorities that you believe them, and therefore give yourself license to not think about this any further. And here are some tells that this is a possibility. I really think that's all she's doing.
So then Ben Shapiro is actually an intellectual.
Ben Shapiro is an intellectual, but he's a dumb intellectual and he's fake, right? He's a
No, he's
pseudo-intellectual.
not. He can't be a pseudo. He does none of these things that you're talking about.
But he does, though. He just has a lot of
Name
monies. Name one?
Yeah.
He relies upon published works and public interactions in order to sell the idea that he is knowledgeable on X, Y, and Z. Like it is
That's what
titles,
everyone does.
pre-titles. Yes, they do. But the point, the result of that fact, though, is
Give me
not
a
that.
thing that Ben Shapiro does that most people don't, that actually differentiates himself. Again, this is where this video.
No,
falls
but
apart for
the
me.
point is not that somebody who does what Ben Shapiro does is therefore fake. The point is that if somebody does what Ben Shapiro does, you should be on guard and should look for other things, which I think we agree on. I think we would agree even at this level, like the whole because remember when that Glup Shido, I keep calling him Glup Shido, but that Admiral Gibbs guy was like, I'm botting views, or like when Origin was like saying I'm pretending to be a political scientist, when I specifically say like political scientist is just it's actually
I think
term
for
of
me
self-disparagement.
I'm actually maybe going to take it a little further. I would say that I have issue with the idea of being on guard. Like this
Really?
Yeah, because it's the reality is taking in any of these people's ideas with even a modicum of effort, they fall apart. Like they just do.
But
And if they
that's the point though, where it's like they give you license by dint of the credential to not think about them further. You use the credential as a shortcut for saying it's okay, this is certain. Because like, why do you seek out a psychologist or a philosopher as a layperson with no interest in philosophy? Well, you've thought about the possibility of your total annihilation at death. You're concerned about mental illness or health. You're hypochondriac, maybe, whatever. What you're looking for is not truth. What you're looking for is an excuse to not be agitated by the possibility that the truth is bad. You're scared. You want to be able to turn that part of your brain off. It's probably
okay.
Yeah.
So you should be being on guard for being on guard. Because that's what you're talking about. Now it's being on guard. People are
But
naturally
yes,
on guard.
though, isn't that Nietzsche and Deleuze in a nutshell?
Isn't that resentment and other issues in a nutshell?
It is also that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the malformation of desire and the
No.
breakdown of
Being on guard for being on guard in the sense of no. But hang on, slow down. Paying attention to like the possibility of your creature comforts infecting what you actually believe and whether or not that contradicts like your actual effort to understand things as they actually are to the extent that you can. That's not ressentiment, though. That's what Nietzsche did.
There's a difference.
Okay.
There's a difference.
All right.
The way let's talk about machine unconscious via Guattari. We can talk about Nietzsche. We could talk about any of these guys. The core idea, yes, people will watch a video, and because they innately have a sort of drive to believe a certain way, they should be prepared for that to reflect that. That's just your argument that this needs to be does this reflect in that? Fuck, I need to be ready for that. The argument actually from Deleuze and Nietzsche is we need to obliterate that. We need to get rid of that. That being on guard for protecting oneself is adding layers and layers and layers and layers of repression on top of what is already deeply repressed. Desire and connections and opening and the general schizogenic way that thoughts happen is free to be open, and we can find extraordinary thoughts in places no one would even presume, the pseudo-intellectual and the intellectual alike. It doesn't mean that the pseudo-intellectual or the intellectual should be allowed to have any sort of sway. There is no master or aristocracy inside of the academic. Instead, all thoughts should be taken in for what we can do with them, how we can build with them, and what we can grow forward with them.
I agree. I agree. But here's the part that I think you're missing, Brooks. And I think you're missing it as a credit to you. You have had a very interesting life. You were a very smart, insanely smart. I feel arrogant saying you're smart, because I shouldn't be presumptive that I can judge that. Like, you're one of the few people I speak to where if you say I'm wrong about something, even if you're being an arrogant asshole about it, I'll stop and pause, which is more often than not.
Sometimes I do that because it's funny.
I know, which is, yeah, fuck you too. But I think you're perversely, I think you're overestimating the lengths to which normal people will go to actually interrogating this stuff. And it's not because they don't care, it's because they care so much that they can't handle the intensity of interrogating it further. Because like at any given point, like I deal with this, and it's weird too, because it's like, and I've conceived of this, I've contemplated this too, like with respect to like your takes. So you have a weird bent towards a synthesis of like a pessimistic and an optimistic stance, where you conceive the pessimistic as the optimistic. I'm very drunk.
Optimistic nihilism. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the opposite direction. But like, here's the bind. You said something that stuck in my brain, which is like joy and oblivion, and I get that. And by the same token, there is agony in conceiving the possibility of something else. And so it's like you have two very organic drives towards very opposite positions philosophically. Things like that. People don't get to that point with any level of consistency. They stop at the point where somebody with an egghead has said, it's okay to believe this. And that's all they want. That's all I want too, which is the problem. It's all you want, which is the problem. So it's like, when you're dealing with people who will never go further. Go on.
My mom has always said to me, and she, despite being in the Trump place she's in now, which is weird and fucking psychotic for me to even say.
I mean, you think that's weird and psychotic for you to say. My dad's Canadian. He was the same way. Go on, please.
Yeah, my mom like almost like left my dad over him voting Trump in 2016. So it is very strange. But the whole point should have an open mind. Have an open mind. There's a thing she's always said to my brother and I, and there is a lot that goes with that phrasing for a lot of people. An open mind, and I think this is kind of what the video you're talking about in the place you're at is talking about. Is that people who have an open mind might have it fall out. Old line, but it's that you are open too much and you need to be slightly guarded. And when you're guarded, you're aware of what's coming in, you're filtering it, you're thinking about it, categorizing it, placing it, watching, oh, is it like this thing? Is it reminding me of this? Is it similar to that? Which to me, by nature, by dint of the action and this very system of thought itself, is the problem with representation and is itself the fascizing course of thought. Instead, being so open that there's no such thing as closing it off may be a better way to consider it. You as a thing don't have a center. You as an understanding of things, whatever categorizations you may have, things work or don't for you at any given time. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Understand that your existence, the consistency you speak of, doesn't need to be consistent up here. It never has. Our existence has never been consistent. But when we speak, we have a consistency. When we have a plane of consistency of the way we understand the world, these types of things, sure, but everything is a tool, a use, a way for us to look forward, to move forward, to think forward. And as we do this, and as we have these conversations, as we sort of step a little bit forward, you can take in effectively anything and get something from it. I have a wonderful book on the poetics of Mein Kampf, which is a literary take up of understanding what Mein Kampf
stop
did and
for a
how it did
second.
it.
Something spooky,
Wonderful book.
something really fucking spooky just happened. Oh my god. 1 hour ago, Maribou 5066 on my video, What If Altus Unhinged Rants Are Actually Dangerous, said, if Mein Kampf was too coherent for you, Rosenberg's The Myth of the 20th Century exists. However, I wouldn't recommend reading it. What are the odds you'd mention that in this conversation?
I mean, I mentioned it a lot. It's one of my favorite books.
Yeah, of course,
But
but,
yeah,
but you
it's
never
wild.
but you never said that until now, which means
It's a good book.
I'm the only real person here, aren't I? This is all a simulation.
And it's not that everything needs to be dissected. It's not that everything needs to be disconnected. It's as you take in things and as you take in the world around you, you need to be aware of what you're taking in or what you're prejudging, what representations you're setting up. As you take in the world, as you take in ideas, as you take in stuff that's happening. There you go. There you go. As you take in stuff that's happening.
I got the fucking hardcover. Sorry, continue.
As you take in the world, like there's ways you can do it. The way you're talking about is the guarded, preconditioned, platonic representational way, where we're sorting and we're looking for the hierarchical path back up towards the truth. Oh, we're down here. And this is my comment about the sophist and the philosopher, maybe was a little bit different than how you took it. The anger about the sophist and the philosopher as it goes works the other way. Instead of trying to go, hey, which is the true philosopher, the true king of thought, instead take what is being said as it's being said, instead of trying to decide whether or not something is preconditionally, eternally true, as if there's an ideal placement of it. This shift and your awareness of where you're placing representations, your awareness of where you're creating superstructures that you're forcing the real world into. This is how you can actually take in everything and throw out the garbage as you do.
By the way, guys, if I get $50 more in super chats, I'm going to do FromSoft Game Review choosing tomorrow.
You actually gave me fucking, this is going to be my next video.
Good.
I've been working on one in Desire, but the simulacra concept, because I've been trying to figure out how to use the Not Dave footage. And a few of you know what that is. Not everyone knows what it is. You will. It's an enjoyable video, but the idea of like what it means to actually have experienced a thing or seen a thing, or was it a true this or that? It's a difficult thing to get across. It's a worthwhile conversation, I think. Yeah, this was good. Thank you, Sunday.
This is very good. Thank you. Someone's encouraged me to watch this because apparently it gets funny in parts. Apparently, NotSoErudite is having a very bad time, and she is explaining a lot of weird stuff. Let's see if there's anything funny here.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome to the new setup. I know it's been a really long time, but I wanted to basically fill you guys in. The point of this video is
What is this edit? Oh my god.
Update you guys on what I've been doing the last year. I basically haven't consistently streamed really at all since September of 2023. That's when basically I picked up my life within a week and moved to America and began pursuing immigration and starting this like new business with Steven and stuff. Because of that, my life for the past year has really been
No passport. Interesting.
incredibly unstable. My living situation has been, I wouldn't say unstable, more like unpredictable, which has led to just a
Those are synonyms.
lot of issues as far as like knowing when to set up a studio, because it takes a lot of work to like build this space. At least for me, I know some people are really fast at it. I am not. I'm very picky.
By the way, you know who's not on this ship? I see Kyla, I see Destiny, and I don't see Kyla's husband anywhere. Just saying.
And starting this like new business with Steven and stuff. Because of that, my life for the past year has really been incredibly unstable. My living situation has been, I wouldn't say unstable, more like unpredictable, which has led to just a lot of issues as far as like knowing when to set up a studio, because it takes a lot of work to like build this space. At least for me, I know some people are really fast at it. I am not. I'm very picky. I come to conclusions decently slowly, and I think especially you've probably seen when I make knee-jerk reactionary conclusions, they tend to be not my best thought, not my best thinking demonstrated, whereas when I'm slower and more methodical, I tend to just come up with better conclusions, and I think I just in general process a lot better when I have a bit of time. So what have I been up to in the last year? Well, for those of you who've been like complete—
Oh, that poor girl. She not to be like that, but I've got less skin on my scalp.
What have I been up to in the last year? Well, for those of you who've been like completely disconnected from my channel, Brianna Wu invited me to come speak to Ro Khanna in early
I think she's really fucking stressed. I feel bad for her, genuinely.
October of 2023, and it was right around the time when Nick and I were looking at moving to Florida anyways to pursue the podcast with Steven in person, as well as just being in America to also—
Kyla's not a bad-looking woman. People riff on her for her looks and whatnot. She's fine-looking, but like stress will wreck you.
go on Fresh and Fit more often, which never actually worked out. Not on their fault, on mine. And just to go on podcasts more often. That was the original plan. So then when Brianna Wu invited me to come and talk to Ro Khanna, I was
oh
like—
God, that photo. Why? That is a mean-spirited picture. Why that one? Why that picture of Brianna? That's horrifying. It's like that. Like, why? Ugh.
Invited me to come and talk to Ro Khanna. I was like, you know what? I've got a week, but I should do it. So I basically packed up my PC, my laptop, mic system, like a big bag of clothes, and I basically drove across America. For the first little bit, slept in my car so that I could flip everything up on its side and there'd be like this narrow passageway in the back of my SUV crossover. It's not quite an SUV, but it's a hatchback that's a little bit enlarged. And I would roll a camper mat out and a sleeping bag, and I'd tuck myself into my car, put on a sleeping mat.
You're the co-founder of her podcast is a millionaire, and he has her sleeping in a car on the way to the studio.
And sleep in my car in like parks and stuff. I did not sleep very well, just because I was like constantly nervous of just like people walking up to the car. I was alone. I arrive in DC.
Where's your husband?
Luckily, I have a hotel. I get to sleep. I get very little sleep though. It was like 2 days from, no, I think it was 3 days from Redwater, Alberta. That's where I used to be. Doxed now.
More evidence that Destiny sucks. Well, it's evidence that Destiny's white trash, bluntly. Miserly with his money. Even when he's rich, he's hoarding it for himself. No magnanimity. None of the things that people associate positively with wealth, the few things that people still do. It's just freaking gross. It's like Epstein with no money.
Then I stayed with a friend in Chicago for a night, and then I went directly from Chicago to DC. We did the whole Ro Khanna thing. That's when basically I think I got more on progressive victories. There was originally a plan in DC. There was the panel, I'm sure you guys saw, with Emma Vigeland, Vosh, Destiny, talking about basically how to unite the left and how to motivate people. And I was supposed to be on the panel hosting the conversation. I built up all the questions. I was approved to go on. And the reason I was there is because Brianna got sick that morning. And then literally last minute, 2 staff members, I won't name names or anything like that because I'm the streamer and they don't have a voice necessarily, pulled me off and were like, you can't go up there. And the reason was because there was a whole bunch. There's probably like 5 really loud, angry, like Demon Mama-esque fans that felt some way about Destiny being involved at all, and they were worried that if I went up, it would look like PV.
Oh yeah, it's the Demon Mama pull. That's what happened. That's it. Demon Mama pulled some strings.
he was biased towards Destiny because I'm friends with Destiny and I was the one moderating the panel. So they thought it would like look more biased. What ended up happening is they all went up. Everyone was expecting me to be there, including the speakers. And then there was just like Destiny, a seat, and then
oh my god, she's inserted herself into this. It's like the Last Supper. Hang on, wait, I need to do a thing, okay? Hang on. There we go. Loser. Alright, that's stupid. Never mind. As we were.
Sam, who was moderating in my place, Vosh, and Emma. So it was like the worst of all worlds. It was terrible. It was really awkward. I walked in like midway through and like my face was on the poster behind like to be moderating, and I was just like, anyways, in fairness, the people apologized since then for the call. It was the worst call ever. And somehow after that, I was like, you know what? I believe in PV anyways. And I decided to start working with PV specifically because they expressed a strong interest in working with DGG. And I wanted to kind of be there to somewhat advocate for DGG, but also advocate for like what in general that atmosphere of kind of left-leaning liberal speakers and thinkers would want.
You know what they really want? They want videos of their staff in flagrante delicto with Destiny. That's what they really want. They want that stuff leaking around without their consent. They definitely want that. That's so good. So good for the Democrats, really. That's really the one thing they've been missing.
An organization. And I saw a lot of potential in the organization. So at that point, I was offered an actual job doing event planning. Yeah, it just was this really awesome situation where basically I had a more steady income while I was working on building stuff up here. And
this is, once again, it's like one of the most perverse and stupid things about progressive victory. So responsible use of funds would be you raise money using streamers to give money to PACs that do advertising. PV took money from donors and gave it to streamers. It's like, and there's only two possible outcomes of this. One, you're giving it to streamers who are successful with money, in which case the money makes no difference. Or two, you're giving it to unsuccessful streamers, in which case the money is being burned. It was actually just a waste. And the only reason I can see for why this organization even exists is because Sam, the person who runs it, has no skill or talents or abilities, but really wants to be important. And this is his ticket. He's a lifetime college politics guy, and this is it for him. This is it. So if he can make money doing this, whew, great. But that's all he's got.
The original plan was that when I got here, this house that I'm in is, my friend owns a number of rental properties, and this is one of the rental properties that he was renovating. And he was really kind, basically offered for us to move into this house when it was finished renovating. And because Nick has a really good eye for aesthetic, especially, he was like, you guys can have a fair bit of say on like what the house looks like. The contractors promised that the house would be done in November. The permits didn't ever get pulled properly, despite us telling the contractor from my friend's house that we were staying like with him at his house. And that obviously wasn't going to happen. So he had a house to stay in for like a year.
And it was really small, and followed by a segment entitled Maggots with Wings.
Yeah, basically like minimal cost. Like I covered utilities and that was it. And it was amazing. The problem is that the house is pretty old, and there's a really big problem with termites in the house. And to be clear,
called it termites.
My friend pays like bi-weekly Terminix stuff, but apparently the termites that are there are like pretty much impossible to get rid of. You can only like manage them unless you like fully incubate the whole house, and we had nowhere to go, so that was not really an option. And it's like 20 grand, and we're like, you don't need to spend 20 grand for us. Like it's fine, we'll just put up with the term.
Why would you say no to putting up 20 grand? It's a rental property that he owns. He's going to do it for somebody. Why not for you? Like, you think it's going to be easy to rent that place out with termites infesting it?
Termites. So we started living in that house. It was like 2-bedroom, But the entire time, the contractors would keep saying, like, next month you'll be moving in, next month. And so it was like January, and they're like, don't worry, February 20th was the day we were given. And then it was like March 6th, and it just kept getting bumped and bumped and bumped. And so this whole time I'm like, I could spend the money that I need to like set up a studio in the termite house, but I really don't like it. The room that I was in was pretty unideal. I'd have to do a lot of like, I'd need to put like rugs and stuff up. It was just a really open, large, like echoey room. And so I would need to do a fair bit of work, and the lighting in that room was horrible. So I'd have to do a lot to set up to just make it look kind of aesthetic and soundproofed, basically. And because they kept saying it'll happen next month, I was like, I'm just not going to put in the money. We're going to wait, and we'll get it next month. And the whole time that we're living in Termite House, you need to remember all of our stuff is
I'm not complaining, but I'm calling it Termite House.
Still in Canada. When you're coming on like traveler's visa, unsurprisingly, they don't love you
Traveler's visa. Traveler's visa. But she said she was starting a business in the US.
traveling in the States. If you like bring a U-Haul with like a bed and like housing furniture, it makes them believe you're not just traveling, which is fair. So we were living for a while because there's a number of things. Number one, our immigration was promised to be done by February. It was not. Number two, we thought the house we'd be moving into, this house would be done by February, then March. It was not. So we can't ship our stuff from Canada until I have a visa number. That's what's going to be required to ship our stuff. So the whole time we keep thinking immigration, it's going to happen anytime soon. We don't want to have to buy like a whole new wardrobe and a whole
Yeah, my understanding was that you need a special visa in order to invest money into a company. But even just to work for a company, you need a special visa for that, right? Like it's not like a tourist visa, like it's a special working visa. And there's a reason for this. It's so that people can't ship in people from out of country as tourists and then exploit them as cheap labor. So was she doing this illegally?
New house. So for probably 5 months, we're living off of paper plates and plastic forks and like 2 pans that our friend borrowed us until finally we're like,
I wonder
okay,
how much Destiny's paying Erudite. Is he paying Erudite? It depends on a couple of things. I don't know the back end details, so it would depend. But was Bridges illegal? Is Bridges illegal?
this is like nightmare fuel. Like this doesn't work. So we bought like a couple plates, like 2 bowls, a cutlery set, and like 1 extra pan. But again, we have like a really nice kitchen set at home. Like we're waiting to bring our stuff from Canada. Needless to
And if it was illegal, why is she making this video? Well, because she's not so erudite.
basically say the house that we're supposed to be moving into, we only got into in October of this year. So it was like a whole year delayed in getting into it. Whole bunch of problems. There's still problems. 10 out of 10. Would never recommend working with the contractors that we worked with. They are genuinely terrible, lazy pieces of crap who are unquestionably skyrocketing the prices to take advantage of my friend. I'm like, they're the worst, literally the worst. And Sulak, you know what? You can decide if I should keep that in there. Okay, you're gonna be my final wall of defense. We still have problems like the lights, just all the wiring. We paid for like the highest end wiring so that we knew that with all the electronics and stuff that we have, that we would just be Gucci, except whoever like installed the actual like
I'm still running with the landlord being Dan. That'd be funny. That's possible. Dan is a landlord, but
light plugs. This is what I've been told by
I don't know if he's particularly attentive to managing his properties. It seems like the only thing I've heard of him dealing with them is getting rid of tenants he didn't want staying. Because he's a slumlord, apparently.
Electrician. Somebody in the comments tell me if this is wrong, but if we have too many lights on or power, especially if I put the blow dryer in the bathroom upstairs, everything in the house will flicker a little bit, which is crazy because we have like high grade wiring throughout the entire house. And it's just, an electrician was basically like, the wiring's pretty good. There's nothing like specific. It's
Is it starting to fit actually? Yeah, kind of.
probably just like a kind of a mid to crappy job. There's probably a couple of errors, but to fix it, we'd have to like potentially like go through all of the wiring in your house, which we don't we can't afford to do that because that would be like 30 grand plus then you'd have to fix the walls. Anyways, nightmare situation. But we still love the house, just to be clear.
We still love the termite house, even though it has shitty wiring and it's unfinished, and the landlord's sticking with contractors who, for some reason, are not finishing the job. Now, we don't actually have details on this. Do we know if it's the landlord being hesitant to pay a sufficient price to get the job done on time, or for materials, or whatever? Like, I don't know. All I know is Kyla definitely doesn't know.
We love the house. It's just the contractors are garbage. And so the whole year was...
Yeah, those contractors.
The house was fighting with the contractors.
The house was fighting with... Not the landlord, the house was fighting with the contractors. Oh, those damn American monster houses.
But when you fight with contractors who are actively working on your project and have taken your money, you don't want to be a caustic asshole and have them fuck you over. So you need to like fight with them in like sneaky, smart ways so that
It's not how that works, actually.
they like you enough that they'll keep...
See, here's how it actually works. The contractors have a staff to pay. And you can take them to small claims court if they don't deliver on whatever. And if they don't get paid, and they don't continue to get paid, they can't pay their staff, and the business falls apart. Doesn't really work that way. That's odd. It doesn't really work that way. It's a pain to switch contractors, but generally, if a contractor doesn't deliver for an extended period of time, you find other contractors.
keep doing the work that you need them to do and not like fuck you over in some way that you don't know. Especially in Florida, where it seems like it is really hard to hold any professional accountable for.
She's only paying utilities, basically living for free, and is broke. Apparently, she shouldn't complain about these costs. Well, that's something else, too. She's saying she's not complaining, but she's living for free, of her own volition. She doesn't have to live for free, and she's, for some reason, elaborating for an extended period of time in this video about how horrible the housing was. Like, that's complaining.
For their crappy work. So that was like one thing going on.
Termites are gross, sorry. I don't know why on earth you would be quiet about the termites, except you don't understand life and you're afraid of this person kicking you out if you seem ungrateful. But you really are ungrateful because you're shaming them now for it. But they need to get rid of those termites either way. That affects the value of the place they're trying to rent out or sell or whatever. I don't know why on earth you would think, oh, it'll be cheaper for them to let the termites fester. Like, what? What?
For us was just like, didn't really have a home. The house we were living in was kind of termite infested. So we would like wake up and my desk would be like covered in like these like little brown speckles, which is basically like termite.
That's BS. Housing is a human right. Housing for foreigners who are moving countries for personal profit is not a human right. That's silly.
It's mostly wood, but it's gross. At nighttime in the fall and spring, they'd have these little breeders come up and they'd fly through the house, and they're just like these like maggots with wings. They're horrible, and they'd like hit your mirror, and then they'd like
everywhere I look I see his face
fall and like wiggle around. So like we would literally turn off the lights and like hide in our bedroom. Yeah, it was awful. Hated that house, but again, blessed to have it. Just to be very clear, still very blessed to have had it. Yeah,
still very blessed to have the badly wired maggot house.
Generosity of my friend has been like incredible. That's what was going on with the house. We had like this, not unstable, because we had like a perfectly normal house to live in, but it was hard to know if I wanted to invest the money to like build up the studio and make it look okayish to stream from, because we just kept on thinking next month we'll be in the new house. And obviously this house is much more beautiful. We had a lot to say. We've got like black walls, white floor, white ceiling. We were at this point having to buy furniture because it's been like 6 months with no furniture. So we were buying furniture in the colors that we wanted. And so that was one major thing kind of driving a delay in streaming and just kind of like making creative work in general really difficult. Immigration. When I called the immigration lawyer, they were like super high review, 800 reviews, like 4.9 stars. I was like, perfect. I wanted to work with the best immigration lawyer because I knew that I had a bit of a weird situation. Got connected, and basically when I first talked to them in October, so this is like a week after I've arrived in America, I'm like, this is my plan. I'm gonna like be on a visitor visa, do like podcast stuff and YouTube, and I'm gonna make money through my YouTube while I do like podcasts and stuff in the area. How do I immigrate while I'm here for the 6 months that I can be here? And we came up with this plan. It's called an E2 investor visa, basically because I was starting a business with Steven for bridges.
Okay.
I could use that as basically a sponsor business of me. If I own 50% of that business, basically I'm considered an investor and I can come into the country and work for 5 years. So I'm not an immigrant, I'm a non-immigrant working visa. Plan made. And so basically they're like, however, this is what the lawyer told me. We can't even start on this process until you've been in the country for 90 days. So the next 90 days, just like chill, hang out, start working on building up your company a little bit and call me. 90 days was like end of December. She's like,
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Now, when they say investing in a company, I don't know what that means. Does that mean 50% of any old company? Because that strikes me as unlikely. Or does that mean 50% of a company, for example, if such were amount to a very, very large amount of money, right? General qualifications of a treaty investor. Let's see. Be from a treaty country, have invested or be actively in the process of investing a substantial amount of capital in a bona fide enterprise in the United States. What does that mean? A substantial amount of capital is substantial in relationship to the total cost of either purchasing an established enterprise or establishing a new one. Sufficient to ensure the treaty investor's financial commitment to the successful operation of the enterprise. Of a magnitude to support the likelihood that the treaty investor will successfully develop and direct the enterprise. The lower the cost of the enterprise, the higher, proportionately, the investment must be to be considered substantial. The investment enterprise may not be marginal. A marginal enterprise is one that does not have the present or future capacity to generate more than enough income to provide a minimal living for the treaty investor and his or her family. Depending on the facts, a new enterprise might not be considered marginal, even if it lacks the current capacity to generate such income. In such cases, however, the enterprise should have the capacity to generate such income within 5 years from the date that the treaty investor's E2 classification begins. So it's possible. It's possible. It's conceivable. That's conceivable. Is she an illegal immigrant? No, but bridges might be operating illegally. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what she says.
Early January, and we'll start making a plan. It should take about 2 weeks to finish your application. We'll send it in, and you should have your immigration done by like 2 months after that. And I was like, that seems really fast and crazy.
She absolutely doesn't fit with this. Otherwise, Mexicans would stay there just doing podcasts. That's why I'm perplexed by this, because like this seems strange. The amount of investment that you need for bridges is exceedingly small. You're talking a couple computers, a couple cameras, some lighting, in an office. And we remember the first Bridges episodes. They didn't have that. So like, I don't know how she qualifies for this.
But okay.
Like this must be such a negligibly small business as an investment. I just don't understand it.
Hindsight. Get a second opinion. That was crazy talk. Also, the 90-day stuff, not real. Afterwards, I talked to them about it when I was like, hey, you guys told me to wait 90 days before I started anything. They just were like, oh, we don't remember saying that. I'm like, okay, well, I do, because I have it in my notes. I wrote it down and followed your prescription of what I needed to do. So anyways, when you're immigrating and you're looking for lawyers, get a second opinion. Always. Just always. And check what the first person said to you against the second person. And if there's a discrepancy, get it.
I'm going to remind you, by the way, her co-investor is a millionaire. Like, why is she floundering about this? Like, this would be trivial to do unless she's actually a parasite. Destiny recognizes her as a parasite, and she's not being allowed in by his grace. She has to grind to be let in the door.
Go forward with selecting a law firm. I will not name the law firm that I worked with. 90 days goes by. I give them a little call, and I'm like, okay, let's get started. And they're like, okay, so we need this, and this from your business. And I was like, I don't have any of those things.
Then you don't qualify. What? You haven't invested in the business, Kyla. There's no record of you doing this. Otherwise, you'd have these things. It's not a business. It doesn't exist. What you have is my millionaire friend invited me to the States to do a sit-in podcast with him, and I went along with it and just figured because he's a millionaire, everything would just fall into place.
And they're like, why not? I was like, because you told me that I couldn't do anything for 90 days. And they're like,
No, they where would the 90 days come from? I'm trying, like, I'm let's assume for argument's sake, she's not misremembering. She doesn't misunderstand that. What does the 90 days mean? What would that, is there anything else that has a 90-day wait period? Like, a part of me's wondering if, she had the lesser visa, the not work visa. And, you can't just get that and then upgrade your visa within whatever. I have no idea what she's talking about. I've never heard of this either, but given that she didn't have her paperwork ready, she doesn't seem to understand how any of this works. I'm going to assume she misheard. Like, here's a possibility. They say, hey, we're not going to be able to process you for 90 days because we got a backlog. Maybe? I don't know. Possibly.
Like, oh no, you couldn't begin the immigration application for 90 days, but you could be doing all of your business pre-set up. And I was like,
yeah. In fact, I would actually assume, before you'd even approach the immigration office or an immigration lawyer, that you would already be doing the business setup, because the condition of you getting that visa is that you've invested substantially in a business that exists. If you haven't even done that, then the premise of you getting the visa doesn't exist either. Yeah, she thought she would set the business up after immigration. No, the business has to exist, and you have to be able to argue successfully that it will be self-sustaining within 5 years. It'll pay for you to stay there within 5 years. So you are not a burden on the state.
you pretty explicitly told me nothing. So I have been waiting this entire time. Like,
she was waiting this entire time, not talking to anyone, just, oh, I guess it'll all just sort itself out in 90 days. We'll just do a podcast twice a month and it'll be hunky-dory.
At this point, I didn't have an LLC formed because I was told to just wait for 90 days. And then because I even asked them, I was like, should I be starting like business stuff?
Why doesn't Destiny have the LLC formed and you can invest in it? You said you're a co-founder. Have Destiny start the LLC, invest in the LLC, and then go to the immigration lawyer with that paperwork. Boom. No one's going to stop you from investing in an American company. This is white trash like myself, who is trying very, very, very hard to make money with not great credentials, very little in the way of personal accomplishments, and she's floundering because she doesn't know how the world works, because she's been sheltered in the specific way that people from a low-income background are. And I have nothing but empathy for her here, genuinely. Like, fun to laugh at, but I know this feel. I know this feel. Where it gets funny is that she's also just a colossal bitch to people. And she plays as like a smart expert person and lies to people about whatever to make herself seem like an expert. And she can barely navigate adult life, which I think is kind of wonderful, but I still feel bad for her. I am a nuanced and multifaceted and complex person, okay? I hate and love my enemies at once.
Should I be like incorporating and stuff? And like, no, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Give yourself like the 90 days to really figure out like what you want to do with the business. We'll figure it all out then. So that's what we did. We kind of like figured it out, which is good.
Except Steven, that guy.
Because in many ways the show shifted a little bit and like what we were originally going to do in the direction and stuff. And so by the time I call them, I actually have a pretty good idea of what we want to be doing as a business. I'm ready to go. And they're like, oh, well, you need to get licensed and you need to incorporate as an LLC, which takes like 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, well, what about this? What if what they told you was not wait 90 days and then come talk to us for no reason? What if what they told you is, hey, look, you don't have an LLC yet. You don't have a business to invest in. Getting that registered and whatnot is going to take a few weeks, maybe up to 90 days, if that's indeed the number they floated. Go deal with that and then come back and talk to us. Maybe, possibly.
Minimum. And I was like, that's not good. And they're like, yeah, if you call them, they will expedite your LLC incorporation. And so I call them, like,
no, we don't do that.
Please never do that again, Kyla.
That's not a thing. You can't, like, no. We get to it when we get to it. There is, like, no expediting. I imagine if you have some nepotistic connection, there's a way you could expedite. But basically, I called, like, 4 times. And every single person I talked to at the Sun Biz Incorporation, whatever, was like, yeah, no.
A foreigner can't do it. Was Steven hesitant to co-found the company? Is that what's going on? Like, I wonder I wonder, because this all sounds like Steven's just uninvolved. So far, I've seen no evidence of Destiny having any involvement in this process. Anywhere from making sure his co-host is housed, has travel expenses, like, help assisted with, even is able to, like, make the studio. The early Bridges episodes were like a table in a room with some cheap printout sheets on the walls. It was sad. And if she's getting no funding for this, if she's just like, then stuff starts to make sense. Because now she's coming into this with my budget.
This doesn't happen. So problem one, that's going to take 4 weeks. I also need to apparently have an LLC, have a bank account set up, have the bank account running for a few months so it shows that the business is like live and successful. And then I need to invest, I won't say how much, but a certain large quantity of money into the bank account of the business. And I was like, great, that also would have been
A certain large quantity of money. Not a percentage. A certain large quantity of money.
good to know in October when I called you. So that takes a while to figure out. I've got to sell off a number of assets, do a number of things. I need to wire the money over, but at this point my debit card had been lost or stolen.
Yeah, see,
I can't remember.
what I'm wondering is if, what I'm also wondering is if it's possible there's some kind of conflict between having a guest visa or a visitor's visa or whatever, and then starting a company with that, or trying to co-found a company with that. Because I can see that causing problems potentially.
Which it was, but I didn't have it. And to get a replaced debit card for a Canadian is a nightmare when you're not in Canada because they don't want to ever ship it out. And I basically
Wiring money through, I don't think she knows what wiring money means.
was on the phone with TD Bank for like probably 4 days, talking to just levels of escalation of like investigators and everything, until finally I just met like a pretty high up supervisor who felt really bad for me. And she was like, I got you. I'm going to take care of
Wiring money is transferring money from bank to bank. You don't do it with a bank card.
this. We're going to ship it to you. I'm going to send you a form to basically like waive our liability that if we mail your debit card and it goes to the wrong location, like we're not responsible. Signed all that shit. Got my debit card so that I could do all the money exchanges like online. Once I have the debit card, it turns out it's still not great. I still have to go home and wire stuff. And now at this point, I've been in the country
Why would you have to go home for that? I'm confused. Why would you have to go home to... that doesn't make any sense.
for 6 months. Plan was to apply for an extension. Basically, you apply.
I think I remember, because I remember this was a thing on the Destiny subreddit. And they were talking about, like, is Bridge starting yet? When's Bridge starting? And it just wasn't happening for, like, months and months and months, a very long time. But, like, you can see the old studio here. Like, it's rough. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not well lit. This framing is terrible. Although I do like that we get a nice, clear shot of Destiny's genocide patch over here. Just right there. Beautiful. Just how it drips. Just how the maggot flesh just kind of drips off his face. Bellissimo.
Apply for an extension. It takes a really long time, and it gives you several extra months to basically maintain your visitor visa. So I'm filling out the information that my lawyer asked for the extension, and I noticed that an issue where I'm like, it says that I came into the country in October, which is correct, but it's saying that I have to leave by 2022. It was my I-94, and I was like, this seems wrong. But that was my most recent I-94 that you get on like the government website. My lawyer calls me in a panic and goes, that was the wrong I-94. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, that isn't the correct I-94. And I was like, that's I-94 I sent you like 3 months ago. And the one that you told me to find, and that's what you told me to get. And he's like, yeah, I didn't check the dates. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, I'm going to look into your last port, but I'm pretty sure you've got to leave the country today.
Oh my god. NotSoErudite is an illegal immigrant. Beautiful. Wonderful. Someone find me a NotSoErudite debate on immigration, please. It'll be the cherry on top today. All right?
Because you might be overstaying your visit. And I was like, great. My mom had literally just arrived for Easter. And the next day I was like, well, we got.
Can you imagine if NotSoErudite gets deported by Trump? Look, broken clock. Okay?
fly home. So I fly to Montana. My
No
dad
person is illegal? Counter argument.
very kindly drives across Montana, picks us up, drives us across the border.
Yeah, exactly. Destiny's like, what do you mean I'm currying favor with the right wing? Some of my best friends are illegal immigrants.
We get home and
No, we don't want her back. Don't worry. Conservatives are coming into power here too.
my lawyer advises me stay in Canada for like a month.
We'll play ping pong.
So pros of this, there's a bunch of wire money transferring that has been a nightmare to do for my Canadian to my American account, to my American business account, that now that I'm home in Canada, I can just go right in and do. So I go into the bank, I wire transfer the very large amount of money directly to my business account in America. So check, one of the biggest things for my immigration done. Pros, I got to see my...
Let's see. That's for temporary workers. That's temporary immigration status. I see. So even then it's temporary residence. So, okay, here's the thing. So to immigrate and become, I would assume, an American citizen, you need to invest somewhere to the tune of about $1 million, okay? Now, for an E2 treaty investor, I don't know what that number actually looks like, or if it's in that range. Like in Kyla's case, I don't know what the investment money was. Like, I don't know, like, given the fact that she's being forced to live in a maggot house, my inclination is to think she doesn't have $500,000 in the bank. My guess is the funds required here are probably below six figures. Maybe 20,000, 50,000, maybe? I don't know. It can be less than 1 million. Yeah, but for a green card, it's like 800,000, between 800 and 1 million. And apparently you need to, like, create at least 10 full-time positions. She's definitely not doing this. So that's for a green card. For her, for a temporary visa, I would imagine it's less, but it might not be. It might not be. Like, maybe she has more money than I think.
Parents and family cons. My family's not doing super well right now. It's very stressful. I was away from Nick for a month because he had come a lot later than me, so he was still good to stay, and that our dog was down there at this point. Like, we couldn't
The money is variable, but for an E2, you need to ensure the business can be sustained and sustain you. Well, that could be very little money then, right? I don't know.
Up and leave. And while I'm there, I at least have like this focus time, and I just finish like everything and anything to do with the immigration application. I get a whole bunch of ducks in rows. I finish some of the schooling stuff that I needed to get like cleared up and out of the way. I just get like, basically I just...
Oh, that's true, actually. That's true. Sunday, if she were living in Medicine Hat, maybe the podcast would sustain her, but she's living in Miami, Florida. Is she in Miami? I thought she was living hours away from the podcast. Oh, that might actually explain that. Because apparently she was forced to drive for long periods of time in order to get to the podcast for the episodes. I wonder if she was living away from the studio, not because she couldn't afford more expenses, but because that brought down the amount the podcast would have to be bringing in to justify her E2.
Power through and get a bunch of work done in the month that I'm away. And so in April, like 6th or 7th, like right early, as soon as I get there, I send my lawyer everything, and I'm like, application done, good to go. Please send
she was driving like 2 hours to get to the podcast studio. So yeah, so that would explain why she's not living like nearer to the studio.
Off so I can apply for immigration. And he's like, bet. We get to the end of the month of April. I'm like, hey, just checking in. You haven't really gotten back to me. I'm assuming you've sent my immigration papers. And then my lawyer gets back to me. He's like, sorry, I didn't actually check over anything. Let me check it over now. I'm like, it's been a month, motherfucker.
Yeah, but they probably are backlogged. You're probably low priority because you probably aren't giving them a lot of money or are bringing in a lot of money. And they probably assumed that you weren't this incompetent. They probably assumed this is a big deal. You're probably making sure your ducks are in a row because you're talking about a lot of money. You're talking about a lot of risk. You would do that.
Like, hello. He checks it over and he's like, actually, I need these documents.
And you probably went to a cheap lawyer.
They're in there. And then I screen cap the documents that he's looking for. And he's like, oh, I actually want a couple more of these and these. So I find a couple of extra documents and put those in there too. And we're like going back and forth. He keeps asking for things. And I'm like, I already have this. And he's like, no, you don't because of such and such. And I'm like, why didn't you include this in the original list that you gave me? I did everything on your original list. So just include that. So anyways, we're going back and forth. He tells me I can go back to America in like June, in May. I go back to America in May. Still hasn't filed the paperwork, by the way. And then I'm like emailing him, being like, I've done everything. And he's like, yeah, we've done everything. We're going to send it off right away. And I'm like, can you send it today? Like,
And at no point in all this time did you like seek a different lawyer? Really?
is there a button you have to hit? Like, what's the process here? Why am I paying you $8
How do you not know at this point?
grand? Like, please send it, please, God.
Although the irony of NotSoErudite being scammed is not lost on me.
And finally, in July, my paperwork gets filed. So just a massive delay for not.
Destiny always brags that Erudite is nice to have around because she is an adult. You have to understand, when Destiny says she's nice to have around because she's an adult, it's as opposed to the friends of his son he was eager to have over to run around his house while he streams.
Really any good reason. I probably should have just escalated to his like boss. I did once like include his boss in an email list, but the boss never responded, and he like had plausible like reasons as to like, he was like, I know it's taking a long time, but I have a lot of clients and you were delayed on getting me like this and this and this and this. So like, you know, he like kind of like was able to like shift the blame off of me, and I was like, well, I don't want to piss off my lawyer because I need my immigration paper file and I cannot afford to pay another $8 grand. And at this point, I'd also had to buy out my car for my immigration because I was leasing my car from them.
Okay. Brooks, if she can't afford another $8 grand, she ain't investing 6 figures into this company. Okay? That's not happening. Why? Because I'll tell you what she'd be doing if she had that kind of money. Anything else. She'd be investing in a house. She'd be investing in her own stream. She'd be investing in retirement. Or she's lying. True.
A Canadian leasing agency or whatever. So I had to drop like 12.
Oh, you know what else is crazy?
Like,
She's apparently been working with horses somewhere, which, you know, sounds like a cute job. I feel bad getting on her for this. But she was apparently working to support herself in the United States while this is all going down. Was she working illegally? Did she ever get a work visa?
there was just so many crazy expenses. I'd have to fly home. I still wasn't streaming, so I wasn't making that good of income. I was working full time with PV. Thank God. Trying to get bridges started.
Working full time with PV as what?
I'm having to miss a bunch of episodes because I'm in Canada, stuck. And so I'm just like, please send it. It's sent in July. We get notified finally in mid-August that paperwork had been received and was being processed, but the U.S. Embassy Consulate had fully restaffed and they needed 2 months to process any paperwork. It's supposed to take like 10. You're supposed to get an interview time 10 days after they receive your application. So they received my application August. I get an email early October being like, when do you want to come for your interview? And I was like, fuck. So I'm looking through the days of the interviews available. And I know that when you go, they take your passport and it's anywhere from 3 to 10, but they say like, assume on the higher side of 10, like 10 to 13 days before you get your passport back and you can come back to America officially immigrated. So I'm looking at the days that are available. And I think the soonest day was like October 20.
Political streamer, by the way. Your expert doesn't know that immigration is slow.
7th. And I'm like, that if we have the election night stream, November 6th, which is like a big deal for this studio. That's like the biggest event we've hosted. And I don't want to miss it. And I'm like, if I book my visa interview, because I have to go to Canada and Toronto for this, in end of October, if there's a chance, there's a small chance that I won't have my passport back in time and I'll miss the stream. And I'm like, I can't do that. So there's one day available, November 7th. So that's the day after the election stream. Or was it November 8th? No, it was November 8th because I knew that I needed to travel the next.
You know, it'd be really funny. Imagine somebody calls ICE on her. That'd be funny. That'd be really funny.
Day. So there's one day, November 8th, that's available. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. That way I can finish the election stream. It'll probably finish at like 2 to 4 a.m. Can sleep, get on a plane, and fly back to Toronto for like
We need some more white Canadian representation in American deportees.
5 hours on a flight. And then get in that afternoon, get time to kind of get settled. I booked a hotel for that night, and we'll go to the consulate the next morning.
Don't call ICE, guys. Don't do that. Don't be that.
And do our immigration stuff.
But still, it would be funny.
So we do all that, except our flight is delayed by like 4 hours. So instead of getting in at like 6, where we would have time to print off our paperwork because we hadn't printed it off yet, because we didn't want to like carry it all with us on the plane. We were just nervous of anything happening. So we wanted to make sure that when we were printing it, it was going to be like as close as possible. We're just going to go to Staples. We're going to get in at 6, except our flight was delayed by 4 hours. So we get in at 9:30 and Staples is closed, and our interview is at 8 a.m. the next morning, and Staples doesn't open until 8 a.m. But our visa appointment's at 8 a.m. So that's a conflict. So we stay out all night looking for a printer. Gotta say this, not a big fan of the people of Toronto. Yeah, we called everywhere. We went everywhere.
Not a big fan of the people of Toronto.
It's great. We went to homeless shelters being like, we will pay you $100 just so I can print paper. We bought our own we brought our own paper. We literally went into places with our own stack of paper being like, we'll pay you for the ink. Please just let us print off like 100 pages for our immigration. And they would say no. They all said no. Literally no one would help us. It was crazy, which is like, I've worked at a homeless shelter. I can't even imagine like just a nice person coming in needing to print, and you're like, nah. So anyways, we don't get our shit printed, and we're like panicking the next morning because we have our interview and we were told we need to have all of our paperwork printed and ready in person. So we get to the embassy at 7:15, and there's already like a line around the block, and we're like, oh, and we go up to this guard. And now, to be clear, Toronto people, not very nice. Gotta say, all of the Indian people in Toronto, you are proving immigration is a great thing, okay? They were genuinely always so fucking nice. So nice. We go up to this guard. We're like, hey, our interview's at this time, but we really need to print off. There's a Staples like a block away.
Me, not a racial essentialist. I've known some Indians here who are complete fucking dicks.
Obviously, they know where the U.S. Embassy is. It's a well-placed Staples. And we're like, is there any chance? Like, any chance that we'll have time to print this off? And the guy's like, every single person today has an 8 a.m. appointment. It's just because they want to make sure everyone comes as early as possible. There's no rush. Go print your stuff. Honestly, as long as you're back before like 1 p.m., you'll get in today. Don't worry about it. That would have been good to know. Thanks, lawyer. Thanks for informing us about that.
It's like when you have these like food blog channels. They'll go to different countries and they'll be like, the people here are so lovely. Everyone here is so nice. The country's at war. It's like, okay, sure, buddy. Yeah, I'm sure it feels nice for you experiencing this place as Oompa Loompa land. But just so you know, those people who are making food with their bare hands with no shelter just on the street side, they aren't being treated too nicely.
So, we go to Staples.
Sunday opinions on white people, why do you hate them? I don't hate them. We're just prone to every inflammatory disorder on Earth, and I think it's a damn shame. We need to mix as fast as possible to become coffee colored to get rid of the flakiness and the rashes and it's horrible. It's horrible. The Irish do not inflame because they drink. The Irish drink because they are inflamed.
We print everything off. We get our passport photos taken and brought in. We go in for the interview. Turns out we don't need any of that paperwork. We needed to print off proof that we had an appointment that day, which we have. Our application number, which is the front page of our application, and passport photos.
I'm really trying to picture this in my head. So you need to have 100 pages printed, and you save this for the night you land before your appointment, because you don't want to carry 100 pages. Why? 100 pages. It's like this. Why? Get a folder, print 100 pages, put it in the folder. What it sounds like is that you were lazy, didn't get a printer until the last minute, had to fly out and catch your plane, and then we're like, okay, guys, this is the plan all along. We were just actually being prudent. I'm just trying to understand all this 100 pages of what for what. Well, because probably she did a lot of bullshit that she now has to justify on an inappropriate visa or on an expired visa or something. Like, it sounds like she fucked up really big, really early, and now the lawyer is like, wait. It's because it seems like every single time she talks to the lawyer, the revelation is, wait, you didn't do this? Wait, you didn't even do this? Wait, no, you're kidding me. You didn't even do this? Okay, look. Technically, I had to submit final grades in yesterday, but because I like you and I recognize you've had a hard past, okay? I'm going to let you hand in your homework tomorrow, but it needs to be tomorrow, all of it. That's where we're at right now.
So we are holding this stack of 175 pages that I had prepped for this application, okay?
Sorry, 200 pages.
175 bank statements, proof of selling assets. We had silver that we had sold, so the invoice for that, invoices for services that had led to me having the savings and assets needed to invest the large amount of money, like all of the bank transfers, proof of contracts with staff, proof of contracts with content creators, photos of the studio, photos of our website, like just everything.
Yeah, immigration is famously kind of evil, but I was not printing 100 pages at once for the interview. That's because I think it wasn't just the interview. I think she fucked up really badly on the business side of things. I think there was something going on that was bad. Yeah, exactly. This is proof the money you made isn't illegal. Yeah.
175, a huge document that, in fairness, my lawyer wrote up that was great, that outlined like our entire business plan. We go to the interview. I'm nervous as balls because I've been told, like, this is a really intense interview. Do a good job. Do a good job. So I'm like, I'm standing up there. They wave my husband up because he's considered like an E2 spouse, so he's not the main one for the interview. And the guy that's interviewing me is getting trained. And there's like 3 people behind him, like evaluating my statements. And so I'm like so nervous. I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't say anything. Like,
President, I literally can't stop drinking Sunday. Today, maybe.
Lauren Chen is a Canadian who did foreign interference. What if they feel some sort of way about a Canadian doing like political podcasting? Like, like I'm freaking out, right? And it was so easy. They were like super chill. At one point, I saw the girl looking at my channel, and then she showed it to all of them, and they're like, ooh. And just so you know, NotSoErudite channel was like 50K subs, okay? I understand. Small potatoes, unless you're in Canada. Then you're like the most famous person they've ever met, which is crazy because now that I've met like...
That's true, by the way. It's weird.
Some of the most famous people on the internet, like Harley and Amaranth and like all these people, people treating me like I'm like...
Yeah, but guess what? Do you know who knows about Harley and Amaranth in the real world? Nobody. Nobody gives a shit. You're not famous anywhere. Just so you know. Just so you know. But I did run into someone on chess.com the other day. That was funny. They were watching me on one of my losing streaks.
Anyone noteworthy is wild to me because I'm just like so deeply insignificant. But they see my channel, they get kind of excited, they're asking a little bit about the channel, and I'm trying to play a little coy about the politics.
Because you don't know anything about politics. You're surprised that immigration is slow.
I don't know if I've got a Republican. Probably not. Because, like, what if I'm like, yeah, you know, I, like, definitely, you know, lean left and I, like, support, like, more left-leaning politics. I don't know if they're going to be, like, rejected. They're super chill.
Harley's Epic Mealtime. Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, Epic Mealtime, they probably know who he is. They know Epic Mealtime. Okay, that one's fair.
A couple of the episodes, they asked me a couple of questions. They want one thing. I have 175 documents that my lawyer told me I had to have prepped. I had gone through, I triple checked my list, okay? I had been extremely pedantic about this. And they're like, we need your marriage certificate to prove that you're married to Nicholas Turner.
Really? You don't have your marriage certificate. You're immigrating to the United States. Kyla, proof of marriage is one of the earliest functions of your passport documentation. It's one of the earliest things that immigration offices deal with. Why? Because they had to deal with Indian workers with multiple wives. And they didn't want lots of Indians living with them because the British were very racist. And so, it became a complicated game of proving who is your wife or who is your quote-unquote real wife if you only bring one. But the idea that you would attempt to immigrate to a country, not know its rules, and not have your marriage certificate ready is astonishing to me.
You know what was not on the list that I needed for this interview in person?
Sentience.
A fucking marriage certificate. They didn't even look at my stack of papers. They didn't even crack it open.
That's like obvious. You're immigrating with your husband, no? Anita gives her husband the right to work in the U.S. Really? Well, there you go. Like, how? How do you not assume that you would need a marriage certificate? Why would you not ask, hey, I notice there's no marriage certificate. Do I not need to bring that? I'll bring it anyways. Just bring everything. Have a big doc, all of your personal information. Birth certificates, bank statements, marriage certificates.
But they didn't need anything. They didn't care because it was all sent in electronically. Except for my fucking marriage certificate. So they're like, okay, you're approved, Kyla. You're completely approved. Take my passport. You should get your passport in like 3 to 10 days. Nicholas, you're approved pending we get the marriage certificate. They show me the website to send it to in the email. We go home. It's the first thing I do, obviously. Now we're done. Now we're just waiting. We get like an email saying that like our application has been processed. And then I think the next day we get an email letting us know as well that the Bridges has been approved as a E2 sponsor company or whatever. Great. So we're good to go. We're excited. And now we just have some time in Toronto to hang out and catch up on sleep because we'd had very little sleep in like the months leading up to the election and just like spend time, Nick and I, because to be honest, like leading up to the election, I was working between PV and Bridges and stuff. I was probably working 60 to 70 hours a week minimum. And the reality is like I just really had minimal time for Nick. When we were spending time together, I was just so tired that I don't think I was giving him like high quality time. And quality time is a really, really big thing for Nick specifically as like a love language. And so, you know, when we were like talking about it, I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I am really looking forward to Toronto because we'll just get to spend time together. We do have a couple good nights. We go to this really cool, it's called Jack on Fiddle. It's downtown Toronto, super good food. Nick and I have this like firm belief that strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. So we meet these people sitting near us because they bond. The waitress connects us because Nick loves fruity girl drinks. And the guy sitting across from us with his friend loves fruity girl drinks. And he's trying to convince his other friend.
Hey, my stay-at-home husband and I saw you across the bar.
Drink fruity girl drinks with him. They won't. Anyways, we end up all sitting together and eating and chatting. They're awesome. We're friends now. The one of them is probably going to come down and visit us at some point. So we just like make these friends. We go out. We go back to his house or his apartment in downtown Toronto. Get way too drunk, especially them. Oh my gosh, they were so drunk. And then the plan was basically we're going to go visit my aunt who lived just near Toronto for like the weekend. And then the plan was to come back into Toronto.
Which she doesn't like apparently because, you know, fuck those people from Toronto. We hate them.
And stay with possibly Dreg in the studio, maybe book like a Airbnb for like 4 to 5 days until we get our passport and then go home. We get to my aunt's house. We have dinner. We meet like the extended family. I meet she's technically my second cousin. I call her my niece because the age differences make more sense to use that language. She's like 8 and she's me. She is me. I've never met
That's not how nieces work.
my niece before. She's 8 years old. We are the same human being. She's so funny. She's so spicy. We were like memeing back and forth. We kept on just like she knows like all the internet memes to a scary degree. Like her favorite thing to chant is like big back, big back. And I'm like, I don't know if you even know what that means. Anyways, we bond super quickly. We make plans to hang out like the rest of the weekend.
I'll give you an example. Okay. Let's assume that I'm the youngest in my family. Okay. And the oldest has a kid before I'm born. My niece or nephew is therefore older than me. Boom.
And so she stays over. We get to hang out with her the whole weekend. It's a really great time. And then I get sick. So I start getting my neck is kind of sore and getting swollen. I'm like, oh, I
shit.
have a flu or
I caught it from this.
a cold. I don't know if you know, there's research on actually how cortisol during high stress. So there's a really common.
Yeah, called it. Hair loss. Poor girl. Although, Kyla, good news for you. Comes back. Get your stress under control. There's hope. Don't worry.
Phenomenon for students when they finish their exams, that they'll go through a drought of really intense sickness and flu when they weren't sick the entire semester. It's because when you're super high stress and high cortisol for a long time, when that thing happens, you finish your last final, your cortisol drops, stress is over, but also your immune system tanks with it.
Yeah, but here's the difference though, Kyla. Hang on, let's get a nice shot of your scalp there, okay, before we continue. Here's the difference. Those students that are getting sick from intense stress, they are getting sick attempting to make themselves useful to society and to become capable of holding down a job and producing so that the people around them benefit from their existence enough that they can afford to live, okay? And start a family, have a life, etc., etc. You are stressed because you are lazy and because you are a manipulative grifter who thought that everything would be taken care of because you are white and friends of the millionaire, and you broke immigration law in order to go do a podcast to no benefit to the American economy or to anyone's jobs in the country you're going to, and you couldn't even be fucked to print your paperwork or to know the rules. That's the difference. The difference is those students in university didn't deserve it.
Bounce down and have to bounce back up to your baseline of your immune system. So it's really, really common that when people go through high stress situations and then that high stress ends, you do a final, the election stream happens, and you pass your visa immigration meeting.
Yeah, it's higher
your
cortisol.
immune system often
Right
tanks,
from who?
and mine did. So I start getting sick, and I'm like, hey, I'm sick. Nick is sick as well. And we're like, you know what? My aunt is super chill. It's free. It's not much to do. We'll just
No Justice Raiders, welcome.
at my aunt's until we feel better. And then I just get more and more sick. At one point I wake up and my neck is completely swollen and my eyes are swelling shut.
Oh, I've had that. That's the worst.
And I'm like, I think I need to see a doctor. We go into Toronto to do an interview with Dreg because I told them I'd go on their podcast. And at this point, my face is swollen.
Is it a
and I was
hormone?
like, Nick, what if I look fat and swollen? And he's like, it's okay, wear a mask. Which I didn't end up wearing the mask for the interview. They said it was okay. But yeah, I end up really, really sick. And I go to the doctor, which was a headache because I had my Alberta healthcare number. That's the insurance number for basically the universal healthcare that I need to have my healthcare covered. And I had
Yeah,
it,
God, I feel so bad for her. She's actually thinning crazily. You can, that's rough. You can see right through. This is what I had. I'm not mocking her. I'm genuinely sympathetic. This is what I had for a little bit. When I had that period when all my hair went away, it's because I was just fuck that. Okay. You don't shave me, I shave me. But what basically happens is when you're under extreme stress, it can affect the growth cycle of your hair follicles so that they just stops. And what's happened is you haven't gone permanently bald, just in your cycle it's frozen. So eventually you get your stress under control and usually it comes back. So look, no thinning anymore, yay. Oh, you have no idea what a relief that was. But that's what this is. She's not having an easy time of it. It's the grifting has a cost. It's not just the grifting. I think she's desperately hustling for somebody else's millions based off of somebody else's career. Because fundamentally she's not self-sustaining. Nobody cares about Kyla by herself. She goes places because Destiny invites her places, because Destiny connects her with people, and because she's connected with Destiny. That's basically it. The pitiful thing about all these people around Destiny is that this can't last. When Destiny retires, and he will, or when these people age out of being in his preferred group, or when it stops being cool or fun, it's over. There's no sustainability here. What's Kyla gonna do? Nobody cares about her. That's the problem. She's uncharismatic. She doesn't know anything. She's toxic. And she's aging. And it's an unfortunate fact of the matter that if you're marketing yourself with the low-cut tops and whatnot, as the armpit streamer and things like that, if that's what you're going for, power to you if you can swing it, but that doesn't last forever. It's not good. Nobody cares about you Sunday, yes, but I'm pleased with this state of affairs. I hope nobody cares about me. You know what, having people care about you is the worst. You know what I want? I want to be able to make enough money so I can afford my place, my books, my food, my coffee, and my booze. That's what I'm in this for, okay? I'm in this so I can not get up at 8 a.m. in the morning and I can read. That's why I'm here. That's what it's always been about, okay? She's hustling.
For basically the universal health care that I need to have my health care covered. And I had it written down, but because I didn't have a physical card.
And the occasional date with the partner, no. Get a partner who has your interests. And the occasional dates with a partner happen by themselves. That's great.
Because Alberta doesn't really give out the cards anymore. And I haven't kept my card because I've been traveling so much. I just have it on my phone. No one would take me. They're like, these stupid receptionists were like, we need to scan it. And I was like, no, you don't. You can go to Netcare and put my name in there and my insurance number. And as long as the insurance number matches my name, I had
We went Christmas shopping yesterday. It's probably why I'm sick right now. We do lots of stuff together.
every other piece of ID possible. I didn't have my passport. I had my driver's ID. I had my birth certificate on my phone. I had my insurance card. I was like, please just let me see a doctor. And they just wouldn't let me see a doctor. So I tried like 6 different medical centers until finally one lady, I was just like, please. And she was like, well, I really need to scan the document. And I was like, no, you do not. I have my Netcare open on my phone. I can tell you everything about myself and all the last medications I've had since I was a baby because it's on my phone. You don't need it. Please, I need to see a doctor. And I pull my mask down and I'm like, look how swollen I am. My eyes are swelling shut.
Look, I'm really sick. There's a plague going on right now. It's in the news everywhere. It's destroyed the economy. Look how sick I am. Why would you do that? What is wrong with you? Why don't you have any of your documentation? Why do you not have any of this sorted out? Why don't you just let me tell you all my info that I remember instead of having my actual medical history in a document? Like, why? Or, how about this? Pay $100 to see a doctor. You're not there as charity. You're immigrating to start a business as a luxury. Sunday, why are you defending this ridiculous bureaucratic nightmare? I'm not defending it. At all. What I'm astonished by is why this person, who is not in the situation of a poor university student from a different country, struggling to get in, to be a productive member of society, we're talking about someone who is a toxic as hell, arrogant, political streamer, quote unquote, who lies about her credentials to assure people that she's an expert and you can just shut up and listen to what she says. Who wants to leave her country while insulting everybody who lives here, to go start a podcast with a millionaire who doesn't know basic facts of life and is now being a Karen because they are requiring of her the exact same documentation they would require of everyone else in the country.
Shut. Please let me see a doctor. And I sound like horrible at this point. And she's like, okay, fine. I see the doctor. He's like, yep, you got strep and bronchitis. Great. I get some antibiotics, start taking that. Takes a while. Start getting better. In the meanwhile, we're waiting for my passports. Where are our passports? Well, as luck have it, so the passports are taken by the U.S. Embassy. They're stamped with our visa, and then they're given to Canada Post, which is it's basically like a public sector. You guys have it here, right? Like United States Postal Service, USPS or whatever.
Damn.
I don't know, the one that's government funded. We have that. It's called Canada Post, and everyone hates it. And I completely hate it now. So the U.S. Embassy gives my passport to Canada Post, and Canada Post takes it to their central Toronto hub, and I go in downtown to pick it up so that I don't have to wait. I can pick it up within like a day. So my passport is released November 12th, stamped, released to Canada Post. Canada Post begins shipping it. November 14th, I am told it will arrive Friday, November 15th, at this location. I'm like, great. Friday, we go to that location and it's closed. And then we go to where it tells you to go to pick up parcels that are supposed to be delivered by Canada Post, which is the local shoppers. And it's just shopper staff running it. And they're like, yeah, there's a strike. And I was like, no fucking way. When did it start? And they're like, today. So the day that our passports were supposed to be delivered was the same day Canada Post went on strike, which is like, they're allowed to go on strike. I'm not like, it's just cosmic injustice. It's just crazy.
No, Kyla, that is cosmic justice. That is karma. That is the scales balancing in a tiny, 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 infinitesimal, undetectable way. It's up to you.
So we're like, is there any way to get our passports? And the shoppers staff were like, nah. So we spend the next 3 days calling everyone, trying to be like, is there a way to go back to America with a temporary passport? Is there a way to get our passports? Could we go to the location that it's kept at? I'm calling everyone. I'm getting like supervisors. I know, like,
and you gotta know, she's panicked. Okay? Destiny would not even go to Sweden when his wife was trapped there with for tax fraud. Bridges, the lowest performing podcast of the two that Destiny's running, both of which are basically identical. I mean, that's curtains, isn't it? That's basically just done.
all of the details, like where it was, at what time it got delivered to the Toronto depot, why it didn't get shipped out on the 15th. It wasn't actually precisely loaded in the truck. It was brought close to the truck, but not put into the truck. And then the truck closed and the strike started the next morning. So I know everything about my passport. The problem is I cannot get in there because when it's on strike, the union is obviously not working. And if the union workers aren't there, then the Canada Post closes its doors. There's no one going in and out. And the depot that my passport is at is by an airport that you basically can't get to as a civilian anyways. Not that like I could go rifling through the depot and be like, I gotta find my passport. That also wouldn't be allowed. I call the union. I call the union president. I call everyone. And everyone's just like, man, that's a tricky situation. So there was...
You called the union. Can you imagine that? Hey guys, look, I know you're on strike, but can you pretty please make some Canada Post workers get my passport for me? I'm important. Like what? What? Really? You called the union? Who calls the union? That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Yeah. Look, I know you guys are underpaid. I know, like but you know, fuck you guys. I need to get to America to do my podcast with the Dune Worm. Okay, it's my birthday.
There's one option that we were given, which we could potentially get a temporary passport. The issue is that, A, my lawyer told me do not do that because it will nullify your visa, which we had just gotten. Because as it was explained to me, the visa was attached to my passport number, which is crazy. And so I'm calling around. Finally, I'm like, you know what?
You know what's crazy is if you had your paperwork ready and you actually bothered to know the rules of immigrating to the United States from your country, you probably would have been there and settled already. This probably all would have been sorted, and you wouldn't have been caught up in little exigencies like strikes.
Call a conservative MP. We post on Reddit as well, and they recommend talking to a TSA officer because there is a temporary passport where you basically fill in a form saying, my passport isn't gone, it's just temporarily unavailable, but I'd still like to travel. So we call the MP to try to figure out the details of how to get this. They're incredibly helpful. They're the only helpful person the entire time. Gosh, the union was actual cancer. They started yelling at me. I'm like, we have rights.
Yes.
And I was like, bruh.
God, what a rancid, what a wretched, stupid creature she is. Union's on strike. But my passport. How can you people be so selfish? I need to go to America to podcast with Destiny, and you guys are holding me up. The conservative MP was so nice, and the meanie unions didn't give her special treatment.
They started yelling at me, being like, we have rights. And I was like, bruh, I'm not part of this fight. I just want my fucking passport.
Bruh, fuck your strike. I don't care if you guys can pay to live and feed your children and send them to school. I need my passport to go podcast with the worm dick sex pest in Florida. I'm not part of this fight. I'm fleeing. I am a traitor to my country. Fuck you guys. Kyla, unfortunately, you're right about one thing. Canada is saturated with cancer, and we are exporting it in the form of you. Truly, one of the greatest indictments of middle-class Canadian culture I've seen on here. Just what a wretched human being. What a worthless, stupid, embarrassing human being. What a rancid, self-serving, I must not slur, I must not slur.
I just want to go home. I don't even want my passport. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. This is why I missed multiple episodes again. And I'm sick throughout the whole process, so I'm grumpy.
And now you're balding.
And then one of the union workers whose jobs...
And I don't feel bad for you anymore.
...for the union is to let postal workers know the number of their local union rep. She's based in Montreal. And I'm asking for the Toronto union rep.
I'm very confused.
And she just is like, I don't know that number. And I was like, there's no way you don't know that number. That's your job. Give me the number. And she's like fighting me. She won't give it to me. And I'm like, I just keep on like Chris Fossing. I'm being like, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do this? What am I supposed to do? I think at one point I was like, I have a son at home who's sick and autistic or something. I was just like, please give me the info. Then finally, she begrudgingly under her breath gives me the number for the Toronto union rep and then goes, well, what's your number? And so I like, give her my number. She cuts me off midway through me giving her number. And she's like, okay, well, now you have it. Do you need anything else? And I was like, no, this is what I've been asking for the entire time for like 10 minutes. The union was dreadful. I am so opposed to public sector unions. I was before, like police unions and stuff.
God, she is wretched. She is wretched. They inconvenience me personally. So, fuck unions. I need to go stream with the sex pest with phimosis.
And now, fuck all of them. I hope Canada Post burns to the ground and their union. You know what? I hope the union gets violently rejected by the postal workers because they're awful. And they're also negotiating for insane shit that will destroy the company and lose all their jobs. So, I hate unions for public sectors now. It's official. Well, I already kind of did, but now it's like not just police. I'm like, yeah, probably all public sectors shouldn't have unions. That's a
She's a leech. Let's be real, Canada Post does suck. Canada Post does not suck because they're overpaying their workers, just to be clear. Just to be clear. What an absolute wretch. It is going to be a treat to watch her e-begging in a few years. Genuinely. There's no longevity to this. There's no longevity to this. There's no future in this.
Take for another day, though. So finally, we call the MP. We find out that we can get a temporary passport. We fill out
just to be clear, once again, her argument against unions is they inconvenienced her. Yeah, if you work for the public sector, fuck your living conditions, fuck your standards, your working conditions, fuck your ability to be able to pay for a basic standard of living. I need my passport to leave the country. That homeless shelter. They wouldn't even print off my immigration forms to leave. Like, I'm just imagine the entitlement here, because we're not just talking about this person being a Karen over the phone because she wants her package. Remember, this is all in the process of making it so that she is not contributing to Canada at all. Like, she is quite literally a cancer on both the United States and Canada at the same time. It's really wonderful, actually. It's amazing how useless a human being can make themselves if they try really hard.
This form, they give us the specific form that I need, all the info. They help me find the location I need to go to. We get all that info on Wednesday. Thursday, we go in, we get everything completed. The TSA agent that was working with us was fantastic. She was so helpful. She understood that we had like a weird situation. We get what's called a temporary passport that day, and we have a flight out Friday. But I had a community event planned for like months that starts also on Friday. So we land, I'm finally not sick. We get back to America, we get our dog, but all of our friends and community members are landing and like our house isn't set up or prepped or anything. So we spend the next 3 days.
How is she so stupid? Like, imagine publishing this and thinking you're getting sympathy. Nobody feels sorry for you. You're a wretch. You're a wretch and a leech. You exist to take from other people and give nothing back in return. And that includes people like Destiny, who, by the way, does not benefit from your existence. Like, truly. In fact, every single thing I've seen has been people who interact with Destiny complaining about the incompetent he has managing, like, the scheduling and everything. Which I had some sympathy for until this. Because those people that you think you fuck their unions, those people do a job. Those people actually perform a function that benefits their society. You do not.
Setting that up and then like setting the house up, putting up the bunk beds and stuff. Then we have a community event. It was super awesome. Then I traveled to Miami for...
Which, by the way, I'm annoyed by the strike too. I got packages I wanted to come in. They're not coming in on time now. That's the point to a strike. It's supposed to annoy you. If it doesn't annoy you, there's no point to the strike. The entire purpose of a strike is that the inconvenience of services not being rendered compels some kind of response. They've been forced back to work actually by the government, so this will happen again. The can's been kicked down the road because Canada is not actually a left-leaning country at all. People like Trudeau wear it like a skin suit until they can't afford to anymore.
There's supposed to be 2 podcasts, and then none of them happened. And now I'm back. And now I'm back. And you're caught up. I'm trying to think if there's
And you're balding.
anything in between.
That would be the skin.
No, I think that's everything. Sulak, good luck. Let's see. I had questions written out that I should answer for this.
Let me answer them with one word. Finasteride.
What were the big projects or collaborations you worked on this last year? Probably the biggest collaboration was with PV, Progressive Victory. I helped put together, I basically became the chief senior like media staff by the end, where basically I was organizing the like media.
Is she going to admit to the fuck up with PV sending money to Dick Masterson? Is she going to do that?
Structure of PV, and helping like run events as well. The events were like the canvassing events. The media was like working with content creators to connect them to senators and get like a certain amount of content put out and like funneled back to other.
Wow, you know what I would love so much? If that phone call with the union was recorded. Because sometimes organizations like that do that. It's like, this call will be recorded for something monitoring purposes. Wouldn't that be something?
Left-leaning spaces so that they could organically promote if they were interested as well. It's like a whole
She
project,
probably thought being a dick master is base. Yeah, but what about a son of a dick master?
which took a lot of work.
Oh, I know you're not getting the call. I'm just saying, I would love to. I would love to see it. Nobody will ever. I just want to see it. I would love to listen into what that was, because I guarantee you she did not come in sweetly at the beginning.
It was interesting. Yeah, that's also a whole other video that I have to think about if I'll do. So yeah, between Bridges, immigration, trying to get this house figured out, and PV, I have been swamped. And so streaming has just really taken a back seat for me. I've also realized, I think in the process, that I do think streaming is...
You know what? If you were actually capable of doing any amount of real work, you could just have been streaming this entire time. And you could have built up an audience of your own that's not Destiny's, and you could have actually been making money while not having to immigrate to the United States. And you'd have your hair.
Streaming is tricky for me because there's a lot of stress that comes with it. I think I enjoy it a lot. When streaming is fun, I really enjoy it, but there's a lot of cons that come with streaming that don't come with like any other type of content creation or back-end management. Specifically like the drama and stuff that comes with it. I'm just not like a drama person. And I think necessarily streaming is live. You're going to say things that are not well put, that people will be upset about. And the problem is that if the streaming space was less like parasitic and toxic, if I like said something on stream and I was like, oh yeah, that's probably not the best thing to say, I could just be like, I mean, yeah, Like it wasn't worded the best. I was live. I apologize. Here's like a better way to frame that.
So you're complaining about the streamer space being too parasitic, Kyla? Kyla, you are a parasite. You are advocating for your erasure.
Same point. But because how the space is, if you do that, the clip of you saying I was wrong.
Like, Kyla, what is your business if not leeching off of the growth and the engagement of another streamer? You haven't been producing. Like, do you know why Destiny's in these podcasts that you run? Because you couldn't run it by yourself, because nobody wants to talk to you. And can you blame them, honestly?
Here will be forever and 100% weaponized against you. So you, to some degree, have to, like, at all times while you're streaming, be thinking about being as mindful about your language as.
Wouldn't it be interesting if someone asked the union if they record that call or can share their impression of this person who is now advocating directly against them using DGG? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because she must have identified herself. And the union doesn't have any requirement to keep her privacy intact. That would be funny. That'd be funny. Just floating that out there. That would be funny.
As possible, which is exhausting. But also on top of that, to some degree, if you have an opinion, unless...
Oh, nobody recorded the call. Like, I guarantee you, none of this is real. I'm just saying. I just want to hear the rant. I want to hear the rant that took place. It would be funny.
Do you think you genuinely were 100% wrong? Even if you said it in like an unideal way, you should probably defend your position.
No, shut up and say you don't understand what you're talking about and move on. What are you, a moron? Oh, she knows she's a moron. What am I talking about? No, if you don't believe something, or if you don't have confidence in a statement, to pretend that you do is lying. Don't do that. That's the dumbest thing you can do. That's how you get yourself into a situation where somebody else who knows what they're talking about humiliates you in front of an audience and you lose credibility.
Because there's a lot of like... It feels like...
She claims the staff was yelling, but I really want to hear the conversation because I know it's not how it played out. Oh, I will believe that the staff member was yelling. Because she was yelling. I guarantee you she was an entitled bitch of the first degree in that call, and I really want to hear it. Because she's an entitled bitch of the first degree in this video.
Social wrestling. It's like high school social wrestling, which doesn't exist in any other space that I've experienced. Like video essayists.
Like, can you imagine someone like this with a plane to catch and a podcast episode to run and the clock is ticking? She is screaming on that phone.
Not like this. Podcasters, not like this. But the streaming industry, streaming is this like weird amalgamation of like, it's kind of like radio, it's kind of like reality TV, and it's kind of like paparazzi, like all at the same time. And just to be clear, if you enjoy watching that,
Does she know what paparazzi is? Paparazzi is when people follow you around and take pictures. Streaming is not like paparazzi. What?
I get it because I love reality TV, but it can be really stressful to be in the midst of. And I don't know if I'm super good at it. So
no, you're really not.
I've had like probably admittedly like a lower motivation as well. I have a lot of content that I would like to film that I'm
yeah, the spot on her head is massive. I don't know, wear a hat or something.
Excited to do. I just need to...
Like, it's hard to feel bad for someone because like the stuff that is giving her stress is her aggressively attempting to undermine her own people in her own country's efforts to get a better life for themselves so that she can continue to be a professional liar at a professional liar's mansion in a different country. And I just... Every hair that falls from her scalp is doing the work of God.
Finish setting... I need like a second mic in here. And I need to email a couple of people for a couple of interviews, but I have some extra like pre-recorded content concepts that I like to do because I just like that content a fair bit more. So you will be seeing more content from me. I just don't know whether it will be streaming or more pre-recorded, and probably the pre-recorded stuff will probably get its own separate channel. I think the algorithm works a lot better for that, kind of how Lonerbox has it separated. So we'll see. We'll see if I separate the stream channel from like the pre-recorded, or just like, because I'm going to do like this new series. I basically want to take my feminizing series and kind of branch that into a pretty...
No, it doesn't make any sense. Lonerbox delists his streams on both. The only thing is he has a main channel where he puts essays of a particular kind, and then he has the live channel where he puts live segments. That's what it is. It's not the live stream channel. This is the segments from the live channel. The streams he has, the VODs themselves are unlisted, so they don't affect him in the algorithm.
deep dive exploration, talking with women about womanity basically, and having like pretty raw, brutal conversations at times. Like I want to talk to like a fundamentalist pastor and be like, this is like how fundamental Christianity I think is like really harmful for women, and I think it's bad, and I don't think it's Christ, and why are you doing this? I want to talk to the sex workers and like get their perspective on like how they might be harming womanity by their work.
Looking into fallback career options, I don't know.
And like how the beauty standards, how that's impacting other women and what they think about that, how they reconcile with it. So yeah, I want to do that series. I'm really excited. Sounds like Ammo is willing to do it with me. I'm looking right now for a lawyer, a female lawyer, and a couple of other people. I'd really like to get a Radfem. Like if I could get Radfem Hitler, that would be amazing.
I feel like these people aren't event streamers anymore, or aren't even streamers anymore, more like full-time Destiny serfs. It's weird. Like, J-Stock's whole channel, for example. I've been on there a couple times. Pretty useless, empty man. Makes a lot of money, though. But he makes a lot of money because essentially Destiny's given up doing his normal drama content, and he's made his channel sort of his outhouse. So, it's like none of these people are producing their own content. They're just spidering off and taking over existing things that are already tied to this other person. And it's just about this other person. It's a very weird thing to observe. And again, like, it has no staying power. Like, none of this stuff can last. Even Destiny, I think, is slowly on his way out. He's been spinning out. Like, not in the sense of, like, disappearing. These people don't. He's going to be like Keemstar. He's going to be doing this till he's in his 60s. But, I don't know. There's been a switch. People aren't really... I've noticed an atmosphere change in all of this.
But yeah, I think that'll be probably on a second channel. I think that's going to be algorithmically the best bet. Whereas I think probably this channel will stay more dedicated to like culture, like broad culture. My goal for NotSoErudite, I have like 3 lenses that I've figured out, which is going to be, and by lenses, I mean, these are the things that I want every single video to be a takeaway from, excluding obviously this video, which is going to be gender, just gender dynamics in general, psychology/science, and metacognition.
Okay, so you're gonna fail because nobody cares about that. You're not an expert in anything, and you're too dumb to make that interesting. That is incredibly boring, even if it's done well. Go back to the drawing board, would be my earnest recommendation.
As you guys know, I'm really
Also, I would love to know what you think metacognition means.
concerned with how people think. I want to think well as much as possible. Oh, I didn't even notice that pop bottle there. Well, oopies. Yeah, I'm concerned with how people think, and I want to do more content about that. I think psychology and science is where I'm happiest. I'm pretty burnt.
How people think isn't metacognition. Metacognition has to do with your individual awareness of your thought processes. I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
Out of politics. I was, again, this is a video
Like
for
maybe mindfulness meditation. I don't know.
another day as well, but I'm basically I walked away from working with the Democrats being like, if you guys win, you don't deserve it. Fuck you guys. Also Republicans, fuck you too. You suck. All of you politicians, you all suck. All of you political workers, most of you not very nice people. Don't like the culture. Fuck you guys.
Kyla, they're all like you, just competent. That's what you're like. And you simped for all of these people. For how long? You're just upset because you're at the bottom of the ladder. I'm sorry you're a loser. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe spend some time off stream and develop a personality so you don't have to do this anymore. I don't just...
That's a video for another day.
Like, yeah, she was just bragging about going to the DNC a little while ago. It's like a parody.
I didn't answer any of these questions. Looking forward, finally, what's one thing you hope people take away from your work this past year, even if they didn't see it directly happening?
What work?
I hope you guys check out Bridges and enjoy it. That's like where I'm putting
That's a big ask, my dude. I've tried.
My lifeblood into. I'm really excited about it. I think it's really fun. So I hope you guys watch Bridges, enjoy it, and as always, big hugs, big kisses.
Ugh.
Think well.
No.
And I hope you have a day as wonderful as you are. I'm sure.
I hope you have a day as wonderful as you are too. This is what nobody tells us about internet fame. NotSoErudite is convinced that she's famous, apparently.
This year has given me a lot of time away from streaming, and therefore a lot of time to think about content creation and kind of my role, but also my thoughts within it. One of the things that I've noticed that I think is unhealthy in regards to how I engage with my own content, when I meet people in person and they ask about my content and they want to see some of it, or like if we go out and it's like, yeah, she's a YouTuber, and people
Oh yeah, no, she really got a foot mirror. You want to see this? Of course you don't, but I'm going to show you anyways. Because it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I mean, not that horrifying, just kind of disturbing. It's especially disturbing because, let's be real, it has nothing to do with her audience, okay? Nothing to do with her audience at all. That mirror at the back of the wall here, that ain't for the audience. That's for Stevie Boy. Stevie Boy who likes little feeties.
Asked to see my channel, which happened a lot, for example, in Canada, I noticed that I feel embarrassed for people to look at my channel. Is it because I disagree with what I'm saying? I'm being way more bombastic than I should be, and I'm presenting myself in a way that I think is unbecoming of myself. And
I don't know, Kyla. Are you? Are you? Also, why are your feet so dirty? Take a shower, lady.
And the answer is actually no. I am okay with people seeing all the parts of me. How I am on stream, when I'm live streaming, is probably the most me you're gonna get. Because of that, there is a certain amount of embarrassment showing, for example, friends from before my social media career, because there's parts of me I think they don't know. However, this past year I've spent a lot of time figuring out more about me, and there's been this really kind of unexpected journey of
Disney also pays you not to wash them? I'd buy it.
self-appreciation, but more specifically, feeling cherished by the people around me. There was this quote I became obsessed with when I was like 16, which is about, it says, "The girl was like the moon. She always keeps a part of her hidden." And I think I was so obsessed with that quote because that was true of me. It really was. I always kept little parts of me hidden from everyone. For example, most of my friends growing up had no idea that I thought gaming and anime were cool and I enjoyed.
Ugh. Most people didn't realize that I wasn't just like those super popular girls. I liked video games and anime. Guys, you have a chance. Guys. Ugh. Ugh. God. These fucking people.
Enjoyed it, right? All of them are shocked. They're like, "You're doing cosplay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've always."
Wait, that's my face. I don't want my face there. Hang on. One moment. One moment. This is important, okay, guys? Sorry. I'm doing you a favor. That'll do. Okay. You just hang there, Vosh, okay? Protect our eyes.
Always wanted to do cosplay, and they're like, "Really?" Yeah, but they didn't know because I kept that part hidden from me, and it's not because they would judge me necessarily. They might not.
The seething hate for her is weird. I don't hate her. She's a creep. She's an actual predatory creep, and I don't like her. It's fun to make fun of her.
I just assumed for them. I was prideful enough to assume that the parts of me that I wasn't giving them were too bad, that my friends couldn't love them, which is sad. It's sad that I made that choice for my friends. And I'm hoping that through this process, it's hard. I feel like I'm drifting away from a lot of my old friends, but also some of them are being really intentional now as well.
Is she a predatory creep? Because she sells herself as being someone who has expertise in mental health and tries to sell services to people, being a middleman for websites whose entire existence is to make it so that normal people without any expertise can locate a therapist or a psychiatrist from the comfort of their own home in their internet browser. And she sells herself as being an expert so she can tell people, hey, for a $50 fee, I'll send you to somebody in your price bracket, which is now lowered because you've paid me. Predatory. Predatory.
To keep building up that relationship.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is the other camera pointed at? I will show you. It's not pointed at anything. It's just... It literally just exists because Steven has a foot fetish. That's it. That's all this is. Here's what you need to understand, okay? This is why Epstein got away with it for so long. Stephen Bennell makes a lot of money. More money, sometimes, in a day, in a couple of hours, than I do in a year. Think about that. I think I've heard something to the tune of an Anything Else podcast episode takes in $90,000. That's like a 2 to 3 hour stream. That's nothing. That's like one day. That's one day in a month. $90,000. So here's what happens. People like NotSoErudite, who have no talents, no skills, no credentials, whose prospects are to work at some clinic somewhere as a functionary until they're middle-aged, and then maybe possibly buy a little cottage somewhere, if they're lucky. They are desperate like nothing else to get a little cut. And some of them do. And fundamentally, that's what you're looking at here. You're looking at someone who is, in Red Pill parlance, facing down the wall, because she ain't selling expertise, let me tell you. Trying to insert herself into a situation where she can get as much of somebody else's clout and money as possible while she still has time. And that's it. That's all of this. All of this. Every little bit of it. It's actually the reason I can't hate Kyla. Because here's the thing. Kyla, like most university students, has been done very dirty. She doesn't have a future. She went to university, and she went in knowing, hey, there's no job at the end of this. What do I do? And her entire existence has been trying to dishonestly eke out a living from a degree that was dishonestly sold to her as something that she needs to get. And she doesn't know very much. She's not very smart, but she gave thousands of dollars to a university, years of her life, and she's nothing to show for it. So if she has a way to spin that into a money-making opportunity, why the hell wouldn't she?
And so there's an element of me that's really excited for my pre-social media friends to kind of meet all the other parts of me I kept from them, because I think they'll like me. And so streaming in one way has been incredible because it's given me access to
like this whole shtick right now. Deeply manipulative, but not manipulative to people who watch my channel. Deeply manipulative to the kind of person who's really, really down bad and really, really pathetic. Pathetic enough to go, I'll accept you, Kyla. I appreciate nerdy women. That's who it is. This is a deeply manipulative, deeply scummy individual. I don't hate her for it. She's following her own self-interest. Badly, but she's serving her own self-interest, and I can't demand of her to do otherwise. You can't. But, nonetheless, deeply, deeply disingenuous, deeply manipulative person. Nakedly manipulative. See, here's the thing people in my audience don't get, okay? The internet filters people very, very efficiently, and we don't see it. When you look at larger audiences, you notice it more. The kind of person who Kyla is appealing to is very dumb. Like, I'm not talking dumb as in like some of the weirdos we debate every now and then who have like crazy, wacky ideas or who are ill-informed about something. I'm talking like potato dumb, root vegetable dumb, like rock dumb. That's fair, but how do you know she's not being authentic? I'm going to answer your question with a question in return. Are you 8 years old? Like, Jesus. Legitimately, these people are really, really stupid. I want you to just ponder this for a second, okay? This is what this entire ecosystem, the economy of the whole thing, revolves around. There is a guy who played StarCraft. He was okay at it. Kicked off a couple teams, apparently, because he said some racist shit or whatever. Who cares? One day, some kid decides to DDoS his account. His internet, okay? So he can't use the internet for whatever, for stuff. Police didn't know what to do. He calls the dad. Dad can't figure out how to do anything. So he talks about how he plots to buy a gun, and he plans out the route he will take to get to the kid's house, shoot him and the dad so there's no witnesses, and go back home to his streaming career with the wife and child he will shortly abandon. Afterwards, he shares one woman's nudes, starts sharing burning crosses with people on Twitter, claims that women who get stealth, that is, when someone removes the condom without telling them, are clearly too stupid and immature to be in sexual relationships and should simply refrain. Woman objects to this, tells her he hopes she gets raped to death with a shovel, starts promoting in a very insidious way a white nationalist called Lauren Southern, who he's secretly fucking in the background, lies about his wife being crazy the entire time, sicks his audience on her, threatens her with the dirt he can dig up if she decides to say anything untoward about him. This entire time, by the by, he has also been sexting a woman who has been upset because while he's been sexting this woman and engaging with her privately in the background, he's been telling people on his channel that actually she's crazy and delusional, none of this is taking place. That's all been determined to be real. He's been videotaping and sharing videos of people he has sex with, including colleagues, with random e-girls in order to use the clout and the spectacle in order to seduce them, including private DMs with people he's had intimate relations with, so on and so forth. And after all this has come to light, NotSoErudite has decided to come out and say, look, the internet's a nasty place, guys, and I'm just a babe in the woods, and you know, I think I want to focus more on women issues and whatnot. All of this, by all of these people, every single one of these people, none of it's real, and you're stupid if you think it's real, which works for her, because these people are very stupid, like, not human levels of stupid. Like, I mean, these are people who have been conditioned by their consumption of content to have no metacognition whatsoever. No capacity for thought. Not because they're essentially dumb, but because they've been functionally zombified. They've been zombified because these are people for whom life is an empty, dreary, hopeless disaster, and they get to feel like they're a part of something while they're in the fast-scrolling chat, which occasionally gets responded to, and that's it. That's it. And what this is an attempt to scoop up some of those people, because there is a lot of money to be had, because some of those people have also thrown their lives away into careers that rob them of anything relating to any sort of personal growth or humanity or family connection or whatever. But it gives them a lot of disposable income. And so they throw cash at people who they can vicariously live through. And imagine, what if the dreck, the train wreck that is my existence, had some glamour about it? And they can pretend to be someone who's a part of the thing. And the amount of money that is generated by that is enormous. It is enormous, like unfathomable. We're talking like more than most of you make in a year, in months, days sometimes. That's what this is all about. Because let me tell you, if there was an easy path to getting that and you could perceive it, very few of you would say no. By the by, in case anybody thinks they're better than NotSoErudite, to be clear. One of the reasons, again, why I don't hate her. I wouldn't do what she's doing. I don't hate her, though. That being said, I think the appropriate response is to point out how gross it is. Because it really is. It's a thing that it is healthy to be disgusted by. That's my take on it.
I have this new group of friends and new social connections where all of me is already out there. There's no hiding it, even if I want to, because a lot of the people I connect to have watched my stream or they know me through my Discord or something like that. And so they've already seen it. There's no hiding. You know, they know that I can be pretty harsh, and I'm very spicy. I like anime and gaming, and I'm pretty nice, you know, all these little pieces, which again, just to be clear, none of this is a big deal. I'm just stupid, okay? I'm just stupid, and then always assume people won't like parts of me, even though like hot anime girls is the most in thing ever right now, but whatever. Wrong generation, I guess. My generation did not love anime girls. Also, shout out to Ukrainian Anna for the new choker. I've recently realized that my favorite gifts now are chokers. I think it's the first time somebody's bought me like a really unique choker. And I love it. I love it. Doesn't it look good? Okay, so realizing that I'm embarrassed to show my content to people, it's not because I don't like who I am on stream. I really do. And I've really grown to cherish all these different parts
No, I really think it is because you don't like who you are on stream. But I think the reason why you don't like who you are on stream is because you recognize that there's nothing else off stream that isn't on stream. I think that's really where we're at here.
me and choose them. I think they kind of happen to me. I think you really do get to choose who you are. The problem is that you don't really get to choose who you are until you at least understand how the environment has informed for you to be. And once you go, oh, this is true about me because the environment formed me in this way, I think at that point you can choose to let that part go or keep it. It's really up to you. And so I've had this year where basically I'm coming to understand all these elements of me and I'm cherishing them. And I never really was willing to let them go because I always liked them a little bit. I like that I'm an animal nerd and I'm obsessed with dogs and dinosaurs and animals of all shapes and I just love animals. And I think that that's a really...
Let me tell you a secret, dear children. Women are not this childlike and stupid. And if one acts this childlike and stupid, and they're on a screen, they are doing a bit. They are doing a bit because they are making a calculation that the kind of person who's clicking on this stuff is very, very dumb. Dumb enough to be hopeful that they may get some kind of acknowledgement if you engage with them.
I think that's a cool part about me. And I was really afraid to show that because I've got this like judgy Protestant white man sitting in the back of my head telling me that I have to be this little box, and I don't. And so in many ways, streaming has been this incredible experience of learning that I am cherished by people.
But you're not, though. You were sleeping in your car on your way to a company you were co-founding. You had zero assistance whatsoever in going through the legal process of immigrating. Because even the people who work directly with you, including your husband, have so little interest in any of the things that you do that are vital to your career and to your life and to your future, that nobody had bothered to actually help you figure out how to do any of this. No, Kyla, I'm sorry. You are uncherished and you are alone. Completely and utterly alone, and you will be discarded, and I feel bad for you.
And to trust people enough to let them love all the parts of me, even the parts of me I'm not sure they'll like. And at the end of the day,
even the parts of me I don't know. Will they still like me if they know that I like video games and anime? I'm not like the cool girls.
if I like those parts and they don't, that's just okay. That's just like a difference of opinion. I don't need everyone to love me. And so a large lesson of this year has been experiencing feeling cherished in a really deep way.
That requires you to use lighting to obscure the shape of your face, just to be clear. We're talking about this in a setting that is massively differently lit than the previous one, which I wouldn't particularly care about if the function of this video was not to portray yourself as being honest.
Cherish sounds like such a cringy word. I feel so embarrassed when I say it out loud. But really, I look at the way Nick looks at me and I go, like, one of the most common thoughts I've had this year is, Nick loves me so much. And it's true, Nick loves me.
You went on to the Whatever podcast with a bunch of chauvinistic men with audiences larger than you can fathom. And you told them that your husband was a stay-at-home lackabout that you had to come to terms with, would just never deliver as a man in a traditional relationship. You humiliated him in the largest way possible. You drew a picture of you sailing on a ship with insert of you and an insert of destiny on it as this embarking on this new podcast project. No picture of your husband. He doesn't factor in. He's a pet that you keep around out of convenience and will discard him when somebody larger gives you an offer. You guys don't know what that is. You have no conception of loyalty. You have no conception of honesty. These are conditions of an actual loving relationship. Every single person in your life is there because they have some finite utility for you. And you should make peace with that really quickly for two reasons. The first is because you're going to find yourself very swiftly abandoned in the future because these kinds of relationships do not have longevity. The second is when they do, if you've gone around as Stephen has and you've paraded them as trophies and accomplishments, when they do, you will be publicly humiliated for it. Neither of these are places that you want to be.
So much. He loves every part of me so much. Even the flawed parts of me he loves. Doesn't always love to deal with it, but he loves it because it's part of who I am. And it's part of what has formed me to be where I am at today. Pros and cons that come with that. And so I want content that I feel proud of. So if it's not who I am, and it's not my opinions, because most of the opinions that I say publicly, I will always hold. Like, there is no opinion that I've ever said publicly that I privately wouldn't completely defend. I'm completely comfortable with everyone knowing that. That's probably the part of me that I've always been more comfortable is I almost probably, in a harmful way, love shocking people with my opinion. I love surprising them. Whatever they think I'm going to be, I love shocking them that I'm not just that. And so owning my opinion, I think, is something I'm really comfortable to do. I really don't think I'm a grifter. I don't feel embarrassed because of my opinions. I don't feel embarrassed about my lack of being uninformed.
She doesn't feel embarrassed about her lack of being uninformed.
I think there are times where I could be more epistemically humble, and that's always an error. But by and large, I think I do a pretty good job of accounting for where my bias is, where my lack of expertise is, and speculating the best I can on what I know.
Well, then why do you have to lie about your credentials? Why do you have to say that you have a master's degree when you don't? Why do you have to argue that your degree is the equivalent of a master's degree when you're called out for that? Why do you have to say that you have a professional designation that you actually are not legally able to have in the country in which you got your credentials? Like, why are you making up all of this shit then? What's the point? Why are you posturing as an expert and feels that you have no expertise in? What is the point then?
And walking people through my thinking strategies.
My humility heuristics are incredible, exactly.
And trying to self-correct as much as possible. That doesn't mean I'm perfect, and that definitely doesn't mean that you will agree with everything that I say, but I think I'm a decently honest thinker.
Would I lie?
And I aim for a pretty high level of epistemic humility in that the reality is I could be wrong about most things.
In the previous video we watched, she was talking about how when you're debating online, unless you are 100% wrong about a thing, you should not be conceding it. You should be arguing to defend it, okay? Even if you don't believe it. Even if you don't know it's true. So, yeah.
But if I've come to a pretty strong conclusion, there's usually a good reason for it. Not always. Sometimes I'm just being a dumbass. But I'm usually pretty good at being like, I mean, yeah, I was kind of a dumbass.
Yeah, that has not been the pattern.
Then. So then the next question is, then why? What am I embarrassed about? And,
your husband.
And I think the answer has
It's your husband. You talked about it on whatever podcast. He stays at home. He doesn't do any work. He just does his like lackadaisical personal training gig, and he doesn't make a lot of money, and you feel embarrassed about that. That's what it is.
I am dissatisfied with the quality of my output because I know that I can do better. No, see, that's one of those things you don't know. That'd be intellectual humility. You don't know you can do better. I don't know you can do better. Not understood enough about streaming. I don't even know if that's true. It's not about understood. I have a really weird career in streaming. And just so it's clear, caveat.
You don't have a career in streaming is the main thing.
Caveat. This is going to be the moment where the skinny girl complains about getting bullied for being skinny. It's going to have that aesthetic. And I'm aware how cringe this will sound. And I'm also, to be clear, I'm not complaining because nobody cares about the skinny bitch being like, oh, it's so hard not putting on weight. Everyone's like, eat a burger, bitch. Nobody cares.
Pretty sure. Not that I endorse any of these things. I think Kyle is a perfectly fine looking person. That has not been the angle of attack. So I'm not sure why she's saying that, except to do sort of a Brianna Wu thing.
Shut up. Shut up. I literally look at chocolate and I gain weight. Shut the fuck up. So it's going to be one of those moments. And I apologize, but I am by no means saying I'm in like a bad way. A lot of people who end up in social media and in YouTube do so in large part because they want to. It's something that they've often dreamed of or desired or enjoyed. They often consume.
No, I'm pretty sure it's because it's easy money. It's easy money. It's not tied to to shift work. You have a luxury. You have the luxury of choosing when you work and how. And even if you do have to grind to make money, you can choose not to, right? You can choose. You can basically put in as much as you want to. It's not easy, but it is desirable. That freedom makes it worth a lot. Like, just to be clear, I do work really hard. Not on stream. I am spending my entire day reading. My sleep schedule's fucked. It is very difficult. I do a lot of work to try and be somewhat useful, but it's a luxury. It's preferable to a more lackadaisical job that I still have to go to according to someone else's schedule, because that's wasted time for me. Does that make sense? So this is a vastly preferable job on its own, even if, like me, being on stage is terrifying and you hate it. There's a reason why I spent my first year with an avatar and not going with my face. I was very awkward for a very long time with my face, and I still am sometimes, because it's freaking terrifying and stressful. I don't actually like being on screen, but there are advantages to it. I can gesticulate, and I can emote, and I can do all that kind of thing, which means I, with my respiratory sensitivities, don't have to talk constantly. I've gotten better at doing so. I talk a lot now, but it was not a matter of like, I dream of doing this. It was a matter of, I can do this and make money, and this frees myself up to do other things that I want to do. It is preferable. It is preferable, even if it's really hard.
A lot of content on their own. They either watch streams a lot already, or they watch YouTube comment. So it's something that they think about a lot. They pursue it. And when they start doing well, it's like the most exciting thing ever, because it's like the dream coming true. And I'm in this really weird situation where I fully recognize, even at my small size, I am already a lot of people's dream come true for content creation. And I'm infinitely, insanely blessed for that. To be clear, I'm not anything but grateful and humbled.
And I see strikes me as a legit psycho. I don't think Kyla's a psycho. I think Kyla is a deeply immature person who has very little practical experience with anything and is desperately trying to make grifting off of somebody else's reputation work for her, because it's all she has. And to that extent, I feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for her once she starts lying and being just awful to other people, but to that extent, I feel bad for her.
To be anywhere where
What the fuck was that demonic laugh?
But grateful and humbled. To be anywhere where I am. It's incredible. But it's particularly odd for me because it's not something I ever thought or dreamt of before I got into social media with the mental health program, for example, which I got into social media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible.
Well, specifically you got in because your organization saw an opportunity to make a bunch of money off of a contest for a product that you never delivered on, despite the fact that you pitched it and so on and so forth. I think they made a handful of episodes and then just dropped it. She claimed, I think 2 years ago, that, oh, and all those episodes finally, by the way, they're all going up now. Never happened. Just saying. Just saying. So far, Kyla's contribution to the country she's defecting from, that she's insulted the people of, that she's argued against the existence of public labor unions for, has been to take thousands of dollars in a crisis and do fuck all with it. So, yeah.
Which to this day, they have not released. And I've asked them a million times. I've been like,
oh yeah, sorry, it's their fault. It's their fault. You've asked them, like, okay.
Media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible, which to this day, they have not released. And I've asked them a million times.
It doesn't matter if they're released now. They were supposed to be released during COVID. That was their function. They were a response to COVID. They were part of a government initiative to help people during lockdown. It doesn't matter anymore. It's too late. They're out of date.
I've been like, I have a platform. I will just release it for free. Please.
Maybe that's why they're not releasing them. Maybe they don't want to be associated with you. Potentially. I don't know.
for the love of God, you took taxpayer money. You have to release this. And they like will not.
She says they took taxpayer money like it wasn't her proposal and it wasn't her baby and she wasn't going around promoting it. It's wild. Every single one of these videos has been the tale of Kyla's woe of how it's everyone else's fault that the world is not bending over backwards to serve her like royalty. It's kind of incredible.
I offered them a fundraiser on my channel to raise the rest of the money needed that they felt to like get the videos out, whatever staffing they needed, and they just won't even do a fundraiser with me, probably because they've heard my opinions on like fundamentalism, because the Christian center I worked at, it's definitely more fundamentalist than I am.
Yeah, you've been a grifter for a while, because I guarantee you she pretended to be more fundamentalist than she is to get the job. It's just chameleon behavior.
So anyways,
although they would be interested now, I imagine. They would be interested now to know that she's bad-mouthing them. This is not an outcome I actually had expected. That's kind of interesting. The company is the center is Adiera. It's an addiction recovery center. It's this one. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Because she's been criticized for her background being in essentially faith healing. She got her addictions counseling license or whatever it's called, because they were rolled out just when she was working there, using her experience at Adiera, which she's claiming is a fundamentalist organization now. So there's one of two possibilities. Either she's trying to whitewash the fact that she was a fundamentalist, or she wasn't a fundamentalist, and she lied about being one in order to get a job that she actually wasn't suited for, in order to sell people false information based on a religion she didn't believe in, or based on things she didn't believe in order to get work experience in addictions counseling, which is fucked. I am very curious to know what they think about this, and I may send it to them. I am curious. That would be interesting.
Might never see the light of day, which is tragic, because they're actually really good. I worked really fucking hard on them. So anyways, I got into social media because I had to make this treatment paradigm I had made, prevention paradigm that I'd made, get spread as much as possible. I didn't get into social media because I liked it. Before mental help, I had a Facebook that I barely checked. I used Messenger for like my friends and hangouts. I had an Instagram that I sometimes posted on. And to be honest, my most active social media... One second, Sulak. You've gotten to the part of the video where I give you the cringe call to action. So if you've gotten this far in the video, post the word Sasquatch. Just find a way to leave a comment that the word Sasquatch is included. That way we all know. I know and you know, okay? And if you've made it this far and you enjoy supporting the channel and would like to support it more, there's a bunch of ways. Number one, like and comment and watch videos. Second thing that you can do is
I think we want to go here. Okay.
But I can't remember the login to it anymore. So I don't even have access to that. It's Freya the Shepsky. If anyone ever hacks it and gets in, let me know. I'd love to have... I don't even have access to that. It's Freya.
Sorry,
to catalog photos of her as she was like joking when I say my most active social media was Freya's Instagram, because I just wanted a place to catalog photos of her as she was like growing up and aging. But I can't remember the login to it anymore. So I don't even have access to that. It's Freya the Shepsky. If anyone ever hacks it and gets in, let me know. I'd love to have... it's probably not that hard. I could probably figure out which email I attached to it, which is probably one of my million emails, but it might be like one of my work emails, which is stupid. So I might not actually have access to it no matter what I do. Anywho, I didn't do social media before. I didn't do photos. The last photos I had really taken before mental help was my wedding photos, like 2 years before. It was just not a thing that I was into. Especially because I had kind of that like academic sense of superiority where it's like, oh, I don't take photos. I'm not vain. And just to be clear, shut up, former Kyla, okay? Nobody wants to hear that. You're not better. You're just cringe. You're just a killjoy for no reason. Okay, anyways.
True.
So I get into streaming because Nick suggests it as a way to basically make money between about February, when mental health was ending. It ended up winding up in April, and my master's program that was starting in September. I didn't really want to get a job in between April and September, because any job that I could get was a professional job, and I'd either have to lie to them about how long I'd be, or I'd have to be like, yeah, I can only be here for 4 months. And nobody wants to hire like an addictions counselor for 4 months. Like, that's just, nobody wants that. So I was like, shit, but we really need money. I don't really want to just do nothing for the next 4 months, and we need money. Nick was like, why don't you try streaming as a side project, as a side hustle, and see where it takes you? And then day 3, I talked to Destiny, and honestly, my career is kind of made. There was like no reason not to just keep going. Like 200 viewers within 3 days is insane.
Well, it's not though. It's not though when you specifically portray as a female sucking up to Destiny on stream and he gives you special privileges. Like that's not exciting. It's like with JStock's viewership. Like, that by itself is not impressive, because it would be at that number regardless of who did it, provided they did the hours. Because all you need is just to have permission to be the after show, to have your show plugged in particular channels, to have particular people visit you, to have people directed to you, etc., etc. That's normal.
Let's keep going. And Nick had a lot of really good kind of...
By the way, just to be clear, it wasn't just... Nick didn't just suggest she start streaming. Nick suggested she network with Destiny, because she had a YouTube channel before this. So it wasn't streaming, it was connecting with Destiny.
Business ideas to start us off. And then I also just got really blessed with people willing to help me. You know, my first editor, Contrast, basically we had a deal where he would take 100% rev until we hit a certain amount. And the reality is, like, he just believed in the vision, and blessed us with his work. And I think we bought a cup, I think maybe just one, but anyways, we were blessed with people willing to like believe in us and work with us. But then I think Nick also had really smart business ideas of like, look, we can't really pay you much as an editor, but you can have 100% of the rev from this channel for now. Like, we don't need any of it. Take it all. Which I think was probably the best deal we could possibly offer anyone, because we weren't really making an income. So I basically won the lottery when it comes to social media. But the problem is that, unlike most social media...
But you didn't win the lottery. Like, it's actually very simple. This has happened many times over. You're a conventionally attractive woman who went on stream with Destiny and sucked up. And that's it. That's it. I'm sorry. That's it.
Readers, even at my size, most people at my size have kind of struggled to get there. And so they've gone through like the small streamer era where they're figuring out their niches and their audience and what they believe in. I didn't really get that. I had to kind of like make it on the fly. And number 2, I've never had this like burning passion or interest for content creation. I think it's interesting and cool, but it wasn't something that I was pursuing. The reason I opted to pursue it is because I realized it was like a once in a lifetime opportunity. I was aware that I had won the lottery, and I was like, man, if I could get into grad school once, I can get into it again. When am I ever going to have the opportunity to potentially like make the revenue connections, network, most importantly,
when you can't schedule worth a damn, when you're too lazy to actually keep an agenda and to pay attention to people's travel times and expenditures and so on and so forth. Like,
career could potentially give me. And if I want to start a treatment center, me having funders, funds, and a network is going to be significantly more valuable than me just having a PhD, because I can hire somebody with a PhD. It is really hard to find.
Let's hear that again. I'm sorry.
Me having funders, funds, and a network is going to be significantly more valuable than me just having a PhD, because
But you're not going to have a network, Kyla. Steven has a network. You don't have anything. You don't have anything. The co-owner of your podcast, just to be clear, the person you rely on being present to have a podcast, because nobody gives a shit about you, is so uninvested that you were living in a termite house when you moved over. You had nobody competent paying attention to what you would need to do in order to legally emigrate, and you were sleeping in a car because That's what you were put up for. This is a business venture that you were both a part of, and he didn't care. This has no longevity. You having a PhD would mean that you are hireable. It would also mean that you have authority if you, for example, wanted to be a public figure and weigh in on public matters as somebody with your own platform, but you don't have your own platform. You have Destiny's platform. Know your place. You are not somebody who produces anything. You are somebody who is kept around because you're a good minion. But you're not even a good minion. Everybody complains about your shoddy work because you're bad at it.
Can hire somebody with a PhD. It is really hard to find people with the network who will believe in your vision for a treatment center and put their money behind you. And so
You're not getting money for a treatment center. And if you, God forbid, ever were in a position to start a treatment center and anybody realized it was you, it would be the end of you. You are not the kind of person who should be handling children in need of treatment.
I realized that I could be that person, basically, and probably through my connections, maybe find other funders as well.
Yeah, so your entire business plan is, hey, get Destiny to like me, and then use Destiny's clout to connect with other people. And hey, I'm kind of cool too. Maybe we could hang out. No, okay, fine. We'll try again. That's it. This is a nightmare. You're being used. You're being used as cheap, disposable labor, Kyla. Hate to break it to you.
And so that's why I've been pursuing social media. It's for this tertiary, social media is like a tertiary means by which I am pursuing the treatment center, which I've been pursuing since I was 19. If you're not aware, I've always wanted to start a treatment center for high-risk youth, kind of specializing in young boys leaving juvenile delinquency, ideally. That's just the group that I seem to have infinite compassion for, despite them being little bratty boys, little naughty, very mean, very not good. And by naughty boys, I mean like kicking and racial slurs and making major threats and being violent sometimes. I don't know what it is about this group, but I would argue it's God, just like put kind of infinite compassion in me for this group. Always have worked with them for years, never burnt out, which the burnout rate with this population especially is really high. So that's why I'm streaming. But the issue is, what am I streaming? Because I think it takes a certain type of personality to sit in front of a camera, as I am doing now for the last 20 minutes, and say, people want to hear what I have to say, especially I don't have like super high degrees. So I'm not like an expert in anything. I'm not super talented in lighting or creativity. Like I'm not a MrGirl when it comes to like creative video play and whatnot. And video play sounds sexual. MrGirl is just talented at like the whole production suite.
I'm not your expert. I just fucking am not.
He just gets this vision and he delivers it so well.
You know what? You know what? I take this as growth. This is good. I like this. This is more, okay? Okay, more of this kind of grifter. This is I'm okay with this kind of grifter more than the previous kind. This is better. Okay, I'm happy with this.
Piece of shit because, oh my God, he's so talented. That's crazy. But that ain't me, sis. Like, I know that ain't me. And I think I'm like kind of interesting. I think I've got a pretty good head on my shoulders.
Here, let's. I'm going to show you how far we've come. Okay, just so you know, there's a reason why she's saying this. Okay. Oh, this is a classic. Okay, some of you haven't seen this, I'm sure. You don't understand the treat I'm about to you're about to experience. Here we go.
Okay, when it comes to the topics of Dark Triad,
guys.
Okay.
Well, good night, everybody.
When it comes to the topics of Dark Triad, of sociopathy, of psychopathy, shut the fuck up, Ashley. Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, chill, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got me, guys. Everybody.
I need Kyla.
Nice to Ashley.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
She has the vocabulary of like a high school student, by the way. It's kind of incredible. It's actually remarkable how long she's been doing this and how like gruggish her speech is.
I'm not that interesting. Like,
no, you're not.
I'm just not that interesting.
You're really not.
Have you met Adam Mockler? You probably haven't. He's
Who?
like blowing up right now. He's like a Gen Zer who debates people at like he debates people at Trump rallies. And you could sit Adam down and he'll have like 9 different ideas for content. Like he's just got a feel for good content. It's incredible. And like that also ain't me, sis. Like people are like, what would be good content? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't even watch content. So I don't know. I watch it more now, obviously, because it's part of my job, but that ain't me. So it's like, what exactly do I bring to the table here? Is it literally just my niche of being like attractive, decently educated woman who's not a leftist or a conservative bunny, but just kind of some like slightly edge posting liberal, which there's just not a ton of women.
Oh, God. I don't think I've cringed more violently in my life. Holy fuck.
Women in the space. Like, is that what I have to offer? And then I realized, no, there's one thing that's really, really, really special in my life.
Cancer.
That I think is really unique. And it is relationship. I think I have had incredible struggles in relationship.
Yeah, because your stay-at-home husband relies on you sucking up to another guy in order to make the house payments. That I would struggle with that too. That's not a good situation, my dear. That's a very bad situation indeed.
A lot of people wouldn't be aware of it, but when I was 19, I was so dissociated that I had very few friends. I had friends.
She had very few friends. She was different. She liked video games and anime, unlike the cool girls.
But the problem is that I was never close to them in the way that I'm close to so many of my friends now. Even the friends that I've had since that era, I'm way closer to them now. I was just
Yeah, that's the rumor.
very disconnected. I didn't even know that joy made your heart squeeze. I thought that was like a heart problem. So
You might have a heart problem. Just so you know, joy doesn't make your heart squeeze. That is an alien experience to me. I'm generally happy. I have joyful experiences. My heart does not squeeze. That is strange.
relationship is an area that I think I have a unique...
That might be either the Ozempic or the Vyvanse or whatever you're using to deal with the crippling constant attention that being Destiny's secretary requires. You should see a doctor, and you should make sure that there's not something going on, because joy should not be causing heart palpitations. Certainly not joy about YouTube.
Ability to speak about, because I come from a pretty broken family. My closest family, I love them all, but we're messed up. We're really, really messed up. My like inner family with like my parents and my brother, it's tough. And my parents and my brother, they're all really good people. Because of how fucked up we are, it is incredible that we even talk. But we do, because there's this like good family-oriented love of still wanting to support each other despite all of the difficulties that we have. And I think that's really special.
Was one of the difficulties divorce? Because I'm not entirely sure what the basis for saying it's a broken family is.
But it also has led to a lot of problems relationally, because I have certain weird chips on my shoulder and issues and trust problems that I had originally that come from my family, because my family is just messed up. Again, no fault of my parents in alone. Well, it is the fault of my parents, and it's the fault of their parents and their parents' parents, right? It's like this intergenerational trauma thing. My parents had an excessively traumatizing childhood. And now I'm in a 7-year relationship, a 6-year marriage that is
not going to be in the double digits. I put money on it.
I know it sounds like I'm just, of course I'm saying this, and you can never trust. I cannot imagine having a happier marriage. Our relationship is so good. Like and I'm so blessed. And it really isn't me. It's Nick. Nick is so amazing. He's so amazing.
And why'd you go onto whatever podcast and talk about how you struggled because he's a layabout and wouldn't do any work? You had to come to peace with the fact that he's never going to make anything of himself. Why would you do that?
And so wise and respect worthy, and we trust each other so much. And
of course you trust each other. You're both skinwalking destiny.
I have these rich, deep friendships that have formed around me.
I have friendships with rich people
that have been healing for Nick and even now. And so I think relationship and fighting for the people that
they weren't healing for the people whose sex tapes were released.
We love is something that I'm really uniquely able to speak about because of the relationships that I have that are deep and meaningful. I've fought really hard for all of them because when you love somebody, that's what love is.
In the plural, not talking about her husband.
Is like taking the things that they don't want to give you and you don't want to receive and saying, this isn't fair and I'll love you through it anyways because...
Is that your relationship with Destiny? That would make sense.
I think you're worth it. I really do think you're worth it.
He's really not, and your tape's going to go out someday. It is the way it is. So don't let there be one if there isn't one already. For the love of God, Kyle, I say this as a kindness. Do not let there be one. Do not let that ever happen. I'm not speculating. I'm just saying... Do not be one of those people, okay? Wasn't fair what happened to them, but it'll happen to more people, because that's how he is. Do not do that.
Worth it.
I doubt there's a tape. I would actually, I'll say this much. I think Kyle is one of the few people who probably wouldn't have a tape. I'm probably going to be wrong. Just saying. I don't even want to speculate on this. I'm just saying.
And I picked you, and there's a reason that I
did.
Like,
you do the math. None of it makes sense otherwise.
And... I want to be making content.
Literally everybody else seems to have one. I'm just filling in the blanks here.
That taps into that. So the lenses that I've picked is gender/relationship. I think I do a lot of musings on gender. I don't think I'm an expert on it, but because I think about it a lot, I think I have pretty novel, interesting things to say about it. I know this sounds really...
You have nothing novel to say on anything. You don't know anything. You're incurious about the world. You don't read things. You don't talk to interesting people and listen to them. Your entire existence is desperately trying to make a name for yourself in a space that punishes nuance and rewards noise. This is not the angle for you. People will be bored by it. Know your lane. You've carved out a niche for yourself. You can make money doing the bridges thing. Just stick with that. Stick with that. That is the best there is in life for you. Stick with that. Do not let there be a tape of you. It will ruin your life. Or at the very least, it will be used to hurt you for an extended period of time. And just stay the course. That is the best that you can hope for. Because you getting ambitious at this juncture, that is doom. That is the end for you. Don't go that way.
Oh, I'm so amazing. I don't mean that. I don't hear anybody else with quite the perspective that I have because I'm a very kind of socially masculine woman who is very femme in presentation and has lots of female friendships, but also struggles a lot with a lot of feminine elements to socialization. And so I can really understand kind of the masculine social area. Nick is able to give me a lot of insight into men's masculine socialization, but also...
But you shame him for not meeting it on the regular. Why would you do that if you're impressed by... Why?
I've just have this kind of unique perspective of like a female to female relationships where, you know, you have to code switch into more of a feminine style of communicating when you talk with really feminine people. And that's been a really big struggle for me. And I've thought about it. I'm wondering, but essentially I'm saying, I think gender and relationships is something I really can speak to in a way that is like novel, unique, and helpful. And I enjoy it. I enjoy thinking about it. And I think it's also a unique area where no matter what, I tend to remain pretty epistemically humble for the most part. Politics is fun, but I think sometimes because of the team...
Politics is really fucking boring, and I hate it. I hate it. It's not interesting, and it doesn't have any energy. And the only people like debating it are losers who are trying to either ape Rob Noor or Destiny or Vosh. And I do not, and I cannot, and I will not. It is so fucking boring. Political theory can be interesting. Politics, not interesting at all. Go vote. That's it. Boom.
Sports element that it has, and I have such a competitive bone that if I'm gonna fall into thinking fallacies, I think the worst thing that I will do, and I'm not saying every one of my political positions is bad, I'm saying if I'm gonna do bad think about any one kind of global topic, it's probably gonna be a political topic. And to be fair, that's probably true of most people. I'm not gonna lie. People do not think very clearly, and I don't think I think perfectly clearly about politics either. I definitely have biases. There's definitely things that probably in 5 years I'll be like, yeah, I was super wrong about. So the first lens that I want to focus on is gender. And I want to do so because thinking about gender and learning about relationships has enriched my life more than almost anything else.
No, I'm pretty sure co-hosting a podcast with Destiny has enriched your life more than anything else. I don't think you have such a deep philosophical interest in gender.
And I want to be able to give back, I suppose, because I don't feel like I've done this on my own. You know, my first friend Tia.
Okay, I'll bite. Read Judith Butler's Gender Trouble and comment on it. Actually read it. It's short. It's not that hard. Okay? Then we'll see. We'll see.
Basically saved my life. I was really suicidal when I met her, and she just loved me. And I was so fucked up when I met her. Like, Nick doesn't even know who I used to be. Like, he doesn't even know how fucked up.
You know what the wonderful thing is about eyeliner, though? You can tell when the tears are fake.
He doesn't even know who I used to be. He doesn't know how fucked up I could be, okay? She saved my life she called me every single day for months so that I wouldn't kill myself. And she just loved me through it as I was like having realizations of being like, I think my dad was like kind of abusive.
Notice how she says nothing about going to therapy. Yeah.
Growing up. And she was like, fucking obviously, right? But she let me get there because, God, she was such a good friend. Being a good friend, there's this thing I notice every time I see somebody going through dark and hard times and their friends are coming around to support them, I'm like, yay, but also, oh my God, please be wise. I am so blessed that I had Tia because she was so wise, because she understood trauma and self-growth enough to know and to respect me and love me enough to give me the space to experience it on my own. And so often what happens, especially in girl groups, but boys do this too, somebody will be like, really struggling and low, and their friends come around them to support them, but then their friends also project and inject what they think is narratively true about that individual, and they don't give them the breathing space to figure it out for themselves. And there's nothing that I love more about Tia than she let me name my own trauma. It is my pet peeve, especially this is way more common in girl circles, where girls will name
Really, you're a self-ID person, huh?
each other's trauma before the girl who's been traumatized gets to. You don't get to tell your girlfriend, no, you were being abused. She gets to decide that. And she gets to decide that when she would like to decide that. She might also decide that she wasn't being abused, and that's okay. You don't get to define the narrative for her. And it's like, oh, it grates me.
But I mean, sometimes people are being abused and they're in denial about it, in which case you kind of do need to, otherwise you're not going to advise them to seek help or treatment or the authorities in some cases in response to it. This is terrible advice.
It is so toxic, femme.
Like, as if to illustrate, Anne Voir said that she wasn't abused. Well, after a year of crying on stream because Destiny was sexting her and calling her a princess in the background, while publicly he was saying, no, this person's a liar and a stalker and crazy. But when MrGirl's article came out, he managed to connive to get a set of DMs between him and Anne Voir, saying, oh, yeah, isn't this crazy what MrGirl was talking about? Yeah, no, it's bullshit. I told him not to. I don't believe in any of this. Something like that, paraphrasing. But the abuser managed to get a statement by the abused saying that, oh, everything's fine. And people not being willing to name it as abuse because of some kind of epistemic authority on the part of the person whose mind is being fucked. Why on earth would you privilege that? It's baffling to me. Yeah.
Where we, in this like smothering mother kind of way, try to help our friends by just informing them of a narrative that paints them in the best light possible. When the reality is that part of my self-narrative is that I responded to feeling isolated and rejected and bullied in high school by building this mask of ice where I pretended that I was above it all and didn't care about anything. But because I did that, people rightfully didn't think I cared about them, and it pushed people away and it hurt them. And that was me. That was my stuff. I'm not the cute little victim. I'm not this romanceable, sweet creature in the moment. I'm the ice queen. I'm the bitch. And it's bad. It's wrong of me. It's understandable. It's completely understandable when you put my life into the context of the iciness, but it doesn't make the behavior okay. And I'm so lucky I didn't have friends who yes man me in it.
Why are you talking about this on the internet? Go to a therapist.
Like, oh my God, I'd be so much worse today. And I feel like so often, I think female friendships are the worst at this right now in our era because of like some of the gross, like toxic femininity that's been like, yes man, like crazy in like.
You mean the thing that you've exclusively made the means by which you project any sort of authority on your channel? Like, I'm sorry, I remember talking to you and your immediate recourse was to try to frame me as wanting to fuck you. You're too female for me, no offense. Like, I'm sorry, you've weaponized toxic femininity and misogyny, by the way, almost exclusively throughout your entire online existence. Between that and pretending like you have academic credentials that give you authority in the fields of psychology and mental health, that's basically been all you've done. You need to go to a therapist. You need to take the gains that you've gained. You need to take your resources and you need to start pooling them into something that will make you financially independent of Destiny's platform, because your days are numbered, Kyla, on that platform. This is not going to last forever. It's not even going to last for very long. When Destiny stops engaging with you, or when he retires, or either or falls from grace, always a possibility, you are going down. I don't wish that for you. You need to find an out. Now is the time. This is the time for the harvest, okay? The winter is coming, and you got to get on that, because this calm ain't gonna last.
Feminism, but we will yes man our girlfriends.
Oh yeah, that exogesis debate. Do you know what exogesis is? She meant exegesis. And she kept trying to frame the guy she was debating as if he was nervous because they were flirting or something. It was very, very weird. Very weird.
To their grave. We will yes man them into a version of themselves that is the least friendable, the least marryable, and the least enjoyable. Because
the role of women is to be marryable, yes?
Just don't want them to feel bad for a single second, but self-growth should never be that comfortable. It's fucking tough. It's hard.
It's probably why you don't do it.
Sometimes when you're the victim, you're also at fault, and that's tough. That's really, really tough.
Actually, by definition, because you're the victim, you're not at fault. That's kind of what that means. If you were at fault, you'd be the culprit. Just so you know.
I was the victim of pretty like psychologically mind-fucky bullying in high school. And also, I was an asshole. I just was like a religious, prudy asshole. And
okay, well, what it sounds like, no offense, is that you were a bully and you didn't get a good reception. I'm familiar with this, don't worry.
And part of the reason why I was bullied so much was because I was a crazy, prudish, religious asshole. I earned that. It's also shitty of the kids to bully me, you know? Both of these things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, but I don't think... I have a strong suspicion that they didn't spontaneously bully you. It sounds like you have... it's not your fault. It sounds like you were raised to be an asshole. You were an asshole, and stuff didn't work out like you expected it would in your head, and people weren't nice to you afterwards. That's not them bullying you. That's kids reacting to a toxic person in their locality.
And if we don't allow each other, but especially if we don't allow women...
This is very common, by the way, for kids in religious schools. Because here's what happens. You get brought up with a particular set of values, and by values I mean a particular set of prejudices that have been framed as values. The adults in your life are very condescending and very arrogant, and you don't recognize it as such. You recognize it as them being certain, and they know everything because they're the grown-ups. And so you go to school, and you meet the children of the people that your parents have pointed to you and said they're idiots and bad guys, and you're not nice to them. As a consequence of you not being nice to them, but thinking you're being nice to them because you have a completely broken understanding of how equality and social interactions work, they aren't very nice to you back. And you start to internalize this as them being bad because you were just doing the right thing. A lot of kids in Christian settings are like this. And it's not Kyla's fault. It is a form of child abuse. The parents don't necessarily know better either. They're also victims of the same thing. But it's... That strikes me as what's actually going on here. Because the fact that she's talking about her being prudish in the context of public school, that tells me she's making comments about people's modes of dress. And people aren't appreciating that, which is their God-given right.
Because we're so desperate to infantilize them from any discomfort, to walk through and really look at themselves and their past selves and really take account for it.
By the way, personal growth is not the consequence of suffering. You can turn suffering into personal growth. That is a thing that happens sometimes. But generally speaking, when people are injured or harmed, they become worse than they were before. Is what it is. It's not fair. Okay? People who are hurt, people who are deprived, etc., are also hurt and deprived and injured and made less able to do things than they were before. That's what happens. Sometimes people are in a situation where they have the mental tools in order to spin that into a learning experience and are able to use that to build themselves up later. However, generally speaking, personal growth that is the result of trauma, it's not actually personal growth. What it is a making more complex of that trauma and the way it manifests. Your intellectual and personal and spiritual development and so on and so forth is not that of a piece of metal you are smashing and warping. That's not how that works. And generally, people who come out of that thinking they have personal growth are very damaged, very toxic, and very arrogant. But they found themselves in a situation where they can maintain the illusion to themselves of being something strong. When in fact what they actually are is the opposite of strong. They're something weak, something hypersensitive to all of their boundaries, for the very reason that their boundaries are very, very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. The biggest show of strength is indifference, not a violent reaction to a stimulus.
Ugly and the pretty parts of it, we are just denying our friends the ability to ever be an adult. We are just dooming our girlfriends to girlhood forever. And when I look at so many women and like the problems that they often have in interpersonal relationships, a lot of it's because men are stupid and nobody socialized them on emotions. And now that they're 25, they just have to fucking figure it out. And they think it's kind of gay too, right? And so there's not...
I think you think it's kind of gay too. And I think you think stupid people think it's kind of gay too. And you think stupid people will find it really attractive that you like games and anime, unlike all those normie girls that rejected them. And you appreciate those frail, resentful men. Men aren't stupid, just so you know. Because here's the consequence of misogyny. It's twofold. The victims are not just women, it's also men. Why? Well, because if men are trained to regard anything soft and flexible, if you will, as being the stuff of femininity, then they are being taught to embrace the conditions of their death. When you are rigid and old and rusted, that's when things break. When you are constrained to only particular kinds of action because you've ossified all other possible movements, that is death, that is moribund. By the same token, if you turn softness into a rigid requirement, you have achieved the exact same thing. In short, the conditions of separating the sexes, quote unquote, into genders, quote unquote, which are in fact the same thing. The idea of breaking down humanity into two parts, which have particular personality ideals or models or whatever, means that both of those are equally rigid, equally stupid, and equally immobile as a result. And it forces us down a particular chain of interactions that leads to a very narrow range of spots. To say men are stupid is to reify that exact thing. You're not breaking it, you're not undermining it, you're not transcending it, you are playing into the exact same game. You are saying that men are fundamentally different than women, and they are fundamentally different than women because of these characteristics, these psychological and personal characteristics, these characteristics that define how they engage with the world, and therefore I can predict how these people will act and how they ought to act and what my interventions are with them and so on and so forth. And insofar as people buy that, they will play out that role. And all this is telling me is that you have zero interest in the subjects of gender and relationships. What you have an interest in is being profitable and successful as a pundit who talks about gender and relationships, because you are banking on the fact that you're a moderately normal-looking woman talking about stuff with a foot cam. Like, lest we forget, just to emphasize how weird all this is, she has a mirror behind her screen, so you can see that she's not wearing shoes. It's like, it's weird. It's very weird. Very odd. Moving on.
Not a lot of good male partners. There just isn't. But women are also just increasingly becoming girls. They're just yes-manning each other into toxic...
The red pill people are never going to accept you. They think you're a loser because you are. Move on. Find a niche that you actually have something to offer.
Girl bossing and girlhood, and then wondering why nobody respects them, nobody wants to take them seriously, and nobody wants to like be in a long-term relationship with them. Because you don't marry girls makes you a fucking pedophile.
Excuse me? It's a phebophile. I forgot about this. Let's zoom this in a little bit. We don't care about Malcolm. Malcolm sucks. Malcolm sucks big time. Here we go. Quote, for you other retards thinking this is an, actually, it's a phebophilia, you're even more stupid. Any philia relies on a consistent pattern of preference. What a time to be alive. Alright, let's finish this horrible thing.
Even if they're 30.
Even if they're 30.
Okay. Where was I?
I'm petting my dog, fuck off. Look, you can handle PayPal on your phone with one hand, okay? I don't want to hear excuses.
Second lens. The second thing that I want to focus on that I've thought a lot about is psychology and science. When I've been doing bridges, I've had a lot...
You haven't thought about a lot about psychology and science. You certainly have not been thinking a lot about psychology and science in the context of bridges.
Of different types of guests, and my absolute favorite guests and conversations is where I get to dabble in the science of whatever. Getting to talk to people about science methodology and statistics, even if it's a science I don't like, the archaeology stuff was amazing.
That was NSU's version of PDF of the Soul. No, unfortunately. She was actually clarifying that somebody wasn't a pedophile. She was defending somebody.
So interesting to be like, so how do archaeologists academically test for this? Where do they control? What are their controlling factors? What are common...
Archaeologists, what?
Where I get to dabble in the science of whatever. Getting to talk to people about science methodology and statistics, even if it's a science I don't like, the archaeology stuff was amazing.
Why don't you like archaeology?
Amazing. It's so interesting to be like, so how do archaeologists academically test for this? Where do they...
They're archaeologists. What the fuck are you talking about?
control? What are their controlling factors? What are common
They're archaeologists. What are you talking about?
academic failings? Like, just
They're archaeologists, Kyla. What are you talking about?
thinking about the practice and the philosophy of science is something that I feel like I've been
You
increasingly
think archaeologists do fucking group studies?
missing because politics was really trendy, and it's fun. It's fun to do politics.
No, it's not.
It's fun to just be like, fuck you, go.
No, it's not. And you're not good
But
at
I
it.
love science. I just always have. I wish I could have every degree. I always used to joke of being like,
Yeah, we know you wish you could have every degree. You've more or less pretended to.
maybe I should get like a triple bachelor major in like biology and
Demonstrate that you've never taken a biology course before. That's a lot of work, actually. There's a reason why not everybody does it. That's a lot of fucking work. It's really tiring. I would not wish an undergraduate degree on my worst enemy.
psychology and statistics or something like that, which is insane. And I did not do that. And I'm probably not smart enough to do that. But I just love, I don't just love
She just loves learning.
scientific facts. I love the
You love scientific facts, really? Why? Scientific facts are dismal. They don't paint a pretty picture, lady.
process of science. I love the metacognition that science is because it's a forever self.
Wait, what? Wait, slow down.
But I just love, I don't just love scientific facts. I love the process of science. I love the metacognition that science is.
The what? She said metacognition in the previous video too, so I'm going to assume she just has no idea what that word means. Metacognition has to do with, amazing, I know, knowledge of thought processes, awareness and knowledge of thought processes, thinking about thinking. Now, unless she's specifically talking about cognitive psychology or neurology or something like that, and is assuming some specific theory of mind that collapses thought into that, what she's talking about is not metacognition. The analogy to metacognition would be philosophy of science, and I wouldn't like that either. But that'd be my closest approximation off the top of my head. The like that sentence makes no sense.
Because it's a forever self-purifying system. And that's
How is science a self-purifying system? Science isn't even a system. What are you talking about, lady?
why I increasingly hate politics, because it doesn't seem to be very self-purifying anymore.
In what? We use political as almost a synonym for corrupt and duplicitous. In what universe has politics ever been self-purifying? Are you She's insane. She is insane. She's insane. I don't even know what self-purifying means. What do you mean self-purifying of what? What does science purify you of? What the fuck are you talking about?
Which is not good. Not good. No good. Science purifies. Politics doesn't. It is the
Science doesn't purify.
worst. We have the worst politics. Sorry.
That was not the worst Trump impression, though.
So psychology and science is something I also really want to focus back in on because I just miss it. I love it. I just do. I just love it. And the third lens is metacognition.
But it's not. You said science is metacognition.
As I said, the thing I love most about science is basically the theory of how we think about the world. It's
The theory about how we think about the world.
It's the process of thinking that occurs within science. My favorite thing in psychology is just like neurobiology. It's just fucking cool. The brain's cool. But I love metacognitive work. I think it's fascinating to think about how we think about the world. I think it's the only thing. Everyone's like obsessed about misinfo, which for good reasons, to be clear. It's really not good. It's definitely messing with a lot of politics specifically.
Is this person real? No, she is not.
In a terrifying way.
She's generated by AI, like an early one. It's like first generation ChatGPT.
And so a lot of people,
the non-paid version,
say like misinfo is like the great plague. And I'm like, is it misinfo or is it that just everyone's like retarded and doesn't know how to think well? Like,
it's misinfo. Everyone is not retarded and doesn't know how to think well. Thank you very much. Present company excluded.
If everyone could just think a little bit better, we could probably all just get past half this misinfo. Like we'd all just be able to be like, there's like multiple counterexamples of this not being true. So, not great. So those are the 3 lenses that I've decided I want to work on. And I need to think about how they'll look in streaming. But in general, I think I want to do a lot more pre-recorded content. And if I stream, I think I need to either decide, either streaming is going to become something that's really chill for me, and it's just like fucking around and having fun, or it's a little bit pre-planned and it's more of like a show. Those are kind of the 2 options, and I just don't know what direction I'm going to go. I think for now I'm going to go for the chill and try to do more pre-recorded, so put my energy.
Someone said origin of languages in here. Oh, here we are. Oh my god. Been given a little treat as a reward for our sufferings. Origin of Logos. I hope you make more video essays in the future. They are more instructive and inviting than streams. And here's a couple of reasons why. They require one to think about their thoughts before writing them down. This is desirable because it allows one to ponder how they should structure their arguments in the finest manner so there is no confusion about their ideas, whereas streaming demands the streamer to speak impromptu about any number of topics. And this is especially damaging because people are liable to make contradictory statements since it's difficult to remember what one said on stream from any other. Just imagine how tough this must be for dishonest streamers. They must follow a coherent train of logic. Streams can get boring when the streamer just rambles about any random topic every few minutes, whether it's brought up by a chatterer because the streamer is scatterbrained. Even those awkward long pauses from streamers when they're Googling or looking up stuff in real time get unbearably tedious. Essays cut out all the superfluous fat, that is, if the writer is competent. Of course, I'm biased here because I'm a video essayist and prefer academic or thoughtful content over mudslinging or just chilling content. I can't take them seriously, but I will be here to watch your videos if you try the essay format out, !
As far as like creation and perfection into the video essays. And if that isn't working for whatever reason, people aren't enjoying it, would probably be the biggest feedback. There's not a lot of like bite for it. It's like, okay, then I'd probably lean a little bit harder back into streaming, and then I'd probably build plans into my streaming. But in general, I want my content to be something I'm proud of. And the reason that I haven't been super proud of it is just the quality. I just want the quality to be higher, more thought out. I want the audio to be better. I want the aesthetics to be pulled together more. As you notice, the lighting and the angle's good. The microphone is a lot better. I'm probably going to try to dress better consistently because I was starting to stream just like makeupless. Like my hair is like...
Oh my god. Oh no. Now I feel bad. Oh, no, I just genuinely feel bad. Does anyone know a good podcast that just talks about life? Maybe a little psychology or philosophy. I don't need a 6-time PhD that's full of him or herself. Just a couple people have some points in view on why people do the things I do, why cultures are different, and why. Kyla? Oh. That's not Louis C.K., Kyla! That's an imitation account. Oh. Louis C.K. deleted his Twitter account. Louis C.K. is not is not on Twitter. Somebody used the name and got a big following. Look. Here, I'll show you, okay? Look. This is what Louis C.K. looked like on Twitter, okay? Like, do we have is this linked to it? Yeah, he's been suspended. Ugh.
Barely on my head, you know, it's just doing whatever. And that's a vibe. That's a certain vibe. It's just not the vibe that I like.
Not Louis C.K. confused her because she's not so erudite? Yeah, maybe.
I just like a more put together vibe because I am a cringy white male. White female.
This person wanted you to pay her $50 to find a therapist, yeah.
I guess in this way.
Yeah, she did.
I like my house in order, as Peterson might say. So that's what I've been thinking a lot about content creation. And I hope you guys will benefit from that. Probably what you're most interested in is not my musings about content creation or myself, but my musings about the space. It's been very fascinating to be interacting with, like, to be honest, some of the most famous people on YouTube and Twitch, and getting to experience like podcaster world and culture, because podcasters are their own thing. They're just their own little nebula. And then there's like video essayists. And just to be clear, podcasters is nebulous. There's like true crime podcasters and comedy podcasters and like long form interview podcasters, but they're all also podcasters. There's something that's cohesive in the culture there. And then there is video essayists, YouTuber broadly, pre-recorded YouTuber content. Which again, very heterogeneous, but I'm thinking more, when I'm saying video essayists, I'm meaning people like somewhat within my space. So it's gonna be like the Mr. Beats, Vsauce, just people who are putting out more put together, thought out kind of intellectual video essay pieces, whatever the topics happen to be. Nina, whatever her name is, the like cute Asian chick that does like feminist and cultural video essays that are really good and aesthetic and whatnot.
President Sunday is torturing us. I am. The theory meter is only at $32. We need to get to 100. If we get to 100, we'll do an intellectual topic. And everything will be better. Alas.
ContraPoints, kind of all of that world specifically. And then there's kind of the streamer world. And it's been fascinating to interact with all of them and learn about them and figure out probably where I fit in best, which, you know, is nowhere. You know, I'm not a 2, as Brittany might say. Oh yeah, sad news. I don't think, I shouldn't say it. Brittany and I are not friends anymore.
Yeah, because she insulted the person who is feeding you by the hand. That would be why, Kyla. We know, don't worry.
She sent me a message. I didn't get a chance to get back to her. I don't think she blocked me. She might have, but I think she unfriended me. And so when I went to type a response to her, it didn't go through. I thought about emailing her or joining her Patreon just to be like, just to respond when she sent me this like friendship breakup message. And it was very like, just to be clear, when I say friendship breakup, people are going to be like cringing and wanting to shit on Brittany. It was fine. It's kind of what I expected. She's increasingly like pretty angry towards Destiny. I disagree with a lot of her statements about him. I think they're cherry picked and resentful. And I don't agree, obviously. And so it's becoming, it was an increasingly obvious schism between us. And so I think the separation was somewhat inevitable, but just what's clear, I don't have super overly negative feelings towards Brittany Simon. I think she's a little unfair towards, not a little, I think she's quite unfair towards Steven. And I really don't appreciate her comments that she makes about like his kid or parenting or anything. I just think it's a little out of pocket, but that's also her content. Like I'm aware that that's what she does. I still broadly like her as a person. I still think her level system is completely fine. And I think you're actually just...
That's because you're brain damaged and you're very dumb.
Pedantic and deranged if you get really upset about her level system. I think you're
a very dumb person, Kyla. Impressively so. I would actually wager that you are probably operating at a lower cognitive level than the vast majority of people who watch Destiny, which, let me tell you, is a statement. Okay, I'm done with this. She's too dumb. Have a good night. Take it easy. It appears as though Pixie is taking Steven to court, after all. Taking Destiny to court. Case was filed yesterday. My initial exposure to this was JStock published this on Twitter, and somebody published that in a Discord server. So, this is from Destiny's chat talking about it. We're going to go over some stuff. Thought you were done talking about Destiny? We're not talking about Destiny. We're talking about a legal proceeding. This is different. This is not Destiny drama. This is Destiny legal drama, which is not the same. They look the same. They definitely smell the same. But they're not the same. So the order goes from top to bottom. Well, I guess I can finally talk about things now. Jesus. Wait, where's the MrGirl album of the docs? Or is there a court docket somewhere? Thank you, Sunken Submarine. You want to know what her first demand was? Ever since Lauren started talking to her on the 9th, this has been the most insane extortion scheme I have ever used against me in my entire life. Since the 9th? Ever since they started talking on it. I don't think that's true. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This is her first demand. Okay. So this is the first thing that I'm confused by, to be honest. Oh, naked down there. There we go. That's better. This is what this... Don't even want to know what that was down there. This is what's being referred to. What is that? Okay, it's just a meme. Good. You never know. Anyways. Quote. This is apparently a demand letter sent to Destiny, I'm assuming, by Pixie's lawyer. I don't know if this is real. Like, that's the thing. It's as a result of this violation, my client has suffered considerable harm, including but not limited to severe emotional anguish, damage to personal relationships, and public humiliation. The unlawful actions have disrupted my client's personal and professional life, and we are now compelled to seek monetary compensation for these damages. In light of the foregoing, we hereby demand the following. Immediate monetary compensation for the damages caused by the unauthorized disclosure of intimate images. Specifically, my client is entitled to at least $15 million. In compensation for emotional distress, reputational harm, pain and suffering, loss of privacy, the loss of personal and professional standing, and the ongoing impact on my client's life. A formal written apology from you acknowledging your role in the unauthorized disclosure and the harm it caused. 3, immediate cessation of any further disclosure or dissemination of the intimate images, and written assurance that, after an agreement has been reached, all copies of the images in your possession or under your control will be permanently deleted. 4, reimbursement of legal fees associated with addressing this violation, including the drafting and sending of this demand letter. Failure to resolve this matter within 5 business days from the date of this letter will leave us no choice but to pursue legal action to the full extent of the law to seek compensatory and punitive damages as well as injunctive relief. This, by the way, dear children, is not extortion. Just to be clear. This is definitionally not extortion. Does anyone in the class want to tell us why? Why is this not extortion? The ask is insane. $15 million is wildly unrealistic, but why is this not extortion? I'll explain why I don't think it's fake in a second, but they're threatening legal action. The threat is legal action. We will pursue legal action to the full extent of the law if you don't settle this within 5 days to seek compensatory and punitive damages as well as injunctive relief. That's why. Anything extra legal is extortion. You threaten anything extra legal, it's extortion. Consequences are legal action only, exactly. That is so important. So this may look silly. $15 million is a choice. But this is completely above board. This is completely legal. There's no way this can actually backfire in a legal sense. None. Okay? Now, here's why I actually think this is real. I don't have confirmation this is real, but here's why I think this is real. Stephen here is saying that this was from the 9th, right? So this is early. My conversations with Straighterade were such that she said that the ambitious asks that she had to talk Pixie down from were inspired by Lauren De Laguna, who's apparently called Lauren Hayden. I don't care. So I would not be surprised if this was a demand letter that was sent early, before she's talking to her current lawyers. That would be my guess. That's my guess. My dad always said that you start with a high number because it gets haggled down. 15 million is crazy. That's not a high number. That's crazy. Last thanks for the $10 US. 15 million is crazy, but they will likely settle for less. That being said, I think Destiny needs a harsh punishment, so that if he does not repent, he can at least be too scared to do this again. Well, I don't think this is connected to the current case. So I'll show you what was actually posted about the current case, right? So this is what Destiny published today in response to the current case being filed. And it's here. I need to center this a little bit. Maybe I'll just make it bigger. Can I just scroll down? Yeah, I can just scroll down. Okay. So if I click on that, how big does that get? Okay, that'll work. So JStock posted this, okay? We're just going to go through this quickly. I'm going to make this bigger so I can actually see it. Okay. So, Jane Doe versus Stephen Bonnell. Complaint. To the Honorable Court comes now plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her undersigned counsel, and very respectfully states, alleges, and prays as follows. Nature of action. 1. This action seeks to hold defendant accountable for his unauthorized, intentional, and unlawful disclosure and dissemination of intimate images and sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, thereby causing plaintiff extreme emotional and physical distress, depression, anxiety, and harm to her personal and professional reputation. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief, compensatory and punitive damages, attorney fees, and any other relief this honorable court deems just and proper as a result of defendant's unlawful, extreme, and outrageous conduct towards plaintiff. 2. Plaintiff brings claims pursuant to, inter alia, the Intimate Image Protection Act, 15 U.S.C. 6851, the Sexual Cyber Harassment Statute, Florida Statute 784-049, and other Florida laws pertaining to the right of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1331 because this action arises under the laws of the United States. We get all this. Parties. Plaintiff Jane Doe is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Plaintiff brings his complaint anonymously due to the intimate and sensitive nature of the materials which form the subject matter of the complaint. Defendant Stephen K. Bonnell is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami Beach, Florida. His address is now legally doxed, which is kind of interesting. Factual allegations. Bonnell, known online as Destiny, is a live streamer and political commentator. He has over 840,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He has a huge following on X, Kick, Reddit, and Discord. It would have been higher than 840,000 a couple of weeks ago. Bonnell had over 700,000 followers on his Twitch channel before he was banned from Twitch in March 2022 due to hateful conduct. Plaintiff, known online as Pixie. This is actually not confirmed, by the way. Plaintiff, known online as Pixie, is also a live streamer as well as an influencer. Pixie has 15,000 followers on X, and on Twitch, she has 10,000 followers. 10. Plaintiff began conversing with Bonnell on the Discord platform when she was approximately 19 years old. Bonnell was approximately 33 years old. At that time, Plaintiff was a new streamer in the same niche as Bonnell, politics. 11. Approximately 2 years later, on or about September 12, 2020, after multiple conversations about consent and boundaries, Plaintiff engaged in sexual relations with Bonnell. Plaintiff was inexperienced and had only had physical relations with one other person prior to Bonnell. This was the only time Plaintiff and Bonnell had sexual relations. During this one occasion, Bonnell recorded videos of Plaintiff and him engaging in sexual conduct. 12. Unbeknownst to Plaintiff at the time, on or about October 4th, 2022, Bonnell disseminated through electronic means one of the videos, the video, to a 19-year-old... Oh, that's interesting. Videos in plural. The video to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. Rose was a random fan of Bonnell's on his Discord platform that reached out to him on Discord. Bonnell had never met Rose, despite knowing nothing about Rose and not even knowing her real name. Bonnell intentionally shared the video with Rose without Plaintiff's knowledge or consent. On or about November 29th, 2024, the sexually explicit video of plaintiff that Bunnell had shared with Rose was uploaded on Kiwi Farms. The video was also shared on multiple other pornography websites. The caption on the video on the different platforms identify both. Shortly after the video was posted, various friends and random followers of plaintiff inform her about the dissemination of the video. Some of the messages are very accusatory. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of the sexually explicit video. As of today's date, the video has been viewed on the undisclosed site over 10,000 times, I'm assuming it's going to say. It has been viewed on the site over 58,000 times. At least... that was contradictory. Doesn't matter. It had at least as many views on other websites, but it has since been removed. It is still on Kiwi Farms. I shouldn't actually say that. But the site does not have... it doesn't matter, everybody knows. But the site does not have a number tracker, so the number of views is unknown, but estimated to be in the tens of thousands. There were over 10,000 views, but it has since been removed. On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sends a message to Bunnell on Discord expressing her horror that he shared the video of her. She asks if he sent an additional pornographic video to... if he sent any additional pornographic videos to anyone. He admits his guilt, responding, there shouldn't be no... I'm so sorry. There's literally no excuse. I had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. Plaintiff then asks him to delete any and all videos that he has of her. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny and Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, and Twitter. What's interesting me is that it's referring to videos in the plural, but I think there's only been one that she's been identified in, which suggests that maybe they've been sent around elsewhere. I wonder if they've been sent around elsewhere, like if other people have come forward with these things. Sort of like in the Pixie case. Pardon me, sort of like in the Cherry case, where after our videos went up and Pixie publicly declared that she was going to sue Destiny, Cherry received a recording that Destiny had taken without her knowledge. I wonder if something like that's gone on. The leak of the video, 17, the leak of the video goes viral. Oh, that dog's excited upstairs. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny and Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, and Twitter. Plaintiff begins receiving hundreds of insulting and harassing messages. Many of the followers discussing the leaks on the different accounts falsely claim that Plaintiff exchanged sex for professional growth and favors from Bunnell. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified, and depressed, starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff messages Bunnell and tells him she is, quote, just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again, unquote. Plaintiff then unfriends Bunnell on Discord so that she cannot receive any messages from him. On or about December 13th, 2024. Is that audible to you guys? Can you guys hear the dog in the background, or is that... yeah. You can hear it? Okay, we'll wait a second. Come on, guys. What on earth is he doing up there? Okay. Sounds like he's been taken inside. Finally! Okay. "19. On or about December 13th, 2024, plaintiff meets with Bunnell's close friend and business associate, Kyla Turner. Which they didn't censor properly. You got it? Okay. Plaintiff tells her about her suicidal thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she's enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bunnell never does this to her or anyone else again. Turner tells her, undisclosed Turner, tells her she will talk to Bunnell and tell him what they discussed. 20. On or about December 19th, 2024, Turner asks plaintiff if Bunnell has communicated with or added her back as a friend. Plaintiff responds in the negative. 21. The plaintiff continues feeling depressed and suicidal. The leak of the video is still a viral topic of conversation on multiple platforms, with people making horrible accusations about plaintiff. On the morning of January 20th, 2025, 2 videos on YouTube are posted by 2 different streamers discussing the quote-unquote Pixie leak. It's not how it's referred to, but okay. The videos include screenshots of private messages of plaintiff discussing the situation with friends and claims that plaintiff took hush money, only cares about money, and does not care about other victims of defendant. That's untrue. These videos have been viewed by thousands, including one which, as of today, was viewed by over 90,000 people. Or 100,000 people, actually. The majority of the posts by people assume that Bunnell shared the videos with Bunnell's consent and knowledge. I don't know where that information's coming from. This is very suspect. 22. On or about January 20th, 2025, in desperation, plaintiff / Pixie goes online and announces that Destiny shared the videos without her consent or knowledge, and that she will be seeking legal recourse. That same day, Bunnell / Destiny responds on various platforms, including Reddit and Imgur, and falsely claims that the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. Well, hang on. That depends, though. The video leak, was he referring to the video leak to Rose or the video leak by Solo? Because those are two different things. This claim directly contradicts his November 29th, 2024 explicit written admission to plaintiff that he knowingly and intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's consent. On January 20th, right after plaintiff publicly announced that she would sue Bunnell, one of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her that Bunnell had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bunnell is still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. Huh. This is what I mean. Like, there's no way in hell this is the only dump. This has absolutely been happening elsewhere. On January 21st, 2025, aware of an impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bunnell starts destroying evidence, including deleted messages between him and plaintiff. On January 23rd, 2025, Bunnell receives a letter from plaintiff's counsel informing him of plaintiff's intent to sue and demanding that he preserve all evidence. 25. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Bunnell begins to publicly harass and defame plaintiff. He posts in his group chat called DGG with multiple people that plaintiff / Pixie is just after his money. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Bunnell also posts on his website destiny.gg, and in his DGG chat, that, quote, Pixie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably some broke loser anyway, so they aren't even mentioning him, unquote. Over 1,000 people have potentially viewed this defamatory post. 27. Bunnell's attempt to divert blame from himself and cast blame on an alleged hacker, quote unquote, is directly contradicted by his own prior explicit written admission, see ante, to plaintiff that he intentionally shared the videos, and by his text messages with Rose, in which he tells her about the video with the young girl that he will send her. Bunnell continues defaming and harassing plaintiff on his website. Destin.gg, and in the DGG chat, he implies that plaintiff is trying to quote-unquote milk him, and that she is not going after anybody else that might allegedly have been involved in the leak of the videos because she can't, quote, milk as much money out of that target, unquote. Potentially over 1,000 people have seen this post. Yeah. It might be really important how much of her conversations with Pixie Aaron shared with Destiny. That might matter. 29. In or around the end of January 2025, approximately 15 women reached out to plaintiff to tell her that they had received sexually explicit images from Benel of other women without the other women's consent. 3 of these women also tell plaintiff that Benel deleted their chat threads after January 23rd, 2025. 30. Upon information and belief, multiple women, including Melina Gorison and Stacia, screen names, have recently come forward and publicly alleged that Benel has released sexually explicit videos of them without their consent. Upon information and belief, these images were then posted on different pornography websites without their consent. 11. A woman with the screen name Cherry recently found out that Benel had secretly made an unauthorized audio recording of their sexual interaction, and then had distributed it to multiple people without her knowledge or consent. Benel has retaliated against Cherry by publicly posting private messages with her, I'm assuming, during a time when she was suffering a mental health crisis. 32. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Benel begins a smear campaign against plaintiff and tells his followers that plaintiff is also interested in getting money from him. Over 1,000 of his followers could have seen this post. He also tells his followers that his only crime was being, quote-unquote, too much of a gooner. The word gooner is slang for someone who is deeply engaged in excessive adult X-rated content consumption, sometimes in a compulsive or obsessive manner. I'm just imagining this being explained to a judge. "33. On or about January 24th, 2025, another female political streamer talks about Benel's sharing of the videos. She informs her followers that Destiny/Benel had recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. A conversation, that's interesting. I was under the impression it was more illicit material. It's not any more legal, but that's better. Oh, thank you so much. She alleges that after their personal relationship deteriorated, he became publicly hostile towards her, and then later he posted to his followers that he has the recording and that he could publish it. Then on February 9th, 2025, after posting a link to a clip of her talking about his sharing of the video, Benel retaliated against her by posting private sexual text messages between them to his community chat group. Jesus Christ. That's not about Cherry, it's about denims, I'm pretty sure. It said Cherry before. Did they make a mistake? Or did I just infer Cherry? I might have inferred... No, because Cherry was mentioned up here. Okay, sorry, I mixed them up. That's my bad. I was talking about Cherry in the previous one. This is somebody else. This is probably... Yes, so this makes sense. This is Denims. Yes, Denims had a conversation leaked. Or threatened to leak. That's right, okay. Thank you for catching that. 34. On or about January 26, 2025, Hannah Brooke, a follower of Benel, contacted plaintiff and informs her that even after the video was publicized on November 29th, 2024, Destiny/Benel offered to send the videos to her. A few days later, another follower posted Brooks's... it almost gave me a heart attack. Brooks, what are you doing? Posted Brooks's direct messages with Benel. After the messages go public, Benel deleted his messages with Brooke in an attempt to cover it up. 35. Defendant has admitted that he disclosed the video to Rose. And there is evidence that he also disclosed it to other people without plaintiff's consent. The defendant could have, and should have, expected that the videos would then be publicly disclosed and disseminated to hundreds or thousands, of people online, which is exactly what foreseeably occurred. 36. On January 30th, 2025, Destiny/Benel admits that he has been actively deleting evidence of his wrongdoing, specifically his messages with multiple women who have claimed that he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. This is also, by the way, completely unnecessary and pointless because you can, just so you know, guys, every message you send on Discord is there forever. Discord can bring them up. If they get subpoenaed, everything can come out. Everything. It's all there. It's all still there. On January 30th, they actively deleting evidence of fraud. 37. On or about February 8th, 2025, Benel posts on X that he agrees with another post that claims that plaintiff is extorting him. On or about February 9th, 2025, Benel makes another defamatory post on X again, telling his followers that plaintiff only cares about getting money from him. He also informs all of his followers that the video can still be seen on... The post has over 1 million views as of this date. The videos disclosed by Benel were of a private nature and were never intended for public distribution. Defendant's actions have caused plaintiff severe emotional distress, humiliation, and reputational harm. Plaintiff's career as a political streamer has been adversely affected, and her aspirations of being elected for office have been greatly diminished. Count 1. Violation of 15 U.S.C. Intimate Image Protection Act. 39. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 38 as above as though fully set forth herein. 48. Defendant knowingly and intentionally disclosed the sexually explicit videos without plaintiff's knowledge or consent. 41. Plaintiff is identifiable in the videos. The videos have been viewed by thousands of people and continue to be viewed by thousands. The leak of the videos by defendant and plaintiff's role in the videos has been discussed online by thousands of people. This is actually important for adjacent cases. I want to take a brief digression before we finish this. Right now, Willie Mack, J-Stock, and Nick DeOrio are all beefing with each other on Twitter. Willie Mack made a video on Destiny the other day that was also, I want to say, close to half about me. And here's what stands out about that. I don't really give a shit about the accusations made against me. What I care about is their purpose. He published a conversation between himself and Destiny over Discord, asking him questions. Now, two things were done in the course of asking him those questions and him publishing them. The first one, which actually occurred later, is that he allowed his video to act as a megaphone for Destiny to muddy the waters in his own defense publicly in two ways. First, he cast aspersions on people like Lav and Kelly Jean, who are not really relevant parts of this story, in order to give the general impression to his audience and to Willie Mack's audience that there is a cabal of crazy people who have a long history of deceptive activity, and that they can therefore suspend judgment and continue to enjoy his content while they wait for more information. The second thing is, similar to that, he had a call that he published that was roughly 12 minutes long that he ostensibly didn't record. 12 minutes is not a long time. And Willie Mack was able to say, he said he has stuff. I can't verify this, obviously. We'll just have to wait and see. And the message, even if couched in condemnation of Stephen at a superficial level, tells his audience, it's okay. If you guys like Destiny, that's okay. It's possible he can turn this around. He knows stuff. Maybe there's stuff in the background he knows that you don't know. There's another part of this which conditions my read of the other parts, and that's when he asks Destiny if the Melina videos were shared without Melina's consent. Okay? And I'm actually going to pull that up quickly, because I think it's actually important. I think it's actually really important. So, here we go. Conversation is... He just flashes it on the screen. It's very short. Oh, there's me. I'm in it more than this. We... Like, he flashes it on the screen super fast. It's weird. Okay, so when he says he confronts Destiny, he doesn't actually... Does he have them on Imgur? No? Okay, that's fine. I'll grab him quickly. Oh, I already have it. I already had that ready for the previous thing when I covered this. We're good. We got it. We got it. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So, Willie Mack confronts Destiny, with these questions, okay? Okay, so I've looked into the drama surrounding you as of late. I'm late because I was covering Tyler Oliveria in depth, and it took a lot of time. I feel educated enough now to ask you some questions. These answers will be shown publicly. If you want me to redact any details or names you give me, please make that clear. He didn't give me this courtesy, by the way. He just announced in the middle of our conversation that it would be going into a video, but that's fine. 1. I understand that people have threatened to sue you. Have you been served papers yet? Do you know if it is going to be civil or criminal court? 2. Did you secretly record Cherry and share it with people? Have you secretly record somebody while having intercourse? 3. This is the one I want to focus on. Is there truth to you sharing images and videos of Melina without consent? I did not take her accusations seriously at the time, but now I feel it's relevant, now that everybody else has covered it and it's safe to do so. The reason why I want to highlight this is because there's a particular reason why, even at this late stage, regardless of what you think about me, I'm still being talked about by these people. And this is why. When these leaks happened, everybody knew immediately that they were done without consent, because it's inconceivable that they were done with consent. Okay? Everybody knew that they were in circulation. Everybody knew they came from Destiny, da-da-da-da-da. And everybody knew, including Willie Mack, that Melina, who had been threatened by Destiny publicly, that if she ever badmouths him in public, he's got a bunch of dirt to leak on her. Everyone knew that when she said, almost immediately after those leaks took place, that none of that was with consent, everyone knew she was referring to those videos. Willie Mack knew, said nothing. Said nothing. Didn't just say nothing, presumed that Melina was lying. Just out of hand. It's kind of fascinating, actually. He just presumed, apropos of nothing, without asking anybody, that this porn of Melina that was leaked with porn of a bunch of other people by some rando that had to have come from Destiny, Melina's just lying. Clearly she consented to this. She's just lying, you know, because that's how women be, I suppose. Nick DeOrio and Turkey Tom are on a call with Chudlogic. Turkey Tom says, do you really trust Melina? Isn't she an OnlyFans girl? Don't they share this stuff all the time? Nick DeOrio, with full knowledge of what Melina's referring to, says, I looked at the full context. I looked at the full context around these clips because I didn't want to trust a random Reddit post. And I think, having looked it over, she's actually talking about the Leafy stuff. Yeah. So here's what's going on, and this is why this matters. These people instinctively tried to cover this up. Not just ignored it, not just quietly backed away, they tried to cover it up. And I can't help but wonder, has this happened again or will this happen again? Because this was a very obvious case. It's a very hard one to cover up, actually. That attempt at misdirection was very stupid and very, very strange. Like, the idea that you would be able to come out and say, oh no, she's talking about the Leafy thing, clearly. She probably gave consent. She's just lying. The idea that you would make that move is crazy in light of the evidence that there is, because every single person knew what had taken place. And so I'm genuinely wondering, how often has this happened? Because this is just a very obvious case. This is a very obvious case. And all these people colluded together to keep it silent. And why are they talking about me? Well, because I did something that they don't like. And I'm gonna spoil you a little bit. It's not that I described Pixie's interactions with Kyla Turner as extortive. What they didn't like is that I revealed that they knew. Because Nick DeOrio is the first one who on record said, this interaction is blackmail. He said that to me without me prompting him. Which means, had this been published by somebody else, he would have called it blackmail. Why? Because it would let him stay friends with Steven. That's why. Why are they talking about me now? Well, because now they have to justify staying quiet to stay publicly friends with Steven. That's all this is. This is a bunch of really dumb people who think they're being clever, fucking it up. Because let me show you something. There was an interesting conversation I saw. Very interesting conversation I saw. $127.52.
Creator. He went and
this is Nick DeOreo commenting on Beckett and me launching our videos.
supposedly he said to me, and I imagine this is true, I have no reason to believe it's not, that he did apologize to Pixie, which is a good start. My biggest criticism for Beckett is like, if you had all this information and you wanted to cover it and you knew Sunday was going to drop it, why not just wait and drop it a day later? Like, why work directly with Sunday if you know it's coming out and you don't want to be wrapped up in the weird ethical complications? Why don't you just make your video and then when it releases and it's already public, then drop your video?
Now put this in the context of Nick DeOreo talking to me in a private call. Confirming, everybody knows about this. When you come out with this, a whole bunch of people will be behind you. I just can't do it. Destiny's audience is just too powerful. Okay, they'll ruin my career. That's what happened. The problem is they're dumb. They're dum-dums. And so, what happened... And so what happened is, he did that, probably expecting me to make something out of it. But he said too much, and he fucked himself. And so now, he's got a bit of a problem. Because now, for him to be in any way responsible for my video coming out in the manner that it did, he stabbed Turkey Tom in the back by telling everyone that when he was bad-mouthing Melina and saying she was a liar, that he knew she was telling the truth. That he knew what she was referring to. These are bad fucking people. Unfortunately, being a bad person often means that you're dumb. Because being good at something, being smart, takes sacrifice and time and love, okay? It's something these people don't have. These are bottom feeders. Like, just to be clear, I just want to emphasize this again, okay? I want to emphasize this again. I've gone over this before. There we go.
That's Melina.
So,
Okay.
can I just say a thing, please?
God, I love how he sounds in this. Anyways, so this is the conversation with Chudlogic. This is from a month ago. This is from 1st of January, okay?
To me, is like you say it's obvious, and like
I think it probably is that way if I had to guess, but I just don't know. I don't know the
Sure,
people involved.
that's
I don't
fine.
necessarily
Okay.
trust Melina.
So,
Okay.
Can I just say a thing, please?
They did know. Chudlogic is holding their feet to the fire because he showed them the Pixie material by this point, which means they had the Melina material, which they all discounted out of hand. Not because they didn't know, but because they chose to treat Melina as untrustworthy. They chose to pretend like Melina was lying and or was talking about something else, so that they could all just stay cozy. That's it. These people are parasites. Their entire business model is to hang around people who do things and make waves, and then to sort of feed off of the aftermath. And Destiny is really, really good for that. You looking like you're friendly with Destiny while Destiny is breaking into the mainstream a little bit, that's a big deal. That means you can get a little bit into the mainstream, a little bit. Safe level, safe way. Being friendly with that community, which is huge, is a big deal. You get to be one of the cool kids. But what if, to be one of the cool kids, you have to not acknowledge that the cool person you're hanging out with is a sex abuser, is a creep who takes videos of people without them knowing, or shares videos of people without them knowing, in order to make himself look sexually desirable to teenagers. So just to be clear, when these people go on and on about how they were decent, they cared about the victims, their first instinct was to disparage and silence the victims. Their first instinct was to make the audience think there was no story. Their first instinct was to volunteer their efforts to make it so that people can't hear the victims speak. These people are directly complicit. Let's finish this doc. And I highlight this here because other people too who have tried to posture as heroes recently have also used this defense to also sweep for Destiny. Let's be clear. I appreciate very much that J-Stock is now coming out against Destiny after Cherry's leak was confirmed by Cherry. But he was silencing people on his channel from talking about this, using the claim that nobody knows the defendant, so it's okay. He can continue to just rake in the cash, being the Destiny drama channel. Everything's still safe. We can all keep our jobs, guys. It's fine. He did this. I'm glad he's on the right side now, but let's be clear. He's on the right side because the tide turned. He did not make a moral decision. He made a decision based on a calculation. Whole lot of people are coming out against Destiny. I don't think I want to be associated with this. He made a slightly bold move too late. Moving on. 42. As a direct result of defendant's conduct, plaintiff has suffered extreme emotional distress and harm to her reputation. 43. All of the above actions of defendant violated 15 U.S.C. 6851, and accordingly, plaintiff is entitled to a preventative and injunctive relief requiring the defendant to delete the videos and barring him from any further disclosure of the videos. B. Actual damages in an amount to be proven, or alternatively, liquidated damages in the amount of $150,000, whichever is greater. C. Punitive damage, and D. Reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Count 2. Violation of Florida Statute 784049, sexual cyber harassment. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 43. Above as though fully set forthwith. 45. Florida Statute provides 784049 provides a statutorily created private right of action. 46. Defendant's knowing and willful dissemination of sexually explicit videos of plaintiff to other people through electronic means without plaintiff's consent and in violation of her expectation that the videos would remain private constitutes sexual cyber harassment under Florida Statute 784049. 47. Defendant acted intentionally and or with reckless disregard for plaintiff's rights, causing plaintiff to suffer damages. 48. Defendant shared the videos for no legitimate purpose. 49. Tens of thousands of people have viewed the videos on the different platforms. Tens of thousands of people are aware of the defendant's release of the videos and have engaged in public online discussions with defendant about the videos and about plaintiff. 50. As a direct, natural, proximate, and foreseeable result of defendant's actions and violation of 784049, plaintiff has suffered damage to reputation, emotional pain and suffering, mental anguish, anxiety, and loss of dignity. 51. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief, requiring the defendant to destroy all videos, stop disclosing the videos, and cease harassing the plaintiff. One of the most unreal developments in the course of the aftermath of these videos being released is that Destiny there were other leaked DMs showing Destiny saying something to the effect of, hey, this stuff's all out now, do you want to just see this stuff? He continued to share videos. It's actually unreal. He thinks he's untouchable. And he's a psychopath. 52. Plaintiff seeks statutory damages as per Florida statute, or alternatively actual damages for emotional distress, loss of income, medical expenses, and other damages. Plaintiff seeks attorney's fees and costs pursuant to 784049. Plaintiff also seeks punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Plaintiff also seeks punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Huh. Okay. It's a lot. It's an expensive leak. Count 3. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. 53. Plaintiff adopts and re-alleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 52. 54. Defendant's conduct of disclosing the videos without plaintiff's consent was either done intentionally or with reckless disregard to the probability of causing plaintiff emotional distress. 55. The defendant acted in a way in which he knew or should have known the severe emotional distress would likely result. 56. The defendant's actions were so extreme and outrageous that they go beyond all possible bounds of decency and are intolerable in a civilized society. 57. Even after the defendant became aware that plaintiff was expressing suicidal intentions due to his disclosure of the videos, he continued to disclose the videos to other people without plaintiff's consent. That one's gonna fuck him. I don't know like the if the demands are reasonable or will be admitted, but this is gonna the fact that he did this is so bad. 58. As a direct, natural, proximate, and foreseeable result of defendant's intentional harassment and acts, plaintiff has suffered damage to reputation, extreme emotional pain, suffering, mental anguish, loss of dignity, is entitled to compensatory damages in amount no less than one. Does this repeat? Hang on. This is 11. This is 10. 52. Nope. Okay. Because defendants... I'm sorry. Plaintiff has suffered emotional damage, reputation, pain, suffering, anguish, anxiety, and loss of dignity, is entitled to compensatory damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Are these separate? Because defendant's conduct was intentional and or recklessly indifferent, he is liable for punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Count 4. Invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts. 60. Plaintiff adopts and re-alleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 59 above as though fully set forth herein. 61. Defendant publicly disclosed private facts concerning plaintiff that were not of legitimate public concern, including the sexually explicit videos without her consent. Defendant continues to do so to this day. 62. There is no public concern that justifies disclosing sexually explicit images or videos of the plaintiff without her consent. 63. At all times, the defendant acted intentionally and with reckless disregard for plaintiff's well-being. 64. Defendant could have or should have expected public disclosure to arise from his dissemination of the videos to various individuals. 65. The public disclosure of the videos would be highly offensive to any reasonable person, including the plaintiff. 66. Public disclosure of the videos took place such that tens of thousands of people have viewed the videos or are aware of the content of the videos and of plaintiff's role in the videos. 67. Plaintiff had a reasonable expectation of privacy in the videos since they were taken with the intention for private use and not for public dissemination. 68. Such disclosures have caused plaintiff extreme humiliation, distress, and emotional suffering. Plaintiff seeks compensatory and actual damages, punitive damages, attorney's fees, and costs. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests judgment against defendant as follows. 1. For appropriate compensatory and or statutory damages in an amount to be determined at trial. 2. For appropriate equitable and injunctive relief against defendant as allowed by law. 3. For an award of punitive damages. 4. For an award of reasonable attorney's fees. And 5. For such other and further relief to which the plaintiff may be entitled. Demand for jury trial. The plaintiff demands trial by jury of all issues trialable as of right by a jury, dated 18th February 2025. Respectfully submitted Sanchez Medina, Gonzalez, Quesada, attorney for plaintiff. Carlos A. Garcia Perez. Okay. Okay. About that non-disclosed Turner person. NotSoErudite drew a line in the sand when talking to Turkey Tom. Let's see if we can find that, okay? I think this is what we want.
Without their knowledge and sent it out, like, I don't think I mean, before I sent them...
Okay, let's go back a minute. Let's go back 2 minutes, okay? We'll just listen to this.
Obviously, it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but, you know, the problem with it maybe not going public at some point is... he doesn't face actual repercussions for his actions, which is like public scrutiny, right? Because if he gets it in his head, he can just pay his way out of these situations. And to be clear, he has enough money to do that. You know, he can pay for her law school and still be okay. It's like, what incentive is there for him to not do it again in the future if he thinks he might be able to get away with it? You know?
Yeah, this is why when I talked to Pixie, I told her if you want to sue him, I support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right. I just know for her, I guess to be specific, she explicitly told me.
Tom is good. Tom is disgusting. Tom is the one who, when Melina came out and said these videos were not leaked consensually, said, I don't trust her. I don't trust Melina, when he knew about the Pixie thing as well. Tom is a psycho, and he's stupid.
Me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out and like seeing this content. And she was like,
To err is human. That wasn't an error. That was a deliberate action.
That was the thing like driving her suicidality, was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court. Right. So then I'm like, what's if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers. I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct. Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
so what was your kind of
drive that.
What was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously, it puts you in a very awkward position where, on one hand, you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean, you're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously, he's helping you out a lot.
Together.
Yeah, right. So, like, what kind of position are you in at that point? Like, how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff?
This is what I want.
You're thinking of cutting him off, like
okay, listen.
Yeah, right. So, like, what kind of position are you in at that point? Like, how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Are you thinking of cutting him off? Like, what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like, if he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like I don't think I can, like, I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with, like, that's a line I can't. I don't fuck with that shit. Like, that's insane.
All right. In other news, NotSoErudite has announced that she fucks with that shit. So it's just insane. It's just actually insane. This is on Reddit. NotSoErudite says, Steven and I have plans to have him on the show again as a guest or contributor. Bridge, just the one apparently now. Bridge is not burnt, rather, and we do not hate each other whatsoever. It was a mutual decision, and I'd be lying to say I'm not terrified. Well, this is some silver lining to the story. Thanks for the well wishes. We will see, said the Zen Master. This is Sick. You remember Sick, right? Sick is a man who got run off the internet after sexually harassing someone on YouTube. And whatever. Moving aside. Not that my word means shit. But I want to apologize for going so hard on you on X. While I definitely disagree with some of your actions, I've actively stopped roping you into the drama shit because I can see you care. No offense, but given the multi-threaded relationships going on, it looks very manipulative from the outside, and I hope you understand that that's where that energy is coming from. Erudite responds, I do understand. I wish people would have asked, particularly because I keep taking massive hits for trying to do what is right. And I've been fully focused on that. The right thing, of course, is to continue financially entangling yourself with the sex abuser while pretending to be the friend of his victim and negotiating that relationship for him. There's a fair bit I'm willing to cover with people privately that I can't publicly due to some legal stuff. If the equity transfer of Bridges gets done today, I'll be freed up a lot more to speak publicly. Publicly. Meaning you pulling out of any stake over it? No, he's giving it all to me. Oh, damn. Even with his insane tantruming, he's seeming to now want to fuck over my last 3 years. But I think with how upset he seems, I just want to manage the legal stuff first. Yeah, the comments have to stop. He's already done faux admissions left and right. Dan and you both are very bad PR for yourselves and Destiny. Dan was making a comment last month and had to stop himself from admitting he told Pixie I wouldn't pursue legal action. To be honest, I didn't speak to Dan at all about Pixie, and Pixie never told me he had reached out. I actually distanced myself a lot from both, didn't communicate at all about this. That's not surprising. I'm noting his comment just to show that people can feel the ickiness with the defensive behaviors and held back sentiments. I told her she should pursue legal action if she would like, and I supported her in any direction she wanted to go. Yeah. For the record, I understand this. Oh, sorry, hang on. Yes, I'm really disappointed and mind-fucked. Like, was I just fooled initially, or was he remorseful at first and became belligerent? Hang on. This is from the 18th. This is from the previous month. So you were fooled. You recognize that he's remorseless. And now you're going back to work for him. This freak has no soul. These people are evil. These people are genuinely evil. These people are foul. Sick replies, for the record, I understand this. The reason that looks so bad, though, is by you accepting Pixie's silence, it just plays into Destiny's hand. With you being so dependent on him financially, or at least that was the perception, it looks like you feigning consideration while letting her play into D's hand with the least resistance possible. I can't see the end of that, so I guess we just continue here. It just cuts off. It's fine. I don't really care to read any more Sick. Erudite says, you don't tell victims what to do with their trauma. This is trauma-informed mental health 101. What you do is you negotiate you negotiate settlement with your employer for them, and you ask for clarifying questions that make it spinnable in a very negative light should this ever go to court. That's what you do. That's the ethical thing, Kyler, right? When someone's consent has been ripped from them, your role is to give them maximal choice. Maximal choice. Was she giving her maximal choice? I don't think she was giving her maximal choice. I think she was kind of doing the opposite, actually. This is the part that I think made me have more contempt for NotSoErudite than I've ever had in my life, which, let me tell you, is an achievement. It's this one here. Kyla does something very devious, very slippery, very nasty. Gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about is what you needed. Help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged. Getting the guy who hacked charged. Not Steven. Getting the guy who hacked charged. A sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is that what you need? Gets her to confirm she needs something else. And then gets clarification, even though it's obvious. She wants monetary damages. And frankly, she's entitled to them. I hope she gets as much as she asks for. However, this is what Kyla does. Okay. So what is it? So that is what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me before that this is what you wanted specifically. My understanding, it was more a sense of rehabilitation and justice. But you have a specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. Her saying that is a landmine. That's the intent behind it. I don't know if it matters. But this is not someone who is doing the right thing. This is someone who, like Nick to Oreo, like Willie Mac, like Turkey Tom, this is someone who is putting up barriers so that they can protect what they're benefiting from, namely Steven's reputation. Steven's reputation is everything. Kyla doesn't have a job without Steven having a good reputation. That's why she's bringing him back onto bridges. She quietly, publicly unfollowed him on Twitter so people would think that she was making some kind of moral stance. She told Turkey Tom, look, if he's remorseless, like, if this happened, I can't stick with this. I don't fuck with that. I've got moral limits. But she also doesn't have a way to generate an income online without connecting to Destiny. So, here we are. Here we are. Steven and I have full plans to have him on the show again as a guest or contributor. Full plans. They're not speculating. If he shows remorse in the future, maybe someday I can see to collaborating with him again. No. Right now, in advance of anything taking place, while he is actively mocking the victims to his audience and slandering them, etc., etc., she's ready to go full steam ahead. Full plans. The plans are done. We've agreed. So Kyla, who has apparently done everything she can to protect Destiny and potentially entrap Pixie, insists that your role is to give victims maximal choice. Okay. I agree her going public first would have been better for me. I don't know if that's true, Kyla. I don't know if that's true at all. But from her perspective, going public was the step before killing. I don't think that's true, Kyla. I think we both know from this that her going public is really bad for you. This forced you to do things that you just proved here you really didn't want to do. And we know this because even despite the obvious reputational damage this will entail, you're doing it anyways. Because here's the unfortunate fact of the matter. Without Destiny, Kyla, you are nothing. You are nothing. Kyla continues, when I first found out about the leaks, I was very troubled about what to do, because the mental health informed thing misaligned with the PR thing, and I decided I would do what I would do if PR wasn't concerned and worry about PR after. Well, that's clearly not true. This was true for how I approached Steven and Pixie, which is very much not true. Six says, I won't say too much about my communications with her because I'm sure you've heard stuff from her anyways, but she did say she was concerned about people essentially treating her like a gossed up whore climbing the ladder. Why are you telling NotSoErudite this, Sick? What is wrong with you? These people are fucking perverts. They just love to talk. They just love to talk. I can't stand people like this. These people swarm around these communities like flies. They're freaks who just desperately want to get in the know and chat with people. This, by the way, is what Straight Ray did. This is why I'm so mad at her. Because she was sending stuff that was compromising to all parties involved just because she liked to be there. She liked to be involved. It's fucking gross. Very. I told her these people didn't matter. Anyone who sees a victim as someone just trying to grab for more doesn't matter. Their opinion is invalid. Sunday forced her public. She didn't choose to go public. The best thing he did for her was insist like a psycho that she was an extortionist because it was so insane that she had immediate public support. I do not think the public support was because of that. I think the public support was because everybody knew what Destiny had done. This, once again, really important to highlight because Erudite is directly implicated. Directly implicated in both directions. In both directions. Because here's the thing. She involved herself in whatever Steven would accuse Pixie of, and she covered for Destiny. Six says, I really hope Aaron and Pixie can make up someday. I don't think so. But I hope you realize Erin felt very violated in that too. She knows she fucked up trusting Sunday. What Sunday did was unethical arbitrage. I don't know what that means. This is a mistake. Straight Raid didn't trust me. People say that Straight Raid was dumb for trusting me. She didn't trust me. I'll tell you how I know she didn't trust me. Because I came to her after talking to NotSoErudite and Chudlogic. Because Chudlogic told me that someone told him that the settlement options on pain of going public came from Straight Raid. They were her idea. And I went to her and I asked, I told her, like, look, hey, this is all floating around everywhere. I thought we were keeping hush-hush on this. What's going on? By the way, Chudlogic says that the law school tuition thing, that information came from you. You thought of that. And her response was, who told you? Don't worry about it. Did you think of that? Was that you? No, who told you that? Da-da-da. Her instinct, once again, was to obscure. Why? Because she did something very embarrassing. She had very private information, and she shared it around with people left, right, and center, and implicated herself by involving herself with Pixie and Steven at the same time, and inserting ideas for compensation to ward off whatever Pixie might do. And she was a snake. And do I think she wanted to harm anyone involved? No. No. I think she just wanted to be there. Like Sick, she's just really excited to be acknowledged by these people. That's it. It's perverted. I think these people just get off on getting attention like this from people on the screen. And I think she was rightfully embarrassed that she had done this. But she didn't trust me. She kept this information hidden from me. I was going into that call with NotSoErudite, because Nick reached out to me. I was going into that call expecting to show him information that he didn't have. Because I took him at his word from the Chudlogic conversation that he didn't know. He didn't need to know, which is why I criticized him for that before. Because he had the information about Melina. But I was going to show him that. And it turned out he already had it. And he already had it because Straight Raid leaked it to God knows who. It's possible other people leaked it too. Like maybe Pixie leaked it in other directions, we don't know. But as far as I'm aware, Straight Raid basically leaked stuff to everybody. She leaked stuff, information about Pixie to Destiny. As well. That was the really bad one. Because Destiny made some leaks after, on the day of that video release. So. Erudite says, which was good. The day it dropped was my first day of this road trip with some of those famous music YouTubers that I barely know. I don't care about that. I can't be made to give a fuck about that snake. This is referring to Erin, to be honest. It's insane the way she painted me, despite everything I've done to support her in the past. How she dismissed Pixie. How she dismissed... Oh my god. Tried to figure out how to manipulate her into doing what she wanted. How to manipulate Pixie into doing what she wanted. What? That's actually crazy. That's actually unreal. Six says, yeah, well, we'll have to disagree on the straight rate event, but that's fine. I appreciate you telling me your perspective on her. If you don't mind my asking, is there an unofficial private stance on Steve? Or are you still working on that? There's a public stance on Steve. She said she was going to separate herself. She couldn't fuck with that. Do you mind just because I can't really trust anyone right now? Not going to lie, someone who feels like I was somehow more awful than Erin, I just don't want to give statements to. It's totally fine. Also, just to be clear, you aren't giving me a statement. This is published, by the way, so yeah, he was. Just wanted to apologize for some of my behaviors. Kept it more reserved after the Tom video because I wanted to talk to you first before I decided how to feel, but yeah. How to feel is ashamed sick. Go home. Sort your life out. Erudite replies, yeah, but I also didn't expect multiple friends to go on a tear about me without even asking for my side. Aaron, Beckett, etc. I appreciate the apology, I do. I think Aaron had the mindset a lot of people do or did. He did a whole hour-long video talking about how you're basically married to the Bridges business venture for the foreseeable future. And that was after the leaks. It's just tough because it's a little hollow compared to the amount of insane, like any even neutral read into the situation people who I thought knew me better than that gave me. 1. It was filmed hours after the claim of non-consent. After the claim of non-consent. The claim. That's her out. That's her out. She's figured this out, guys. It was not an hour video because of being married to Bridges, unless you just rewrite the entire convo and are aiming to be bad faith toward me, to be honest. And Sick replies, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm referring to the video of you giving your experience trying to be inside the country legally. This is from like 1.5 to 2 months ago, but I might be wrong on the timeline. Hey, gotta go take care of my kiddo. Sorry if basically married to the Bridges business venture sounds accusatory or implicating any sense of the value of your character. Take care of yourself. If anyone's confused as to why I'm so unkind to Sick, it's because the last call we had was me talking him down from driving around, leaving his kid at home abandoned with God knows what going on while he was on 20 different drugs. I'm not even kidding, there's a recording of that call. These people are fucking mental. Actually just fucking depraved. So yeah, that's basically it. So these people are evil, and mark my words, the vast majority of them are going to be back cozy with Steven within a year. That's my guess. Even Loner Box, okay? I just see people have been cleaning these up quite a bit. I don't need to pull it up. It's fine. We've all seen it. Even Loner Box, when Destiny reached out to him, thanked him, said he appreciated him reaching out, and said he probably will have to not come on stream. Loner Box said he'll probably have to come on stream for a little while. For a while. Everyone's leaving it open. Why? Money. Attention. You get to be one of the cool people. No charity for Loner Box? None. No charity for any of these people. Don't give charity to these people. Here's what you need to understand. It's not just about this case. These people will do this for anyone. Anyone big. This does not end with Steven. At all. All these people, if they have a friend that they are profiting from being, like, and it can be a profit in financials, it can be profit in reputation, it can just be feeling like part of the gang. If anyone is embarrassed in a similar way as Steven was in this case, and it is not convenient to them to come out publicly about it, they won't. They will hide it. Lonerbox wouldn't even acknowledge what Destiny did. He just quietly removed himself. He made a few ambiguous remarks that people people attributed to Hassan Piker even. It was bizarre. And to Bad Empanada. And then he just disappeared. He wasn't going to tell anybody. None of these people were going to tell anybody. They were going to allow Destiny to continue to do this to other people indefinitely. And for the people who it already happened to, if they could get away with it, you really trust... I don't trust Melina, do you? You think maybe Loner was trying to play nice so he didn't let Destiny know anything about Pixie potentially suing him? Why would he have to say anything? He shouldn't have talked to him. Why would he say anything? Why would saying anything to him help? If he's coordinating to help Pixie sue Destiny, why would saying anything help? Say nothing. People are stupid. Like I'm serious. Like the amount of people who come in with really strong opinions on this because they saw Nicholas DeOrio talk about it or Willie Mack talk about it. It's fucking unreal. Like actually brain damaged people. It is terrifying. It is terrifying. Genuinely. Do you think Erudite would have stayed quiet? She was still, amidst all of this, she was still saying they're claims. She was telling Sick they are claims of non-consent. So yeah, I think they would have stayed quiet forever. I think all of them would have. All of them would have. Indefinitely. But Nick played wrestling sounds and laughed. True. That's true. That's true. So that's that. We'll see where this goes. I'm not going to analyze the not going to analyze these posts because I'm not equipped to. I've got a few observations or thoughts. $1 million sounds unlikely, but I don't know what that means. If this was sent by a lawyer, then they clearly think that that's an appropriate thing to put in which case, okay. We'll see. There are parts in here I could see him having rebuttals to, just because of how they're phrased. And I don't know. Like here's the thing at the end of the day. This is all just what's on public record. I would not be surprised if this is simply settled, because why would you go this far? But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That's all. I can imagine a jury being very sympathetic to Pixie's case. I would too. I would assume a lot of sympathy. The concern here would be public damage continuing, because I have a suspicion that Destiny's arrogance at this whole thing is because he's thinking to himself, whatever they find me, I can just pay. And the concern would be just public damage, because his response throughout all of this has not been to like he said on stream, can't talk about this because of lawyers and whatnot, right? But then he's been going into the chat of his stream and just posting new information and bad-mouthing people, and it's like, What are you doing? And I think what he's doing is he's trying to wear them down psychologically. That'd be my guess. And or retain his audience. I think that's really what his only concern is. If his audience is allowed to excuse themselves for sticking around despite this, then he wins, unfortunately. Because the money will keep rolling in. People will forget, as they do, because they want to. People like watching Destiny. They like him. Remember that scene from Donnie Darko? When that famous preacher guy gets caught with having CP on his computer? And immediately afterwards, the Christian teacher lady is going door to door talking about how they're slandering a good, godly man. That's what these people are like. And we need to understand is, Destiny winning does not mean winning in court. Destiny winning means he gets to carry on. Because these people are broken. These people are absolutely broken. So, $1 million doesn't sound unreasonable for punitive damages considering his conduct is alleged. I think he should have to give up every cent he owns, but the question is not what seems reasonable. The question is like what they will decide is reasonable. And I'm skeptical. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. Maybe. I hope they do. Good for them. Don't get me wrong. I'm rooting for Pixie here. I just don't know about that one. $1 million is high. Typically the upper cap is 150,000 for this, so I don't know. The cherry one will be interesting to see what happens with that. That'll be interesting. But yeah. No, I meant for the lawyer to claim. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Start high, you negotiate low, kind of thing. I don't know. Destiny leaking the demand letter is interesting. I'm curious about what the date of that is. I don't think that's related to this. I think it's a different person. I noticed he didn't include the date information on there. So. Yeah, dude, it's so fucked to see tropes of the criminal who people are like, he was a good man, he helped the community. You think there'd be more self-awareness about this attitude. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. The 150K isn't for punitive damages. No, but the 150K is what's in the law is like the upper cap of what you can go for. I just don't know if because like damages also have to be established, so I don't know how this happens. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happens in this. There's also like other women apparently coming forward, so it might be more complicated than that, right? But this seemed to only focus on Pixie. Deleting his messages is likely not a good idea. It is likely not a good idea. Progressive victory will drop him off if they have any sense at all. Progressive victory, first of all, doesn't matter, but secondly, it doesn't have any sense at all. Progressive victory's function is as an experiment. Can we mobilize streamers for politics? And the answer to that question is yes. The problem is it's run by very stupid people who actually buy the bullshit of like Vosh and Destiny are real political actors mobilizing people to do real good in the world, and it's just not how it works. You can probably mobilize streamers really effectively. However, these are streamers who are successful, not just streamers who are political. Giving money to Wick TV, for example, does absolutely nothing to help get more money and more attention for your cause. Getting someone like Markiplier, maybe, to endorse you, that's a different story. Okay? So what happened was they were playing the the Twitch poll game when they should have been playing the canvassing game. And they started taking money from donors and giving it to streamers who had already proved that they couldn't reach anybody. So it was a joke. They picked people specifically on the basis of, are they friendly to Brianna Wu? More specifically, Brianna Wu was brought in to pick people, and she picked people on the basis of, are they friendly to Brianna Wu? And she used that as a stepping stone to connect with people and just move on and leave everybody else in the dust. So functionally useless. Its primary value has been to help people like Vosh and Destiny pretend like they're serious political actors that are making a difference in the world. They aren't.